But I remain undaunted. I have 3 limit buys waiting to be filled, and 1 limit sell on the top side. So I hope to be like Johnny Chaos, where a wick goes way up and just fills the order. We'll see if that happens.
Hey, Pepe, are you on there?
Sir, yes, sir.
How goes it, good man?
I'm having a ball. I mean, I'm now on all fours. I'm like a jungle cat, and I am ready to go back. Well, I'm already doing it. Limit orders as a way of optimizing volatility. Didn't want to do it. Thought I could stay away from trading, but in light of what happened? There was a post, and seconds later, it dumped 17%. So, in a presence of high volatility, I like my chances.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. You don't want to have to do it, but it's a play for sure. So I'm just letting everything just ride. I'm just watching the show.
Solid plan, man. Solid plan.
Yeah, it's just starting. I just super late here, and I just haven't even been able to get to sleep because I just been scrolling around and just laughing. So it's pretty funny. Volatile times out there and everything, I'd say, across the board.
Oh, that's Captain, my captain.
Yeah.
I missed you. Oh. So what are you gonna do? You gonna go Zodiac or Whaler?
I don't know yet. I gotta see what kind of crane is on the new boat, right? So got to see how much I could lift onto the back of the boat, right, for a skiff.
Yeah. Do you have a swim platform on the transom, sir?
Well, I haven't gotten the boat yet, but I'm like the next month I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna, so I'm looking at one, but it'll be a crane on the top deck. It's like a trawler, so it'll be a big crane on the top deck. You'll actually lift it off the side and put it down in the water, like a davit.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So you could go with either a hard shell or a soft shell. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's right. Then whenever you get to where you go, you just flip it over the side, and then you got a whole big sun deck up there, right?
Could it also hold a shark cage as well, sir, in case we want to get adventurous?
Oh, I hear you just punch him isn't that the deal?
It depends, man. If they're all scarred up on their nose, not much is going to stop. But if they got a clean snout, yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, first time. You got to catch them the first time.
At least that's what that crazy guy says down in Australia that goes swimming without a cage with great whites. He's like, oh yeah, I won't get in the water if they're all scarred up.
Half they're all rugged, eh? Yeah, I think I'd be more worried about tiger sharks, man. I don't know. I think the great whites wouldn't be so bad because they're like tiger sharks. You know, they're a little bit more scary to me. I don't know.
I ain't going in the water with either of them. Bulls are horrible down here, man. They'll bite you just to find out what you are.
Yeah, true. Bulls are the most. They're the most damage, and they go in the freshwater too, eh? Way up there.
Yeah, they brackish, fresh, salt, damn things are like cockroaches.
Yeah, we don't have that problem up here. Tell you that much. We just got killer whales and dolphins and eagles and stuff.
We got ticks. We got ticks and DuPont. You're all beat.
So Pepe, have you shared with like where you put your where you put your things for your limits, or are you gonna, is that that's just your information?
Yeah, well, suffice to say, in the 2 to 7 cent range, scaled down, a little bit at 7, a little bit more at 5, a little bit more at 2, and then on the top side, it would be 20 cents or greater. That's what I'm looking for. Because you know all those wicks where you see the thing running up to $5 or so? I want to catch one of those. I want to benefit from one of those.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, yeah, it's a safe bet, right? I'm just not even gonna bother with anything because I'm good.
I'm just not a very good counter puncher. Any fight I've ever been into, Captain, my captain, I've always landed the first punch. And the notion of just sitting back and letting happen what's going to happen innately, it's just not me.
Yeah, yeah. If you're gonna, you might as well be on the, you know, thinking, planning, making moves to, keep yourself in the best situation possible. So, everybody does it different, and we all seem to get here. So we've done something right, and so we just kind of keep on doing what we're doing. Anyways, Pepe, I'm gonna jump off. I just thought I'd pop in and see what the ramblings were about. But yeah, anyways, take care, everybody. I'll talk to you later.
Comrade, give it to me. Go ahead. Tell me you told me, which you did.
Hey man, I'm on the same team, so I'm not gonna
I was
deny.
thinking, I was thinking of you when I was placing limit orders yesterday. I'm like, WWCD. What would Comrade do? Let's see. Would he buy in market? No.
I mean, at this point, man, let him out, you know? Um, it was gonna happen, right? There's people that want out, and they're looking for exit liquidity, and you either give it to them at a higher level or you let them capitulate, right? So everybody that kept buying and telling other people to buy, I mean, unless it was just out of ignorance, I don't think that's cool.
Well, the only one that openly shared what they thought earlier than you was Identity Block. And I don't even know if he's banned from coming in here or not. But he was calling for single digits long time ago, October.
But I do think like the sentiment has shifted where, some of the recent things that have gone down within the community, and if you're a large player, I'm sure you don't really feel comfortable, right? So we're seeing some of that also affecting, which is just making it kind of worse.
Could I ask a question? So let's say I was a relatively large bag holder in Hex and I don't spend any real significant amount of time with the community because I understand understand the products, I know what it does, and I know how time locking works, I understand the contract. Am I really listening in and concerned about how the community acts? I mean, sure, it might be some visual issue, but honestly, does it change anything about the product?
If you're a large player, and you have a significant sum of money, you're definitely paying attention.
Okay. So what people say every day in here matters to them in terms of price or their staking strategies?
I'm talking more about like the other bigger whales um, confronting other whales, and then some behavior from RH, which seems like the community is split on, things like
I
that.
mean, these are optic stuff you're talking about. It doesn't change anything about what the product itself, Hex as a time lock, does, right? We can agree on that. I understand all the PR optics bullshit, but the only thing that affects is the rate of adoption, right? Or is there anything else we're worried about?
Right. But all those things affect the rate of adoption. And you know what else affects the rate of adoption? Number going up.
Yeah, sure. But doesn't matter. I mean, we've had 85% dips before. We're not even there yet. So it's not like a super controversial opinion to hold that it will dip again by 85, maybe even more. But aside from all that, right, you're supposed to use it as it was designed for, not, what kind of people involved in it are saying every other fucking day. Which, honestly, let's be fucking real, that happens in every other industry. I've been through the 10 years of Bitcoin FUD. It's going to be banned here. It's going to be like all the drama, which is designed to dump the price so that you can buy cheaper. And then wait up, there's going to be great news coming up. Like if you fall into that trap, good luck, man.
I don't think anybody
That's
here
emotion.
is saying Hex is dead or to trade. You know, we're just talking about sentiment.
Yeah, of course. The sentiment will go up and down. I mean, that's kind of baked in.
Well, Toby, wouldn't you agree that the tweet last night triggered the 17% immediate loss sell-off?
I try to stay out of crypto Twitter, so you have to fill me in what exactly.
It was announced that Pulsechain will not be released in the month of May, and no
Okay,
further
and
updates.
that's
No further updates are to be expected because that person has been punished for his.
yep. I mean, that is perfectly to be expected, in my opinion. You don't have to go on Twitter to realize that, right? And we've talked about it in length here, days and days over. But I'm willing to repeat it yet again. Would you rather this thing be rushed out, regardless of whatever might be happening, with the code, with the developers, with some logic baked in, and then have it fail 1 year later because of some stupid bug or like a security issue or some uptime issues? Or would you rather have it launch a couple of months later and never have any fucking issues?
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's not the problem that we're solving for. The problem is notification of a launch. And sometimes, perhaps, I'm suggesting that under promising and over delivering pleases everyone. The market clearly wasn't pleased with
I
the tweet
disagree.
from
So
last
I
night.
work in software and I know how this goes. There is no such thing as certainty on a deadline on when a product will launch. That much is basically an unwritten fact. So you have two choices now. You say it's going to take a year or whatever, which is still a lie because you don't know that. Or you give a approximate range, which is a much fairer, much fairer approach, in my opinion, and still not give any promises. And I know which choice Richard went with. On the
Let
other
me ask
hand,
you a
you look at
question,
any
Toby.
other product that's a bit larger. I mean, freaking Elon Musk does it every couple of months. He promises something, then under delivers or is late or whatever. It's just how shit works, man. Live in reality. Software is hard, and blockchain even more so.
Yeah, in my experience, you never tell upper management what you really think. They would never do the project. It would take too long. So usually they're very optimistic, and then they end up under delivering.
Even if you tell management the full unfiltered truth, they tend to over promise because they need to look at how the sales side of it as well, right? That's my experience. I'm not saying this is comparable to Pulsechain, but you know, I've not been in a single software development project where delays weren't an issue. There's always unexpected bugs because you can't expect a bug. You don't know when it will appear, how much of your time it will take up, etc. You can't expect when a developer leaves causing a big mess because he didn't document it right. Like there's so many issues to consider that you have to understand.
My old boss used to say, how long does it take to catch a fish? That's how long it will take for this project.
Also, we're dealing with a lot of secondhand information, so I would take everything with a bit of grain of salt and not pretend we all know the facts.
Yeah, well,
Toby, I don't think anyone's disagreeing. You know, but when you have a tweet that causes market disruption along the lines of 17%, you know, that's cause for pause because
You're
if
assuming that though. You're assuming
I'm not
that
assuming
tweet
anything.
caused that. The correlation and causation are not the same thing. So we're baking a bunch of assumptions into this.
It
Getting that
wasn't
we're
no
also in
damn
a bear
assumption.
market.
I watched it as it come out within a minute. It was straight down,
Yes,
so there wasn't no assumption.
you apply the logic recent means cause. It's literally the thing even Richard mentioned it the other day. That's not how that works, man.
Oh, I
It could be.
fair to disagree with you on that one. All I know is he can stop showing off his freaking cars, and if he wants to put something on Twitter, an actual update that says, hey, they're working on this, they fixed this. I don't need a timeline. I just need to know he's doing something to get these devs up under control instead of running around screwing women and freaking showing off cars. I don't give a shit about that stuff.
Right.
All right,
So
redneck. That's you though. But don't you understand
you,
that that's marketing 101? Like, don't you get it that you're already in? We still need more people to get in. This is quite humorous to me because it's so reminiscent of when Hex was trying to come out. You guys know, I mean, you guys know the history of Hex? It took 2 years. And it was every 2 months he was coming out with, yeah, another 4 weeks, guys. Another 4 weeks, guys. People were hating on him.
I'm here since day zero. I
yes,
well.
and so was I. So it's funny, but at the end of the day, when Hex came out and it performed exactly as noted, as advertised, and it blew up, and it created millionaires, and it created believers, and it created the truth. The product works. The fact that we're doubting now and we're ripping on Richard, like, you guys really believe that this guy doesn't know what he's talking about or what he's doing? Do you think that he's out there talking about his big peepee because he really has a big peepee and he wants all the women to know and all this crap? No, because it's cringe, because it's news, because it's like I saw it and I'm watching the tweets, and you're getting tweets now from people in that have over 200,000 followers, 500,000 followers. Like, they're there, you can see it. They're like, who is this guy? They didn't even know who Richard was, and yet they're in the crypto industry and they have over 500,000 followers, and they didn't even know who he was. So now they know who he is. Now they know who Richard is, what the product is. They're laughing at him. They're like, this guy is crazy. I don't even know this guy. Some of them are like, I don't even like this guy, but I can't stop following him. Like, do you guys understand what he's doing?
Oh,
No,
soldier,
half of you don't. Half of you do not
Well,
He's got a
understand
big PP.
what he's
I
doing.
understand that
140
outrage marketing.
Listen,
Yes,
145
it's
IQ.
adoption.
Let's not disrespect the 145 IQ. I mean, it's there for a reason. It's a 145, guys. We don't know what we don't know.
But I'm not arguing the point that outrage marketing doesn't increase engagement. Whatever form of marketing you use, some are more effective than others. All I'm saying is that the tweet from last night triggered a 17% dip.
But
that's a fact.
Isn't that what
Whether we want to admit it or
That's
not.
a fact.
But Pepe, isn't that what we wanted? Isn't that so?
Yeah,
If he
also,
doesn't,
I want that.
So if he doesn't give us the truth, we're like, hey, what's going on, Richard? Stop doing all this extra stuff and let us know what's going on. So now he's telling us what's going on, and he's telling us, hey guys, I told you mid-May, and now I just got word back from the devs. We're not launching in May. Sorry. That's what he's telling you, the truth, and now people can't handle the truth. That's the bottom line, and most of this is, again, guys, we're so early. That's why Hex is so volatile, because we're so early. There's so many traders out there that are not using Hex the way it's supposed to be used. So we have to understand this. In the early days, when it's going to be high volatility, it's going to be super high, and we're still super early. So yeah, stuff is going to drop at the drop of a dime. One whale drops. One whale drops.
To be fair.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, I'm going on a rant because this is reminiscent of years past.
But to be fair, soldier, compared to the early days, let's say 2 years ago, there was a lot more FUD during the dips. I am very surprised during this particular dip. It is an 85% dip, so I would have been surprised if there was no FUD, no drama, no nothing. There was a fair bit, but I expect more. So you guys are feeding into that pretty damn well. Congratulations. But it is relatively calm to back in those days. My memory is not that bad. 2 years ago, it was quite bad. 2.5, sorry.
So
Because
yes,
he's
so
got a big DP now.
but some of the people, you know what it is, that some of the corporate people in Hex feel they feel that the corporate route is the route to take, because that's where the big dollars are at. And if we want to adopt the big dollars, they don't like big PB being blown up all over the place, and they don't like that stuff, right? Because that doesn't, that's harassment, and now with all this censoring and this cancel culture, like they don't handle that. And I get that from the corporate guys. But Richard is not, he can do it both ways. He's not just corporate, you know what I'm saying? And again, man, 145, like, go up there and challenge him. I dare anybody say do it this way and it could be done better. And I don't see it like Hopkinson. He kind of does it that way, right? He's kind of bland, boring, and he's blowing up his own way. He has his own following and his own thing. But you telling me that Richard is failing compared to Charles? No, they're both winning in their own way. It's just like it's what you like. But at the end of the day, if you just cut up all the noise, you have a very smart, intelligent man at the head of the helm, and the product works. And people just have to be patient. Trust me. And 2 years ago, it was the same. This was it, like my man said, it was worse. It was way worse because Richard was just a 100% scammer, and he was just out to scam, and even the message was kind of scammy. But again, he did that to attract. He's doing it. There's a method to his madness, and we have to just be a cognizant of that. Like a 145 guy. That's very very smart. Like that's too smart for me to comprehend. Like, this guy knows stuff that we just don't get and we don't understand. You have to get that through your head too.
Aside from the fact that the man is decoupled from the product, because no matter what he does in terms of actions, not what he says, will not change anything about how Hex operates, other than maybe people speculating and dumping and pumping, whatever the fuck, which doesn't really concern me, to be honest. Would you be happy with somebody else representing Hex? Would that make a huge difference for you? And then what does that mean for your oh so glorious price? I would really like to understand that, because you're not going to make everybody happy, no matter who you choose. You need to find a fucking robot to represent that coin for you, so that they potentially increase the amount of not alienating everybody. You're always going to have people who get alienated. But in this particular instance, I would say you're not going to have anybody alienated who was with Richard from the beginning, because he didn't change that much. In fact, I would rather say that he has cleaned up his act a little bit compared to before. So I don't know what the fuck you want. He's not going to change 180 into a completely different person if that's what you're looking for.
No,
find another guru for yourself for that one.
And Toby, good points. But even in saying that, right? Let's backtrack just a little bit. Isn't he respecting the Hex community and saying and giving you the truth? Look, it's not going to come out in May, and you know what?
Yes.
I'm not gonna give you guys any more notifications until I'm gonna go. I'm going to silent mode. Why? Because there's been a lot of noise. There's been a lot of noise, right? A lot of people hating on the fact that he's doing this. He's sending this message. He's doing all this stuff. So he says, "Okay, I'm gonna give you this, and I'm gonna step back." He's respecting it. He's listening to the Hex community. So he knows that he even at the 145 IQ, he's not perfect. And we know that. And we know that he's making, that he's made mistakes, that he's made some questionable moves, right? But in saying that, he knows how to adapt. Like, he can read the room. I think that he can read the room. I think that he can read the area. I don't think that he's trying to put a square peg into a round hole and just trying to force fit stuff. I think there's a method to his madness, and he does twerk and tweak when necessary, and he does respect the HEX community, because listen, just like anything else, right? The customer, if the customer is not there, and if you're not listening to the customer, they're just going to move on to the next product that is listening, right? So yeah, I think that, yeah, all of that above, you know, that's the end of my rant.
I think that because he has a track record now, there's not so much FUD as when he started with HEX. So because of that, it's limited to FUD.
But you know what? That's a great point. But you know what it is? I think that when HEX came out, remember, there was a lot of FUD, but there weren't a lot of Hexicans. Now, the people that are now Hexicans, they never really saw that, right? They've only seen the glory. They really haven't seen the pain, and now the pain is here. So I don't know if they've been, you know, gone through that hex road, you know, for to say where everything was shitting on us, like everybody was just dogging us out, and there's no fucking way that product will ever work. Like we were there when that was happening, and we stuck through that, right? And we stuck with Richard because we believed in him, and so then the new Texicans came in, they saw the success, and they know the product works. But now, you know, now there's a little downturn, and now, you know, the product, the new product that's gonna make them, you know, gonna give them their possible first 10,000x in you know, in Richard verse. It's delayed. So, you know, we went through that, right? The Hexicans went through the delays for 2 years. But the new Hexicans, they haven't gone through that. They haven't gone through that troublesome period now. And I think that a lot of the people that are doing that now, that are a lot of the noise is like, you know, it might be, you know, because some of them are rattled. They've never been through, you know, where the product is supposed to come out and it hasn't come out, or, you know, is this guy really who he says he is, or did we get lucky?
But that was not Redneck Pulsechain's point. His point was, you know, about cars and over the top displays of outrageous wealth and so forth. And that's a valid perspective, because when you use outrage marketing, half the people get turned off and the other people get turned on, but you know, the engagement goes up. So the question is just how effective is it? It must be effective. Otherwise, you know, Richard's smart enough to know not to do something that's not working. But when, you know, you haven't eaten for a year, you're down by 85%. The project now is somewhat delayed. We don't know for how long. You know, you add all that up, and there's going to be a group of people that are disgruntled. Now, you can either sit back and take it, or you can be proactive and take advantage of the new landscape. I don't think anybody would argue that where we're at requires perhaps a tweak of your positioning. And there's nothing wrong with that. So I respect Redneck Pulsechain's point of view as much as I respect yours. The fact of the matter is, we're in a bear market. Things aren't looking good. So it's not that Redneck doesn't believe in Richard. He certainly believes in Richard.
When you say the 50%, the other 50%, are you talking about existing Hexicans who are going to dump based on some stuff that you just mentioned?
I'm talking about people in general. People in general get turned off by disgusting displays of wealth.
Yes, but we need to, for the sake of this conversation, we need to separate out an existing Hexican, especially whales, and a potential target audience, right? Because we're just talking about target audience when we talk about outrage marketing. So you're saying one half of the potential audience gets alienated, the other half doesn't. Therefore, it must work or something. But a lot of the arguments here that are being made are saying that it's being dumped by whales based on a comment he makes, which is something I don't really understand. Because how can you alienate existing people?
Well,
Especially
I don't know
particularly new.
existing people. When I take a look at the chain, I see many more breadcrumber sells than I do whale sells. I see many more, and when I say whale, I mean mid-sized bag holders and up. There are fewer mid-sized bag holders and up that are selling, but their sells are much more visceral. I see a lot of sells by breadcrumbers, but they're all in a $500 to $1,500 range. Likewise, the buys are all $500 to $1,500 by the breadcrumbers, and it's 100,000 and up by the mid-sized bag holders. So I just see more sell pressure, or basically the same amount of sell pressure and buy pressure on chain. Right? I looked at it this morning, and the numbers going down. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
And you attribute that directly to Richard Hart's behavior, or due to the market conditions?
Well, obviously, I think the bear market has a lot to do with it, but the trigger of the 17% dip was no doubt the tweet. It was simultaneous. I mean, you could see the flood of orders coming in at the exact moment, sell orders. So for us to say there was no correlation, that doesn't pass the giggle test. It most certainly was correlated.
Quick opinion. I think
only metric you have is time. That's an insane metric to use. We can literally do that with every news that we ever heard.
Pepe, what didn't help, right, was a delay news with the cringe marking in the same tweet. I think it reinforced a bit of the big PB ego, which I don't think you put those two in the same sentence. I think that gave it a little bit of an extra weight. And there's people who are
100%
holding a bunch of hex right here to try to get the double, and like it people see that price going down if they're over leveraged. Like it's just gonna have the cascade effect. But I didn't think those two things had to be in the same tweet. I think he was coming off of a high from that racetrack and just wanted to, go for some blood and on Twitter against the Bitcoin guys or whatever. And those two things didn't need to be in the same tweet.
Yeah, it felt like he was dunking on his own community, and it's often coming off like that sort of recently. I don't know who he's addressing, but a lot of times it sounds like he's dunking on his own community now, which is kind of weird.
He's too concentrated on his haters.
Can we address one pink elephant then in the room? Because if everything that you guys are saying is true, then everyone here is extremely emotional with their bags and will let Richard's mood affect their wealth. Is that about right? Is that the kind of coin we're looking at? It's a guru coin, but when a founder says
no, it has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it.
Right, but that's what I keep hearing.
No, all you hear from me are actions. You see the action of a tweet that just said, "Hey, it's not coming out. I don't know when it's going to come out, but it's not coming out in May." And then a dip of 17%. There's no emotion in that. I mean, you keep on sort of twisting the narrative to fit your narrative. And I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying if that was coincidence, like you're telling me it is, then it's
well, you can find many other candles where it went down 15 or 17%, and you're gonna find a tweet or something for it. Like that's the part that I'm a bit confused about, because it's just a very isolated incident, and you're like, oh, that's not a coincidence. Well, I can make everything look like that, right? I can find for every candle that is slightly larger than the others, and find a particular tweet or something he did or whatever, and say, well, that's the cause. That's not how this works.
Yeah, but hold on. I'd like to make a point. You're making an argument that this might be emotional. Well, I'm going to make the argument that all markets are emotional based on greed and fear, not fundamentals. And if we've been in markets for any length of time, we would know that that's the dynamics of how markets work. So there should be no surprise that markets are emotional, and we shouldn't even be defensive about it, because that's the way everything works, especially in crypto. Crypto is more emotional than any other market. And this has been demonstrated constantly with the volatility. So this idea of discussing it is a given. The other point I'd like to make is that I too am a day one Hexagon, but I'm kind of getting tired of listening to just the day one guys and what they think. I'm interested in what the new guys think. I want to know. I'm interested in what attracted them to Hex. And if they don't like something in Hex, I think they should have a voice. I don't think they should be reprimanded when their voice is different than our voice. I think it's legitimate. So when Redneck steps up and says what he's disappointed in, I I respect his opinion, and even if I disagree with it, but I think we should do more listening to the new people. And so far, all the same people are talking all the time. I would like to ask all the new people who've been in Hex for less than a year and ask them what they think about what's going on now.
Yeah, but nobody reprimanded Redneck. Redneck speaks his mind in here more than anybody, and is well respected in the community. And so nobody reprimanded him, but it was it was I came back at it because it was I thought I disagreed, and that's it. That's what this is all about. We can chit chat all we want, and
That's
and
fine.
and absolutely you want to know what the new community is thinking, but also we also want to teach the new community that, hey, we've been there. We know
Teach them.
we went through the same thing that you're going through, the same doubts, the same
Listen, dude.
concerns. We went through the same thing that you're going through even before the project came out. And now
Listen,
that Pulse Chain is
you're
delayed.
preaching to the choir. Okay,
Right.
you're
So
preaching to
I'm
the choir.
saying, but
So
I'm saying that you
why
saying
don't
you
we
don't want to
listen?
hear from the new guys. You say you don't
No,
want to
no,
hear
no.
from the old
I didn't
guys.
say.
You want to
I
hear
said
from
I
the
want
new
to
guys. You
listen.
don't.
That's
Right.
right. So why don't we let the guys speak, let them vent, let them say what they need to say, and instead of piling on to them afterwards and pontificating how great everything is, why don't we let them speak and listen to what they have to say, and then afterwards we can come together with some sort of agreement.
Okay, I'll chime in if you don't mind. I have to agree with Redneck to an extent, but as what I came in at around October, mid-October, early November, and I understand the markets. I mean, I think there's just a lot of coincidences that are actually helping or that are somewhat aligning themselves with the actual narrative, um, and I just think that unfortunately, overall, with the market the way it is. Hex trying to launch something new. Then you've got the tweets. Then you've got the debates. Then you've got the whales, so be it, that get in their own um, confrontations with the person that we look up to in regards to their project, not look up to as a figurative person in God's means. Um, and I think all these things tying in together, I mean, it's just like I used to tell my employees back in the day, it's like marshmallows, chocolates, peanuts, and caramel. It's like a cluster going on right now. Myself actually was in a third party room last week, and I believe Redneck was in there as well. And that community, we have a strong community, but listening to that community and solidarity, no matter what was going on, you could tell that they were a lot more positive. They're not out there doing the antics that Richard is, and not saying those antics are negative or positive, but listening to them. And then we come back into our room, and this is where I came into, because this is where I have a lot of respect and I look up to. But when you listen to other rooms that are a little bit more focus driven and believing the project in itself, and not creating uh, they don't have that type of person that's leading their group, that's trying to come up with a project for the good. um, and it does cause a little frustration. And it's about how there's only so much helium you could put into a balloon before it explodes, and then all of a sudden you wake up on a Monday morning and you see something's below double digits. It's gone below 10 cents. Then you've got a Twitter post that comes out that makes this statement. And then you've got the folks that really don't understand overall about how the market works. We're not fortune tellers. We cannot uh, dictate what's going to happen tomorrow. We don't know if we'll wake up tomorrow and it's below 1 cent. But when you've got all these other things, you do need some sort of focus to keep everybody together. And that's the problem at hand. And being in, I don't want to say I'm an outsider because I'm 100% in the hex, but it doesn't help. You need a little bit more. It's got to be a little bit more beyond the community at this point. There needs to be a little bit more of a focus to talk to us, and maybe a pop in here would help. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to change everybody's thought process, but at least come in here, pop in here, and say, "Hey guys," and you don't even have to entertain any questions, but it would be somewhat helpful. That's just my 2 cents.
Let me, since I keep getting brought up into it, and I did lose my shit a little bit, but look, I believe in RH products. I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe in them. But, you know, ever since I got onto the Hex community, I've been onboarding people, trying to explain things, you know, and it's really tough when you get 10 people that come up to you and they bought in at 25 and the damn thing goes to 8 and all that other stuff. I mean, we entertain these phone calls all the time. And, you know, dollar cost average down. That's the best you can tell them. Some of them say, I'm not putting another penny into it. And then you got him going out there. I don't have a problem with the Ferraris and all that other stuff, that outrage marketing, so much as I have a problem with him going on some dingbat show talking about his pee-pee and nobody's asking him serious questions. I mean, even when he does a live stream and he's answering questions on there, people are asking dumbass questions like, hey, let me see your Louis Vuitton bag or this watch or that watch. It doesn't impress me. I'm not a child. I don't need to see that shit. Now, would I like to be able to buy a Ferrari? Maybe one day. But that doesn't get me to say, hey, that makes me a believer in this project. I would rather him grab a few OG Hexicans, come out and have them tell the story on his live stream and say, hey, we've been through this. We've been through all this other stuff. Just running around showing wealth in today's overall economy is a freaking slap in the face to grown-ups. That, yes, I'm trying to get somewhere in life. But to have this go out there, I mean, yeah, that works for a 20-year-old. It doesn't work for a freaking 50-year-old. I'm sorry. It's not impressive. I can go down to the
Do you
local
think it's
freaking brick
age-based or
neighborhood.
is it specific to you? Like, do you think you're in the majority or do you think you're rather in a minority in that kind of sense? This is not an attack. I'm just asking because I think
I
he
would say,
plays towards what works with the majority, and I think you maybe don't belong in that particular group,
He's
I
in the
guess.
majority. He's in the
So
majority with
so
thinking like
let
that.
me let me just
Majority,
yeah,
say
let me,
something. If
let me,
if
Hey
let me,
guys,
if
I'll share a couple of
can I
thoughts.
say one thing? Can I say one thing real quick though? I just looked up his YouTube channel, right? Richard Hart has 136,000 subscribers. Redneck. I ask you now, would it be better if Richard's number and YouTube subscriber was 1.3 million versus 136,000? Do you think that the Hex product would be out there would be out there more? Do you think that Pulsechain would probably grow into like something not seen before if his numbers were more popular, if he was more known? Because I think that that's what he's trying to do at the end of the day. He says it all the time. His numbers are paltry. He says, I have 136,000. He says I have only 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. I have this number on. He's trying to get out there, and he thinks that the metrics show that this type of marketing works as far as getting popularity, gaining popularity. Again, I see the tweets. I mean, there's people out there that don't know him. They're in crypto. They have 500,000 subscribers, 1 million subscribers, and they're asking, who is this guy? Because of that one tweet that he put there. So although you thought it was cringeworthy and don't care, there's a guy out there that had 500,000 subscribers that was asking who this guy is. And now his people, 500,000 people, at least 500,000 or 200, 50% of that are gonna look into who Richard is. And I think that's a win. And I think that when when he announces that Pulse is gonna launch, everybody that could have bought right now and could have DCA'd is gonna regret it, and we're gonna remember this conversation and laugh back because Hex is gonna chomp right back up to where it's supposed to be right before the fork. And we're gonna have this conversation with your people about, well, now is worth this much, and now you got double the coins. Let's talk about that. And if you're really using Hex, it's been staked. As soon as you onboarded them, they should have been staked. They should have a ladder, and they should not be worrying about no liquid Hex whatsoever, because their stakes are starting at least from a year out and heading all the way out. And if they have any kind of liquid, it was because they were waiting for the fork and they were hoping to crack it and then sell it real quick and make that double. And markets don't work that way. So again, let's go back to the first question. Would you prefer Richard have 1.3 million? Because I would prefer him have 1.3 than 100, a measly 136,000, and he'll admit to that too.
I would love for him to have 1.36
Never works, man.
million or whatever. Okay, I would love for him to do that. I'm just saying, if you want to go on a dingbat show and talk stupid shit, that's fine. But how about, how many people come in here and have questions about how this works, how that works? And we're left to our own devices to come up with, well, the third party token's this and the incentive token is that. We don't have a name for the incentive token. There's, okay, how long before we can stake our PulseX? How long before this? How long before that? And everybody's more concerned about what kind of watch he has on instead of getting a question. We wouldn't have to answer these questions or have to find out what they are ourselves if he would just put some information out there. Like I said, I'm not a child. I don't need to have freaking your wealth displayed on me. What I want to do is find out, why is this a good investment? Why, yes, we're at an 80% dip. It's going to happen. I understand that. I understand markets. Been around long enough to understand that. I buy when it dips. I always do, always have. I have
You
faith
understand
in
a bit
these
about
projects.
marketing as well, Redneck?
Yes, I understand a bit
All
about
right.
marketing.
So you know the concept of AIDA, right?
Yes.
Right.
All I'm
So
saying
the
is
videos that you're
listen,
complaining about are A. They're just A. They're just A. They're not any of the following letters. It's all about attention. Are you okay with that, or do you have an issue with that? And keep in mind, he's experimenting with different videos, with different titles, with different demeanor, and I believe that he's sticking with what works.
You know how many damn videos I watched of Richard Hart before I became a Hexican? Not a freaking one. Okay? I'm able to smart enough to see how things go. And I chose to go on there. More people in this chat have a reason for me to be a Hexican than Richard Hart does. Okay. Now I listen to him. He's coming out with a pulse, and it would just be nice if you could get information that we have questions in here all day long about different things on Pulse and PulseX that we answer to the best of our ability. Wouldn't it be nice the creator to come out and explain some of this stuff? I don't need a timeline when this thing's going to launch, but it would be nice if he was shilling it in that sense, saying, hey, let me show you an example of how fast Pulse is, and do stupid shit like that. That's more effective, in my opinion, than putting his freaking Ferrari out there. Simple.
Why do you think all the questions are about his watches and shit like that? Can you explain?
Yeah.
Are they like you?
2 streams ago when he was in a black shirt, and all he did was answer questions that come over on YouTube. There was 2 meaningful questions in that whole stream. And I can tell you one of them
what
was
do you
that
think? What do you think? Why he's getting these weird,
minutes and
stupid questions?
56 seconds. Go look it up. That was the first meaningful question in the whole damn thing.
I know, but you're missing my point of the question, right? So why do you think that the majority of the questions are stupid? and answer honestly.
You don't. I am answering honestly. I don't give a shit that he's got a Louis Vuitton van.
No, you're not answering my
airplane.
question. You're just avoiding it. So I'll give you the
No,
answer
I'm not.
because the
Those
majority
are
of the people
stupid
don't know what the
freaking
fuck he's talking
questions.
about. The majority of the people aren't in that category that you put yourself in, man.
Toby,
You're an educated man. That's all good. That's fine. But there is a large majority that isn't on your page, okay?
Yeah, but Toby, you're missing the point here. Okay. First of all, Redneck makes some good points. Okay, about not only his points but the demographic in which I believe he represents. Second of all, you are a early Hexican, as I am, and I'm sure a lot of people here. And we all know at the beginning of Hex, Richard Hart specifically thought it was a good marketing ploy to market Hex as a scam. He had reasons for that. And the reasons seem legit, as quirky as they were. I thought it was ludicrous. In hindsight now, do you think the marketing plan as marketing Hex as a scam at the beginning was a good idea?
I don't honestly know. I mean, if it saved people from themselves, then yes. But I don't have any numbers on that because I don't know what they would have done instead. But it
My
could have
point
been a better adoption. Yeah, maybe.
is that in hindsight, I think it was a silly, stupid marketing ploy to market Hex as a scam. Okay. In hindsight. Now, that wasn't a good marketing strategy. And no one's to say that what he's doing now in the long run may prove to be not good marketing strategy either. And what Redneck is trying to highlight is that there is a new demographic that isn't into all this stuff, and we should listen to that instead of just trivialize it and dismiss it as him being a genius marketer. Now, I'm just saying he might be a genius marketer, but in the past, if we are true to ourselves, he has done things that have failed. And marketing Hex is a scam. We are still suffering that today. We're still suffering from people thinking it's a scam. So we have to be careful about just granting Richard Hart the 100% I'm a genius in marketing narrative.
Oh, I don't do that. I'm only saying that, and I actually fully agree with you, by the way. Like you kind of have a point, but the focus on Richard is what bothers me so much about this whole debacle. Like, why are you so focused on it? He was the original founder. Okay, he's got those bragging rights, but other than that, he's got nothing. That nothing stops anybody from taking over the marketing for Hex. Of course, you got a bit of the tragedy of the commons thing going on, but last I checked, there's plenty of whales. What stops them from doing it? Notoriety, popularity, I don't know. But if you know better, go ahead. It's just the focus shouldn't be on the founder that much.
Then
In
he
my
needs
opinion.
to walk away and not be the spotlight, dude. Like you can't have it
Well,
both
he needs
ways.
to
You
at least
can't be
get
the
Pulsechain out. Once that's out, maybe.
no,
But
no, no. To
until
your
then.
point,
Let's be
to your
real.
point.
Let's be real. You can't, although you are correct, and we should only evaluate things on the merits of the fundamentals. That is true, but you cannot ignore the founder,
Why?
especially when he is as polarizing and a persona. Richard Hart, I love the guy, believe me. Okay, and to be honest, I'm not even bothered by some of the stuff he does.
I do
But
not
it's
even
important.
love the guy. Like compared to
So
you, I
my
don't
point
even like
is
him that much. But I still think
exactly.
that the focus shouldn't be on him so much.
I know, but you cannot dismiss and trivialize the people who are. Redneck
Guys,
brings up a good point. There are people that he onboarded who are now underwater. And you can put up with so much, but when you're underwater, then all this stuff comes to the forefront. And then you know what? You start calling bullshit. So
Okay,
this
well,
is where
that's
we are right now.
irrational, of course. But yeah, I guess markets are irrational in that that's the shit you got to deal with. But I don't think that's a problem unique to Hex or Richard, in my opinion.
To say that Richard, like you're kind of making a point that what Richard does is not important because we should just evaluate it on its merits. But Redneck just brought up a very important point that you've not touched upon. How come Richard Hart doesn't do some tutorial videos once in a while, just to show people some graphics or have somebody on with him? He doesn't have to do it, but do it so that just to show off on how
totally
great it
down
was.
for that. I'm totally
I
down
think
for that. Sorry guys. I don't mean to take anything. I don't mean to take any value away from anybody, but I'm new to Hex. I just joined like 3 days ago. I got maybe $200 into Hex right now. When y'all talk about prices and stuff, it would be very informational if y'all were like, hey, we're talking about the future market of Pulse. Hey, on Hex, you know, doing this numbers and that. That'd be really great for the guys that are in here that have no clue of what y'all are talking about. I've been in this chat yesterday. It was so awesome and so many good guys in here. And y'all made up a good point on a tweet from Richard Hart or a tweet about as soon as he made that tweet, then the market went down and it not correlating. Some people don't agree that that is correlating to the stock of the price from a tweet. And to be honest, man, if you look at these meme coins, okay, just for an example, because we don't have any information yet correlating, but if you look at like Doge, when Elon Musk, you know, made a tweet, Doge went up, you know, and when he got on Saturday Night Live, that was like the rally. That was the all right. Let's get this thing to $1. You know, the the market is heavily influenced by the media. If you haven't noticed, you know, from these influencers, these creators, make one single tweet to rally up the price. You damn right that it correlates. You know,
I've noticed. I'm still gonna be here telling you not to do anything based on some moron's tweet.
oh
like Crypto
but
Goose said, it's about the merits and the fundamentals for me personally. But of course, I am not everybody, and I can't really tell you what to do. But I think it's retarded. Sorry, is it politically incorrect? It's stupid to act based on someone's tweet. Like it's the stupidest thing you can do, and you should know it.
Toby, let me ask you a question.
Hold on. 1 second. I promise. I do want to answer it, or try my best of my abilities too. But one of the guys was talking about the demographics of it, like something about the demographics of, you know, that it can't, like the price cannot be fluctuated by the tweet and all that. Well, our demographics is the kids, is teens, people in their 20s and 30s, and they are all over social media. You know, it's sad to say, but
Exactly,
our demographics.
but what about all the 50-year-olds who want to put their money in and get alienated by, big PP?
To get a 20 or 30-year-old teen in this, Richard Hart has to be this way. You know, he has to be this kind of show off guy for people to be.
That's what I'm trying to explain, man. You're barking up the wrong tree. I'm trying to explain.
Okay, all right, I'm listening. I'm not trying to, you know, set any bad juju your way. I've been really trying to get into a conversation 20 minutes ago, and I finally got access. But yeah, dude.
It's crypto. Hex eventually is going up. Okay, I have 100% faith. I have 100% faith in Richard Hart products. Believe you me, I would not be here if I didn't think the price was going to go up. There was a correlation, and we can care to disagree on that tweet. All I'm saying, and if he wants to do the outrage marketing, that's fine. But there are tons of people like yourself that come in here every day asking questions that you'd figure that the head would at least have a tutorial. I mean, the most I've ever seen Richard Hart do is a tweet of PulseX version V2 before then. And so, and that's what I'm saying. You can have an informational freaking stream that would do wonders more so than talking about your PP. That's all I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. I totally agree. He needs to be more transparent. There needs to be more answers or more questions answered. I fully agree that this thing needs to be more transparent. Like I couldn't agree more.
So
Hey,
what I
Hey, Redneck, Hey, Redneck, you said that you have no doubt in your mind that Hex is going to go up in price. How high do you believe that it's going to go before the fork, if you don't mind?
Well, that I don't know because people are dumping it as soon as it gets up anywhere. But I'm just talking a couple years down the road, it's going to be up at a new all-time high. I have no doubt in it.
Then why not? Then why not
Answered
get?
your question a couple months ago and said it was going to be 35 cents, but I've lost faith in that one.
I want to say a few things. First off, none of us are going to change how Richard decides to do things, right? He's always taken his own path with how he thinks marketing is best. That being said, he does care about this community. We don't each individually have to agree with how he does things. And there are arguments both directions. Okay, so the demographic that he's reaching, he's selling a dream. Who's the sort of person who looks at, a rapper with chains and cars and nice fancy stuff, expensive things, and says, "Ooh, I want to be like that guy." Okay, it's typically young people who don't have very much money, and they're being sold a dream. So there is value in that because you can get masses of people that way. And when you bring all these masses of people, although they don't individually maybe have a lot of money, they end up being a huge community that ends up marketing for you. Okay, so this could be very strategic in how he's doing that. Now, having said that,
When did Hex launch? I'm sorry. When did Hex launch again? Like a year ago or 2 years ago?
2.5 years ago.
December 2019.
Now, having said that, what we noticed lately is a community that's kind of eating itself, right? There's so much infighting. It's absurd, right? We have so many different opinions. We have people who don't like the way he markets, people who do like the way he markets. We have educated investors. We have people who don't even know what they're buying. They're just buying that dream. And it is causing a whole lot of infighting. Now, I do believe that things could be a little bit different. Not that we're going to change Richard, right? Because Richard is Richard. He's never going to change.
I
But
just
it's
think we're in the
important.
beginning stages of this. Like this thing is going to be huge in Hex and Pulse. We're in the beginning stages, and a lot of people
Right.
are getting money on their investment right now.
But listen, it's important as a founder of any company or cryptocurrency. There's two things you have to do. One, you have to make your existing community happy. You have that should be priority one. Once you have, if you own a company, whether that's Walmart or it's a car stereo place or whatever, you have an existing customer base that is going to keep coming back, and they're going to be marketing for you, and they're going to be telling people about your product, and they're going to continue buying. Right? You have to keep those people happy.
You're right. It's all about recurring buys because
And
if you only get that one
should be
transaction, if
right.
you only get that one transaction, then you don't have that customer for life. And if you make your customer happy, they'll keep on reoccurring and keep on, coming back to essentially your company, your store. But if you don't make them happy the first time, and they're not coming back to you, that's the problem.
Right.
That is a problem.
Now that being said, you also need to bring new people in, but you should never do that at the expense of your existing community that's built. What's challenging is if you're onboarding a new demographic of people and they're coming in and they're seeing all this nonsense and infighting, and maybe price performance isn't doing what it's supposed to, and that's causing which is natural. Like the dips are in the game, right? That's all cryptocurrency. But when people come into the community and they just see that it's all fucked up and everyone's just fighting and angry, and there's people that don't like the founder and people that do like the founder, how long do you think these new people are actually going to stick around? So I have always leaned towards it's most important to make your existing community happy and to listen to your existing community. If 50% of the people say, we don't think it should be done this way, well, that's a huge percentage of people. You should probably at least listen to your existing community. Otherwise, you risk losing them. Right? And what good is it to bring new people in if you're just going to lose your existing community?
Jesse,
Well, but to make that positive, we just need to be informed. If we're not informed, how are we supposed to help the project progress or get new onboards? The more we're informed, the better off we are and the project is.
One thing I can agree on is that I think we shouldn't need a community to inform people and onboard them. There needs to be better methods than relying on a voice chat, which is it's nice, and I don't even think there's that much infighting to begin with, compared to many other places. But that's not a very reliable place, because indeed, if people don't agree, there's going to be a lot of bickering, and it will take time away from helping people. And I do think we help people onboard quite a bit. And Rich's job is to do the attention part, and once they're interested, we take over the rest. But what if that could be instrumentalized from the beginning, like just build better onboarding paths, with educational videos. I think How to Pulse is doing that a little bit here and there. But from the founder himself, which if we are so focused on him, then he should take some extra steps to make that easier. But I do believe that he's only taking the attention in the marketing as his main priority at the moment.
But with the current atmosphere, how do you onboard somebody?
It's just bear market stuff, man. You can't pin this on a single
Nope.
guy, a tweet, or anything.
That's true. But then you have to divulge, or you have to advise your onboarders to ignore social media.
Chastown, I was about to say that that's something that, what I've been doing personally is most of my onboarders don't care and don't want to involve themselves with this Telegram or Twitter Spaces, but they'll follow Richard Hart. They'll follow, YouTube channels.
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
They'll get yeah, we can hear you, dude. So they'll get the information they need, but they don't want to get into community things because of this type of ordeals. And it's like all of us need to just ignore it. Let ego go. Let our ego go. Everybody has certain amount of ego. It does not matter. We are all here to learn. We don't know.
I don't know if anyone can hear me, but
compared to the
I'm a new
next man.
Hexton last month or two.
Compared to the next man, hey D, give me a second. Compared to the next man, we don't know
that you're all right. No one in here is wrong.
We don't know what is, we don't, compared to the next man, we're not smarter than the other person. And I just want to say that we are one, we are better together, but we can only do that if we work together peacefully. And I think we can do that. It's been done before. It's just little things that are people listening to, taking it to heart. It's emotions. People lose money. They're not losing it. It's just it's down. The whole market's down. It's time. So, like Richard said, don't try to time the market. It's time in the market. Keep DCAing in. This is just the beginning.
The people trying to onboard people.
Yo, if we remember,
time, they'll do it now. That's the easiest strategy for me.
Hey, what was the tweet anyway? The tweet was it's not launching in May, right? And then
That's
that's it.
it.
Like
Literally,
May is
that's it.
literally like what, 7? What was it? 7 or 8 days? Like who's to say that it doesn't launch June 1st? Who's to say it doesn't launch the first week in June? And he's and maybe through the back door, right? He's assisting everybody. He's letting everybody get in, letting all the fluffs, the traders that were gonna trade away Hex anyway. Let them go now, and then let you DC your ass in right before June 1st or something like that. Like, we don't know what we don't know. That's all I keep saying is like it's gonna be silly later when this stuff launches, and I'd rather have the delays go on and on and on.
I hope I'm not too
If
loud,
I know,
guys, that are listening in.
I'd rather
Hey,
have this.
it's Crypto. Give it a second.
I'd rather have this thing delayed as long as far as possible. If it means 5 to 10 years from now,
Yep.
we look back and we have a flawless pulse chain, and it's just running smooth as hell, and it's competing with every other chain, and it's on top of every other chain. And I'd rather see that in 5 to 10 years than for him to just say, yeah, let's just rush it out there. Let's launch it just to launch it, and then have breaks and pauses like we know, some other projects are having consistently. Let's just do it that way. Just make it right. You guys, we have to understand he's trying to change crypto, and he's going to change crypto. How do you backdoor censorship? How do you backdoor censorship, right? He says it, that cringe marketing is one way to backdoor the censoring. If he gets out there, they can't censor him. If he's outrageous enough, and his name is out there enough, like, look at this ridiculous billionaire, look what this ridiculous billionaire is doing. His name gets out there regardless of all the haters in the space, like the YouTubers that are the fools that don't mention Pulsechain, even though they know it's the best thing around, and they have bags and bags of it. We don't know what we don't
Crypto,
know.
can you mute your mic?
Brilliant point, Mr. Soldier.
Anybody listening?
I look at the facts. And the facts I see is that T-shares are under $2,000 a piece right now. So if you're staked, you're not tripping. And if you aren't staked, well, you can get in real fucking cheap right now and get that money printing machine working for you, and get yourself your 6 to 7 hex per day for under $2,000 right now. And you can continue to have that money be printed for you every single day. And then you get a copy of that money printing machine on the Pulsechain, and that money continues to be printed for you every single day. And you can do all of this for under $2,000 right now. And if you ain't doing that, you're fucking stupid. There's not much I can do to help you. And like I said, if you're staked already, you got nothing to trip about. You're staked. Don't matter. You can't sell your hex anyway.
So what you just said is
ain't
$2 grand. What you just said is $2 grand will get you 60 cents a day.
7 hex. So yeah.
So how do you pitch that to an onboard so it sounds better than what you just, so it sounds better than that?
Okay, well, first of all, I guess if you do a longer stake, you're going to get a little higher percentage, a little more payout. Also, if you look at the chart history, look at where Hex has been, look at what Hex has done in comparison to other crypto markets tanking, how well it's held up against the force of time, how it's immutable, how it has never had downtime, how those money printing machines have continued to work day and day. And then you look at the economic energy behind Pulsechain and what's coming with that, and the fact that you're going to be getting 8 copies.
Can you guys, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Hey, I think HEXradio needs to come out.
I'm new to this Telegram thing,
So it's actually difficult. It's actually really difficult to onboard somebody and tell them, if you invest $2,000, you're going to get 60 cents a day. when you work through the math, it's actually pretty difficult, right?
Not if you look at it. Not if you look at it in the form of hex. If you look at it in the form of hex, and you tell them you're getting 7 hex a day, where hex was once 50 cents a piece.
That's why I said you can easily wait and wait for a higher price and then pitch it to them then. But you know, then they're getting a shittier deal.
Why? Yeah, why would you do that?
The math is when you
It's still over 10.
It's about 10 or
It's
11%
sti-
per year, and 10 or 11% per year is not bad.
Guys, I cannot hear anyone trying to speak. Just trying to.
Hey,
Change
Uniswap,
back out and come back
change
in.
your output. Yeah, leave the room and
You
come
can
back
hear
in,
us.
or change your input from your input's probably on your phone. You got to change it to speaker or headphones or whatever the hell it is you're using.
Hey, Jesse, you still? Hey, Jesse, still on there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. What were you saying? What would you say for the onboarding? Right, you were saying, and I think for trying to sell that little part of it, like what Buddy was saying about stake it now. Bunch of big stakes ended, so you know you're getting cheaper T-shares. If you were to start a stake now, that'd be kind of my sales pitch. Go down that road.
My sales pitch is look at the $2,000 in your bank account and then look at what it will do in a stake. Straightforward. Compare the two.
Yeah, your dollar
Easy.
in a year is going to be worth 91 cents. That's fact. Your dollar in 1 year from now is going to be worth 91 cents. What will your hex?
Some people don't understand that, unfortunately. But what I would say is, if you look at the hex chart and you look at the last 2 years and a half, it's dipped. You know, it's 11 times, 60 to 80%. And if anything, if history repeats itself, this is the best opportunity to buy some hex now, rather than buying it when
without
some of us
a
did
doubt.
at a high.
Guys, stop
So if anything, it's a good time to buy. It would be a time to buy now, to onboard people now, showing history, and history repeats itself. It is always the best time to buy on a dip like this.
Guys, I have a message. You have a message. Can I speak?
Yes, sir.
You
Go
have
ahead.
the
Go ahead.
floor.
Right.
Okay. My message is, guys, I'm in London. I'm in London now, right now. So I'm in London. See the bus there? This is London.
Great message.
Nice message.
Is that all you got, bro? Hey, did y'all hear my statement about Coinbase? No. Okay, I don't know if y'all heard this, so I'll repeat it. I got an interesting email about Coinbase, either Coinbase or Coinbase Wallet, being able to buy Pulse, the Pulse market, prediction market, that sort of crypto, whatever. I got an email this morning saying that I can, basically purchase some of that prediction market Pulse via my wallet or Coinbase. And I just find that really interesting because, the actual Pulsechain hasn't launched yet. And they said one exchange has accepted to put Pulse on their exchange network. And hold on. And then with Coinbase in their first quarter, they lost $480 million in revenue. I think this is a strategic is a hella strategy from Coinbase and Coinbase Wallet, to gain their revenue back. I think they see this as a way to make the revenue, with first time users and people that are trying to get on the bandwagon and they're too late, essentially it's going up and all these investors trying to get 2x their money back right away. Like, yeah, when this thing launches, I expect it to go really high, maybe to, 10 cents or 50 cents. You got to think these investors that sacrificed, $10,000, $50,000, $100,000. Well, to them, they just became millionaires. And yeah, they're gonna, if they want their money back, if they can't afford to lose it, yeah, they're gonna jump on the market and it's gonna tank way down, and we're gonna be way behind the decimal point, right? But if you give this thing a couple years, 3 years, 5 years, this thing is, it's going to be massive, just like Bitcoin was, just like Ethereum was. And if you look at back in the history when Ethereum launched and when Solana launched and all these cryptos with blockchains associated with them launched, yeah, a lot of investors dipped on the market, first week, first month, first 6 months, right? And brought the current value down. But as time went by and as implications started to rise, and I don't know if you noticed, but like Ethereum, the only reason why it exploded from 150 to 730 to 4,000 was because of this new innovation called NFTs. And once the Pulse chain starts implementing IOs and dApps and DeFi and NFTs, then this thing is going to be huge. And I just see unlimited potential.
Hi, Crypto. Let me just say one thing. Let me just say one thing, please. One thing. I'll say one thing. I'll be fast. Sorry for putting the video in London. I just wanted to say where I am, so to contextualize. And what I want to say is this. My message is for Richard. I appreciate Richard's art. I really appreciate everything, what he does. When he talks, how he talks, he's entitled to do so. I don't blame him for nothing, not even the tweets. He has the ownership of his own life. Unfortunately, the project is too tight to Richard Art. Shouldn't be, but that's what it is. My message to Richard Art is this: man, Richard, look, stop showing your watches and predicting this and that and saying that Bitcoin goes to 10 cents, and please fucking launch the mainnet. Fucking launch the mainnet and shut the fuck up. Go. This is my message. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, but if I can go back to
I
HEXcrypto,
can't disagree with
are
you.
you sure
Yes,
that
sir.
email you received was not a scam?
No, bro, I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at Coinbase's website right now. I'm looking at it because homie came in here yesterday talking about it, and we kind of blew him up. Said he was gonna get wrecked, and I'm looking at it. They have it on Coinbase right now. Pulse predictions market. It's an ERC20, and it's listed as Pulse.
That's
4
what I'm
cents
saying.
right now.
That's what I'm
This is some
saying,
fucking
man.
bullshit.
Coinbase is trying to get their revenue back. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, $500 million lost.
This is
They become
shenanigans right
desperate.
here. Wow. Fucking throwing a line in the water.
So
Illuminati.
Yeah,
Send
but
me
I
that.
thought Pulse wasn't an ERC20 token.
It's not, but they're selling it as a prediction. They're selling it as a Pulse predictions market and listing it as Pulse. Hold on, I'll post the link.
Yeah, but there's another coin called Pulse. Are you sure it's our Pulse chain?
It's a scam token.
Yeah, he's not sure. And plus, it's a derivative. Don't even touch it.
I wouldn't touch it with a fucking 1,000-foot pole, but it's right here on Coinbase.com, and who knows?
Yeah,
it might be talking about a coin.
Yeah, but there's no connection to Richard Hart, is there?
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know why else they would call it Pulse predictions market. What else is it referring to?
Right now, Pulse prediction market is in beta phase with the Coinbase, with the coin market cap. It's in beta phase. This is a new thing. So
yeah,
this
but
is
let's
all
not get
beta.
excited. Let's not get excited
I'm
until
not.
we know
Yeah.
it's connected to Richard.
No, I'm not getting excited. I'm calling bullshit on it. I'm calling total bullshit, dude. Whatever they're trying to do is malarkey, you know?
Yeah,
They're selling more of a dream than we're selling.
Richard,
I get it, dude.
shut the fuck up.
Once Pulse becomes live, I
Top
really
Cat,
think the
stop
Pulse
that.
prediction market is gonna, fade away. Like right now,
That's
it was before.
it's a good scam move because they took the ticker PLS.
No,
Cool.
it's a 4-letter ticker, not a
Do you
3-letter
think they
ticker.
minted too much hex? Do you think they minted too much hex in the beginning of that project of hex, and we're seeing it diluted?
I think we're seeing what's supposed to be happening. I think people put in some long stakes. I think those stakes are ending, and people are selling them and making, taking out the millions of dollars of profit they earn and deserve. And I think that's all we're looking at.
Nothing changed. Code ain't changed.
You guys ever watch Crash Trading on YouTube? I think the dude's name is Elliot. He actually talked about HEX. And, you know, I've heard other folks say, if you have, you know, this unlimited yield, it's not unlimited. I mean, it's capped off, but you see all this great yield, but you don't see price appreciation, or what the dude from Crash Trading was saying was adoption. It's like you've yielded a lot of stuff, but if it's not going to get adopted and the adoption curve is flat, it's going to be tough to be able to sell out of those positions once your stakes mature. So we'll see, man.
I got a question for you guys. So I've had some liquid HEX that I was planning to use as dry powder to get into Pulse on launch. You know, I didn't want to sell the HEX, you know, because of the PHEX copies. I sacrificed to PulseX. And I do have some staked HEX, but then again, I have some liquid HEX. And trying to get my hands on launch into Pulse. My question is, with mainnet launch delayed, you know, I'm considering staking the dry powder, you know, the liquid HEX that I have. But I don't, you know, I only have so much. I don't have extra resources to add to my dry powder to get into Pulse. So, you know, is it worth it in your estimation to do even just a short-term stake, since we know it's not going to be this month because of the tweets from yesterday from Richard Hart, but you know, should I do, anybody recommend doing like a month stake and just, you know, kind of hoping that I can, you know, then end it and get early, you know? I don't have any extra resources, so I don't want to get locked into a situation where I miss launch and miss getting in, you know, early on Pulse with the dry powder I have.
Yeah,
I
so
would not
so
suggest
so
doing a
so
stake
I
for a
can
month.
comment real quick. That is the number one dilemma of most Hexicans right now. Most Hexicans bought into the strategy of holding liquid HEX until the fork, so then they could get rid of the HEX that they have on the ETH. Now they got the double, and then they could do whatever they want with the HEX on the ETH side. And they never thought of the consequences if the HEX went down. I always preach, you get your HEX and you stake the shit out of it until Pulse is launched. What are you worried about? You worried about it launching and all of a sudden just the ETH the ETH side HEX is just gonna go to 1 to 0? Like, I never thought that was gonna happen anyway, right? So I'm like, why you not just staking the heck out of your HEX from the get until Richard says 24 hours, you know, you know, like for you to hold the liquid and then anticipate, and you thought it was coming, and now he gave you this news. Now everybody's upset. Now half the traders are gone. They're like, oh, well, we got to get rid of the HEX. The HEX is not launching. You know, half of them were traders and half of them were Hexicans that were using this exact strategy, and now they're in the same boat that you're in. So
good.
To answer that question is up to you, is up to the math, right? It's if it's worth to you. You got to check the gas fees and you know, as far as short-term stakes are concerned. So now, you know, you're at the position where it has to be worth you staking for you know, but you don't know. What about if it doesn't launch until 2 months from now?
Yeah. Just hold it. Okay, just hold it. Do what you were doing. Don't worry about it. Keep it liquid, and just wait another.
Yeah, I'm in the same situation, man. I got 50% stake and I got about 50% liquid, and you know, that's all. I don't have any money on the side. I'm about to pay rent and I'm about to have not shit. So I don't have anything else to bring in when Pulse launches, and so very similar predicament. Waiting for launch, hoping to get a hold of some Pulse and you know, get in early. and do most of my DCAing with my HEX or my copy of my HEX.
Let me ask
Have a
you a
little bit of
question
dry
about.
powder here and there, but
Let me ask you
nothing
a
compared to
question
what my
about
bags
that hex.
are, you know. So I'm in a similar situation. I'm just holding liquid and just
Why
being patient.
why did either one of you feel that it was a good idea to buy hex for the purpose of selling it, for the purpose of holding it through the fork and then dumping it? Hex is designed to do one thing, right? You buy it and you stake it and you earn a yield. And I've heard thousands of people say that they're buying hex not to do that, but instead they're buying hex so that they can all collectively dump it as a big group and have a horrible slippage rate. You
Yeah,
know,
so
on
let me just answer that. So first off, I have some stake, right? So like I'm bullish long term still on Hex as a viable project. So I'm not. It's not just to dump, but I have some stake and I have some liquid. I'm not interested in selling into any other coins. The only coin that I would consider selling the liquid Hex, you know, or as I get more like next month, you know, the only good thing with the project being delayed is it gives me time to get a little bit more dry powder. Now, what I'm going to do moving forward is buy USDC and then use that as my dry powder. And I already do have a little bit of USDC as well set aside as dry powder. I'm talking
that's
about not.
even that's
Hold
risky.
on, hold on,
That's risky
hold
too.
on.
That
Yeah, I know that's risky, but my point is I'm not interested in buying other projects, right? Other
mhm.
than Richard Hart projects, right? Or a stable coin that I can then use as dry powder. And so, you know, the question is not so much like, hey, you know, I'm wanting to get my hands on a ton of hex so I can just dump it. That's like I have hex. I'm questioning, should I stake or should I not stake? Because that's what I have. I have what I have, right? I'm not just out there buying a ton of hex to dump it. That's not my point. My point is I already have hex. Now, do I stake it short term, you know, or and add to the stake that I already have, right? Or do I just hold and just wait and just be patient for launch? You know, that's really the question that I have. It's not that I don't believe in Hex. It's not that I'm wanting to dump Hex. I'm just trying to get my hands on Pulse because I mean, let's be real. Hex is still going to do great. Hex is going to, but
Hey,
Pulse is going to do 100 times better than Hex long term.
it,
That's just a
it,
fact.
it will. It will. And what I understand from staking and adding to the liquidity pool and seeing what is paired with Pulse, you know, seeing USDC, seeing, you know, ETH, seeing those things is essentially staking and adding liquidity to the pool is going to allow for traders to pair with those cryptos and trade basically like a tether point, and your funds and money being in this liquidity pool and this, you know, and you staking it, you're reaping the benefits of giving somebody, like, say for me, if I wanted to start trading Pulse against, or start trading USDC, or start trading something against Pulse, well, you know, the person who has liquidity in that pool is getting, you know, fees, you know, getting, how do I say this, like, pretty much the return, like from the fees that I have to pay, they're gonna get a cut. Is what I'm understanding from it. I could be wrong, but yeah, you essentially adding to liquidity, you're essentially that, you know, yield farming it. Like, you're essentially making your money, making passive income that way.
So hey Jay, um, so you say that you don't want to invest in other, you know, I understand that, aside from Richard Hart projects, but there are going to be projects being built on Pulse that that's already out, that you can then get a copy of, that will already have a set liquidity from their community as well, where you can then have a better chance to then get your bag of Pulse.
and it will not affect the hex or the p hex that that you would be dumping. So that's something to look at too.
Yeah, and then also too, somebody asked, what are these PCR or PRC20 tokens and how they correlate with ERC20 tokens? From what I understand so far, I'm not Mr. Know-it-all in crypto, but from what I understand is that every ERC token out there will be copied over to PRC20, and essentially, at the time of
Yeah, they
value
will.
type.
All of it will be copied, but make sure there's those specific ones that will be building specifically on Pulsechain as the home. So, those are the ones that you might get better deal or better advantage to get you a bag
Oh
of
yeah,
Pulse.
oh yeah, like
Yeah,
with
I get
staking
that.
and
And
adding
somebody
liquidity.
mentioned earlier. So somebody mentioned earlier that there is risk in holding USDC, and I get that from the perspective that we don't know when the copies on the ERC get dropped into the PRC side. We don't know if the smart contracts, the validator is going to
No, it's
invalidate the
simpler.
addresses, right? So,
No. Hold
so
on.
what other
You're wrong on
what
that.
other risk is there?
It's much simpler than that. It's
Okay,
much simpler.
please explain.
Can I
So
also say something after Jesse?
all PRC20s are getting copied over, minus a handful of like hex copycats. Okay, and then the fixer bot's going through Uniswap and it's purchasing the PRC20s, buying the ratios up, and redeploying liquidity into PulseX. That's simply to fix for the supply difference because there's so much more supply of Pulse than there is of ETH. Now, the fixer bot is not discriminatory. It doesn't favor Hex over anything else. It's simply there to make sure that the liquidity pools are ratioed correctly over in PulseX. So then you have to ask yourself, well, if I wanted to obtain Pulse fast, and I wanted to do that with a copy, so if I hold a ERC20 on ETH and it copies over, what can I hold that other people are probably not holding that I can swap for Pulse without eating a lot of slippage because thousands of other people are going to be dumping the same thing? I will tell you.
That is the $1 million question right there. That is the $1 million
Right.
question.
Now,
Thank you for asking.
Hey, can I
USDC,
follow up with Jesse?
you will see hundreds of millions of USDC token quantity because the value is not a dollar per se, but you will see hundreds of millions of USDC dumped within the first 10 seconds. The rate that you will be able to get as an individual that probably doesn't have hundreds of millions will be horrible. It will be ridiculous. USDC will get sent all the way down to zero. I'm telling you that because I know this. You can ask me offline how I know this. This is just the way it's going to go because USDC is not redeemable anywhere. You can't send it to Coinbase. You can't send it back through the bridge and hope to get a USDC that already resides on ETH for it. Circle's not going to allow these to be redeemed for $1 worth of fiat, right? It's literally a photocopy. You can't have a founder just photocopy. You can have a founder photocopy PRC20s or ERC20s to include USDC, but that doesn't mean these billion-dollar corporations are going to say, "Oh, we're just going to give away billions of dollars of free money and cut our business model in half." That's not how it's going to work. So
It's very hard to
entities,
distinguish what to tether your money to. I'm actually
right?
looking into does silver have a reserve? Does gold have a reserve? Does these coins, the USDC coins and the silver and the gold, do these have a
Mm-hmm.
reserve where they're not going to lose their dollar peg? Because when I want to make the switch and kind of lock some gains, I want to go to a stable coin that isn't going to lose its value in 5 hours. I want to go to these stable coins that are good, and I looked at USDT, the tether to the US dollar, and there's a lot of discrepancies on the reserve and where they're at and all this, but they have the highest APR, they have the highest.
You'll be
Pretty
able
much,
to go into wrapped
liquidity.
USDC, no problem, right?
Yeah, wrapped will be great. Wrapped will be fine. Listen,
Bro, but
within
Jesse, can I follow up with you on some things?
yeah.
Okay, a bunch of assumptions and speculations. One, holding HEX liquid is one of the worst decisions you can make. Two, an even worse decision you can make is holding HEX liquid in a bear market. Three, the economic value of all these copied coins on the Pulsechain side, it's probably going to be like 1 to 3% of Ethereum. So everyone's making all these holding ERC20 decisions to get a 1 to 3% economic gain. I see no reason why these decisions are being made.
There
Why
will
not just
be
preserve your value in USDC?
right.
You're probably going to beat the invalidation of Circle. You'll still be able to swap if you really want that 1% decision. At least you're preserving your economic energy on the Ethereum side and not getting taken out.
I think it'll be a little bit better than 1%. I don't think all that exit liquidity is going to be there though. But
let me ask this. Let me jump in and ask this. So you're saying USDC will go to 0. Are you talking about on the Pulse side, on the PRC side, or are you talking on the ETH side? Because
PRC.
what I'm talking,
of course, PRC side.
See, so I'm not worried about pre-bridge. Let me just modify my original question then. I'm not worried about pre-bridge. I'm saying post-bridge because I don't know enough about liquidity pools, all of that stuff to be able to. I don't want to get wrecked in swapping. So my plan, because I don't know enough, is to bridge in once the bridge is live. Bridge in the USDC and liquid hex that I have from the Ethereum side into Pulse and bridge it in and buy Pulse that way. Right now, I know
smart.
The price may move because of the liquidity pair swapping. I get that, but I don't know enough, and I don't want to get wrecked. So what I'm saying is, I have some HEX that's staked. I have some that's liquid right now, and then I have some USDC, and I'm just trying to figure out the best strategy.
This is what I don't. Liquid HEX.
Get in.
Why do you have liquid HEX though? Why is that not staked? Why do you want to get diluted every single day, 3.69, and also miss out on all the penalties?
He wants Pulsechain.
You don't have new fiat that you can't bridge over in the form of USDC or Ethereum after the bridge?
I have some USDC. It's very little. So what
what if this doesn't come out for another 6 months?
HEX.
You're just going to sit on liquid HEX? Like people have been doing for the past 6 months? Why?
Question, and that's why I'm asking the question because, again, if this thing does stall out and, for another several months, then yeah, absolutely. It makes sense to stake the HEX, right? But again, I'm going to keep some HEX. I believe that HEX will still do well long term, but let's just be.
You're still getting your copy, so why would you not have staked HEX? You're still getting the copy.
I agree with
the do much better.
I agree with the staked HEX. Stake your HEX. Because listen, even if your HEX that you're holding liquid goes up in price, you could actually run some math and say, well, is it going up and ETH is also going up? So when you look at the copy and the ratios over there, like perhaps even if HEX doubled in price, perhaps the rate you're getting isn't any different than if you had just been holding USDC.
The only reason why you should not stake your HEX is if you've done a calculation and you have such a small bag and you're going to stake for such a small time frame, you're not going to obtain enough T-shares to pay off the Ethereum fees on the end stake. If you don't fall in that situation, you're wrecking yourself by not being staked.
I think anybody who buys HEX should be staking it. That's what it's designed for.
Well, not if they have a small bag and it's a small
unless
time frame,
the bag is too
fees
small.
will be
That doesn't.
greater. Right.
You're right. Exactly.
It's not a
But
bad
don't ever
idea.
buy Hex for the purpose of dumping it later on either
It's
chain.
never.
That just doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help your own bags. There's probably other people who are following along with that false narrative of they can't wait to dump their Hex on the Pulse chain or ETH chain, whichever. If you buy Hex, stake it. That's what it's designed for. Have a long-term outlook on it that you're just going to stake it for however long, build yourself a ladder or whatever, and forget about it.
In mind that.
And on the other hand,
Hex is liquid and not staked, huh?
No,
Yeah,
see,
no,
and
just
and
with you, buddy. If you stake it, I'd say leave a little bit, maybe dry powder, just so you can, whatever. If you gotta pay some bills or something, that you can pull out. If give yourself some wiggle room, and then stake whatever percent majority of it, and just right through.
Yes, but I think the
exactly. That's
overall,
exactly what I was gonna say, Captain Man. Is yeah, if you're thinking, if you're needing Pulse, if your strategy is I need Pulse, you grab the hex that you have, and then whatever you're not gonna use, whatever you're not gonna stake, you switch it over to USD and just leave it there, and that way you take the risk away, of the price appreciation or depreciation or whatever, and you still have, now you have the hex is always is collecting its 6 hex per day, and whether the price goes up and down, you don't care because it's staked long term, and you already have the money, the liquid that's going to be liquid. You're going to have to keep it on USD until the bridge opens up. And to wrap all this up, right, back to Richard, right, the fact that just let Richard do his thing, right? At the end of the day, let Richard do his thing. If you're introducing somebody to Hex, Richard doesn't have to be the centerpiece. Like, he is the centerpiece in crypto world, right? Because that's what he's trying to do. But let him do his thing. But we have so many great minds in this Hex community. You have Crypto Coffee that you can reference on YouTube. He's taught me so much, and he's such a bright mind. He's so young and talented. And you have you have Walrus in this group. You have Mello that's with How to Post Team. You have
We got a lot
the
of people.
you have so many people in this community. Like, you have Hex Orca to sell ice to an Eskimo.
I'm holding my Hex liquid because I want to enter the liquidity pool on the Pulse chain for Hex PHEX. That's why I'm holding my Hex liquid. I'm fully staked.
Right, then you're gonna risk, right? Then you're gonna risk the chance of Hex going down. And that's the problem. That's what most people did. Most people bought in at 15, at 20, 25, because they thought Pulse was right around the corner. And they risked, and they were hoping to get the double of Hex and then drop it. And they risked Hex going down. It's a bear market. Everything's going down. Actually, today everything went up, and Hex went down a little bit further because of the tweet. Because liquidity is high. Our volatility is high right now. This Hex is brand new. So anything that.
So I just want to make a comment. I've been hearing people talk about this whole scenario. I have a whole bunch of Hex liquid myself. I've been buying from going up and down because I want the duplicate. Yes, it's you're risking it for to go down. Who cares? That's why we're buying the dip. That's why as long as you're buying going downwards, Hex liquid is a good play for the duplicate. And God forbid anything happened, you're gonna want to, if you had to take out money out of crypto, you'd rather take it out of your Hex liquid versus unstaking. In a life scenario. But ultimately, that's what happens in a bear market. All cryptos go down, in a bear market, red candles.
You don't stick yourself in that position to start with. You only invest in speculative investments with money that you can lose, not money that you might need to pay your mortgage. You might need to pay your bills. You don't get yourself in that situation to start. You use money that you can afford to lose.
Only money that you can afford to lose. I agree.
So you don't get diluted every single day. You don't miss out on the penalties. You stake that on money that you don't need.
Okay.
Don't stick yourself in a situation of where you're going to lose and have to emergency end stake some, right?
Exactly.
And, you know, people keep on trying to make these comments about, oh, you know, people are going to dump and dump. Like, who cares? The price goes down for a reason. Is because people are taking profits or selling for a loss for the most part. But, you know, at the end of the day, I just want to bring this up,
Can I
you know, because people like
ask
talking. I'm
something,
just
guys?
taking my,
Look,
I just want to bring
let me
up
say something real quick. Let me,
is
I think we're gonna
it's
do
it's
tunnel
okay.
vision on.
You know, you want to be
I
the
think we're
person
gonna,
that causes the red candle. You know,
I think
if
we're
you
gonna
sold
do
the,
tunnel
you know,
vision
for
on.
profits.
We gotta think long term, guys, because once Pulsechain is up and running in full blast, you know, there's other implications that are gonna use this Ethereum 2.0, the dApps, the NFTs. Like, to be able to get an NFT on the Ethereum network, you have to have a wallet and you have to have Ethereum, and that's how you're able to purchase it. You can't purchase it with your card. So when Pulsechain comes live and years down the road, when NFTs become a thing on the Pulsechain, to buy that NFT off the Pulsechain, it might be HEX, it might be PLS, it might be PLSX, who knows? But it's going to be a tokenomics infrastructure of to get this NFT, you're going to need HEX. To get this NFT, you're going to need a certain coin that
You don't know what
Pulsechain.
you're talking about.
Guys, I'm a bit
Hey,
upset with this.
Jesse.
But who isn't, right? I'm a bit upset with all this situation. But in fact, who isn't upset, right? It's enough, guys. It's enough.
All the people
Of
that
all
are
this
staked are
circus,
not
man.
upset. We don't care.
All this circus is enough, man. Just why are we waiting for 11,000 Bitcoin, which maybe will never happen, actually. More likely, we will see a lower price, maybe for X, hope that not. And all these
Where's
circles
Pepe? I need
waiting these
Pepe
things.
to.
Man, I'm talking. Just wait a little. Okay, hold on. Why not just stopping with all these circles showing the Lamborghinis and showing the watches and saying that this is going to happen and that's going to happen? And why not just shutting up and launching mainnet? Why not?
Well, we have
It's
zero
enough.
control of that. Hey, Jesse. Jesse, were you around HEX?
Yeah, but you're
when 0 through
assuming. He's
30?
assuming. He's just that's an assumption that he's holding HEX, that he's holding the project, you know, from coming out because he wants to wait for the bottom to hit. That's not right. You know what I'm saying? I think he spoke to the developers and the developers told him we ain't ready yet. We got a couple of more things that need to be worked out if we want this to launch and launch successfully and not have any hiccups in the beginning, which is the most important time frame. Then we need to get this right. We need to hold off on the launch, and that's what happened. That's what happened. Hey Pepe, where's my Pepe? Pepe can sell wood to a woodchuck. Where's Pepe at?
Jesse had a question. Someone had a question for Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse, were you around HEX days 0 through 30?
I was not.
Was anyone else on here? Black Squirrel, were you?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not talk about the drop. The 30-day HEX open.
I'm
go ahead.
curious of the sentiment prior to HEX. If everyone thought HEX was going to go up and no one expected the 30-day 90% drop. If the sentiment was the same. Because a lot of people,
it's not this, man. It's not this, man. It's the promises that Bitcoin goes to 11,000.
95%
It's the
of people
promises.
think that the Pulse chain is going to go up without a drop, and no one's prepared for that. It seems like everyone
It's not this.
does not have reserve
It's the
capital
promises.
ready to go.
It's the promises that Bitcoin goes to 11,000. It's the promises that Bitcoin goes
We
to
had the same
11,000.
problem with HEX
And then
launch.
X goes down.
We had to wait for the HEX launch 18 months. We got the same thing, 4 weeks.
Yeah,
it's horrible. It's hard. It's nasty.
What was
but
the sentiment before
you
HEX?
only have to look at the.
He's talking about
I'm good with
expecting
that.
or
I'm good with that. I'm good with that as long as he stops talking that Bitcoin goes to 11,000.
You need to realize why he's doing that. Do you understand why he does all this extreme stuff that he's doing? It's attention. That's all it is. He wants attention. He did the same with HEX. He called it a scam.
Yeah, but
and
Bitcoin
got
is at
attention by
30,000.
calling.
But Bitcoin
Holy
is
cow,
at
this
30,000.
conversation is all over the
Selling
place.
Bitcoin. I mean, on his advice, and it's not going down.
Hey, let me interject with the discrepancy stuff. Like, yeah, a lot of people that invested into Pulse and into Hex and
X is going down, not Bitcoin. X is going
okay,
down, not
but look,
Bitcoin. He better shut
look,
the fuck
a
up
lot of
and launch
initial
the
investment.
mainnet. That's what he should do.
You're right. You're Okay. right, dude.
Man,
You gotta take care of that guy
All
there.
right,
Like,
Top Cat.
yeah,
Listen,
what's going on there?
you gotta understand, people out there, douchebags out there, is gonna want to get their initial investment back. They're gonna want to get 2 times their money right off the rip. You gotta understand that. That's just, that's just the game that we play. That it happens, and you can see that. But to your comment of him showing off his Ferraris and Lamborghinis and all that stuff, you got to understand your demographics. Not a whole lot of 50-year-olds are into Hex and into this Pulse
And
game.
crapping on Bitcoin. And crapping on Bitcoin as well.
But what we need is our demographics to grow. And sadly but truly, a lot of teams, a lot of people in their 20s, a lot of people in their 30s are going to be attracted to this guy that has this
Let me,
type of money.
yes. Crypto, let me just say
Wrong.
one thing. In
That is
all
wrong.
elections,
It depends which country you come from. In Denmark, we think this is
hold on, Viking,
ridiculous
let me
with the
finish. Hold
watches and
on.
all this shit.
Yes, it is. Let me just finish one thing. In all elections I've seen, the local elections and even in other countries' elections, the candidate that provokes and insults the other candidates always loses. Always loses. It's the ones who respect everybody and don't badmouth nobody, the ones who win.
Okay, but you
So
can't.
Richard
You
is
can't
badmouthing
dude.
Bitcoin. Richard is badmouthing Bitcoin.
Okay,
This is, for centuries, this is known that is not a good way to win elections.
Okay,
And
I
he's
fully
only
agree.
destroying
You like
this project.
Bitcoin, right? You like Bitcoin. Okay, we got you.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. But just like in any market, like take hip hop for instance, to revive a artist that kind of died off 5 years ago, 10 years ago, they have to diss the new and upcoming thing. And he's just trying to stir the pot. He's just trying to make, the gains be there in a few years. He's trying to, innovate. And let me mute my mic. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, Viking, I'm pretty sure that Richard Artis said that he would like to see everything up, right? Pretty sure that he said that. He'd like to see everything up. He wants everybody to make loot, right? So I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, he says Bitcoin's going to go down, but he also says he wants everything up.
Oracle. Like the price.
The main
goes
problem with
You gotta
the
understand
main
that
problem with
Bitcoin
Bitcoin
a
is
year
that
ago
it
was
hasn't evolved.
$3,800.
The main
Bitcoin last
problem with
year or 2 years
Bitcoin is
ago
that
was
it doesn't
$3,800.
evolve.
Hey, stop talking about Bitcoin. Okay, enough talking about Bitcoin. We know Bitcoin
You're
goes
the
to
one who
11.
brought it up.
We know
Somebody
Bitcoin
mute
is
this
shit.
guy.
We know Bitcoin is crap. Just
Somebody
stop
mute
talking
this
about
guy,
it.
dude.
Enough.
All right, ladies.
so much anger into this.
Let's not talk over each other.
It sounds like there's a lot of emotional people in Liquid Hex. Why don't you protect yourself and just stake it out?
Top Cat, you need to stop because you was in here literally last week talking. You were praising him.
Here's the
and
problem. This guy comes in
I
here
wouldn't.
talking about everybody else to stop fighting. So yeah.
So listen, Top Cat, please can you drop that subject right now? It sounds like you're emotional. That Hex
So,
is down.
this
please
is
just get
Filipino Super
off
Bowl.
of that subject.
Can I go ahead and ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'm just telling you what I'm doing. I just want you guys' opinion. 100% of my Pulsechain bag, 100% of it, I'm gonna delegate and earn rewards and incentives. And because I don't have to give away my keys and all this other good stuff. PulseX, I'm 100% going to single side stake. My coins. Because at the end of the day, I have nothing to lose. Because I'm going to be holding them for long term, anyways. But anybody feel the same? Are they going to do something different? What's your perspective?
With my PulseX, I'm definitely going to do the same exact thing. I'm holding that for the long term, single side state. I don't have Pulse yet. And so that's kind of, I kicked off my portion of the conversation, I don't know, half hour ago with just trying to figure out the best strategy to get my hands on Pulse. But yeah, my PHEX, I'm gonna be staking that long term. PulseX, same thing. And I'm just trying to get my hands on Pulse, man, because I missed out on the launch. I knew of the project, didn't have any money. You know, I'm the furthest thing from a well that you could imagine. But I'm just trying to get my hands on Pulse, you know. But with PHEX and with PulseX, I'm definitely staking that for the long haul.
Nice,
Yeah, just
nice
so
comment, J
everybody's
Post.
clear in the chat, we can't.
I will be putting up.
There's no way to obtain Pulse right now. There's no way to obtain Pulse right now. PulseX is a future coin that might be on the Pulse chain, from my understanding. PLS might
Okay,
be the
so
coin of
let
Pulse.
me just tighten some stuff up. Bottom
Okay.
line is there's testnet. Okay, so now we are messing with you know, PLS, INC, and PRT. You know, bottom line is, yes, we can say it's not here yet. We know that, right? But in actuality, for you know, for the other gentleman who doesn't know, I just wanted to make a comment. You're not late. Bottom line is the price discovery price. Whenever Pulse Chain and Pulse X comes out, you're still not late. You know, get your dry powder ready, put it in position, but you're not late. You know, still getting in at those rates. Don't cry over spoiled milk. You know, yes, you missed the sacrifice, this and that. It is what it is. But the next best freaking time is just as good as those last sacrifices, is buying and accumulating Pulse Chain and Pulse X within the first 2 weeks to a month. I mean, it's still legendary pricing, because we don't care what the price is until 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the line. And whenever they mention 10,000x, 1,000x, 5,000x in the future, they're going to reference the lowest part of the chart, which hasn't even happened yet. And the other debate is, will the price go lower than price discovery? Meaning that we don't know, but at the end of the day, buying right when it happens and then having dry powder ready if it does, but accumulating is number one. And number two is, yes, when we talk about nobody wants to sell their Pulse Chain and Pulse X. The reason why, what's the formula, is because, yes, you're going to be able to make passive income by, you know, getting rewards by putting it in a liquidity pool without giving your keys away. So now when you receive these rewards from Pulse X and Pulse Chain, you can use that to put in a pair to make money off of that, like on testnet. You know, I'm doing that right now on testnet, and I can see what type of earnings that I'm making. Know that you can't guarantee, you know, the percentages or whatever, but I want to say that on testnet, I'm farming PRT and PLS. I'm farming INC and PLS. I'm farming those because, you know, you can, and I earned X amount. Yes, and I'm learning. So, you know, when it comes to that, that's what everybody needs to know that's new here. Get on testnet just so you can know how it actually works, what you can do with your, you know, incentive token. But, you know, I like talking about the money, you know, and that's Pulse Chain, Pulse X, and all of its, you know, tokenomics on what you can do. But go ahead.
What I'm talking about.
I got a question real quick.
Okay, hold on. Where are you staking this at? 1 second, sorry. Where are you staking this at? And like, what liquidity pools are you in?
I'm
Because
not.
miners don't get these questions.
So have you been on testnet? Yes or no?
With the wallet, yeah, but not the actual,
So
what you're talking
so
about.
basically when you go on testnet, people that sacrifice for Pulse Chain and Pulse X, basically on testnet, you get to enter that information in, and then now you get to have your Pulse, your equivalent of quote unquote what you're going to be projectively getting. So that's why you have test PLS on there, because it's using the projected Pulse that you use from sacrifice by entering that stuff in, and Pulse X per se.
You sacrificed in the beginning, and that's why you're seeing this. Am I correct?
No. You don't need that. You don't need that. Also, you can get free test PLS and Pulse X on the
through
testnet.
the Rinkeby faucet, correct?
Yeah, let me share something for those who did not sacrifice. So on testnet, you should be able to go in, and if you have,
I mean, there's 2 other functioning faucets right now that you can get testnet from.
But listen, if you had other
Definitely, I would
ERC20s
recommend playing around
already,
with testnet so you know what's going on for day one. If there's any moves you plan on making.
All right, quiet. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes,
Yes,
Jesse,
we
please
can.
go
All
ahead.
right, cool. For those who did not sacrifice, when the latest testnet came out, V2B, all your existing ERC20s would have copied over as well. If you go on Etherscan and you copy those token contract addresses, and you go into MetaMask with the testnet settings put in, you can put those in there and you'll actually see your existing tokens that you already had. Now, it will be testnet, but if you had USDC, or if you had HEX, or you had SHIB, or whatever you had, you'll see those in there. PulseX will also see those in there. And as long as you run a faucet and get yourself, you should be able to scoop yourself up 10 Pulse or whatever, you can swap those, and it's all play money, but you can swap your existing tokens for some more Pulse or PulseX, and you can go play around and you can do some liquidity ads and PulseX and whatever you want to do. Now, single-sided staking doesn't function right now. It did for a period of time, but there's no like the PRT token, like you can't do anything. And even after mainnet, there's no guarantee that that's going to function right away, because it requires for new protocols who would like to distribute free coins to people for marketing, really, to suggest that their token be added. The community has to vote on that. Then that protocol has to supply those tokens. They get added into the contract. And then people will be able to stake their PulseX single-sided and then receive other tokens that you're welcome to go keep or dump or whatever you want to do. This model is actually really, really, really good for price action because it gives you a way to extract value out of PulseX without ever having to sell it. Because
Exactly.
you can get something else and go dump that something else. And when everybody's doing that, the price of PulseX itself just goes up, eternally. So just consider that. But it will require mass adoption for that to become, a good strategy.
I just want to add a comment on that.
Over on Binance, there's millions of users, tens of thousands of protocols. They have plenty of options for single-sided staking. It's going to require a little bit of time for protocols to start coming over to Pulsechain and then offering up their tokens for free and single-sided staking. It's not going to happen overnight.
So I just want to make a comment on that. Most of the stuff that I say that you said, I agree with. But on top of what he said, people, he said the comment, you can make it and then you can sell it right away, or that is an option. And then he said something like the price can go up, but the other option is keeping it and putting that in a pool, keeping your incentive tokens, not selling it right away, putting it in another liquidity pool to make even more earnings is another secretive, or not secretive, is the play. I say that to say this, because on testnet, here's the thing about testnet, and this is what everybody's dream is with Pulsechain and PulseX, which is, I'm making $5,000. This is just I'm using this number because I'm not saying specific numbers. I'm just using the little amount of money that I'm using for testnet. I'm not saying it's factual. I'm just telling you on testnet, I'm making $5,000 a week off of incentive tokens and reward tokens by staking, by delegating 100% of my Pulsechain and single-sided staking, or putting in a farming pool of what so have you to make the money.
Whoa,
Now
You're making $5,000 a week staking this Pulse?
You need a better
listen
metric.
to my words. Listen to my
Hang on a
words.
second. You
Okay.
need to know the percentage that you're getting on your capital. That's the bit you need to know. That's the metric you need to know to make that figure useful.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and tell you. When I farmed PRT and PLS, I farmed it for a little while. Then I played with PRT and PLS. I earned 26.7 tokens at a 225%, 225.37 APR. And then what does that mean?
Okay.
It was $182 each incentive token. So when I say I earned 26 incentive token, that's 26 times $182 because that was what the current price is.
I fully understand that, but you're making right now 5,000 a week, like in your own bank, $5,000 from all this.
No, bro. Nobody said
This
that
is
literally,
testnet.
bro. It's testnet. I already made the
Testnet
disclaimer on
numbers.
testnet.
It's showing you like, when the year is up. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, on testnet, you can go ahead and earn weekly on incentive tokens. So what I'm meaning, testnet, I get to know how much a week I'm making by making yield money, making, in a pool, because we're talking a variety of earnings. Pulsechain, it's its own entity, so you're going to be able to make delegation money. So that's totally separate. Now we're talking about PulseX. You can make it different ways on PulseX. You can single side stake and get rewards of incentive token, or you can put it in a liquidity pool and pair it up with something and gain more incentive token or rewards. But as a whole, I can see weekly, if I farmed it, I'm making 5,000 a week already with what I'm allowing testnet to use, which I'm not even letting them use that much money, of my money. I'm just my testnet money. But I say that
you can't say $5,000. You can't bring dollars into it because it's meaningless. The values, all the dollar values, are absolutely meaningless on testnet.
Exactly.
You can tell you how many
Okay, so
tokens you've earned per token staked.
Black Squirrel. I hear your statement.
Put
Listen,
percentages
guys.
into it.
I listen.
Percentage.
You hear his statement. That's the obvious. You can't say, oh, you can't. When I tell you testnet is $5,000, it's obvious, but it is important because when mainnet happens, it's going to be live and it's going to be a real number. It's whether it's going to say 500 a weekly.
Make it
whether
important.
No,
make it important.
That's
Putting
incorrect.
percentage. Put percentages in so we can understand what percentage you're getting.
Guys, we don't know.
I did that already. I gave you an example.
Hold on. Filipino, hold on. Please let other people talk. Okay, let's take turns. We don't know what the rates will be in production, right? I think the important thing is to go into testnet and just make sure you know how to do these things, so that when the time comes for production, right, we go into mainnet. You know how to do it, and you know what to do when the time comes to do it. Those returns, right, are not guaranteed. Do not expect any number that you see.
That's the obvious.
Well, you keep emphasizing a 5,000.
It's not emphasizing. The reason why it bugs me when people put other. No, I didn't say you said. Nobody said that, bro.
This number it's gonna be. You said that 5,000 is gonna be actual number.
No, I didn't. Y'all are trolling now. Now you guys are trolling. There's 170 people on here, bro. Y'all is trolling. What I'm saying is, I'll say it again. If I don't get interrupted, I said that this is what I'm making testnet. We all know it's not guaranteed. It's not 100%. It's not real. It's testnet money. That's not the. That's obvious.
Filipino, your point, if I'm understanding you correctly, is that everybody needs to go in and play with testnet so they know what to do. I mean,
exactly.
That's your point. Right?
Exactly.
So
exactly.
So
and you're not gonna
agree with that.
And you're not going to ignore. See, the thing is, you're not going to ignore what else is happening. You're not going to ignore, hey, the price of HEX is this, PRT token is this. That's what you can't ignore it. It's just, that's what testnet is. Is it real? No, but play with it so you know what's going on and how to make this money. Because somebody said, what's the percentage? I brought that up. Within 1 week, I made a yield of 280, what is it? 225% APR when I farmed 26 tokens.
Okay, so y'all
Well, he
talking
can't
about
give
like
more than that because that's the only thing that's going to be pretty
that you know
accurate.
what to do when it drops.
I can lay it out.
How do you play?
So,
how do you play with the testnet to make sure you know what to do when the time comes? You know what to do.
Because
okay.
You've been on
I think there's a
That's a good question. Are you asking me?
Filipino, give me 1 second. So H and Filipino, you guys, I think he's trying to talk about using the testnet. Now, H Crypto, what he specifically was talking about was one part of testnet. Not everything is that. So you can play around. You don't have to do exactly what he did. You don't have to put it in the inside. If you don't want to play with liquidity, you don't have to. I understand that. So you don't have to play with liquidity if you don't want to. There's other ways. I'm going to go ahead and in the main chat, if you put in !testnet, there's links of all the things you can do. You do not have to provide liquidity. If you need the faucet, you get one TPLS, you take that one TPLS, go buy you some maybe Hex, go to go.hex.com, connect that to your testnet, play with your little Hex. You know what I'm saying? Know how to stake. You can do all these things.
Can I make a comment?
And when you're doing your hex stakes, you'll see a big old watermark that says sample only. If you're on the B2B network, that'll let you know that you're on testnet. So if you want to play around with some short-term hex stakes, which you can totally do, like Mr. Memo Pulseradio said, hit up the faucet, maybe convert some of that to hex. You can go, if you've never staked hex before, you can go and stake hex. You can do it for 1 or 2 days, and then pull it out and see what's up with the contract. And yeah, just look out for that sample only watermark. You'll know you're in the right place.
How to post and read up on all this stuff, and then come back in, and you'll understand what people are saying.
Yes,
Good
actually,
comment.
HCrypto. If you can go to howtopost.com. There's everything you need to know about Pulsechain, PulseX, and Hex, and then maybe get some questions, written down. And if you want any help further, that would be best to bring your questions.
Yeah, I'm on like page number 2 of like hex.com and how to pulse. Like I'm, I haven't finished reading the entire thing yet. I know, I just started, getting Hex Friday, and just joined this community Sunday. So I'm kind of behind, but I'm just approaching this as a new time user. So anything that I say is not financial advice, and just coming as a noob, if you will. Nah, you're smart, man. You're smart. Check out hexnoob.com too. There's a document in there called like layman's terms, hex in layman's terms. It's on hexnoob.com. That will give you a really awesome rundown for where you're at right now of what's going on in our sweet baby hex.
Hey, welcome,
Yeah,
brother.
that website help that website HEXcrypto that Illuminati just mentioned, hexnoob.com. That one helped me out a lot. The guys mentioned how to pulse. That one helped me out a lot. So I would definitely check out hexnoob.com, and I'm new to crypto too. I've been in this community only a couple months now, and so but I will say, like, if you're hungry for the answers, and you're hungry and you want to search out the answers, and you're not just going to be lazy and and all that, which I'm not saying it doesn't sound like you are. You'll be able to find it. There's good information in this community that's out there. How to Pulse, Hex Noob. There's great YouTubers like I personally like Cryptographics and Crypto Kindness. Somebody mentioned Crypto Coffee earlier. He's another good one. There's a lot of good information out there. So yeah, K for K, absolutely. And then my learning curve has exponentially taken off just being a part of this community in this chat group. Like, I'm in here every day for at least the last month, and I have exponentially grown my learning curve just by being in here. And I hear something that's like, well, what's that about? And then I go do my own research after the fact, after hearing something in here that maybe it wasn't clear, maybe I didn't get my answer the way I wanted it, whatever. I start doing some digging, and then I get my answer. So welcome to the community, bro.
Hey, Crypto, can I ask?
Good statement.
Illuminati.
Let me ask
Illuminati,
you.
real quick.
Thank you.
Illuminati, 1
Go
second,
ahead.
please. Okay. Hey, you're going to be, since you're new here, there are some people on here that will not be looking out for your best interests. What I mean by that is there's always an idiot in here that might try to, DM you and, tell you, hey, I'm from the community. I want to help you out. Do not answer any DMs, bro. Do not do that. So be very careful.
Yeah, man. Do you have a hardware wallet? That's all I wanted to ask. Really important question. Pretty much like mandatory
Nice
at this
one,
point.
Dave.
My
Yes.
hardware wallet's coming tomorrow. Papa last night convinced me that I needed
That's
one
what's up. Hell
and
yeah.
the full benefits of it and everything. And when I reiterated what he wanted me to do, he said that's exactly what I need to do, and that I get it more than most people. And
Yep.
yeah, so I get to the fact that the hardware wallet is my vault, and then me approving transactions is my digital imprint to approve it. And basically, I can't, like the hacker's gonna
You
have
got
a
it,
lot of
man.
trouble getting
You
my
got
shit.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can't
consider
wait.
yourself in the higher
Tomorrow's the day, baby.
percentile for sure. Yeah, you did a good job. Feel free to come in here if you need any help setting it up. There's plenty of videos. But yeah, man, you're in a good position. So pat yourself on the back.
Oh yeah, for sure. He was talking about having two hardware wallets, but I mean, I'm gonna start off with the one, see what I need to do, and then I'll get with Pablo and be like, why do I really need the second one? He was talking about it
You'll start
being
to
more.
as you get more and more gains, you'll start to realize how more hardware wallets will come into play. But for right now, if you didn't sacrifice and all you have is some liquid hex, just one is fine. But you'll start to realize, oh, maybe I want to build out a staking ladder on one and not do all my, weekly transactions on it and just have it sitting there and not have to break it out every time. And then, I'll use this other one for my weekly buys. And oh, maybe I want to send one or like give one to my sister or dad with the seed phrases, the seed words like engraved and like give them a gift with some stake hex or some shit. Like there's all sorts of use cases that come into play.
Opposite of the
Hey, any other questions?
opposite of the new
Any other questions?
topics. Can anybody talk about the tweet that Richard made about the Solidity change, the language that was that it was being rewritten?
That came out last night. It was basically the validator. Some of the validator core code was mostly rewritten in its original language, and the solidity. I can't even say the word. But long and short, they made it quicker, faster, and more secure.
Is there any more to that? I mean, is it still Solidity code? Because wasn't that the whole?
It's called Go or something. I don't know coding very well, but he said it's in Go. They're going to change it over to Geo. You can go to Reddit, I believe, and go and is it Reddit or no? Where the hell you can go and see all the code as it's put up? It's not Reddit, is it? Where the hell is it? Can't think. GitLab, thank you. Brainless moron here.
And a little bit of a separate issue, just to offer my 2 cents on something. There's been a lot of chaos in the community lately, and a lot of that's in regard to launch date. But here's how I see it. I think launching now is irrelevant if we're in a bear market. If the equity market and the crypto market is all going down, there's no need to launch now, because theoretically PLS is going to drop anyway, right? So nobody's going to sell for a loss. So in my mind, so long as we're in a bear market, there is no need to launch until we hit what we think might be a bottom, because you want it to go up from when we launch, right? So I'm just staking and chilling. I hope that maybe calms some people down. But if all prices and
totally agree
markets
with
are
you, Bill.
dropping, yeah. If everything's dropping, there's no need. There's no need to launch. My 2 cents.
I want to add something. There was some talk earlier, and I was
at and away from the phone, so I couldn't answer. But those of you that have PulseX heard about the whole deal a little later and don't have Pulse and looking to trade, there will be billions traded back and forth at launch. So I don't know what the ratio is going to be, but don't worry about getting Pulse. It'll be out there for you with PulseX to trade.
Yeah, I've been providing liquidity on the Pulse and PulseX pair, and a lot of people trading it on testnet, and obviously that's just testnet, but it's still a very active pool, and I think it will be. I'm gonna stay away from it. I'm in that situation. Sack for PulseX didn't get in for Pulse, but I'm not stressing. Like I've said many times before, I'm happy to buy someone's 10x if it means I get to hold on for the 9,990. I'll be alright.
It's a good point.
Any
Life is
guess?
good.
Any guesses on ratios, just out of curiosity?
I got nothing. So
What,
anything as
sorry, what ratio are we talking about? Which ratio?
Pulse and PulseX to trade at the Pulse and PulseX at the beginning.
Well, you can only go on what he said in a number of live streams.
Are you trying to figure out the fork to ratio to start?
Trying to figure out. I know what I'm going to do, but I'm trying to figure out in general what do people feel will be ratios.
It's not
Giving up
out there just
PulseX.
right now. It's just the statistics on one of their websites to swap between PLS and PLSX. You can see for one PLS might be like 3 PLSX, like the PulseX, and then vice versa backwards. But it's not like it's for 3 of these, it's 1, or 1 for 3 of these. I don't know if that's like congruent to what's going to happen at launch, but you got to consider the liquidity pool inside of it. I think PulseX in the future, in a year or two when it launches or when it comes out as a token or whatever, that's going to be the coin to get. Pulse right now is for the long term, but when PulseX launches,
Sorry.
that's when you can see those gains.
Sorry, you said PulseX was going to launch in a year or two. Did I hear that right?
No, look, I'm just speculating. I'm just speculating the success of Pulsechain. I'm speculating because right now it's PLS or PulseX as the token, right? They haven't confirmed anything yet, but from a lot of people that donated and sacrificed tens of thousands of dollars, and for PulseX, the liquidity pool is already at $1 billion. So there's money to be made in this coin. It's going to be the currency. They just haven't confirmed that
I agree with
going to hold the
you.
currency.
I agree with you that PulseX is short-term gains. PulseX chart is going to blow up, and I think Pulse will, get left in the dust for a little while. I think Pulse will then come and grab the baton and fucking blast off. After the dust settles. Long-term Pulse, short-term PulseX. Pretty simple. It's my opinion.
To answer your question, life is good. If you go on SAC rates, they should be coming out 1-to-1, but that's not going to happen, I don't think.
Yeah, that would be dumb.
Dude, if the ratio is 1-to-1 in the future, oh my God, so many investors are going to be pissed off. Like if it becomes 1-to-1, a lot of
I don't
people
see
are going to
that
be.
happening.
Don't know why anyone would be pissed. It's, they sack just as much for one as the other. I mean, I get that the ones that sacked Pulse sacked for about a year ago, and they hadn't seen any returns. But even if it's 2-to-1, I mean, okay, but you're not getting me biting on that.
Nope. And for those of you that sacked Pulse almost a year ago, thank you so much for your patience. I'm sorry. I feel terrible. I appreciate you guys waiting for us.
We actually don't mind waiting for you guys because buying, well, we've already got it.
Hey, Redneck, I'll say so, Pulse.
I tell you
Yeah,
what,
me
if it's
too.
at a 3-to-1 ratio, then my entire PulseX bag is going to be gone.
Yeah,
You'd be lucky to
I'm
see
at
that.
3 to 1.
Again, I don't think trading any Richard Hart product for another in the swap phase is a good idea, regardless of anything. I think when the price or when the when we get to the price and we're live and it's got a dollar value, that's and if it happens to be 3 to 1 at that time, okay, I'm cool with it. I just don't think it's going to be that way.
I'm on Team Redneck for that shit. Trading ratios with RH products, you're wrecking it.
I take it y'all only got PulseX.
Yeah, I only have PulseX, but I'll tell you this also. I'm just as fine buying it like Illuminati said. If it's at 10x, I'll buy it there. I'm not going to wreck my PulseX position for Pulse. That's something I can buy, and I'm comfortable paying whatever it is at launch price. And of course, DCA like I do with Hex now. When it dips, and it will dip, I'll buy in, and won't necessarily hit the bottom, and I damn sure won't hit the top.
Yeah, very sensible, mate. But there's a lot of people in here who aren't very sensible, or not necessarily in here, but in the text chat as well. There's a lot of people out there who are going to do some really crazy things.
Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to watch. Hope everyone sees.
Call me crazy at 3 to 1 then.
Yeah, I think that would be absolutely ridiculous. And if it gets that way, there's a bunch of retards out there. And I don't mind being political.
10 to 1. 10 to 1. I've seen it already. I've seen people willing to go 10 to 1. They will swap 10 to 1.
Okay. Is there any other questions? Is there any questions, security questions, or anything with the new people in here?
I think that's kind of an important question for the newbies to understand what they would be doing if they did have PulseX and miss Pulse.
That's true, Redneck.
Keep in mind that when
What do you mean, the
launch,
newbies?
still
The
work on
newbies do
ratios.
not have PulseX. The newbies do not have PulseX or Pulse. Tell them how to get into Pulse. That would be informational.
You've got
How do we
4
get into
options.
Pulse?
You've got 4 options. You can hold an ERC20 now and then get a copy as a PRC20 and take that and swap it into Pulse. Your choice which one. You can hold dry powder as in USDC and wait for the bridge and bridge it over that way. You can be a liquidity provider, which is I highly do not recommend, but it is a possibility. And I'm going to forget the 4th one.
Okay, the dry powder USDC is USDT not dry powder? The tether?
Yeah, a stable coin you're happy with.
You don't want to do USD.
Well, technically, any coin that you want to swap out of is dry powder, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, technically it is powder, except for you have the ratio period. And
Speaking
You
to
don't want to swap to a highly
USDT,
volatile coin.
speaking to USDT, when that whole kit and caboodle went down with Terra, USDT actually lost its peg for the second time. Happened again back in 2017, but USDT lost its peg and it went to 94 cents. So I don't know. USDC has been kind of the more I guess agreed upon stablecoin, at least in this sphere, as far as I have been able to discern. So just consider that. It's not really a big deal because you're probably going to be swapping out of it as quick as you can into Pulse HEX or PulseX. But yeah, I would recommend going with USDC just because it's backed by Circle.
100%.
Fully collateralized, isn't it? It's fully collateralized with dollars, traceable, verified. With all the rules. Well, USDT isn't. It's got other collateral. That's the only difference in the two.
USDC, I've been looking into that more and seeing a lot of better stableness, if you will.
Yeah, so just just keep that in mind, man. Because I was USDT all the way for a while, and then I saw it lose 5 cents on its peg. I'm like, all right, screw that.
USDC can also lose its peg if you have enough people swapping into it. It's just how fast it
Now,
can go
I could
back
be
to peg.
speculating. Do y'all think that Pulsechain could have its own stable coin? Because we're all speculating
Oh,
PulseX and DLF to hit numbers,
Of course.
that we can only dream of. But
Already,
do y'all think it will
there's
come
one
out with
already who's committed to launch. There's one already who's committed to launch. We don't talk about third-party projects here, but there are other Telegram groups you can go and there is one project already committed to launch a stablecoin.
which one is that?
Don't talk about third-party projects.
Go to the Telegram that talks about third-party projects.
there's the PRC Pulsechain altcoins Telegram that allows you to ask about other projects. It's the one thing protocol that mints stable coins. So there will be something that is native to Pulsechain, right? We know that Richard's talked about eventually getting around to a stable coin. Obviously, that will take time. And chances are there will probably be others over time. And we still don't know what USDT or USDC or other stablecoin providers will be doing with their forked copies, whether they will be invalidated or not on Pulsechain. So there's a lot of unknowns.
If you go to Telegram group Pulse Police, you can see everything that's going to be launched, and they're checking the code and giving their feedback on it. It's a really good one just to check things out, and then anything you see in there, you can then go find their Telegram rooms or whatever, their socials. Here's a theory. The ratio they start at, why wouldn't they just start at their not the market cap, obviously, circulating supply, that ratio, Pulse to PulseX, with a thin liquidity pool, so then it finds its ratio. The market will find its ratio very, very quickly.
The problem with a thin liquidity pool is that slippage and people probably get wrecked. It would be better with a thick liquidity pool.
Yeah, that's an
It's
element.
just that it will just go up and down too much.
Well, then a medium thin, just getting the balance right so that there's enough liquidity so medium to large size bags don't get too much slippage, but at the same time it moves the price or the ratio, sorry, to where the market thinks it should be relatively quickly.
Keep in mind that with or without a price, you still want to look at ratios. So say that say it launches and they set the price where, say the ratio was a 2 to 1, right? And this is just an example. So one is at $2 and one is at $1. That's a 2 to 1. So PulseX will put say 10,000 tokens to $2 and 10,000 tokens to $1. So PulseX can actually still start at $1, right? And have Pulse sitting higher at $2.
But the
to
first,
10,000
hang
tokens.
on, you're making an assumption for the first 24 to 48 hours, there is no dollar value on anything. It's all ratios.
Okay, let's assume, that's what I'm trying to tell you, ratios, a dollar or not, you still want to look at the ratios with or without a dollar. Even when you see a dollar sign, still look at the ratio so you understand that what you sacrifice and what you're swapping into, because so you can have a better understanding of what you're doing. That ratio still matters when the dollar value is still there.
No, you have to take the dollar out totally, because all you're trying to do is collect one token or another. The dollar doesn't come into it in the first period when you're just dealing with ratios.
I understand that. I'm saying the exact opposite. The ratios is still important when there is a dollar value. So before or after, it's still important. You can still get wrecked when there's a dollar value if you don't understand what you're doing. Still look at the ratios. It's very important. Understand the ratios.
It helps as a mental
like,
model. When you're dealing with ratios, if you take the dollar out, then you only have the 2 tokens that you're dealing with, or maybe 3 if you've got other tokens involved. If you then start placing dollar value to things, you are acting as an oracle. Where are you getting that price from? If you just
You
leave the
can't.
dollar out and have your thesis is you're collecting one of these tokens or the other, then it will shake out as and when the dollar value comes in. But you're not interested in it at that point. If you have that mental model, it makes life a lot easier when you're looking at ratios.
That's how you get the ratio. That's what he's saying. You have to get the ratio from the dollar.
It's the ratio between the 2 tokens. The dollar's not, it's a different ratio.
Yeah, but the
Like when,
thing is, we've
it's like when the
sacrificed
ratios are
10,000
copied
to 1
over.
for both.
But it's
Well,
like
for
when the
example,
ratios
Pulse
are
and
copied over
PulseX.
by the bot. Sorry.
Yeah, Pulse and PulseX, we sacrificed, let's say, for every dollar, we've got 10,000 points. So in our minds, we already know that $1 is worth 10,000 of each. And then you got to work off the ratio. So if you sit there and say a 5 to 1, and you're
But there's
swapping
your
a 5 to
oracle.
1,
There's your assumption, your
no.
oracle. You're using
Let me
that as
finish.
your
Let me
baseline all the
finish.
time.
Let me finish. Let me finish, please. Now, whether there's a dollar sign or not, you're swapping a 5 to 1. So you're literally swapping $200, right, into Pulse. If you're swapping Pulse to PulseX, if the ratios were that way. Now let's say there was a dollar sign, and now it's giving you a 10,000 to 1 Pulse. Oh, sorry, 10,000 to 1 PulseX, right? And then for example, a 10,000
You're
to $5.
making an oracle. You're deciding the price. I can
Don't
tell
worry.
you how I can
I'll
get
stop.
Pulse
Black
without
Squirrel,
any
I'll stop.
price. There's
Don't worry.
0 USD on it. You just copy. You just get your PRC20s and copy them into Pulse. Then that's a
I'm
0.
talking
It
about
has
the
no
ratio
USD
between
value.
Pulse and PulseX. That's all I'm talking about, buddy. That's it. If I want to talk about the free, you want to talk about that? I would say swap into that and don't even worry about slippage because it's free. You're swapping a token that has no value in your mind to something that has a value. So you don't worry about slippage. You don't worry about anything. And you just hit freaking sell and buy that Pulse. You don't buy slowly. You don't buy, wait to see if it comes back up because it ain't coming back up. Because that free wrap Bitcoin, for example, that you've got, that's a PRC20 token now, has no value to anybody and may most likely have no value to anyone ever. So you want to swap that as quick as possible. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the ratio between Pulse and PulseX. Anyway.
Point I was trying
Check your DM,
to.
bro.
Sorry, I don't know if I can get this across, but the point I was trying to get to is that you were relaying the PLS or the PLS to a dollar price by the 10,000 to 1. But then that's an oracle. You're deciding a price for that Pulse. But then I could come as another part of the oracle deciding the price, saying that I can come with PLS for free, $0 value.
May I jump in here, Black Squirrel? I'd like to
Go
hit
for it.
you on a hypothetical note if we could. So yeah, like let's say I own Hex right now and I'm gonna get a free copy on the PRC20. So let's take that out. Let's assume I missed the Pulsechain sacrifice and I'm one of those people that wants to get it. And so I have options. I can buy some Hex. Now, if I'm gonna spend $10 on Hex, that's great. Now I know I'll get a copy I can use before that bridge that I spent $10 to get. Now, if I know that Sacrificers got 100,000 points for $10, and with my Hex, I can only get 1,000 coins that I spent $10 to get, that matters. So in fact, we all have to be oracles when ratio trading. Yes, you need to figure out whether it's worth it to you or not. The ratios are great, but there is a starting value for what you paid to get in and what you're expecting to have and what value it will have. So in your mind, you do have to play oracle with the ratios and the prices to have an idea whether you're getting a good deal. Because if you spend $10 on Hex and get 1,000 Pulse coins, and then it opens up at the exchange, and apparently for that same $10 you can get 10,000. Well, didn't you just get a bad deal?
Thank you,
Dead right.
Top Gun, for explaining that.
Everybody's got to be their own oracle. It is different for everybody. So everybody has their own ratio.
I think that's its point.
And that's why I said assume that
Yeah,
it's a
that's his
10,000 to
point.
1.
His point wasn't on the price itself, right? Like he's just talking about the fact that for the people that got in on both, to them, yes, you got both at the same rate. So the ratio between those two is an important thing for them to keep track of. I think that's the point he's trying to make. It's not about price.
About cost basis is what it's about. And my cost basis on PulseX is the same as the cost basis on Pulse. And just because you've been waiting isn't my fault. I'm waiting now too. But why would I destroy my cost basis for something that I can get, maybe it costs me more when it goes live, probably will, but I've destroyed my position in my PulseX bag. That's the way I look at it. So the ratios, and then everyone assumes that it goes from 1 to 2. It may go 1 to 10,000, and then 20,000. So I mean, there might be some value in that, but just to say automatically, well, it's going to go from 1 to 1 to 1 to 2 to 1 to 3. That's not how it's going to go.
I would venture to guess that if you don't have a bot set to trade on the first second available, you would probably be better off waiting. Just let the dust settle, right? There's going to be a massive scrum in the first few days of trading.
That's a great point. Long vacation.
How you gonna throw common sense in there, redneck?
No, but
obviously I'm a dumbass.
grid bot trading and rebalancing bots and all that. What other bots are out there? What bot do you have? On what exchange? I might ask. I know I'm asking some personal stuff, but I just learned about bots like last month with Finex. I know there's great benefit to the grid trading, to the day trading. Yeah, I'm currently up like $100 on my Finex bot. So
I don't have any personally, but let's just assume this is a large community. There are some very sophisticated people in this community. I'm assuming people have already been testing things out on testnet. And once they have, liquidity pool contract addresses that they can run against on PulseX, you might see some really interesting stuff happen. It's all supposition. I have no proof, right? But if I had the ability to do it, I would, but I don't. So chances are my goal is going to be to wait, right? I could go in on day one and try to ratio trade. I might get wrecked. So, waiting never hurt anybody, because when it's all said and done, right, there will be dips, there will be pumps. And, there's nothing wrong with waiting for, the dust to settle and then figure out what's best for you.
I just
I'm
want to
going
make
to
a
unleash
comment on
my
that.
bot first day.
That's great. That's
Just
great
want to make the
advice,
comment on that.
Great advice, bro.
He talks about, first day is, when main launch is price, for Pulsechain and PulseX would be price discovery. So the first day to me is price discovery day, whenever that happens. But I say that because that's when anybody that's online does or listening right now that that's not part of this community, but they want to accumulate Pulsechain, PulseX. It's as simple as get your dry powder ready and buy when price discovery happens. Because if you're not going to tell somebody to swap this or a newbie to do that. They got to learn all that. If they don't want to learn that, then the next simple step is wait for price discovery day one and get in.
What do you mean? What do you mean by price discovery? Like, are you talking about you wait for the The initial pump and for the price to settle, is that what you're talking about? Or you mean like when it launches getting?
Price discovery
The
can
first
only
price.
occur after the bridge goes live and somebody creates a pair of something from Pulsechain with something from Ethereum. And only then will we actually have real prices based on USD value. Everything prior to that is just ratios.
Right. Long vacation. Yeah, I guess the point I'm trying to get clear on is because I've heard that term used a number of ways, right? Some people use it as the first price that we get once the bridge is open and the first pair is made, that gives everything a price. And then I've also heard it used as where the price settles after the initial, turbulence or whatnot. So is it the first?
It's both, right? So the first price we see will result from that first liquidity pool that is paired between a PRC and the ERC, right? So whether it's Pulse and USDC or Pulse and ETH, we don't know, right? But that will set the initial price of Pulse, and that will then cascade throughout the rest of the entire chain and give everything else a USD value. Then, like, everything will go freaking insane. People will be trading all over the place, doing whatever they want. The bridge will be open for new value to cross over, right? And price discovery, it's going to be a roller coaster for the next several days or weeks, even, right? So there's the initial price, and then there's just the whole process of everyone piling in and racing around trading everything that they got forked over, right? All the insiders making their moves, and now, right, then things kind of calm down a little bit. We wait for the projects coming to Pulsechain to launch so that we can participate in those, right?
Right. I guess
Long vacation.
I just want to.
Price discovery is basically going to happen for the rest of its life. But I get what Lynch is trying to say. There's initial price and then price discovery. So the Herbers, it could start at $1 for one pulse. It doesn't mean it's price discovery. It's just launched at or starting price, and then it'll just get dumped, most likely to what you would call price discovery. But technically, it's always discovering a new price every time someone buys and sells.
I guess the reason why I think it's important for us to get clear on that is I was in the chat a couple of days ago and this conversation came up, and my fear is when you're new, I'm just remembering like when I first got into crypto and you come across a project or a launch like this, right? And you didn't participate in the sacrifice and you're trying to come up with a plan to go in on day one. There's a tendency sometimes when you hear about how positive everybody is about it and this is it's gonna shoot straight up and things like that, that you might just FOMO in on day one with your whole bag, which I personally don't think is a good idea. And but it's just when people talk about price discovery, as in get your bags ready, and on day one when there's price discovery, then go in. I think it's actually safer as a new person if you have your bag and you split it up and you DCA, like if there is, because usually when these launches happen, you have the initial pump like in the first hour or so as money floods in, and then people take profits and then it dumps, and then just like Long Vacation says, there's a whole bunch of fluctuations, and if you're not careful how you're going in and out at that time, then you could actually hurt yourself, because emotions kick in, you might make a mistake, you try and rectify it, next thing you know, you're actually decreasing your position overall. So I just think
when prices fluctuate, we gotta see the support and resistant levels. I'm hoping there to be healthy levels. I'm hoping there to be healthy volume. But right now it's like it's hard to just speculate what's going to happen in the future with this thing. But I'm just hoping that there's good support levels and not a whole lot of resistance, if that makes sense.
right. But the thing is, I guess I'm thinking. Well, I'll just make this point and then I'll be done. I'm just thinking about like the new person that
they don't even know support, resistance, all those things, right? It's just they at least what we would want is for them to be able to get in a safe position that they can grow long term, right? And they don't wreck themselves, and then it leaves like a bad taste in their mouths because they bought like at the top and then it dumps down and things like that. So what I would, if I was in their position, what I would do is even if it's like once a day or once a week or something like that, you divide your bag and then you just DCA in. Don't worry too much about like trying to buy the tops or the bottoms, but just try and spread yourself so that you get um into a safer position. I'm not sure if you understand
Yeah,
what I mean.
yeah, I do know what you mean. The
Yeah,
dollar cost average, yes, yeah,
yeah,
but
right. So
as far as people wrecking themselves, they're just going to have to do their own research and analyze the market and see if they're getting in at a good price point. Because if they're not going to scroll back to the left and see how the market's been doing and kind of analyze for themselves the support and resistance levels, then that's on them. If they want to get on the price point from where it's at without doing initial research or without doing, you know, uh, looking at TradingView and looking at all these other markets and seeing how it reflects, that's on
but I
them.
think
They have to analyze the
we no
market at
no
the
it,
time.
it can't
And
be, because the thing is, if you're coming into the chat, right, and then you're hearing, get ready, get your stuff ready day
oh
one,
yeah,
and then like price discovery, right? Like they don't know, right? It is, I think the message should be more like, just like the long vacation said, is like, it's gonna be dangerous to FOMO in on day one. So just play it safe and then ease your way in. Like don't
oh
try and
yeah,
catch
day
it,
one.
right?
Yeah, if day one's like $10. It's kind of scary. Or if it's $1, it's kind of scary. Yeah, you know what I mean. Without seeing any resistance or support levels, and they coming in at
Mm,
a high value,
it's impossible that it'd be $1.
I know, but I'm just saying, hypothetically, like for me, if I saw Pulse today at $1, today's the launch day, I'm gonna wait the day to see if the dust settles to, 40 cents or to 20 cents or something. This is not financial advice. I'm just saying I wouldn't I
Yeah.
would want to see if that's the high point. I would want to
Well,
see if that's the low point. There's a lot of things I have to evaluate before I get in on the first day,
if it was $1, it'd make thousands of people multimillionaires, if not billionaires, on some of them. So there wouldn't be enough liquidity for anybody to take anything out. Even if somebody did decide, if it did go to $1, this is going to have to rise gradually, and the pool is going to have to grow in order for things to go up and down, because people just can't dump as much as they think they can, if that's everybody's idea, because there won't be enough liquidity.
And one
Also,
thing.
keep in mind,
Go ahead, Hunter.
I'll just quickly say this. Keep in mind that the pools that are created with whatever's been wrapped over and created on the Pulse chain will lose its peg, even if it was a wrapped ETH. So Ethereum might be worth $2,000 on the Ethereum blockchain, and the Ethereum that's wrapped could be worth 1,800 or 1,500. It could lose its peg to the Ethereum, because that's all it is. So when you don't rush in and buy, thinking you're buying $2,000 worth, you bought over $2,000 worth of ETH, and you're going to buy $2,000 worth of Pulse when you're not. So keep an eye on the value of the ETH or the stablecoin when you swap. That's something very important, because if it's actually not pegged correctly, you most likely see the price of Pulse come back down, because someone would need to buy that up, bridge it back to a Pulse chain, buy like a stable coin that's still pegged correctly on the Ethereum on the Pulse chain side, bring it back and buy the Pulse back up, buy his Pulse back up. So what he's done is just arbitrage. So keep an eye on that and make sure that it keeps its peg when you swap. Even if it's wrapped ETH, it can lose its peg. And proof that the price
there's a
will
lot
come back
of
down.
there
The
what?
reason I'm saying that is proof that the price will come back down. Don't just go aping in and buying. The price will come back down when the arbitrage happens.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people that are shorting this for sure. There's going to be a lot of people dumping their investment, trying to get their 2x, trying to get their 5x, trying to get their money back and then some. Oh, yeah, for sure. And those people, they're going to buy at a higher rate later down in the line because I truly believe in a year or two, just like Ethereum, just like Solana, that this thing is going to have massive gains, massive, massive gains. And like, I'm just, I guess I'm like super excited, but I also need to learn how to control my emotions with this thing, because this is like the first time that I've been a part of, pre-launch something, you know. So I definitely don't have all the ins and outs of what I need to take care of, and I'm working on that by
Hey,
day,
hey,
But
hey, HCrypto, can I ask you a question?
yeah, you can, man. I'll mute myself because it's kind of loud working right now. Sorry.
Do you have an investment thesis? Do you know what you're doing, why you're doing it, how you're going to do it, and over what time frame?
Investment thesis. What do you mean? What do you mean?
You need to understand what you're doing with your money, why you're doing it, how you're going to do it, and over what time frame. If you don't have that, you don't have a framework to build on. You're just firing off randomly, doing random things. If you
Okay.
have a model that you build to follow for you, then you can build on that. You've got a track to follow as such.
Okay. So I'm not too sure if I am on the right track. I'm not too sure if my template of what I'm doing with it, how I'm going to do it, and how long I'm going to do it. I'm not too sure what you're asking me. Um, Verbatim. I'm not too sure.
What he's saying is very important. You have to have a plan for the future. I sat through this last bull market with a lot of unrealized gains, and I didn't realize them because I didn't have a plan. I didn't have an exit plan. I'm never going to sell all my HEX. I'm never going to sell all my tokens, but I did not, I need to have a plan on at what percentages I'm going to take profits on, or am I just going to take profits on gains from staking? You got to have that plan ahead of time, or you're going to see your account go way up, and then you're going to see it go way down. If you don't have
Yeah,
that
that's
things
well
don't just
put.
keep
Well
going up.
put.
Yeah,
A
that's
lot of
something
people are
really
gonna-
important that a lot of people miss out on. You have to have a plan even before you buy. Before you even go buy, okay, what am I going to do with this? What are my goals with this? Right?
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah.
a lot of people are going to see a large amount of profit. They're going to sell. They're going to hit themselves with a 35% gains tax in the US. They're going to stare at the chart. They're going to see it go back above their sell price. They're going to watch it. It's going to get higher and higher and higher. Then they're going to buy back in at thousands of percent higher price, and they didn't even do anything with their initial sell in the first place.
Yeah. They're gonna buy in at a higher price, and then people are gonna dump on them, and then dip down low. Those people haven't got control of their emotions, and allowing the market to do what it needs to do.
Yeah. And that's an important thing. It's hard to do since we're all human, but it's hard to separate your emotions, but it's something that is need to be done in finance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a quick question for you guys. Got a quick question. Okay, let's have a scenario post launch. We all been talking about the disparity in how many people want PLS and how many people sack for Pulse and how many people sack for PLS. So there's a huge number of people that want PLS. There's a lot of people that want PLSX as well, but I think the number is a lot larger that want PLS. So it launches, the price of PLS takes off. Say it's up 10x. Then it goes to 15x. What do you think you think they're going to wait on it to come back down? That's not what people do. People chase tops. and I think the same thing will happen here when it finally launched. There will be people trying to get PLS, and no amount of conversation is going to stop them from doing it. That's just my opinion.
Well, I don't blame anybody for taking a stab at it, but I wouldn't go with my whole bag at it either.
Yeah, but people are gonna chase tops, especially something this early. Like when this releases, you're going to have people who are going to rush to go, you know what I mean, check it out. All right, because it's an entirely new blockchain, and what I mean, Pulse is the native token to the blockchain. So people are gonna need that to use the chain, right?
We want them to.
Right. That's all I'm saying. That it's and that's going to affect the ratios and from the time it launch, that will affect the ratios, and it's not going to be 1 to 2 or 1 to 3 even. I don't believe.
Yeah, I totally agree with whoever was just speaking about whenever it does 10x and 15x and stuff. I want those assholes to sell. I want those assholes to sell at 10 cents, at 50 cents, maybe even at $1. If we see $1 the first year it launched, I want those assholes to sell, and I want to deal with the long-term whales, not the short-term whales. That's my vision.
I wouldn't call them assholes. They got in, they made profits, they got out good on it.
Yeah, it's just people taking profits. It's again, they're setting their goals, right? So if someone sets their goal, okay, 10 cents I'm selling. Well, 10 cents if they sell a bit, well, that's their goal. They took profit. Even if they take a loss, right? They have their goal and they have their ideas in mind of what they want, right? That's just how a natural market works. A free market works. You have to let people do what they decide they want to do and move accordingly.
Yeah, but I think the buyers are going to be more than the sellers. When you look at the top, look at the top 1,000 sacrificers, most of those people are hexicans that did so well in hex that they just sacrificed a large number of hex for a pulse. So I think the buyers are going to be rushing in faster than the sellers are selling. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't mean to call everybody a butthole, but if they think that they're getting gains at 15x, I'm sorry, I'm in a shop right now. Very sorry, guys. I know it's probably loud, but it's come on, dude. Sorry for the hold up.
That's
Can't hear
okay.
you, bro.
Your sound's a bit muffled over there.
Okay, but if they want to get out, hold on. I'm very sorry. Lee, dude. All right. If they want to get out at 15 cents, and then stay out, then they don't believe in long term longevity of Pulsechain. They
Yeah,
don't.
well, some people don't have
They don't believe this thing will take off. So I kind of do want them out. Those big whales that don't believe and just want their money back. That don't believe in the long term investment in this. Yeah, I do want them out because then long term, I'm not going to have to deal with huge whales that got this.
H crypto, I don't think you understood me. The whales that's in Pulse selling, they're not going to be dumping their whole bags. Those are hexicans that's set through about 10-80% drops. They're used to it. They're not going to be selling at a 15x.
Yeah, and the very importance of Hex coming before Pulsechain is to teach people about delayed gratification and teach people to, ride through this shit, right? Ride through those dumps, ride through those dips, right? And so those people who are whales and who came from Hex are going to now know that beforehand and aren't going to be just massive dumpers on the market. And also, those big whales are gonna probably be waiting for market attraction to come and people start recognizing the chain when it comes out, right? And recognize the use case of it.
Can we unmute Impulsive and Power of the Bird, please?
Thank you, Jake.
Pulse OG, you gotta be rich, boy.
Hold on 1 second. Power of the Burn, do you have a question?
I don't know if
to
they
do it. I just wanted to comment about when we're talking about a lot of people gonna come in and experience it, but we gotta also consider that we only need so little of PLS to do a transaction. So how much volume are they really gonna be buying? It's $10 to go a long way on transactions.
Yeah, well, that's just going to be the starting, right? As the chains as the chains doesn't have as much transactions right now on testnet, but it's still going to be cheap, and 10's going to go a long way. But look how popular Ethereum is on the Ethereum blockchain, right? Because you can do a lot with that, not just paying for transactions. You can interact with different smart contracts and programs on it, right? Same with Pulse.
And another thing, I try to put myself in the mind frame of what if I didn't have any Pulse, but I had say I had 20 grand in dry powder, but I had no Pulse. As soon as the doggone chain launched, I would spend every dollar and get Pulse because it's day one of a brand new blockchain. No matter what happens, it could fluctuate or it could dip, it could do anything. But I just would want to secure my bag and wait on the price appreciation throughout the year. I mean, maybe that's just me, but that's what I would do.
I totally agree with you, Pulse OG. Because when price discovery happens day one for Pulsechain or PulseX, the question is, will that price dip under the first day price ever again in the future? And we don't know. Some people are trying to bank on a dip. You can bank on that dip. You can, all you want. But what happens if it never dips? Then you're gonna be like regretting not buying day one.
Okay, guys, I
Or
think
DCA
here
day
we
one.
can go back. We can go back and look at layer ones that have launched, right, and get an idea of what it'll look like. Most likely, yeah, when the first price that comes up is going to be somewhere above what the average sacrifice price, and then it'll pump there, and then there'll be a correction. You're right. There is a chance that it will come out there, it'll pump, and then it won't correct back below where it came out. There's a chance, but if you go back and look at all the other layer ones, it did come back down. It did come back down below where it launched at.
Links.
And that happened in like about a day or within like the first week or so. So if
Links.
you're the unfortunate person, sorry, Paul. So I'll just finish right away. If you're the unfortunate person that apes in on day one and you just happen to buy near the top, and then you could end up having to sit for months before the price works its way back up to that point. That's the risk that I'm trying to caution newcomers on.
Yeah, but no one has
Links.
ever done bad by getting in on day one and holding.
Exactly.
Let me respond to
Pulse
Links.
OG, the difference is that there's so much demand for this. I agree with you on that. But
Links.
on day one, it might be too high where it actually drops. So just be careful. Like don't forget, there's going to be arbitrage,
Links.
and it will happen. It will come back down. So just that's what he's trying to say. Like
Why
the demand's
do
so
why
high,
why
people will sell.
why do when people say dips, it's
let me
gonna
respond to
drop?
Links.
It's gonna dip. What is that?
Beloved
What does
baby
that
G.
mean?
Hold on, Filipino. Let Pulse
just
want to be say something to Links.
Links. Did the other layer ones have less than 1% of the coins circulating?
It's okay.
That doesn't. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's about
Not
the
it's not
value that can
irrelevant.
be taken out
If there's none,
That
if
is
there's
not
the
if there's
liquidity pool.
if there's no coins for sale, your expectation of having a dip below the open price should be slim to none.
Well, because okay, so this is what's gonna happen, right? The bridge will open and somebody is going to form a liquidity pool. In that liquidity pool, there will be some, you can take out or put in some assets and it's going to change the price based on the amount of value in that liquidity pool compared to what people can trade in and out of that. That's where you're going to see the pumps that go up and then the corrections that go down, right? It's not a factor of how much of the total supply or the effective supply that is in circulation. I know what you mean, but that's what I'm saying is that is not going to matter for the person that buys at that top, because if the price comes out, right? I'm not saying that you shouldn't buy on day one. I'm saying that you should not ape in on day one. Like, don't put everything. Like, put in, like, say 10% on day one in case you have that. I would call it a black swan event where it doesn't come back down. Because if you look at Ethereum, AVAX, Solana, Binance, all those guys, the price came back down below where it came out at within, like, in the first week, right? Because the people that go in before, they take profits. This is not something I'm saying. I'm just saying that it always happens, right? So there is a high chance that it's going to happen. So don't put everything in on day one, because there is a chance that because only a few people are going to be lucky enough to get in fast and be at the bottom before it starts pumping up. And most of them are going to be bots. Chances are you're not going to be one of them. So you're going to be fighting with the slippage or whatnot. Your emotions are going to kick in, especially if you're new and you're going to be like, oh man, I need to get in. The price is running away. I need to get in. I need to get in. And you end up buying at a top. And when people start taking out the profits and it dumps back down to the point where it then levels out to begin its slow rise, you could be in at a loss for months. That's what I'm saying. Long term, yeah, sure, you wait a year or 2 years, you'll still end up in profit. I believe in this project that much, but I'm saying that it's going to suck for you being down there for those months, especially if you had waited and you could have got a better
Yes,
position.
I'm a weekly buyer all the way until you can
Exactly.
do
That's
less
all I'm saying.
transactions.
Nobody's more bullish. Nobody's more bullish on Pulse
Look,
than me than
whoever was
Lynx.
just talking about the price
Lynx is
dipping below the
bullish.
starting price, the person who's talking about that, he's absolutely right. If we look back, because we're being speculative right now, we are talking hypotheticals right now. But if we look back on Ethereum and Solana and their starting price and how they reacted, you can see initial investors dumping and then it taking some time to reach extreme levels, to reach gains. It took time. So, yeah, I fully agree.
Yep, the hex whales are going to hold it down. They're going to take their profits because most of the money that came into it was 3/4 hex. So these guys are going to hold that price down and take profits. Those hex whales, but good for them.
DCA is name the game.
That's right. Every week or 2 weeks for them payday boys.
All I'm saying is no one that bought in on day one with a plan to hold ever did bad. If you plan on trading, well, yeah, you could have a short term downward pressure in price. But hell, that's with any asset. I was onboarding people last week that's down 60% on HEX. And everybody in here thought that we was ready to launch last week. So this crypto, things could change. But
Hey, Jakeinator.
Yes, sir.
How's my August timetable sound now? I've been saying
We'll
that
see,
since
bro.
January,
Stay
bro.
tuned.
It's August,
Stay
baby.
tuned. Just gives time to put some more money in, brother. If anything.
Saving and preparing.
Amen.
I think the market right now, being bearish and not doing so great and being sideways, I think the market is going to explode. Before Bitcoin reached 60 grand, it was sitting at 3,800. Before Ethereum exploded to 4 or 5 grand, it was sitting at 730, and then dropped down to 150. you know. But also, you can't be so tunnel vision on just the cryptocurrency at its core, right? You have to understand other functionalities of this crypto, like NFTs, like DAOs, like dApps, all these things. You have to be informed about these things because these things implicate on the currency. Because ETH was sitting at 150 to 730 and didn't really spike to 4 or 5 grand until these NFTs came out on the blockchain, and the price, because of that, because NFTs the first year was valued at 82 million. Well, now it's sitting at 10 billion, a $10 billion industry. And I've seen on another website that's really into it that they're evaluating the industry at 300 billion. So we have to consider um, other channels
You know
that
what
are
that
just going to
reminds me
help
of?
the
You know those
grow.
you know those Invicta watches that they like say MSRP and it's like $600, but then you just go on eBay and buy the same one for $50? Are they calculating that NFT industry like that? They're just sticking this price on there, just all these NFTs for sale for just millions of dollars that no one would ever pay $10 for?
No, dude. No, dude. Are you like a beginner in the NFT? I don't mean to like
I don't
make fun
follow
of
NFTs
you.
whatsoever.
Okay,
Zero.
all right. Let me break it
0.0.
down to you how the NFT works. There is there's a creator and artist that creates the artwork, correct? And then they have entities. And I've seen Adidas in them. I've seen Nike in them. I've seen Gary Vee in them. I've seen them in them, and how they implicate value is like exclusiveness, exclusive, you can get into this club, you can get into this restaurant, you'll have a reserved seat anytime. There's thousands of them like that. And the one NFT that I have bought, and I'm not trying to uh, 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 sell it or anything, but I bought an NFT like literally last night because I believe in this project and I believe what it's trying to do, and totally it's an eye catcher. Like so many people are going to want this NFT because it's an eye catcher and the functionality of this NFT, which can be a game. Some NFTs are not a game. Some NFTs are um, some NFTs are like you know uh, I can't think of the word right now, but some NFTs are like exclusive drops. You never want to get on an NFT from a creator. You don't. No, they're just trying to dump their bag on you. Like there's not going to be any really eccentric value to that besides initially in their fan base wanting that NFT. That's how you're going to sell it. Whereas NFT that is a game, for instance, I see the functionality of it because it's going to attract a lot of teens and a lot of 20-year-olds and a lot of people that are associated with said project, that kind of looks similar to the real world. they're going to be drawn to that. And then there's ways to make money into the game, which I really like, and I'm going to be a part of, and I'm going to contribute. And
What the hell are we talking about?
from that NFT in the game, you can mint your NFT and sell it online. And these things, like I'm figuring it out as I go, but these things, people are going to want it because they hold value in the game. This is just one aspect. An NFT game, quote unquote, is just one aspect of an NFT. You know, if a
Yeah, I
company
get it.
comes out with the
They got their
NFT,
niche. They got their niche.
if a company comes out with the NFT, they can back it by, like if Nike comes out with something, right, which they already have, it's like exclusive drops. It's like you get in, you get access, since
I
you
think we
hold this
get the
game,
point.
you get access to this portal of exclusive drops before it becomes public. This is how NFTs are exploding because the exclusiveness, you can't get a hold of this unless you hold this NFT, right? And the whole world hasn't adopted to this NFT strategy yet. They soon will, and they'll soon see the potential upside to it, of how they can get their name out there, how they can get increased revenue, all of that. But you just can't be fooled by these fakes, and um, you know, you can't be fooled by like somebody selling something associated with the game. You gotta understand, I'm buying this NFT. What kind of value does it have towards this game, or towards this market, towards this company? What kind of value do I get? What kind of quote unquote utility, as they call it? The NFT has to have a utility, which is pretty much a
I think we got it, man. I think we got it.
yeah. All right. Yeah. That's
All right.
yeah. That's it.
Hey, we haven't heard from
You
Waters.
sold me, H
Waters,
crypto.
how you doing, man? Your
Oh,
thoughts
living the dream.
on this sentiment?
Which part?
Well, today earlier we was talking about the delays. We was talking about we had a segment about the ratios. So I just want to know how you feeling about everything right now, and where do you think we're going, or if you got an idea of when maybe launch could happen, or if you got a comment on the tweets that went out last night or any of that. Just give us some knowledge, brother.
Not really. I mean, again, it's one of those things you kind of figure that, like, everything, like that you sort of get shrinking estimates to kind of give you an idea. Not that any data is firm, but sort of the way this thing kind of came and passed, I think that there is no real update. You're just literally, it'll just be ready whenever it's ready. Like, I think speculation at this point is just a waste.
Right. Any read into
Didn't we
any
start
of the
at being
tweets?
months away, and then we went to weeks away, and now we're on days away? So what comes next, guys?
Walrus, I have another question for you, if you would be so kind. So I thought I heard you on a stream state that the price discovery will have nothing to do with where the ratio swap period ends. And some of us had thought that perhaps the ratio swap of, let's say, 10 PulseX to 1 Pulse would then carry over to the price discovery. But I think you had said that one has nothing to do with the other, and the price discovery will have no bearing on the ratio swap period. Can you elaborate on that for us?
Sure, it doesn't. So if price discovery means the dollar value, then nothing that happens pre-bridge has anything to do with the actual dollar value of Pulse.
Okay, so when I was driving back from Atlanta, I think Mick and Big Red and I got into a discussion, and he was saying that you just can't have a ratio swap period that acts price independent from the price discovery period. And I stood tall for you, Walrus, just to let you know. I was taking bullets because Mick has a way of being very compelling. But so if in fact, let's say we get a 10-to-1 on PulseX to Pulse, you're saying that come price discovery, it's basically a reset, correct?
No, I'm saying that those ratios affect the pricing to each other, but they do not affect the price of Pulse specifically. The dollar value of Pulse has nothing to do with any of the ratios that are formed before it. They can affect how much you have. They can affect the pricing of all the other assets, but they do not affect the price of Pulse.
Can you dumb it down for a graduate of the Virginia public school system? I'm confused. Let's just say we end the ratio swap period at 10 PulseX for every pulse. What will the impact on price discovery be?
For Pulse, nothing. Okay, so the dollar value of Pulse comes from what?
Well, from the liquidity pool.
Okay, that liquidity pool is formed after those ratios, correct?
I think what you're getting at here is that the price doesn't, you're not going to have a direct effect on the price. You're going to have an indirect effect on the price as far as those ratios swapping around. It's not going to give you a dollar value like Walrus is pointing out here, right? Until that bridge opens up. Isn't that your point, Walrus?
Right. So wherever, if you're going to use, bridged in Ethereum or bridged in USDC or whatever it is, and that's that first actual pool that gives this dollar value to Pulse, then that's what gives dollar value to Pulse. Now, obviously that the ratios do affect the price of everything else if Pulse is the first one that's paired, but it doesn't, whether that ratio is 100 to 1, 1,000 10 to 1, any of these other things on the pool. If the first liquidity pool for USDC or any of these things come out with Pulse and that value has Pulse at a penny, the value of Pulse is a penny.
Okay, and then a follow-up question would be, will PRC20s be swappable during the phase 2, the ratio swap period? Or will it be phased in? Will I guess liquidity won't be provided until price discovery. So would that then be the case where perhaps we're only going to be able to swap Pulse, PulseX, and PHEX during the ratio swap period, or will everything be swapped?
Well, it just depends. From my understanding, PRC20 is essentially your copied version of ERC20. So the value of that's not gonna change. It's gonna be the same. It's essentially copying over.
No.
I don't
know. Go ahead.
I don't know who made that video. Yeah, so somebody made a video saying that only HEX will be traded in the pre-bridge period. And I don't know where that person got that information or who made that. I didn't see the video, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, I saw it. That was Matty Allen, David Fetter, the founder of Phi, and another gentleman, the two German guys, Patrick and Abit, and then another gentleman that I didn't know. But that's what they had discussed, and I thought that was contrary to what we had thought to be true.
So the guys who thought that it was going to launch on the 2-year anniversary of HEX is the people you're getting your information from, because it sounds like a great date to launch at.
I'm just asking. I'm confirming. I take all the information in, but I like to confirm.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect to those guys, but I don't think they know what they're talking about half the time. I don't watch them, so maybe I'm wrong. But all I know is there's a lot of rumors that get started from Matty's stream, and I think they should just be quiet a lot more than talk, in a lot of these cases, because they're they're causing a lot of trouble for no reason, right? We know how it's going to work. How are they going to shut down? Like, it doesn't make any sense. They can't shut down the Uniswap protocol, so there's going to be swapping between PRC20 tokens. That's a fact. Okay. Whether it gets copied over to PulseX or not, is a question. But why would Richard give different treatment to HEX or any PRC20 token when he's flatly stated in the past that this is not for HEX, right? This is for all of Ethereum. Yes, the HEX community is the community that's supporting Pulsechain the most, but there's no favoritism towards HEX as a contract on Pulsechain, right? So it doesn't make any sense why he would now all of a sudden do favoritism towards one token.
Yeah, to be fair, their point was that the liquidity would be phased in. So while you could technically make a trade, since there wouldn't be any liquidity for those other pairs, perhaps the trade would be invalidated.
Yeah, I don't know.
Guys, I have a technical question if it's possible to ask. I don't know if I'm interrupting you guys or...
Judging by the tweets, we've got time.
So I have a question. I was like last week or 2 weeks ago, I was in the voice chat also, and I was discussing the fact about the hardware wallets. So I checked out a video from Papa Boner, and I bought 2 treasures, and I just set them up. So one I made as a cold wallet on its own, and the other one I merged with the MetaMask. But the question for me now is, when I want to go on the testnet now, do I have to use the MetaMask still? Because when I do connect wallet, I only see the MetaMask option.
Yeah, so you're going to use MetaMask for the most part for everything. The interface that you get with the hardware wallets, right? The Treasure Suite, it's not really optimal, right? The MetaMask is a lot more compatible with all these dApps and whatnot.
I understand it. So the last thing is because in the video he described that you put on your copy of your MetaMask onto the Trezor, and then delete the MetaMask, and then use a dummy account. But when I use a dummy account and then import hardware wallet, then in the MetaMask it shows on the sub on the sub page, like the second account is the Trezor where the Pulse testnet is on, and where my Pulse and PulseX test coins are on. But when I connect this dummy account to the testnet, then it shows 0 Pulse because it only shows the main account.
You just need to switch what account is active for the web page or whatever app you're using.
No, you're not. Your account's not connected. You have to click over. I'm pretty sure your account's not connected. Only one account is connected, and then you have to. There's like the 3 dots, I believe, where you can see both accounts, and it'll show one not connected, and you have to connect that. I think I could be wrong.
It's just a circle. You just, when you go to whatever website it is, let's say it's PulseX you're going to, you go to the PulseX site, and you just, in MetaMask, if your account 1, your dummy account is selected in MetaMask, then all you have to do is hit the circle, that colorful circle, and then pick the Trezor 1, and it'll switch to the account that you should have your test pulse in.
Okay, because I was just checking out some things on the testnet with liquidity pools and all this stuff. It looks pretty good, amazing in percentages, of course, because I just heard some guys talking about the dollar value, but of course you need to check it in percentages. So I think it's going to be a good time as soon as mainnet launches.
Yeah.
Hey, PulseX and Walrus, did you see today on the Twitter for Erica Wall's tweets about the AMM bots like not having any value, also like Hart's laws like rubbish? I mean, Eric Wall, I suppose he's a pretty intelligent guy, and I know he's been fudded out with the nonsense about Luna being greater than Hex, etc. But is there any validity to that? Kind of goes against everything that we're thinking.
not really what we're thinking. It's really what I would call math.
Love it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's hard to argue against math, and yeah. But Pepe, if you want to go back to the conversation we were having before, you know, an easy way to think about this, right, is, you know, Pulsechain is an entire market, right, or set of contracts that is coming to market. So just assume that, you know, somebody basically took a look at an existing market like Ethereum, and then they said, okay, well, I'm going to copy that market, right? So I'm going to take my apples and my oranges, and I'm going to put them in a basket, right, together to swap, right, as a swapping, you know, pool. And I'm going to put it into a basket. I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to have, you know, whatever the ratio is, you know, 3 apples to 2 oranges, right? I'm going to put it in a basket. And then in the next basket, you're going to have maybe pineapples and oranges, right? And maybe there's like a 10-to-1 ratio between, you know, there's 10 times as many oranges as there are pineapples, and so on and so forth. And you take all these baskets of fruit and you load it into a truck, right? And then you drive this truck, you know, down the road to this, you know, new market that you're opening up. But along the way, all of the fruit gets, you know, jumbled up and changed, right? And maybe some oranges jump from one basket to the next basket, and maybe some, you know, pineapples, you know, move, or some apples move, whatever it is. And then when you open up the truck at the end, right, the ratio that you put in there with 3 apples to 2 oranges and whatever, right, is now different, right? Now it's maybe, you know, 1 apple to 10 oranges or something like that, right? Or 7 oranges, right? But that doesn't actually affect what's in the truck, right? In the truck, you still have the same amount of assets in there. So just because the ratios change, it doesn't actually affect the overall price of what you're bringing to the market. And so that's kind of the same deal, right? Until you actually start that new market and that new location, it really doesn't matter with the ratio trading what happens ahead of time, because it depends on how many people are going to show up to this new market that you've advertised for, and, you know, bring their dollar bills to buy the fruit or the assets that you're bringing to the market.
Hey, makes sense. Appreciate the explanation.
So just so my redneck can understand this, what you're saying is during the ratio swap period, all the swapping goes around. The ratios are going to be reset on price day.
No. Well, there's just no. The ratios are the prices. You just don't know it yet, right? You just don't know what the starting. You don't know what the connecting ratio is, right? Until you actually open up the market, until the bridge comes there, and we actually connect. Because what we're talking about is fiat, right? We're not talking about how many Ethereum does it take or how many Bitcoin does it take, right? In the back of everyone's head right now, because we're still stuck in this fiat world, is how much does it cost in US dollars, right? Even as a Canadian, you know, or an Aussie or UK, or, you know, someone from Europe or wherever you're from, you're still thinking more or less in US dollars. So until the bridge is there to connect something that has that, you know, the value in US dollars or in fiat, you just don't know what that price is going to be. But then as soon as somebody connects the price, right, with a ratio, right, so whatever that first asset is, whether it's EUSDC, EHEX, EETH, or something else, whatever that first bridged asset is, when it gets paired with a PRC20 token, that's what's going to set the price for everything. Haunted.
Sorry. Sorry.
Making all kinds of noise again.
Sorry.
But yeah, so like once you get one coin to be bridged over, right, and put into a liquidity pool, that's what sets the price of everything. Now, is it going to stay? No, God, no, it's not going to stay, right? Depending on the liquidity, if it's really thin, it's just going to move all over the place, right? If it's really thick, then it's not going to move as much. It's going to stay a little bit more stable, but they're probably going to give away value, right? They're probably going to be giving away too much value if they make it too thick at the beginning, because you don't know, right? Like if whoever's setting a liquidity pool, maybe they guess and they say, okay, I'm gonna set the price at 10 cents or whatever it is, right? Let's say for Hex, right? They're gonna match it up with Hex, on Pulsechain. They say, oh, I'm gonna price it at 10 cents, right? Well, you don't know if that's the price that's gonna happen, that's gonna be in a week or a month or whenever they want to pull out their liquidity. And so it's silly. It would be silly for them to put their entire bag down and say, yep, I'm going to bet everything that Hex is going to be 10 cents in 6 months or a year when I want to pull this liquidity out, right? It makes a lot more sense. Let's say they had 10 million bucks. It would be silly for them to put 10 million bucks in, all on 10 cents. What makes a lot more sense is to just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to put in maybe 50 grand, right? Or 100 grand. And I'm going to put it at 10 cents, and I'm going to see where it goes. E-money. What's going on? So it makes a lot more sense to put in, like, let's say 50 grand, see where the price goes. Does it go up to 20? Does it go down to 1? Like, does it go up to $1? Like, figure out where the price goes. And then as the price seems to settle, says, okay, maybe it's settling at 15 cents or 20 cents. Let's say it settles at 20 cents, right? And it starts becoming a lot more stable. That's when they're going to probably thicken up the liquidity pool, and say, yep, I'm going to provide more liquidity here because this looks good, because this is where the market brought the price, right? But if it's going to be wild speculation and the price is just going to go bouncing back and forth between like a penny and $1 or whatever, nobody's going to want to add liquidity at that point. It's too unstable, and you just don't know, or at least they're not going to add a lot of liquidity, right? Because it's too risky, right? If they knew for sure, like in a year, it's going to end up at 10 cents, then sure, they can put in their whole liquidity bag at 10 cents, and then they just wait. But it's a very risky proposition for someone to do that, because you could end up with the impermanent loss, right, in the long run. So they're going to want to they're either going to have to be wizards at calculating this in the future, right, and have extreme patience, or they're just going to have to put in low liquidity and see where things go, and then slowly add liquidity, as it goes on. Yeah. So I'm guessing that they're probably going to do more of the second, where they're going to go slow. Richard has made mention of this before, that he likes low liquidity. He doesn't like high liquidity. There's other coins that have ripped off Hex that, thought Hex did it wrong with the low liquidity and made super, thick liquidity. And those coins are wrecked. They can't move the price whatsoever, right? So, yeah, you want low liquidity, and you probably want to add it slowly. That is the direction that people are suggesting that they go. But I don't think that they would be adding liquidity unfairly to one coin versus the other. In that regards, like, I don't think they're going to add like liquidity for Hex before they add liquidity for the other tokens, right? If they're gonna add liquidity for the token, they're going to do it all at the same time, right? Now, maybe like the USDC, and some stable coins, maybe they won't maybe you won't get the fixer bot treatment. Maybe other tokens that violated the intellectual property of Richard Hart projects won't get that same treatment, right? But every other token should get that same treatment for the most part.
Hey, quick side note. One of my messages, Pulsechain community. It's a message, and I just don't know if this is real, if it's fake. And I don't know if anybody else got this message. I got it actually today, and it says Pulsechain announcement: claim $$ PLS rewards. we've decided to launch another community event to celebrate the latest roadmap milestone. You can participate here, and it's trustpad-nft.org.
You can stop there. It's fake.
Huh? Yeah, I don't know. 3,000 people looked at it, so I just want to, if somebody's clicked on it, like I clicked on it, but I have not connected my wallet or anything drastic on the website. Looks professional, but I don't know if it's fake. So I'm just trying
Bro,
to
it's a scam.
word out
It's a
there.
scam.
Never connect your hardware wallet or wallet to any site that you don't know for sure that it's safe.
Stop being
Yeah,
such
It's a
dude.
scam for sure.
Jeez.
yeah, they're
Dude.
claiming to be from Pulsechain.com, and the site is actually trusted.
You don't have to keep going through it, man. It's a scam.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
from here on out,
Everybody's on the
scam.
same
That's
page here.
the second
Scam.
scam brought up
Delete.
here in the last hour, dude. Stop.
They happen, bro. They're
I'm
scams,
just
man. It's
asking.
just, if anybody from Pulsechain's messaging you, it's a scam.
That's what I gathered from yesterday, from all the guys yesterday, saying you cannot buy Pulsechain or buy Pulse. It is not out yet. Just sit back and enjoy the conversation that these guys are doing. And some of these guys in here, man, they are very informational and been in the game a long time. Like I hate to dick ride, but Papa yesterday convinced me to get a hardware wallet and the greatness of a hardware wallet and the security features and everything. And he's very informational on being safe with your money, So
Yeah. Typically, anyone sending you the link, any project that has the word "pad" in it, anything that says AI in it, it's all scams, right? So you just immediately just disregard it.
Is Warren still there?
Mute yourself, 20 Sims.
So I was looking on Google about Pulsechain like symbols and stuff, and I found one symbol that kind of resembles ETH, and I was like, man, this would be so dope if Pulse took this symbol because it was like hollow, it was very 3D-ish, and I was like, man, this got to be the symbol for Pulse, man. You know what I mean? Like grayed out, black, all nice. Like the symbol that we got now is cool, but I don't know, man.
And it's not
Kind of
gonna
like to see
change.
it black or something.
ETH symbol is ugly.
I don't know. I think Richard Hart likes the color in it. If you look at Hex, it has some colors in it, so I think he likes this color scheme.
Of course, he's
Pretty
got a Ferrari and a Lambo in the colors of PulseX, so I don't think those colors are changing.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah. Immediately, when I saw that tweet, I didn't even read the text. I'm like, oh man, those cars would like match PulseX really nice. And then I went and read the text, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's exactly what he did.
Speaking on Richard Hart, from my perspective of knowing who he is out in the world for 2 days, and my first impressions is he probably has a lot of pressure on him. He probably has a lot of criticism he has to deal with, and that's why his attitude is like that. A lot of people doubting him, a lot of people are with him. So I think that's the reason why his attitude is like that, just because, on a day-to-day basis, we don't know what that man goes through. We don't know his emotions and feelings and, who's getting to him and who's not. So for him to be like that, I mean, I kind of understand, but I don't know the full story, and no one's going to know the full story because, at the end of the day, he's a human being, you know?
Hey, Profex, you said something a few minutes ago. I just want to make sure I heard that right. You said there was a chance the AMM some stable coin pair
pairs might not get rebalanced by the AMM bot. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, Richard put out a tweet like 2 weeks ago asking if there's any tokens that the fixer bot shouldn't touch the pools for, and a lot of people answered, stable coins or USDC, among other coins. And the reason being, you don't want that to be copied, is you want to try to limit the arbitrage, right? Because people are going to bring that across. Obviously, the values are not going to get honored. For the most part, you got to be a little crazy to think it's going to honor it, at $1 or whatever it is, or it's a risk, right? It's an added risk. So personally, I would like USDC contract to get disabled, as soon as possible. Because if you look at Ethereum right now, the number one coin that everything's traded with is Ethereum. The second coin, I think, is either USDT or USDC. USDC has a huge liquidity pool, I would say, on the DEXs. So if you can shut that down, right, specifically by disabling the contract, then it limits the amount of arbitrage you have between the different DEXs, right? Because there's going to be this disparity between them, right? But second to that, if you just don't fix the ratios for them, then that basically gives them no real value either, right? And that helps limit the arbitrage a little bit. So it does make sense to not do it to the stable coins, to some effect at least.
Yeah, that
Profex.
makes sense. Sorry, I just have a quick follow-up question. So if it does not fix those ratios, I assume once the fork happens, there would still be pulse in those Uniswap and SushiSwap pairs. Do you know what would then happen to the pulse? Oh, I guess, or it wouldn't matter because it would just copy them at a 1-to-1.
Yeah, it just copies it 1-to-1 and
Right,
stays
right,
there,
right.
maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Profex. If you had to speculate on all of the individuals or entities that provide liquidity with HEX USDC or HEX Ethereum, what percentage of those people providing liquidity don't know about the Pulse chain?
For HEX, 0. They all know about it.
Zero.
For sure.
Zero.
Yeah, 0. I was about to say.
You don't think there's any percentage of people that just go on to Uniswap pools and see HEX and decide to enter in liquidity without knowing the system?
Okay,
What's going
maybe
on in the
maybe
community?
1%. Maybe 1% if they don't know what they're doing. But that's for the investor that, puts their money into coins that they don't do research on.
So
There's
therefore,
guys out there,
I could
man.
assume that once the liquidity pools reach 1% in them, then that's when we should expect the Pulse chain to launch them.
I don't think the people providing liquidity don't necessarily know when Pulsechain launches, right? It doesn't need to be the OA or Richard or someone on the development team that's providing liquidity, right? It can definitely be some of these larger whales, right? And they won't get any more advanced notice, than the rest of us when it's launching, most likely. So right, even
okay, speculate.
We had because we had
speculate
a
on the
announcement last
percentage.
week. We had an announcement last week that Kinetics somehow knew the date, because Richard had told him, but he couldn't share it. But that clearly, didn't work out. So,
how many people do you think don't time it right then? What kind of percentage do you think you could speculate there that don't pull out in time?
Well, I think Richard's going to tell us when it's happening roughly, right? He's going to give us at least some range, right? Whether it's a week or 2-3 days. But he's going to tell us ahead of time when it's happening, right? Which will give them time to pull out, more or less. They're going to pull out for some amount of time, longer than they would probably want to pull out, though, is the problem. Right? So it's a question for them
when
whether
the
they're going
liquidity
to or
is
not.
so thin, what do you think? What do you speculate the price is going to do after the 30 days post launch with Hex when the liquidity is so thin? Or do you think right after launch the liquidity is going to re-enter the pools immediately?
No, I think it's, just as it's probably thinning up the liquidity now. I think after the fork, it's probably going to take a little bit of time to get that liquidity back in there because, again, if you don't know where the price is going to go, if it's volatile, you don't want to be the one guy that's putting in liquidity and then losing his shirt, because you guessed wrong. So I think it's going to have to kind of rebuild that liquidity pool, that thickness, almost from scratch, on both ends.
Don't you guys think
How do you
if
think
Richard Hart
how long
called the
do you think
top,
it takes to rebuild that?
I mean, I don't know. It's going to be more of a wait and see, I think, attitude by the people adding liquidity, right? They're going to have to see what the market looks like and how it reacts and try to, add it in slowly. I don't know.
Basically, if it's volatile, the longer it's going to take, but the less volatile, the quicker it take then.
It's kind of like a double-edged sword in that case, right? Because the thinner liquidity, the more volatile it's going to be. But yeah, so it's kind of like it's a catch-22, really.
Right.
But if they see if they see it come back up to a price that they like, they might start adding liquidity, testing it out. Maybe they'll try to put it in there to kind of lock it in, as best they can, try to control it, or stabilize the price. But at the same time, they're not, none of the liquidity providers are doing this for charity, right? And so they don't want to get it wrong either, right? They're not there just to give away value. So they'll probably test it out, and it'll probably be some time. I don't know. I've never provided liquidity in that way, so.
Do you think all the remaining assets in the sacrifice addresses will be used to provide any sort of liquidity from chain to chain?
Maybe. I mean, they definitely could be. That would make sense to use that, but I don't think if anyone's thinking that they're going to take all of the 55 billion or the other what was it 13 trillion that was sacrificed, if they think that that's going to be put up in year one, I think that would be a mistake, right? I don't think it's going to be anywhere near that. I think it's going to take a very long time for that to basically be added as a liquidity pair in the liquidity pair, if it's added at all, right? I don't see it. I'm not counting on it.
Perfect. Here's a
There's
question.
lots of cases in which those wallets could be used to help the community as a whole. There's lots of different scenarios that they could use that.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the Richard, being the creator of Hex, understands how to make a market long term, and I don't think he's going to spend it all at once, right? I think he is going to slowly move it in. If it gets moved in, it's going to be slowly over time, because he's going to have patience. I mean, he's the king. He's kind of said it before that he's the king of delayed gratification, right?
I was just kind of envisioning that the sacrifice address, once the liquidity of Hex on Ethereum becomes so thin after launch and everyone's scared to provide liquidity because of the volatility and that double-edged sword's created, all of a sudden, like a $1 million market buy from a sacrifice address buys up Hex to like higher than $1, and then the liquidity enters back in and stabilizes that and prices everyone out that was trying to trade it or wait for bottoms. Do you ever see a scenario like that?
I think that's market manipulation if that's the case. If I'm understanding that correctly, if somebody's able to influence the market like that, that sets off red
Welcome
flags.
to crypto.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys something. Do you guys think that Richard Hart in no way,
What do you
shape, or
think about
form
that
is trying to
situation,
time the
ProfX?
market for the market
Is
bottom?
that ProfX? Do you
Yeah.
think that's a reasonable scenario?
I mean, again, if he tries to lock in the liquidity at a high price, then he's just giving away the value quicker, right? If you're providing liquidity at $1 versus at 10 cents, and people trade you the same amount of tokens, you're giving away 10 times more value at $1. So I don't know if he would necessarily do that. I could see somebody purchasing, coins cheap, right? Because Hex does what Hex always does, right? It goes up and it goes down, and those who stake it, get yield, right? And they don't really care about the price until it comes their turn to actually sell it. So I could see a lot of people buying it when it gets cheap, and we'll just have to see what kind of support it has, right? It's going to be an interesting question of when does this launch, how much dry powder does everyone have, right? If it happens soon enough, I don't think people are feeling the hurt, right, from the economy just yet. So they might have some dry powder still to buy it up, right? But maybe if it launches in 3 months or more, maybe it's a different case where things are getting a little bit more thin on your personal budgets, and you're going to be a little bit more cautious with it, right? So I think it's going to just depend on the general overall feel of the economy, right? As it kind of always is. And then to Super Bowl's question, whether I think he's timing it, no. I think Richard wanted it out last year. If he could have got it out last year, he will make sure that it launches correctly, right? With as many, without any bugs if he can, right? As well as it can, which is why they're going through right now and reviewing it, right? They got to go through this code review. It's always, something that you need to do. That's what BSC doesn't do, right? That's one of the big differences between Binance Smart Chain and a lot of other chains, or at least Ethereum is, and Pulsechain, for that matter, is they basically they come up with the fixes, they release it, and that's it. And they cross their fingers and see if it works, right? And that is not how you do professional development in software at all, right? What you want to do is, you identify the problem, you basically fix it, right? You write the code to fix it, and then you have someone else review the changes, right? And you want to do a code review. You want a high up person probably do a code review and just double check the work, right, that the other people did, and make sure that it's up to par. And if it's not up to par, then it ends up being more work for like the lead developers, right? Because they got to go back through and deal with the stuff, and just make sure it's done the way it should have been done in the beginning. So I think we're kind of at that point where now that maybe we're going through some code review, we're finding some stuff that they don't like, and they're having to go through and fix stuff up. And Richard had a tweet earlier today saying that they've already fixed some stuff. They've moved a lot of the validator code away from Solidity contracts into the GoETH system, so it should be faster, better code, which is a good thing, right? So these code reviews are actually really nice because it gives them a chance to actually just review what they did and then kind of get a second look and a second opinion at, hey, is this really the best thing, or maybe now that we've had some time to think about it, they have some different thoughts on how they want to handle some of these things.
So let me ask you, ProfX. When Richard Hart called the top, that's his famous shit, right now. Do you think, is it a fair statement to say he called the top because he was looking at technical analysis in the charts? Do you think that the technical analysis on the top influenced him to be able to be confident on him calling the Bitcoin top the last times he did that?
Yeah, I mean, last year when he showed the top, I mean, he literally just, showed the graph and then made some quip about, who's got the best meme for Bitcoin falling out of the parabola, which nobody understood what that meant, right? Or very few people kind
He
of
was
understood it.
he was correlating the top with the Coinbase IPO.
Well, it wasn't just that, right? There are these, when the CME, the futures market launched in 2017, that was also the top. The Coinbase thing was another top, right? All these are kind of top indicators, but he still looks at the fundamental chart, right? That chart that he tweeted out, that picture last year, was literally the chart of Bitcoin and where it should have been going and which way it was heading, right? And it wasn't going up anymore. It started going more to the right and, more to the right than down, right? So the parabola was stopped going up, and that was the issue. So he's very much just looking at the technicals on the chart and you basing it off of that.
So we can agree to that because he's very confident, and when he also made statements about he's an expert, in charts. He doesn't get paid to do those, but he's really good at charts. He doesn't tell people to trade, but him himself,
I disagree.
is very good.
Richard Hart has specifically stated himself that the top was because the Coinbase IPO, which was April 14th, the direct day-to-day correlation. Of
but he also talked about the parabola,
technical analysis. Yeah, but the single event notifying the top is the Coinbase IPO of April 14th, though. It had nothing to do with technicals.
Like when he goes and references him calling the top, he references the tweet with the chart. He doesn't mention the fact, that there's an IPO or anything else, right? Or the Coinbase launch, whatever. He mentions the chart. Like the chart has something to do with it, right? The timing does. But when he's specifically counting or pointing out to the day, he's always pointing to the chart with the technicals on it.
I agree with you.
You had not fallen out of the parabola, though, until after that point in time.
Exactly. So, that's my original question, and PulseX just answered it. Was part of his top call was using charts in some type of way. Besides the current event that happened, he brought up that there was a chart where it fell out the parabola because it was going vertical insanity. And so that's why he called the top. So that's a fair statement, right? We're all in the same.
Falling out of the parabola was after the Coinbase IPO, though. He called the top before falling out of the parabola.
Yeah, then he also called 27 days later. 27 days later, on the day ETH did the same thing. So it was just a quinky dink that Coinbase launched.
So what was your point, Filipino?
Thank you. I was just trying to see if anybody else was in tune, but I was just, I just wanted to come in agreements. Richard Hart knows about charts, and I know he does. He's smart. He brought it up, and that's what's part of his top call. And
He's been watching Bitcoin
he
for a very long time. He would. It's in his nature to know when it's the top and most likely the bottom.
Okay. So I say that to say this:
top is a top until you don't know a top is a top until
He show you the chart, the top on the chart by using the chart, so he knows what the chart is.
Exactly. So let me just fast forward because I don't want to keep interrupted. I just want to finish my thought so you guys are on the same page. Is now we're here. And he made comments about, aren't you guys wishing that I called, Bitcoin bottom? He made comments of, the metrics are looking good. All I'm saying is the TA and the charts, they're all saying the market bottom is in about, a lot of it's saying about 3 weeks more for market bottom. And I just want to bring that up that has nothing to do with Richard Hart and when post launch is launching. It's not correlated in any kind of way. I'm not saying that. But ultimately is it will be dope if that happened, because if we bottom out, we go to bull market in 3 weeks, and it'll be great if Pulsechain launched sometime around then. But obviously the bugs need to be fixed, this and that. But I'm just bringing it up because I know that he's looking at these charts like all the most professional TAs that look at Bitcoin. Everybody's talking about it. It's not a secret. So the market bottom is looking within the next 3 weeks. It's possible from past history. So will it happen? We don't know. Now everybody's just holding their breath for 3 more weeks to see if the market flips. And but this has nothing to do with again with Pulsechain launching. But if the market flips, now we're in a bull market. But what other better time to press the button to launch a project, which is the most bottom of the bear market, if you had a choice and you had an option right before it flipped to bull?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to time it exactly right. I mean, like, it's not like Bitcoin all of a sudden at the end of 2018 or whatever it is went into a bull market and made all these X's. It went sideways for a year or two before it started going up again, right? So pretty much any time now is a fine time to launch, right? At the bottom, right? Whether you go down another 10, 20%, or whatever, it doesn't really matter that much. You're close enough.
I hear you. That's one side of the debate, and that's a fair statement. And then the other side of the statement is, there's only if the charts are saying 3 more weeks only for the last part of the bearish, there still can be a 50% correction with Bitcoin. Bitcoin can go easily, 15,000. That's 50% of that price. So why, but I hear you. Is there any pros and cons to waiting 3 more weeks to see if it happens? Is there more pros and cons to launching now? Is there any negative, things about it? And just a good
That's
combo
hard
to
to
have.
say. That's hard to speculate. That's hard to determine. That question is very hard to see, and to answer. What I think, this is not financial advice or anything, whatever I say, but I think when Pulse launches, I think it's going to skyrocket in the beginning. The floodgates are going to open up and people are going to want to buy up this Pulse, right? And because there's going to be marketing in front of it. When you start seeing a lot of marketing for Pulse coming to this said app or to this wallet or to, quote unquote, Coinbase, okay, when they're going to want to market this and they're going to want new investors that have no idea about to come on their platform and buy Pulse. So there's going to be huge marketing before launch, I think. So, people buy it. A lot of people use their platform to buy it.
No, that's definitely valid. And, we all try to decipher Richard Hart's tweets too, like I do. We all try to. And the reason why I say that is because, just yesterday, he said, by the way, some people like the idea of launching at the bottom of a bear market. So for those people, they probably love the delays. And he's speaking to me, somebody who thinks this, but it's just like these little hidden gems that he's saying. He says Pulsechain will not be launching this. He says, let me say my last point and then you have to take the floor. He says Pulsechain yesterday, Pulsechain will not be launching this month. I'll keep up my outrage marketing. And then he says the metrics look good so far. What does the metrics look good so far mean to you guys? And the metrics say the market bottom is in 3 weeks. So again, I like to talk about, people's thoughts on it or not. But that's the way I'm looking at it.
Can I just weigh in really quickly on this topic in general? It's been I'm not new to the community. I got in last year. And there have been a number of times where Richard will put out a tweet, and people go on this hunt, basically trying to decipher what he says or what he means or what is going to happen. And every single time, without fault, it's amounted to absolutely nothing. The guy has said himself that, when it's ready, he's going to launch it. Since last year, he's been giving estimates, right? We are on the front end. We don't know how difficult the things are in the back or whatnot. He's saying he's waiting as well. I think I think speculating on these things is not useful, and it's not going to bring us anywhere, because when it's ready, he will launch it, and that's all we know, and that's all he said, right? Is when it's ready, it's going to go. Like, we're talking about, the market bottoming out, and we're looking at charts, but there's so many factors that go into these things that none of us have any
Correct.
control or knowledge over. I mean,
That's
we're
right.
we're just going to a point where
Amen.
interest rates are about to start spiking back up. We don't know how people are going to react to this. It might mean people pull out money. Like PulseX said, we could be going sideways for years. Like, we don't know. I think it's just better if we stick to general things, like understanding the system better, the strategies that we can kind of look forward in doing. But all this speculation and deciphering, I don't think is helpful.
Okay, so that's a great statement, Links. That's no sweat, and I can agree to disagree, but I simply disagree. That's why trading is trading, and that's why 90% of people lose money. But there's 10% of us that actually really make good money trading and looking at these charts. Men lie, women lie, but the charts don't lie. It goes off past history and facts. It's only about the facts in the chart. It's not a crystal ball. It's just facts. All we talk about when we talk about TA is facts in the charts and the probability of the bet, which is investing. So, of course, it's a general answer. Don't invest into HEX or whatever coin, because there's that, scary fear of why not to do it or do it.
My
But
young
again, so
Filipino
that's my
friend,
rebuttal to that. And I just want you to understand,
you haven't traded long enough yet.
your train of thought is just an opinion and perspective, not law.
You said it yourself that 10% do well, 90% get wrecked. I'm just suggesting, let's focus on the 90%, because chances are most of them are in here. Let's see what's beneficial to them. And to them, I would
Okay,
say, hey guys, just calm down, wait, try
but
and
you can't say
accumulate some dry.
statements. You can't come on statements and say TA is not. You can't believe in TA, and it's just a waste
Is
of
that
time
what
to
I
talk
said?
about.
That's not what I said. I said
So,
people trying to decipher Richard Hart tweets, like you saying
all
that,
right,
oh, he says the metrics look good. What do the metrics mean?
okay, you're changing
I'm
that part.
pretty sure
That was a whole different part. I agree with on that. But you're talking about the chart. But I'll fall back now.
He wasn't
right.
saying anything about the charts or trading. He was talking about predictions of when launch is going to be. And it's probably best that we just say it happens when it's going to happen. We're not going to sit there and make have high hopes. It's going to happen in 2 weeks and it doesn't happen. We're not going to tweet that Richard Hart put out. It's not happening in May, and then the HEX goes down. People start selling. Was it good for the
No, so
HEX?
this is
No.
this this is this is how-
So all I'm trying to say is that don't sit there and say predictions or maybe or possible. Let's just wait until it happens, and that's it. Forget the possibilities of anything
Yeah,
until we know
that's
it
what we
happens.
have to do
That's
now.
it.
The only thing that we need to be paying attention to on Richard Hart is when the launch is happening. When he says launch is happening tomorrow, 5 o'clock, that's all the information that we need from the man, because the man right now has this huge idea and this huge implication going forward. He himself has to secure his bag, you right? And he has to secure his bag with the platform that is going to make this accessible, the exchange that is going to have the coin on, right? And if we look at said exchange, maybe Coinbase, well, we got to evaluate Coinbase. Why would they want Pulse on their exchange? If you haven't been following on Coinbase and all that, they lost $500 million on expected revenue. And so they have a lot to gain from this.
technically it's
So
not a
true.
loss. They just didn't make that much.
Well, yeah, they were expected to make $500 million and they didn't, so they essentially lost. But you got to understand what exchanges have the best, you know, uh, outcome of hosting this coin. And this is history in the making. You know, if I am understanding this correctly and understanding more as more information comes to me, this is history in the making. You know, that's what I feel. That's what I believe. And not a whole lot of things have uh, pointed me in the other direction.
PulseX. Just a question. I don't know if you know much about oracles, but could a bridge be an oracle to get a price of something on the other side, or it is an oracle? If you're still here.
It's not really. I mean, it could act as an oracle somewhat. But I mean, you're better off just getting the actual price, right? So I mean, I guess it becomes a question of, do you get an oracle cross chain, or do you rely on the bridge to get the price, to do the cross chaining for you, kind of, right? It depends on if you can access, something that's outside of the chain itself. If you're trying to do like, if you're just trying to use it to figure out what the price is, and it's all on chain, then it can be used, I guess, as that. But I don't think it typically is.
Isn't that how PulseX is getting the price? Is of the value of its pairing to whatever's paired on that bridge, technically.
So right now, what we're doing on testnet is we're assuming that USDC is worth $1, and then everything else is based off of that.
Yeah. That's why it's so high.
Yeah, and on mainnet, what we're going to do is we're going to assume the EUSDC is worth $1, I believe, and then we're going to go from there. So we're basically anchoring the price of EUSDC because it should ultimately be redeemable for $1, back on Ethereum, until we get our own stablecoin. Until USDC, let's say, launches their own coin on Pulsechain, I think we're going to be locking in that price to USDC, or maybe a basket of stables. But I think primarily it's just going to be the EUSDC.
If that was the case, then EUSDC can't lose its peg, even though the ratios. Well, yeah, it can't lose its peg. It's always $1.
You got to understand, these stable coins aren't stable. Every stable coin that you see or hear about
Yes, we
is not
understand that. We
stable.
understand that. We're looking at something different here. That's all.
There's a difference between stables that have. Yeah, there's a difference between stables that have money in the bank, that they only generate one coin for every $1 that they put, in a bank, versus the algorithmic stable coins that just make it up and say, oh yeah, we're gonna back this with more speculative assets, and we're gonna make up this new speculative asset that people can hold, and we're gonna back it up, and everything is great on the way up because as things go up in price, we can deploy more stable coins out because our coin went up in value, 10x, 100x, whatever. But then once they inflate it, and then a bear market comes, and they have all these coins out there, but then they don't have the value in their underlying asset. When the underlying asset goes down because it's just another speculative asset, then it depegs their stable coin, right? That's very different than the stable coins like USDC where they have money in the bank.
Perfect.
Yeah,
My question
you
is,
always gotta
perfect.
take
My
it with
question
her.
is, didn't we know this before?
Oh yeah,
We did. We did. Yes, we did. It was
It's not that.
expectable.
It's not that
What
it's not
happened to
very
Luna
big.
was very expectable.
Yeah. It's not that it's depegging. It's harder to repeg, back to peg. It's not redeemable. So there's more
And
stable
DAI
coins out there than what is actually back.
DAI,
Whatever's
stablecoin DAI, it goes next.
Are you talking about DEI?
Isn't DAI redeemable?
I mean, DAI stablecoin, DAI. If Ethereum keeps going down, DAI's next. Maker and all this crap.
Yeah, because there is a stablecoin, DEI. I forget what it is like exactly, but they're already on their way down as well, right? So they're the second one after Luna to take a hit. Last week at least they were on their way down. So
you talking about DAI, the ERC20?
Guys, USDC is good. It's a stable coin good. It's backed by dollars. That's what its purpose, right? Some company stacks dollars in a bank account somewhere. I don't care if somebody does the audit to it and they tell me, okay, we did the audit, the money is there, and there are equivalent USDC or USDT or whatever in circulation on the blockchain, equivalent to the bank account we audited. It's okay. They assure me this. Okay, so it's a good stable coin to hold. No bear market
It's only
can bring it down.
61% backed by dollars, though.
Then we have a problem.
Technically, any stable coin, no matter how it is pegged or how it's backed, it can lose its peg. It's how it's redeemed that brings its pegging back. If that's not backed properly, then it's not possible to bring it back to $1. That's what happened to Luna. To understand that, as long as the backing is always there to redeem, it will always go back to $1. If there's more backing, if there's less backing, what happens is the backing goes empty and no one can redeem anymore. That's how it works. That's how it's pegged to $1. You can peg any stable coin to any value you want, as long as it's redeemable to that value. You can choose $2 if you like. And as long as it's redeemable, then the market will always make sure that pricing is pegged to that $2. So you can choose whatever you want. It's not that the stable coin in the liquidity pool always Dex always thinks it's $1. It's if it's redeemable back to $1. So you can always get that token, put it somewhere, and always get $1 worth of something. That's how a stable coin is pegged back to $1.
Yeah, but then you should have audits to assure you that every 100 USDC or USDT in circulation have equivalent $100 in a bank account somewhere backing it. One to one, 100%, not 60%.
If it's not one
not
to one,
60%,
it could lose its
not
peg
60%. Can't be
eventually.
60%.
Yes.
Must be 100%.
Yes, I agree. 100, if not more. 100, 150%, 200%. It is better than backing of something that's 60%, 50%, 90%. I agree with you on that one. But I'm just educating people how it's pegged to $1. So if every stable coin was pegged to $2 worth of whatever's backing it, then people would always make sure it's $2 worth. Because they can always take it back, get $2 worth of it, and then go buy more of it. And they will eventually go to $2. That's how the pegging works. Just so you understand. USDC can lose its peg for a few minutes because a whale dumped. That's how it works. Then it'll get repegged or arbitrage. That's what they call it, arbitrage. It goes back to $1. You'll never see it arbitrage to $2 because it's redeemable for $2
But
worth.
wait. If you have it 100% back, it can eventually go down a little bit because the liquidity on the point where it's being traded is lower than the liquidity that really exists, and this is not bad.
Liquidity,
okay?
no.
Then the people who hold USDC don't need to panic because they know that it is down in price. It's just because the pool went very it was a lot of traffic on the pool, right? But they can rest assured that all the tokens in circulation have equivalent dollars in the backing bank account, right? And there is no problem that loses peg a little bit in this situation. Loses peg not because it's not money enough to back it. Loses peg because of the traffic in the pool, right? And this is not bad. The problem, and when it's bad, is when it loses peg because there are not enough dollars on that backing bank account.
Yes.
To make it stay pegged, right? These two different problems. So losing peg just because of momentum traffic doesn't scare me.
Yes.
Because I sleep tight. I know that the money's in the bank waiting for me next day.
Correct.
Right? So it's two different situations.
That's all I'm trying to say is educate people on how it's pegged and why it's pegged. And it can lose its peg as long as it's redeemable and it's always got its backing, it always goes back to its dollar value. No matter what. The people want to make money. So they will redeem that stable coin back to, or for whatever dollars worth it's paid to it, and then come back and buy it back and make sure the pegging goes back to normal. So a stable coin, as long as it's back 100% plus, will always go back to a dollar.
But USDC is not 100% backed by US dollars. It's 61% backed by actual dollars. 39% of it is in bonds and other US denomination assets, but not
Correct.
actual dollars in a bank account.
What helps USDC is there's so much out there that it's arbitrage between different pools that brings back the peg. That also helps a lot. So you might have in one pool that it lost its peg, and in another pool on a different blockchain, it's still a dollar. So they go and do the arbitrage that way, and it will go back to a dollar. So as long as it's redeemable for a dollar somewhere of something, it will always go back to a dollar.
Speaking
Hey guys.
speaking of arbitrage, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, if you're done the topic, I had a question for Filipino because he was talking about the charts and how they give facts and probabilities, and he said everything's pointing to the 3-week bottom. So I'm wondering if he can give us a probability statement of the bottom in 3 weeks, and I want a specific number. Tell us what the chart's telling you. Give us a percent.
I just have a last question about arbitrage, if you don't mind. Then we could go back there. So Profex, you and Haunted, when you initially started, you said you were talking about getting when mainnet launches, we're probably going to be using assuming that USDC is $1 to get our pricing over from the chain or whichever Ethereum asset. Now, my question is, when it comes to arbitrage, right? From that initial point where we establish the price of Pulse, and then that dollar amount trickles through the Pulse chain network, all the pools basically, and every asset gets a dollar value based on the established dollar amount of Pulse. From that point on, if you change the ratio in the initial pool that you used to establish the dollar amount, so let's say it was a USDC pair, and everywhere else got a price from that. If you change the ratio in there, will the ratio automatically change in all the other pools because everywhere gets their price from that initial pool, or from that point will it have to be arbitraged between them? Do you know what I mean?
So yeah, so the ratios won't change automatically like between the pools because someone has to trade in order for the ratios to change in each individual pool. But if you want to do the math to figure out what the price of something is, and there's not a direct price with EUSDC, then yes, you will most likely get your price through the ratio of Pulse to EUSDC, and then the ratio of Pulse to whatever PRC20 token you're holding, right? So that'll be the way that you determine, token X, right? If you have a ratio between token X and Pulse, and then Pulse to EUSDC, that's how your price is going to be calculated. But it doesn't mean that the ratio automatically changes in the pools themselves.
Right. I didn't say that part right. Instead of ratio, I meant price. So yeah, okay. So then we will basically be, for lack of a better term, at the mercy of that initial pool that is giving the price, because that's where basically the value would need to be extracted out of. Anybody that wants to go in and out would have to go through that point. So if it
That's what
changes
I find
there,
interesting there.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's interesting.
and so
Yeah, no,
That's
yeah,
very,
that's
very
basically.
interesting.
Yeah,
That changes the game a little bit.
I've said
Sorry,
it before a little bit. You know, that liquidity pool, whatever liquidity we have between Ethereum and Pulsechain, right? Assuming we're just bridging to Ethereum right now, whatever that liquidity is going to act really weird, right? Because, you know, I've said it like it's as if you're swinging a small hammer, but the effect, you know, when you hit it is as if you're hitting a sledgehammer, right? So that liquidity, if it's too small, can drastically change the price of every asset on Pulsechain very quickly.
Right.
Because of if it's too thin, then it'll just it'll have this reflex that's just overwhelming.
Yeah, I find that very
That's
interesting
kind of,
if they're going to do that, because
yeah.
then you'll have two different stable coins. You might see a swap between two different stable coins at a different price. So you might think that, for example, DAI, if DAI was bridged over, that that DAI might lose its peg, or you might think it's losing its peg when it has not. It's just because it's taking that stable coin in that pool, the USDC and PulseX, as a dollar. It sort of makes it very, very interesting and very, very, very hard to determine what the is going on. Because you could see the price of Pulse skyrocket because of one pool.
It goes back to the conversation. It goes back to the conversation we were having a minute ago with you and Topcat, where you know the stable coins can lose their peg for a second or two, right, or for a few minutes, whatever it is. But if they're redeemable, you know, they're ultimately redeemable. You're going to see some very similar action here, where you know, people are going to run to safety most likely. You know, at some point in time, they're going to try to exchange their PRC20s for EUSDC or Pulse free EUSDC, and EUSDC is going to be overbought. And in the liquidity pool, at least, the ratio might be very different than what you think it would be, but it's not going to ultimately affect the price of EUSDC, because I think the developers are basically going to lock that price in for the most part, at least at the beginning. So what that's going to do is it's going to obviously change the price of HEX, or of Pulsechain, and lower the price of Pulsechain or any of the other assets that are traded in a pool with EUSDC, right? If that particular pool gets kind of overrun with people, trying to buy EUSDC to run to safety.
Yeah, so then you'll probably see a price pump in USDC and Pulse, but not DAI and Pulse because of that, because it's going off that one pool. I just find it. I'm trying to wrap my head around it, because it's a lot. You could do something. I wonder if you can actually wreck yourself by thinking you're actually swapping for $1 worth, but you're really not. In a different pool, it might be worth more.
And that's why.
Sorry. Yeah.
So as far as I understand it, the developers will be pegging the EUSDC to $1, right? So the EUSDC will be king, right, for price. So we can at least rely on that for the most part. Later on, who knows what they'll do, right? It should actually be like an aggregate of coins, right? It shouldn't just be EUSDC. It should be maybe all the stable coins, or maybe all the coins in general, right, that come across the bridge. But definitely at the beginning, they're just going to lock it into the USDC.
Yeah, I thought it would be like an average of whatever they're bridging over. If they're bridging over 3 assets, at least get the average of all 3, so that way you at least know what you're doing. But that in that example, there might be some funny looking arbitrage moments between USDC and DAI that make no sense whatsoever. you would think that the an average would be better, but it's going off one pool. I can by saying that I'm going to only go on by just a quick thought of it, only just learning what you're just saying, that you might see a big spike and then you might see volatility like no tomorrow, just because of it. It just changes the game a little bit. That's all. I find it very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, at the beginning at least, the less tokens that are bridged over and put in liquidity pools, the less leakage you're going to have. Right? If we only have EUSDC coming over, or even just EU to USDC, oh god, that's awful, man. Who was that? If you just have EUSDC, let's say HEX and ETH, then that would probably be good. If you have too many of them, then the liquidity gets fractured and you end up with too much slippage in each individual pool, and then more opportunity for slippage. Slippage and arbitrage if there's too many pools. So you're actually better off just having like one pool. If it was just EUSDC that came over, that would probably be the ideal situation. So I don't know, maybe that's what is going on, with the sacrifice money, right? Maybe some of that's getting ready to come over, but I think a lot of it's actually got switched over to DAI. So maybe that's going to be used for something else, right? Something else on Pulsechain, if it's going to get used for anything at all.
Awesome. Thank you.
Did anybody hear that the devs are rewriting the code and they're coming out with a faster code that's going to be 40 times faster than they thought? And that's part of the delay.
Not that exact wording. Richard did have a tweet earlier today saying that they basically redid some of the validator code, the rotation code, and they moved it away from being in Solidity. So they moved it out of a smart contract into the Go Pulse code, right? So now you're at a lower level code, so it's actually going to be faster because of that. You're not running it in the EVM anymore. It's going to be kind of on the top layer, the same layer that the EVM runs in.
So I heard like instantaneous transaction.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. You still have to run the EVM. So that still works. They just kind of fixed up some of the rotation. But I haven't seen anything, so maybe there's something I'm missing.
So the ultimate question is, does that mean they need to run a test 3, a V3, after they're done?
I mean, that's an interesting point. It depends on how cautious they want to be. I mean, they're already most likely running a V3 from what we know. It's just not public V3. So they can still be testing out the code internally. Because it involves the validators, maybe they should make it public to get more people on board, right? Instead of just running their own validators, they might want to have, some other validators from the public added in, just to add variety, right? Because people do screw things up here and there, and if they should be running the same code and everything, right? But it shouldn't be an issue. But I mean, this is why you do testing, is just to double check to make sure that the testing you did, kind of on a small scale, works on a large scale as well.
So I guess my belief is that Richard's not trying to time the bottom. He's trying to make this shit legit, like the best ever current as it launches. So there's no issues. Isn't there a security code
anybody who says that Richard's timing the market is just like, come on, no. Like, if anyone says that, you should just in your mind go, this guy's a fucking moron, basically, and then move on with your day. Because nobody's timing shit. He's literally, like you just said, trying to get it perfect, trying to make it so it runs well, that's taking a long time.
Right. And it's team
I actually like
Richard.
that.
It's not Richard. It's team Richard. He's got a great big team with him. He just promotes it. He's a manager. But his team is
Gamma,
awesome.
I actually like the fact that he's doing, because I always said to myself, if you're forking Ethereum with a bit of Binance stuff in the background, why don't you just make it better? If you're coding and whatnot, you're there, which you most likely can't do later. I've been saying that to myself, why not? And now he's doing something to actually make it better. I'll wait. I'm happy to wait. I don't care if he's wait. I'll wait till the next bull market, next bear market, not this bear market, the next bear market. It's making it better. It's making the network better. I don't think it's something that we should be complaining about. We should be grateful for this wait. Okay, you decided to take a little bit longer to make it better than all the networks out there. Go for it.
If you look at some of the other stuff, there was some information from BSC, right? They're having some problems. Like what normally happens is they fork the minimum, the minimum amount of effort possible to fork the network. And then they do the minimum amount of work possible to keep it running so they can pocket as much money as possible. Well, Richard's doing the other thing, taking his time, making sure this shit is as perfect as he possibly can make it, with the understanding that, after we launch, there's still going to be updates, right? Forever, there's still going to be updates. But, these system core contracts, right? That, it would be really great if that was done, as best as possible before we launch. Because we don't want to have to fork the network to update system contracts unless we absolutely need to.
Are these design decisions feasible to be done on day 300 of a project?
I guess it just depends on who's looking at it.
If they're fixing things to make it right, then they see an opportunity to go all in to make it really right. Then yes.
Yeah, but aren't these design parameters? Aren't these decided in the first few weeks or months from the people who are taking on the entire project? I'm a little bit surprised that this late in the game they're making some major design considerations that, although feasible, question the original decision in the first place. So if the answer is yes, of course you're going to make it better, then what were they doing up to now? Not making it better? Does that make sense?
Well, here's the deal.
They were just making it work.
Okay, so
now they're making it better.
Built the system they built the system contracts to make V2, V1, and V2 and V2B work. Now, what magnitude of improvement in the efficiency would make them rewrite Solidity into Go to make it faster? Is it, we don't know, a lot faster? A huge amount better improvement? That's what I'm thinking. Because you're not doing this with a 10% improvement, right? You're not going through these hoops to get an incremental, small little improvement. You're doing it to get a huge amount of improvement in the efficiency of the system.
So I do a little bit of design work, which is to say my whole career is design, but not in computers, in the real world. And as a mechanical engineer, we're constantly debating and figuring out, when you design something, it's very important that when you design something, if you're adding cost with no value, that term, adding cost with no value, is very important, because it defines at what point you're going to stop your design work or your improvement level, because you're constantly trying to figure out improvements. But like you say, there's a balance there between the amount of work you're putting into the level of improvement that you're going to get out. So at this stage, I asked that general question. If you're making this design improvement at this stage, that's a vast improvement, then that means that your original scope was incorrect or your original design criteria was not correct. And then that leaves a bit of
Do
questions in general.
Do you know the 80-20% rule? It's like a general project management rule that for improving a project, you can do 80% of the work in 20% of the time. But to get it perfected, you will need 80% of the time to get the last 20% done. And that's what we are investing in. That's what Richard is. He knows of that. So
I don't think I agree with that 100%. And that concept is that you don't want to spend 80% more design time to get 20% out. Now, that might be
yeah, to
feasible.
be cost
That might be
efficient,
feasible,
but
of course.
that's
But Richard,
generally. I'm sorry to talk over you, but it's generally correct that if you want to be cost efficient and economic, let's do the 80% in 20% of the time and forget about the rest. But if you want to do something really perfect, you need the time. It's fine.
as a designer myself, if you are 1 year into a 1 year project, so it's not like you're week 1 into a 1 year project. If you're 300 days into a 350-day project, you do not ask these questions on day 300 about what makes it more efficient by that much, because that tells people that you've missed the overall target quite a bit. Even though your decision is right in day 300, it's not a good comfort feeling from the original decisions made from the beginning of the project.
Or I think in
Yeah,
crypto
but
alone, things changed in 300 days in crypto is like, I mean, things can change to a month-to-month thing. So I don't think that's necessarily a fair assessment because if things are changing at a rapid pace, a year is a long time.
I think it's a difficult conversation that's being had. I mean, he's actually fully forking Ethereum and all of the D apps associated with it. When you look at Solidity, that's purely for smart contract language, right? Go is more for the back end and the front end of the D apps. So unless you truly understand what the design is, it's difficult to really understand why they're doing the things they're doing, because nobody really sat down and said, hey, this is going to be the total design. And they may have found that they needed to improve the Go language for some of the D apps, to help adapters or other communities come onto the chain. So
Hey,
I just think that there's a lot of up in the air stuff going on right now.
hey, Joseph, if I could weigh in there, I just want to say I can see where Crypto Goose is coming from, right? Because his point is that, yeah, sure, we may not know the full design scope, right? But we got to a point where the language being used was, 14 days or less, as in you're getting to the very end of this thing. At least that's the impression that was given. And then there was an audit and there's some bugs found that, you're deciding which ones need to be fixed before launch and which ones can be done after. And then this message comes where a section, which seems to be a pretty important section, the language was changed, right? And then this is going to make it a lot better, faster, cheaper. I think what Crypto Goose is saying is that it seemed like that was the initial goal to begin with, and you went all the way to the end before you realized that no, actually we had missed that goal, or not missed it, but we hadn't been going in the right direction or whatnot. So I thought that was a little weird as well.
Well, I mean, like I said, it all depends on.
We don't know what happened in the background, but let's say, for example, they found a bug in that particular code, and the conversation was had, and they probably said, okay, we can try to fix this code, which will take X amount of time, or we can actually rewrite the code and make it even better. Doing it this way, we don't know that what's happening in the background, but that's also a possibility. That there was a bug, that we're going to spend some time on it, and they decided, well, let's spend a little bit more time and actually make it even better. That is a very good possibility.
Yeah, of course, all
That
of
is
it is,
true.
and
Yeah,
and
that's
then
true.
and I've been really looking at different, forks, different type of blockchains and everything else. I mean, this is unique in the sense that you're bringing over all of these D apps, along with it. So it's not like he just forked Ethereum, right? He forked Ethereum with all of the D apps, and I believe that, when you look at other communities, like for instance, Sheeb, the big announcement on Sheeb. Well, you got to look at how the D apps are going to interact, with the blockchain as well, which would be more focused on Go lane, right? Uh, so the contract could be in place, that solidity, that may be some work, who knows? But at the end of the day, when he's targeting it, when he's targeting a full fork for Ethereum, I just think that it's hard to see a feasibility, do a feasibility study or see, who's done it and where they were successful and where they had issues. So who knows how many
True.
problems is going to come up, you know? I'm just saying, as somebody that loves technology, that develops technology, I just think that that this is unique. I can't really find a real something that I would say, hey, you can do a feasibility study on that. Uh,
Also, remember the days with Hex being called Bitcoin Hex. Like these days, you could also say they were on the wrong path all the time. I'm glad they Richard changed the name from Bitcoin Hex to Hex, but still, if you are in a project and you are not capable of knowing what your own faults were, and you could even have been on the completely wrong path most of the time, the important part of a project is like understanding why you were on the wrong path and going to the right one instead. So maybe the last 20% are the most important, considering the impact of this project. So just take our time, and you see how Ethereum does it. I mean, proof of stake was in discussion since a few years. So
Well, I mean, it really just comes down to the importance of the system contracts, is what they're talking about. It's like the core fundamental code that runs consensus and probably a few other things I don't even know about. Right.
true.
I mean, so we want to get that as best because it's the foundation that 5 years from now we're going to be running on. So taking like an extra month to make sure the foundation is as strong as we can make it. Yeah, it's not really a debate. I can understand. And I'm sure it wasn't like a 10% improvement. I'm sure it's like a magnitude improvement in performance in the core contracts, the core system code running consensus and a bunch of other stuff. So, I mean, I'm supporting it because I really don't have a choice, but I've chosen not to be all fucking butthurt about it. What am I slightly disappointed that it's not launching in 2 weeks? Yeah, but I can understand intellectually why it's not going to launch this month and be okay with it, right?
oh yeah, I agree with you. I mean, just when he was talking about, like I said, when he was talking about Golang and talking about some solidity and that type of stuff, that actually, I was actually glad to hear that, because that was my issue was, uh, what issues could potentially, arise that no one knows about that can make this chain difficult to adapt. And I get it. We got a huge following, or a decent following. I wouldn't say a huge following, say a decent following to make the chain of value to start. But it's adaptation that's going to really be, key for me. Like I want to see major adaptation. So you don't want to
Adoption.
you don't want to open up and then adaptation, right? So you don't want to open up and find out like, oh my goodness, man, we forked all these D apps. We want them to interact with the chain, but the right language isn't in place for ease of working with the front end and the back end of the system of the of things that aren't really a part of the block or whatever the case may be. So when I heard that, it kind of made me think that they're going to really make sure that at least we can get the most adaptation as possible. Like,
I mean, they're changing back end stuff that you as a user are never going to interact with. That's the hope.
Exactly.
Never ever even think about it after this moment. We're discussing about it now. Literally nobody, unless you're in a dev chat, is going to care about the contracts that they're updating right now to make the system run well. Like a user doesn't give a shit about that. And in a year from now, they're going to forget if this was even a discussion.
The user is only gonna complain. That's why we are taking so much time to make everything perfect, because there is actually a term in information technology terms, the dumbest possible user. You always have to think of him to make a thing work, right?
I mean, like literally what they're updating right now only affects us once we start hitting our max limits of like transaction user demand, which isn't day one. It's literally they're fixing a problem that would be really hard to update in a year or two. Like when that's happening, when we're flying the plane, like it's really hard to change the engine out. You can do it, what Ethereum's doing, but they saw, oh, we can change the engine right now before we launch so that a year from now, when we have 600 transactions a block and a bunch of validators and a bunch of stuff going on, that it'll be like more efficient. It's pretty simple.
That's right. Hey guys, what's up? I've played video games for a long time, and some sequels came out, and I don't know if anyone else played video games, but sometimes they have to delay the launch sometimes, and like I can't think of a game that like was just broken, like maybe a 30-hour single player campaign, or even like a whatever 10-hour single player campaign, and something breaks, you know. So it takes time, and I remember I know some games like Final Fantasy VII Remake we're waiting like 10 years, 20 years for, or like the Last of Us Part 2 we waited 7 years for. So from Naughty Dog, I don't know if anyone's played these games. They don't come out annually like 2K, like these football or basketball games, or whatever. I don't know, just trying to give some perspective.
yeah, I would look at that more of a product. I wouldn't call what we're doing a product, but adaptation, like technology fail because it's difficult to adapt, right? Or it costs too much money to adapt. That type of stuff. I just hope that we didn't bite off a little bit more than we can chew, because like I say, it's going to be people that's going to come over that's going to be dealing with a coin and be heavily invested in a coin, and they may not see value in Pulse because because the project isn't complete enough to be adapted on Pulse. So we got to kind of pay attention to that. So I'm fine with it. I just wanted the launch to just go smoothly, and not
Yeah,
have hiccups.
that's what counts in history. If you look back at things, you do not complain in 10 years that Hex launched 10 days later than it seemed before, but you will complain 10 years later if it didn't work as promised or not promised whatsoever. So
Right.
think of
So
that.
true.
Right.
And I don't really hear anybody here complaining You know, we're all following this very closely. I think we
Oh
all want
yeah,
this to launch. I don't think anybody's going, yeah, it's delayed. I think what we're doing is having discourse on, you know, I mean, we're starving for information. We're starving for updates. So when Richard Hart tweets out
right.
updates, whether it's talking about timing the bear market or metrics and outrage marketing, let's talk about it. I don't want the thought police to come in here and shut down Filipino because he's asking about what you think metrics means. Like, we can all think what we want to think and have discourse, but I think everybody on this call is absolutely wanting this to launch, go smoothly, have everything figured out. But you know, if Crypto Goose is asking a question, let's have a discourse about it, and not, you know, accuse somebody of being discouraged or being too
Good,
anxious. I mean, these are
good
all good
attitude.
questions.
Hey
Yeah, but
now, I am very excited or very happy that there is a delay because I just discovered Pulse 3 days ago. So I still have a lot of gooses and ducks to get in a row before this launch and have all my stuff lined up correctly.
Welcome, first of all. And
And
you guys remember when a couple months ago RH was like, hey, if anyone has an idea about what to do about V2, Uniswap V2 and Uniswap V3 liquidity, and he was kind of working that out. And I think what's happening now, and I just stepped in this conversation, I don't even know who tweeted, but is yeah, the DApps and the developers, the third party developers who we want to see on chain, and we say we want to see them because you know that's the whole point is we want to see adoption and migration, you know, or so to speak, like people just leaving Ethereum, like a mass exodus, and then developing on Pulse chain. But if they don't think it's cost effective, if they don't have extra developers to come over, or if it's too hard for them to develop on Pulse chain, but they're already planning for the Ethereum upgrade, they're not going to do anything. And if they all start thinking that,
right,
if they all think
right.
that, you know,
I'll say this
I
about the
totally
situation.
agree.
I think what Richard is going through is a tremendous amount of pressure. And if in fact during the review, right, where the senior dev took a look at what a junior dev's work was and they found security bugs, then by all means, take as much time as you need. And you know, the rumor was, I thought that there was one dev who did shoddy work, and there were some security issues. So no one's begrudging that. I mean, we're really not. We want this to run smoothly without
Well, and I
getting.
mean, I'd say
Yeah,
think of the narrative Richard and you know a lot of our leaders or thought leaders in our space have been discussing, right? Like, hey, Pulse Chain, here's what it's going to be. You're clicking a couple buttons on MetaMask, boom, you're in. All your tokens are there, right? Why are you paying $30 for transaction when you can be paying pennies, right? That whole narrative. And unlike a Binance, where if it's you know not user friendly or there's some issues, hey, I'm just not going to use Binance. You know, there's nothing over there anyways, right? They have some issues. I'm not going to support it. With this, it's so important to have that ability down to be able to continue that narrative with everything correct where, hey, 100% uptime, you just have to, you know, couple buttons on your MetaMask, you're in. And that's it. All your ERCs are there. Everything operates smoothly.
yeah. I just think that the language is immature in the and probably the expectate like setting the expectations is a little bit immature, you know, in just my book, right? It's not a bad thing because everybody grows and everybody learns. Uh, you know, and then, you know, so, you know, it's probably not wise to go in and say, you know, that something can be delivered at a particular point in time, you know, when you haven't been through the final audit, right? And it's stuff like that that I believe a lot of investors like myself are looking at, and then hoping that they actually learn from that and maybe even come back and then say, hey, this is probably the best way to set expectations to kind of push a message without over promising and then under delivering, right? You want to kind of under promise and over deliver.
Yeah, that's I would agree with that.
Good. Yeah, it ain't a bad thing, right?
It's just like I bet if Richard could go back in time, maybe 24 hours or 48 hours, maybe he wouldn't have said anything, right? Just seeing the reflexation that's taking place on the market. But you know what? I mean, he's getting constant pressure, as we were just talking about. Give us updates, win pulse, sir, right? So it's a double-edged sword, and he's, if anything else, he's being transparent, right? And can we really fault him for that?
Nah, I think
really
if
tiled
anybody
and worn out on his
I
last
think
stream.
anybody to point that finger, hasn't really done anything hard, right? If you point that finger, I think what he's doing is very hard, which is good, right? Because the bigger the risk, the better the reward, right?
Yeah, agreed. I can't do what he's doing.
Trust me, I'm glad to understand.
I can tell you guys. I mean, I've met Richard for a short second, and I could really tell he's the right guy to be at this kind of stuff, because he has such a high energy level on every second he invests. I mean, I guess I have met him in a rather low mind state, so I cannot imagine what he is capable of managing during his very productive phases. So trust on this guy. He is much more capable than many of us. So be aware of that.
I have a quick question. I don't know if anyone can answer it. I just used Transact, and it was excellent. Does anyone know if it's possible that that will be functional with Pulsechain when it launches?
They'd have to support Pulsechain like every other exchange or anything. They would need to actually, just point their service at Pulsechain and allow it as an option. I mean, will they do that? No idea.
Okay, thanks. Seems like it would be silly not to.
Well, ask if those communities what they're doing. Have they heard about it? Are they going to have a front end on Pulsechain? That's where you need to find that answer. Plus, you spread the word of Pulsechain.
I've been dropping comments everywhere, so I'll find them. I will find them. I have a very particular set of skills.
Like I said earlier, guys, on that last stream, you look tired, worn out, and real beat up, man. I know what I'm looking at.
Why do you think so?
Because it's my job to know these things, and as soon as I saw him on that stream, I was like, ooh, he looks real run down. Just everything about him.
Yeah, I could agree, but we've seen him in many different stages, and usually the ones that tore most of him were the most productive, right?
I think he's been driving hard all those $1 million cars.
Yeah, he's got to quit watching porn, save his seed.
Good evening, people.
The world is yours, Tony Montana.
I'm just looking at this all unfolding on Twitter. It's getting all rather emotional.
It does look that way some days. Hello, Tony. Hello, Pepe. I've been on Twitter fighting the good fight with all the love and care I can muster.
How you guys doing? Yeah, I see the room's very busy as well. Like something's going on here. So, any sort of like touch bases want to explain, or because I know when Richard does the Twitters, they're always sort of not what they seem.
I remember the last one was, it's like, all you fucking haters, you need to like hate less and then just, wait for it to be awesome. Right?
Yeah, he's just put one up about realizing that there are fake and trolling accounts that are trolling him or something. I won't fall for that again or something, he said.
Oh, really? I didn't see that one.
So is there any indication of how long the delay actually is? Not that I'm fussed. I mean, like everyone else, I'd rather something come out that works. And also, I know Richard is not going to bring something out that doesn't work properly because he won't make himself look like a fool. He's not that type of man.
So my issue with any type of time frame for Pulse right now is the fact that the audit seems to be still underway, which means if they find more mistakes, that increases the time. So speaking on it now, that's just, well, you might as well shake some chicken bones in a bag and drop them on a calendar and choose a day.
Yeah, fair enough.
Now, in the note of longer time frames, I'm very bullish because even the stuff that was found in the audit, none of it is actually even really security issues. Most of it is, the way I would read it and break it down is, okay, if I was coding, sometimes when you write the order of operations, like do this, and do this, if you put something out of step, write one order before the other, it'll glitch or it'll take too long to come back because it has to cycle through the whole program for that first operation. So there's all sorts of little odd things, and that's basically the minutia of, it was grammar basically for the programming in around the validators and some of the information to be called for price data. So I mean, there wasn't a lot of crucial mistakes. It was just little things that should be improved. Otherwise, you'll have poor display of balances, which is exactly what Richard Hart doesn't want to have happen, like MetaMask. So it's the little bows and ties and finishing details, sprinkles and cherry on top.
And I can bet your bottom dollar there's a sense of urgency at that end with the devs to get it done too. They're not just idly listening to us all bitch about it. I'm sure they're on their toes.
Oh yeah, they are.
Oh, right, in remembering as well, though, like, I couldn't give an exact date, but Richard was saying about auditors and how they don't actually know new code, so that when they think there's something wrong and they tell you there's something wrong, you've got to sit down and explain their job to them the way that you've decided to do it.
That's a different thing. I'll tell you the difference. So he's talking, that's in that particular instance you're talking about, he's referring to auditing Solidity code of, like, say, contracts on a blockchain, which is true. What he was talking about, like, that's a different thing than what is currently happening. Of inside of the actual team, you have like developers that are like maybe not as good as other developers, and then now he's got like his top developer reviewing the work of the others, and now they found a bunch of stuff to do. So it's like an internal review as opposed to an external audit. The difference between those two things.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
Thank you, Gamma. Always appreciate when you're around.
Just adding some clarity here. That's fine.
Do we know if we've still got a full team of devs that started the project?
Well, I know we're -1 dev. I've only heard of one dev rumored to have left that I know of, right? But we don't know. He says 10 plus devs, and before he was saying 14. So was it 1? Was it 2? Who knows? I'm just guessing here now.
And Gamma, could that one dev with questionable coding skills perhaps have put in a backdoor or something, or was it just shoddy work? What do you think happened there?
Well, that's what the review's for. So I mean, that'll be found if there's something like that. We're just gonna assume that didn't happen, but they're gonna do a full review anyway to make sure. And apparently, from his last tweet, they're rewriting a lot of shit, or they have already written a lot of stuff in Go to take it from inside the EVM to outside of it to add efficiency. I'm not a core dev, so I can barely understand what they're talking about there, only at like a high level. So I can't really go into too much depth in that one.
Top Gun, I'm just going to send you an inbox just to give you a heads up.
Okay, thank you. And Gamma, that surprises me. I mean, like, I've been sitting there stalking your chats about Block Faction. Like, I'm excited for that RPC and the amount of detail and work you put into it to get the dual functionality with Windows socket layer. Like, I mean, I'm surprised you can't follow that stuff. Like, you really impressed me as a coder.
I under promise and over deliver.
I love it.
Great job, dude.
Speaking of which, I was just curious because, you know, I'm a YouTuber. Your RPC node, did you want that more private for the community, or can I do a video on it?
You could talk about it. Just don't like post the links everywhere. You can tell them where to get it though.
Okay. Oh, perfect.
Go on
Thanks.
board. It's a public group. I just don't want it splattered everywhere. Somebody who's like somebody in China who's never even talked to me, spamming my RPC with like fucking a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, no worries. I'm not going to post in the chat information, but I'm going to post about the RPC so that way if MetaMask pulls another stunt and tries to block the main RPC for Pulse, then I can direct people to yours, right?
And you just direct them to my group and they can get it there.
Okay.
I mean, because if there's any issues with it, I'll be posting there. So it's basically a situation where like they should be in the group to get the updates if there's a problem. So they should just get it there instead, right? And it's not a dev one, it's not a main one. It's just like my project that works perfectly fine. I'm gonna be supporting Pulsechain, like mainnet and everything. But yeah, you can go there. It's fine. You can talk about it. We're directing to the community.
I just
More
didn't want to
merrier.
blow up your chat or anything, giving out the information. So yeah, I just want to share it with you first. Thank you.
I got combat in there to deal with bots and people come in and just hang out. That's cool.
What you offer a node? I'm sorry, I'm kind of new to Pulsechain and all that. Just been an advocate since yesterday, and Hexagon since Friday. So, what's this thing again? Very
Here,
simple.
I'll go basic on it for you since you're new. When you have MetaMask, there's a link. There's a URL that you have to input into MetaMask with the chain ID. Right, that link right there, that link goes to a server that allows you to pull data from the blockchain and to send transactions to the blockchain. That's a server that somebody has to run. For Pulsechain, 4 devs are running the main RPC, the one that's in all the documentation, and they're like it's incredibly robust and everything. Well, I'm interested in technology, and I want to support Pulsechain. So what I did was I run my own server. The exact same thing the main devs are running, but with my own link, and I've basically opened it up to my community that I'm like in a Telegram group. It's mostly like some devs, trying to talk technical talk and stuff. But yeah, it's not going to be super like run the entire world. But it's my little contribution. So it is what it is. But that's effectively what it is, right? It's just another URL you can put in the MetaMask that would work.
I know maybe the mainnet or future ones might have issues and stuff. But is there any way you can DM me that RPC? I'm HEXcrypto. I just want to check it out.
DM me. Just DM me. It's fine. I'll just DM you the name. I'm not going to talk about it other than talking about like what an RPC is. I'm not here to like promote my group or anything, but we're talking about it. So if you want to join, DM me and I'll give you the link. No problem.
Yeah, I just DM'd you. So when I put that RPC in, it's gonna automatically give me the token decimal and what's the other one? I mean, like the ID and everything. It's gonna.
Oh, so the chain ID for Pulsechain is the same across all, just for the network. The chain ID is 941 for V2B, And that's for like the network. The chain ID for the entire network is 941. Mainnet will be 369. So you have that chain ID. The Explorer is the one the developers have. And then the RPC. So like, here's an example, like Ethereum. Major projects on Ethereum probably usually run like a public RPC. The Ethereum Foundation, they support like a public RPC. Infura, right, is the default in MetaMask, so they run an RPC. So those are just URLs that connect to a server. So that's all we're really talking about here.
Oh, like the Ethereum mainnet, and then underneath it, seeing like Ropekin and all those other colored, like red and yellow main nets or test nets, if you will. Those are just other nodes like you that are allowing to connect to the
Well,
mainnet.
there's a difference. So you have mainnet, right? It gives you, when you download MetaMask, it gives you mainnet, and then it gives you some test nets. Those are different networks. One's the mainnet, and then one's like Romston testnet, Wrinkleby testnet, Goerli testnet. Those are all different testnets. Similar to how our V2 is different than V2B. They're different testnets, but they're Pulsechain, right? So yeah, it's just what I'm trying to get across to you, because you're new, is like on mainnet Ethereum, you could use the default Infura RPC that comes with MetaMask, or you could go to, say, Ethereum's documentation, and there's like 3 or 4. Cloudflare actually runs one where you can. That's actually the one I use. I use the one that from Cloudflare as my secondary for Ethereum mainnet, and you can just plug that in, chain ID 1, and then you have like another secondary RPC that just connects to Ethereum mainnet, like just like the other one is. The only difference is it's a different set of servers. So you can have one set of servers that are RPC that are being overloaded, so they don't work so well, and then you just change the drop down, go to a different set of servers that are running a mainnet Ethereum, and then you just do your transactions there, and they work exactly the same. So that's effectively how RPCs are.
What does
RPCs are just
RPC stand for?
Awesome, dude.
a remote procedure call.
Right here, good topic.
It's effectively an API, computer API. It's called remote procedure call is the name of it. And it's an API that just like blockchain stuff, underlying functions. Like when you do a transaction, you have to do a function called estimate gas. So you have a transaction you're trying to do, you have that, and then when it's estimating the gas in the window, it's calling the estimate gas function through the RPC to the node. Then it estimates the contract gas limit, like the gas cost of the contract, plus it estimates the GUI, the amount of gas you need to call, the amount of gas that you would probably need to use to get that transaction to go through. And then that is like a function that just runs through the RPC, gets the data, gives it back to you, and then now you have your estimated gas pre-populated into MetaMask. Same on Ethereum, same on Pulsechain. I mean, what's fun is you can run your own full node, and you could do you could set it up correctly. If you set it up correctly, you could run your own full node on your own laptop or desktop at home. Set MetaMask to localhost with the correct port, which is 8575, and you could run transactions and get data from the blockchain from your own node in your own house and not even use the RPC. Now, is that kind of technical? Hardly anyone does it. Yeah, but it's not that hard.
Wait a minute.
But
Yeah,
it's actually easier just to run like a public RPC that is like somebody else has done the work, like me. Took me like a month to figure out how to do it because of a slight problem with Pulsechain isn't mainnet Ethereum. So there is a flag, there was a mining flag with the account, and then it was like this. There's a little difference that I had to turn on for it to work. Now it works fine. It actually took me like a month to figure that out because, as far as I know, I'm the only other person on Pulsechain that's running a public RPC other than the main devs. Now there could be others that I don't know about, but I'm pretty sure I'm the only one right now. So I had to figure it out myself.
Did you say 8575?
Yeah, 8575 is the port for Pulsechain client. 8576 is the WebSocket for Pulsechain client for WebSocket calls. You know, there's some preview for you.
Perfect. Thank you.
I mean, of course, mine are running through reverse proxy through 443 encrypted, right? Through with SSL certificates. And then now I'm just like, everyone's like eyes is glazed over, but so I'm not going to go any farther into that one.
I caught all of that, and I appreciate it. Without a proper SSL certificate, the website will show up as invalid on most explorers. So that's an important detail. Thank you, Gamma.
Yeah, no, it's from MetaMask through to my server. It's encrypted with SSL, and then you're interacting with the client, the one the developers are running. So I run the same client, 081 that the devs are. I don't know. It's like, it's no big deal. Hey, fun fix. Here's another little bit of trivia. The developers said that after Pulsechain is live, then they're gonna make perhaps the middleware, and they're gonna improve the performance of the RPC. But it's not like something they're gonna worry about right now, because right now it works fine. So they're not even gonna worry about that until after Pulsechain launches, because there's an issue. It's mostly developer problem, but like event caching and retrieval of, say, contract events isn't like very fast because, for one, I'm not running an archive node, which is a 7 terabyte database of like every block, every transaction, like whatever, right? And Infura has middleware that they run archive nodes, and they run middleware to route specific calls to specialized hardware that's running middleware to speed up the retrieval of data from the blockchain. And then, of course, that's not something I have. I can't write. I'm not like a super dev, so I can't do any of that. But it's interesting.
To put that in English quickly for everyone else, the main node is like referencing all of Encyclopedia Britannica. What they do with the middleware is select some topics like, say, ducks and planets, and make a specific book so that you can reference the data easier. So there's not as much to sift through. So they make a bunch of smaller sets of the same data.
That sounded like English. What I said wasn't English at all. I've been working on my Tekkenese. I think I'm fluent now.
Oh, you are. Oh, you are. Once in a while, I still have to grab a dictionary to double check what you said.
Well, I guess the last 15 years well spent, because I'm literally self-taught.
Amazing job.
I read Microsoft for Dummies, Gamma. It sounds like you're spot on.
Well, great. Is that the Windows 95 version? See, I mean, you got to find things you're interested in, because while we're waiting for mainnet, well, it's not like I have anything to do. I spend all the work, so I have a dashboard here that shows me the network, and like it seems to be running pretty fucking well. I already have everything that I need to run mainnet or even V3. I just like blah, 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 blah. It takes me, you know, like maybe a couple hours of like doing like whatever I need manually on the server, and then I just update it, and then I'm like, oh, now I'm live after like 12 hours.
Nice. Well, no, I've seen the work you put into it, and I've been highly impressed. Like I was a web 1.0 dev, so I mean, I got Cisco certification, and my high school programming teacher was ex-military, so I got a good step there. The rest of it was self-taught, but I got out of it before Web 2.0 got out, and I've been playing catch-up ever since, and you have been a really crucial piece of information for me as well, doing that. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And I love answering questions if you know, I mean, people have specific questions. I love answering them, even if I don't think maybe you'll understand. Perhaps you do, and that's awesome.
Well, at some point, if you're up to it, like I've been trying with anybody who's been doing a project that increases the utility of Pulsechain, I've been trying to get them on my YouTube show to do a live discussion about that project. So I might do a little video about your RPC, and if you like it and you decide you want to come on my show, let me know.
Sure, like just let me know the YouTube channel. You can DM me the YouTube channel so I can subscribe to it or whatever.
It's my name on every platform I'm on.
I gotcha. Top Gun Hexkin.
HEXadian, because I'm a Canadian. Drop the can and add a hex.
Do it, Gamma.
I got
Do it.
Well, I just responded to a few DMs that I got, and that's cool. And then while I'm thinking about it, I got to go to this guy's Top Gun HEXadian.
Yep,
right?
I got over 40 videos. If you wanted to like skip my math and all that crap, go to the live videos. There's only 7 of those. You can see what I do with the other project leaders.
Hey, Mr. Y, I just wanted to ask you, you know, for maybe a majority of people in here, maybe not all, but what to do or how to prepare for launch. You know, get us all ready to be successful at launch. Sorry for the noise in the background.
No, it's easy. It's simple to get prepared for launch. Have a hardware wallet ready. Have assets that aren't maybe not a stable coin, maybe definitely not ETH, because ETH is going to be like a bad asset to hold. Perhaps stable coins are not going to be the best one to get value on the other side. Hex is one, or it could be another ERC20 token. That's a very big one. You hold that in your wallet. The fork happens. Then now you own that asset on both sides. And perhaps you're thinking about buying Pulse and PulseX, and you could buy Pulse and PulseX on a Pulse chain after launch with that asset that's copied. That hopefully you picked the one with the liquidity, and then you could use the other side on Ethereum. After the bridge happens, you could go to Uniswap and you could buy Pulse on Uniswap on the Ethereum and bridge that back over to Pulse chain. But effectively, you're just owning something in your own wallet, preferably a hardware wallet, and then you're just hanging out, sitting on your hands.
Yeah, I got my hardware wallet coming tomorrow. So, to you and this other guy that was talking about, you know, speaking about utility on the blockchain, are they going to respect? Are they going to respect addresses ending in .x and .io and .dao? Are they going to respect these websites? Because if so, I'll go make a domain right now and get started. You know.
Crypto, you got a lot of background.
I know there's a lot of air machinists who's not cutting on their tools. I'm very sorry. But did everybody understand what I was trying to say?
I didn't catch that.
Okay, right now, what I'm asking is Pulsechain going to respect the .ios, the .x's, the .daos, the web addresses, the essentially Web3 addresses? Are they going to respect that in nature to let NFTs happen, to let these dApps happen, to let these decentralized applications happen? That's what I'm getting at.
I think you have it backwards. So let me help you with understanding. Those are front ends that connect to back end contracts that are blockchains. Pulsechain is the back end contract. Those front end Web3 apps have to integrate Pulsechain. It's not the other way around. There's no Pulsechain respecting it. The contracts exist on Pulsechain. They exist on Ethereum. Those Web3 apps are already pointed to Ethereum, and they need to be also pointed to the Pulsechain version of those contracts. Like, they're going to exist automatically there. It's up to those communities to just point to Pulsechain and say, hey, we have money there. Our contracts exist there. We should support Pulsechain, and then allow the community members and users of those dApps and those contracts, those projects, to access the money that's on Pulsechain.
Similarly to that, you've got the .ENSs, the Ethernet Domain Services. Are they going to have .PLS in Web3?
So Pulsechain, ENS, that's an Ethereum company, a company that does ENS on Ethereum. So I am not actually I'm not aware of how ENSs are going to work on Pulsechain. So they're effectively going to be broken on Pulsechain because they're going to work on Ethereum. So I don't have an answer about how ENS domains are going to work on Pulsechain.
Well, no,
I haven't heard it discussed anywhere. I don't know of anything. There might be a team working on it. I have no idea, actually.
Because I wanted to get a .PLS, so that was really my question.
Yeah, I mean that's a company that's actually running the ENS on Ethereum. So that's like one of those. One of those instances of like a centralized company that would have to support Pulsechain.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, since Pulsechain since this has never happened before, there's a lot of like question marks that we're all just gonna have to figure out together. Some of them are easier to like understand the problem than others. But like with the ENS problem, I mean, they're probably all admin keyed up, so they're probably would have to support Pulsechain for it to work.
Is there a BNB version of .eth?
You're talking about the BNB version? Well, the difference between, say, it's like a Matic or Binance Smart Chain and Pulsechain is they forked like the code. They started an EVM chain, but they started it empty. We're starting ours completely full, so it's different in that respect. So there's some problems we have to like figure out or like understand exist that aren't going to be relevant to like any of the other chains. So it's kind of a trade-off. We brought the entire system state of Ethereum in all of its awesomeness, and there's some things are just going to break day one, and there's nothing we can do about it.
What other things, in your opinion, are going to break day one?
I mean, there's a lot of fake DeFi that's going to break. That's all admin keyed up. A lot of the lending platforms are probably not going to work on Pulsechain. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's fake DeFi that perhaps isn't going to work. And there's some, like Chainlink was one project that obviously Pulsechain launches, and all the oracles point to the Ethereum version. They don't point to the Uniswap. So, well, if they say a contract is forked over that uses oracles, it's like, say it's a DeFi. It's a DeFi that gets oracle data like price feeds and stuff to do whatever it's doing. Those get copied to Pulsechain. Well, none of those contracts are pointing to a Chainlink Oracle network that supplies data to Pulsechain. So how much of that is going to break, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. Thanks.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna figure out what's broken and what's not. I mean, so obviously everything, stuff that's built like Hex isn't gonna break. So Hex doesn't have admin keys. It's a contract. It doesn't have any external calls to like other off-chain Oracle type of situation. Like any contract that doesn't have admin keys, that only references other contracts that are on chain. So like those will work fine. Now you can have a problem where your contract, your project is no admin key, only references another different project that's on chain, but now that other project that's on chain references oracles or some other thing that's off chain that isn't supported by Pulsechain. Well, that broke. So because that broke, your thing broke. So it's like a cascading effect. So you got to like really understand like the underlying functionality of these projects to see like what are their functions and where are they getting their data from and how do they work to know whether or not they're actually going to work or not on Pulsechain day one. Because a lot of projects are just going to need new front ends, or they have a front end for Ethereum, and then now they just add the RPC settings, they add the code to incorporate Pulsechain as an option for them, and then it should be the simplest thing in the world. Like with the Hex and with some of the other third-party projects that are on Ethereum, right? It's like you update the Web3 app, and then you give a drop down, and you say, hey, if MetaMask is on Ethereum, then this is the web page you show. But if MetaMask is going to Pulsechain, we recognize that network, and then here's the web page that we show, and then it shows Ethereum and it shows Pulsechain, and it shows all the contract data, and like you can interact with the contracts on either network depending on what network you're using in MetaMask. Like that's all well and good, but those teams have to like actually do the work, which is basically pretty minimal to support Pulsechain. Which it's been my contention for 6 months that the economics are going to make it so a lot of these projects, even though they don't want to support Pulsechain, are going to be forced to, because there's going to be so much economic value on Pulsechain, perhaps locked up in contracts, maybe locked up in lending protocols, locked up in whatever kind of yield farm or whatever's going on, that they're going to go, oh crap, I have $1 million in Pulsechain in this yield farm that I can't access because there's no front end. You need to support Pulsechain. And then there's like 1,000 people screaming to these devs inside of their community, support Pulsechain. We have money there. We need to get access to our money. And then like inside of all, it's like grassroots almost, right?
That's a great point, Gamma. Awesome point. They want it, they got to pay.
No, I mean, but like if you go into these communities now and you say Pulsechain is launching, you're probably going to get banned. Well, if somebody has $100,000 and they've been in the community for 2 years, like, and they say, "Hey, by the fucking way, I have like 100 grand in this contract on Pulsechain. Like, I need access to my money, or $1 million, or whatever the value is." Like, they're not going to be able to ignore that, but they can ignore you because you're like a new guy. Maybe you're not in that community, and you're just chilling some random project. And then, like what we do, right? We don't allow third-party projects in our telegrams, which is perfectly fine. They have their rules, but then you're like, if major people within their own protocol, like community members, start saying, "Hey, this thing is live," and like I went to this website, prc20.com or whatever. It's a prc20s.com, and it showed me that I had 100 grand in PRC20 tokens on Pulsechain, and like I have a bunch of money inside this contract. It's not even showing me that's worth X amount of dollars. Yeah, Mr. Dev person, I need access to that. And then, I mean, there's also the aspect if it's a true decentralized, no admin key, then people in those communities can just build their own front end that supports Pulsechain. Like that's always an option, unless it's an admin key centralized fake DeFi. And how many of those are there? There's a lot. Anybody got a question? I think I'm done rambling for the time being.
Yeah, I got a question. I'm gonna ask you before I get too loud in the shop. Do you think Pulsechain? Do you think that this is the greatest move in crypto history?
I guess we'll have to wait and find out, but we got a sure. I'm sure we'll have a solid base to start off, and then only time will tell.
I love your answer. Thank you.
I mean, when I think about this myself, I think of like, say, the issues I'm hearing about on like Binance Smart Chain. I'm thinking about like Solana, basically like it's down more often than it's up. And then why? And I don't understand exactly why, but I hope that the reasons that like say Solana goes down so often is not something that affects us because it's not like based on the same code. It's a different network, so it has different problems. And we're based off Ethereum, which doesn't have a lot of those problems. So the devs taking the time to make sure that we have a solid footing when we launch, for me, is a positive. Even though I would absolutely love it if we launched next week. I would love it. It would be great. I mean, when I think about this, trying to convey to you, you know, like right now we're in like that situation where we're going crazy, like we're in a cage and we just need to get released. But then most people aren't really, maybe they're not really intellectually thinking about it. But you're like, that's just the beginning. We got like years to go, and just launching the thing isn't enough, right? We have to like get people on board. We have to get these projects that are on Ethereum over to Pulsechain. A lot of outreach has to happen. It's gonna be a lot of boredom. It's gonna be a lot of like very boring. For me, at least for me, I'm gonna be looking at the Explorer. I'm gonna be looking at my dashboard, and I'm gonna go on. Yep, the network's functioning. There's another block. There's another block. How many transactions per block? Yay! And then like hopefully my client is up and running. And then there's gonna be a bunch of other people that are gonna be doing like developing dApps, and they're gonna be like farming, and they're gonna be like people are gonna be losing a lot of money, and people are gonna be making a lot of money, and there's gonna be a lot of activity, but mostly a lot of boredom. I mean, I was in jiu-jitsu today, and I was talking to my coach, and I'm gonna get him on board to Pulsechain when it launches. So he's got to go through get a hardware wallet, like download MetaMask, but then don't put anything on it. Blah blah blah. The same things you always tell people. And I'm like trying to explain to him about Pulsechain, and I can do it pretty well. And he's technical, so that helps. He's like a CTO of a company, so. Um, but he's gonna buy, and then he's gonna sit on his hands for like 2 years, and he's gonna let things go. And I'm like, sweet, that's a great strategy. Hopefully, I'm not gonna get a text from him like every 5 seconds about like every 1% move in the market.
Right? Hopefully he doesn't let his emotions get the best of him, you know? So yeah, man, I got my wallet coming in tomorrow, and I'm gonna set that up. I'm gonna set that baby up ASAP. The scary thing to me, because I actually I haven't erased MetaMask yet. Did the whole reset, make a dummy account. That to me is just a scary thing.
Well, here's the deal. Like if So I assume you have stakes on MetaMask. That's why, or you just have liquid assets, and you're going to be moving everything over to your hardware wallet.
Yeah, I have liquid assets and I got NFTs. I don't know if that counts, but yeah.
Yeah. So what you should be doing is you get your hardware wallet, you set it up like on the device. Your accounts have never touched the internet. Seed words have never been anywhere. Never taken a photo, written on a piece of paper, stored in a safe, and then you should move them from your MetaMask account to your treasure, your NFTs, all your liquid assets, and then obviously save that account forever. So if something ever you get airdropped, it you can always get it. But you're not migrating your MetaMask. You're literally making a new wallet, and you're moving everything on chain from that MetaMask that's in your phone or in your computer over to your hardware wallet, to your vault. I only say that because most of the discussion is about people migrating their MetaMask over, but you got to be clear that you only have to do the migration if you have a stake or you have like some long-term thing that you don't have it's not liquid. Everything you own isn't liquid. It's like you have something that's tied to the address for some period of time into the future that you want to protect. So if you don't have that, then you just move everything to your Pulsechain, save that wallet, and then never use that wallet again for anything ever. And then if you ever happen to ever get anything airdropped to that account, then you would also move that to your hardware wallet on chain.
Yeah, I'm following. I'm totally following. I don't think I ever typed in my seed phrase. I maybe did like, the first word, the fourth word, you know, to verify certain things, but not the whole thing. But right now, because I was talking to Papa yesterday and he was saying it's malware, there's a right click bug on MetaMask where you right click and copy your address, and where you paste it to, it's a totally different address. It ends with AD, and a lot of other cats have this right click bug. And Papa was saying that that's malware, and that I need to uninstall and reinstall MetaMask and basically make a new account. And when I have the hardware wallet come into action, that's when I link my actual wallet to that behind the dummy account, if I'm following correctly.
Okay, so you think you have malware like that's going to do that on your computer right now?
Oh yeah, it's happened more times. It's happened a lot. Like I noticed that my address isn't the same.
Oh well, then you're in that edge case. So definitely follow what Papa said. You're in the edge case that isn't like a normal thing that people usually bring up. Man, yeah, I would definitely get your crypto saved and then like wipe that computer and then reinstall everything after you have your crypto secure. Yeah, what's helpful with a hardware wallet is if that happens with a hardware wallet, right? You right click on a link, or not a link, but say an address. You copy an address you think is in, then you do a transaction, and then it changes the address on the hardware wallet. It shows up the literal address shows up in the hardware wallet, and it'll go, "Oh, this isn't the address that I plugged in there." fuck. Okay, now I know I have a problem. And then in that case, you disconnect your hardware wallet, and then you obviously would like wipe that computer, and then try and do the transaction on a computer that doesn't have that malware on it, because all the private keys on your treasure, so you're good, right? You didn't do the transaction. You noticed there was a problem. You didn't send the transaction, and then you just like, oh fuck, disconnect the treasure or ledger. Don't use that computer for crypto ever again, and then get a new computer or wipe that computer really well, and then reinstall everything, and then reinstall MetaMask from the proper website, reconnect like a dummy wallet, connect the treasure, and then do the transaction. And then you're like, oh, I connected this address. I copied this address in to MetaMask, did the transaction. It showed up on my treasure, the correct address. We're good. No. Whenever the very first thing before I'll even think about helping anybody with crypto is they have to have a hardware wallet. Before I won't even talk to them about it. Like, where's your hardware wallet? Okay, now we can start.
Yes, I fully understand, and I heard you. I just was on mute. And I know I'm gonna understand it better tomorrow. Once I get my hardware wallet set up and everything's ready to go, how am I moving my liquid assets or my crypto on MetaMask? Am I transferring that to my treasure, and
Well,
then
you just told me you have malware that's changing the addresses in
yeah,
MetaMask. So you have to get like to a point where you're not using that computer with that MetaMask instance for crypto at all to move anything. So what was his recommendation? Moving that MetaMask seeds to a treasure, and then probably, okay, you're good there. Your crypto's there. Not using that computer, maybe using a different computer, and now you have a new computer, or you wipe that computer, download MetaMask, have a dummy wallet. Your original MetaMask seeds are now on a treasure, and now you can move your liquid assets from that treasure, which was your old MetaMask account, to another vault wallet that's never been compromised or on a computer ever. Would probably be what he suggested. I don't know. I didn't hear the conversation. And he's in the chat. I would assume that's what you would need to do if like if your computer was compromised, that's probably what I would need to do. So I'd imagine that's probably what he suggested you do. But since I didn't hear the
yeah,
conversation, I can't be 100% sure.
I'm not on hardware wallet number 2, but I'm working towards it. From my understanding, what he said, and I'm gonna, you know, bother him, I guess, about if I did things correctly, because he seemed well informed about security. And yeah, man, I mean, he made it pretty simple. Basically, delete the wallet, make a new, or set up my hardware wallet. Once that's ready to go, then pretty much I delete MetaMask, I make a dummy one, and then somewhere right here in this step is where I pretty much allow Treasure to access the wallet in MetaMask that isn't the dummy account, basically it's communicating from some wallet to the hardware to my dummy. I'm basically like trying to have an extra layer of protection with my digital footprint or digital print.
So, what I would say is it's always a good idea to get on the chat and just ask a question if you're unsure. Because what you don't want to do is make a mistake.
Yo, if you got one hardware wallet and you think your MetaMask is compromised, I would move all those funds off the MetaMask onto a Vault wallet hardware device, which is the seed phrase generated outside of cell phones and computers. And so you have those keys generated on your hardware device. Now your funds are all safe on that hardware device. You can put those back in a cold storage, and if you want to now re-enter your original questionable compromised MetaMask seed phrase into that hardware device, now you have the migration. You also have your vault created, all with the single device. There's no reason why you can't do that. You don't need to wait for two devices. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. So when I'm setting up my hardware wallet, I should definitely be offline. Is that what you're suggesting? No internet connection, no nothing?
Well, irrelevant. Generate your Vault wallet address, send your funds to the Vault wallet, do a recovery of your compromised, questionable MetaMask, and now at least at that point in time, you're not going to compromise that MetaMask further and get a different bot on it or a different malware on it. So then it's just sitting on that hardware device. And this is only assuming if you got sacrifices from that address or stakes upon that address.
So let me ask this. Is the hardware wallet going to pick up when I need to sign things? You know, how MetaMask asks you to sign things, or, you know, is it going to pick that up as well? Or is it only like transfers and when
Can,
money is moved?
on MetaMask, can you see there's that funny circle, that funny colored circle up on the top right? If you press that, it says connect hardware wallet. You press that, it'll tell you what to do. You plug your hardware wallet in, and then you choose which address you want to operate from. It'll normally be the first one on the list, Trezor 1. And then you can go and mess about, do what you want from that hardware wallet onto the blockchain. And then you go to the three little dots, press that, and it'll say disconnect. And you disconnect hardware, and you pull it out and leave it to one side. The key is that the fact that you need a seed phrase that's not been generated on a keyboard. If you've got it generated on a keyboard, especially as you've got a compromised machine, there is the possibility that somebody can get hold of those seed phrases. That's why they're saying have this Vault wallet, and then move everything to that so it's secure. And then you can just store that if you don't want to do anything with it as a stamped in non-ferrous metal seed phrase. Double check that it is right. There's a number of ways of doing that. Yeah, and then you can migrate and mess about with it. Do you have stakes or sacrifice from that compromised MetaMask wallet?
No, I don't have any stakes, I believe. Maybe in Hex, if I did everything correctly. I'm too uncertain. But no,
You
nope.
staked in Hex or haven't? On not on testnet, mainnet. We're talking now. Ethereum mainnet.
Yeah, on the Ethereum mainnet, I think I staked maybe $100 of Hex. I'm not too sure if I did it right.
Okay. Okay. Did you sacrifice as well for PulseX or Pulse?
I missed that. I was late to the party, dude. Yeah, I missed both sacrifices.
Okay, you don't need to mess about with two wallets. Definitely not. The term two hardware wallets. Just create a vault, create a 24-word seed phrase from the hardware device. You're good to go. Transfer everything over, and don't worry about that potentially compromised MetaMask.
Yeah, the thing that now that I'm looking at is gas fees of transferring everything over. You know, like
Try and time
yeah,
it for the weekends. Weekends tend to be European time, midday to 2 o'clock. But they tend to be the cheapest times. It's quite cheap at the moment still. Well, it was last time I looked.
yeah, yeah. It's sometimes it's cheap, but sometimes it's expensive. So you're in the are you in the UK?
No, Europe.
Europe. Um, okay.
Like US time, usually like really late Saturday, early Sunday is
See, that's
sometimes a
what I
good
tried to
time.
do. That's what I tried to do this weekend. I was like, all right, I'm gonna wait till late tonight when everybody goes to bed. I'm gonna put Ethereum on, my wallet so I get cheap gas, and I'm not paying 50 to $100 for stuff, to move things and all that. And well, Transact, you know, they kind of held everything up, and what I've learned from this weekend's of making a lot of transactions was one, don't do a lump sum of everything. Like if you want to move $1,000 to your wallet, don't do $1,000. Maybe do 300, 200, and if your funds get tied up with the bank and all that, it was only 300, you know what I mean? And you're not waiting until Monday morning or something till these entities open up and release the funds back. But yeah, that's from my understanding is like if I want to put $1,000 in my wallet, I need to do small transactions because there's a chance that $1,000 could get tied up with the bank and my funds not be released, and then I have to go another route of getting funds on my wallet, and it wasn't fun going with Atomic and buying it through them and switching around, and it was not fun. I mean, thankfully I had Atomic kind of set up and everything, and they even
Have you
have
have you
near.
have you tried
So
Coinbase?
I have tried Coinbase, but yeah, this is before I started Coinbase, like a few years back, and this is before I really understood, the dApps and the swaps and all that. So I need to dig in more into Coinbase, and I have the wallet for it and everything. It's just the usability, you know what I mean?
Connect your bank. Just
Functionality.
see if you can connect your bank account, and then you can directly transfer from your bank, and then you got larger amounts. I forget what the amounts are, but they're reasonable amounts.
Well, if you want it instantly, you got to do debit. So I mean, like
Yeah, you gotta do debit, but you're talking about on
I can
Coinbase?
move. Yeah, I can move like $2,000, $3,000 from my debit card over to Coinbase and then have it in my wallet within 15 minutes. but that I've been using for 5 years. But like if you're $500 should be fine, but you got to pay the fee. You pay USDC,
Okay.
no fee there, but you got to pay a debit fee to transfer.
Right.
So like I don't know. You look at the fees.
Right. So
What?
does Coinbase
Don't
offer?
only watch the fees. Watch the exchange rates they give you. That's another way they club you.
Yeah. So Coinbase. Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself. I'll come back in the conversation in like 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Coinbase has been my my fiat on and off ramp for like 5 years now. Luckily, I've never had a problem, but then I also batch my stuff just in case there is ever a problem. But I could pay like $500, get USDC or buy Ethereum, and then transfer it to my wallet, and I never have a problem. But you just
Is
got to make
is
sure you're doing it
Coinbase?
the right way.
Yeah. Is Coinbase based in the United States, or do they bank outside the United
Yes,
States? They bank outside.
it's regulated by the same entities as like all the banks in New York. It's a U.S. entity.
Okay. Okay. Just making sure because like I was calling my bank
I mean,
today and
yeah, I mean they have. I mean
Don't
it's like an international
don't
company at
go
this
to
point.
Coinbase. Coinbase held you up and held me up for over
yeah,
2 weeks.
I feel
Wanted
like I
the
feel the same
money in,
way.
and
I feel the same way with crypto.com. Like crypto.com, they're just sucking everybody's money up. Like to move $100 over to another wallet, it's going to cost me $25. You know, I'm like, and it's just USDT now. It's not like Ethereum, it's not Bitcoin, it's not anything, but you know, a tethered dollar. And I find that so ridiculous. And there's fees associated with exchanges and stuff on crypto.com. It's not, man, I kind of totally fooled with crypto.com. But Coinbase, I'll dig into it a little bit more. I didn't really know that they have an option like that where it's like fiat money, my money to the Coinbase, and I'll be able to purchase, you know, my ETH or whatever coin they have available, and then transfer it to another wallet that I have connected uh, that way. I mean,
I
Yeah,
did the same thing with MetaMask. I put in a wire. They held it for 2.5 weeks. Wouldn't give me a dime, and I
you
said I'd never wire transferred $1,000, over
yeah,
5,000.
man,
They wouldn't let
yeah,
me
man,
take
fuck
it
that.
over 2 weeks.
Fuck that, dude. The banking system, card to crypto, takes way too long, dude. And I'm having arguments with my bank, and I'm telling him, hey, I need to speak to your boss. And then when I get to hold of his boss, and I go, hey, I need to speak to your boss, and I tell him my concerns. I'm sorry for the loud noises, guys. I work in a machine shop, and we got a lot of air machinists, not real machinists. They just want to blow off their tools and not do the cutting. But um, yeah, there's a problem. Hold on, he's about to be done. Okay, he's done. There's a problem with the banking system now where there's too much time for my bank to communicate with Transact or with these entities that hold the crypto that I want. There's too much time involved. Like when I tried to do an $800 transaction with him, it was declined. I know I can easily get my money back, and I did this morning. I knew that, but I didn't want to do that because, you know, I'm eager to use the $800 that I want on my account. So there's a huge problem with the banking industry and crypto industry not communicating well enough and not fast enough. You know, and the first bank to do that, the first bank to give me a prepaid crypto credit card, essentially where this card is linked to that account, to my account, and I'll be able to make purchases right away. The first bank to do that is going to take over the world, be the top bank in the next decade.
Am I allowed to shill a product that is helpful and useful to the community for getting money from their bank account, so it takes some days into crypto? Any objections? So if you want to
So
move,
so I also learned today from talking to both my banks that if I call ahead of time before they close or whatever, God damn it, dude, this guy just doesn't do jack shit. Golly, man, get back to work. So I talked to my bank and they said if you call us ahead of time, I'm very sorry, guys. They said if you call us ahead of time to open quote unquote the portal, if I open up something, then that allows me to make overseas transactions without any hiccups for 24 hours, for 48 hours. And then when I want to do that again, I have to essentially call them and tell them to open up the portal, if that makes sense. Like, and I thought that was really cool, but there's still a delay. There's still, you know, not instantaneous yet. You know what I mean? So
you can get debit cards with Coinbase, Crypto.com. You can get access to your funds that way to get it out. Getting it in depends on your bank often or not.
I mean, what the bank is doing is just a note in your file, and then some humans got to like review it and then approve it anyway. Or hopefully, maybe they got like an automated like drop down where they like give you, where they don't automatically flag it as fraud, which is probably more likely. But I have to do the same thing sometimes. Banking sucks.
yeah, look, with Wood Forest, they used to give me text messages on, hey, fraud alert, was this you? Was this not you? And I type yes or no, and then they say, okay, make the transaction again, and we'll approve it. And 9 times out of 10, that works, and everything's smooth, and all that. With Chase, I don't know, like yesterday or the day before, I was able to make use my debit card to purchase some E with Chase, and Chase specifically only really wants me to charge my card with the routing and accounting, basically a wire transfer. And I just, you know, I just don't want to do that and have to wait 3 days or 7 days to do all that. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
but like
I had to change banks once. Because I literally went to a store and then I went to another store and I had to call my bank 3 times to let them like just domestic in the mall in the same town I live in. They just couldn't figure out that I wanted to spend money, and like so I had to find a different bank because I literally like I wanted to spend more than their limit, and I called them, thought it was good, not so much good, and then I had to call them again at the other place, and then I had to like, oh my god, this is so annoying. And then after about 2 months of that, I just decided, fuck this bank, I'm done. And then I had to just find a new bank. Sometimes you just gotta find a new bank.
Yeah, the thing is, dude, I'm gonna like if my bank doesn't listen to me and take me serious, I'm going to the next bank, my other bank. And if they don't take me serious and I don't get to the top dog with this issue to card to crypto to bank to bank to bank to crypto, whatever you want to call it, then I'm going to the next bank that takes me serious. You know, I'm gonna keep going down the line until one of these banks takes me serious and understands my idea and understands what I'm trying to do or help, you know, into the right direction. And that's gonna be the bank, dude. I can't wait to see the day I'll have a prepaid debit card to buy crypto immediately at said price. That would, instead of waiting 30 minutes or 4 hours, I'll have it the second I click accept, you know?
Yeah, I'm on my third bank this year, and so far I'm no worries. So it takes time.
That, and I mean, look, I could be tripping, but where I feel like banks could really uh, be influential here in the crypto space is a line of security. You know, like say it said prepaid debit card that is on there is already associated with my Web3 address. You know, if that is possible, and if I go to make transactions and stuff to a different address, then that's when I'll be more notified. That's when the banks come in and help notify me, all that, and they'll be able to reverse things, from said transactions. I'm talking way down the line here, but I know that this is possible, and I know, like, when the wave of banking happens, they're more acceptable of crypto, and like it's gonna change the game. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's
Well,
gonna change.
you're moving from one system to another system, so it isn't like you're moving like actual US dollars into the blockchain. You have to some entity has to like do the conversion, and perhaps in the future banks will integrate that stuff. But right now we're kind of relying on third party companies to do that, the swapping for us. So I mean, eventually it'll happen.
Yeah, and the thing is too, it's harder and harder to not have a VPN. I'm totally gonna get one by the end of the week. I'm totally gonna, like, Friday night, Saturday night. I'm totally gonna set all that thing up, and I'll be in China somewhere or something. But like MoonPay, sometimes it'll go through, sometimes it won't. But a lot of times it won't because of my region being in the United States, and like finance can't get in. I'm in the United States. I'm in one of the states that you know doesn't accept Binance for some reason. But yeah, I mean, the only bank that is allowing me to get any crypto right now, uh, overseas, is Transact. I even emailed them over this weekend multiple times and trying to really get the ball rolling that way too. If, like, I even asked them, I'm like, dude, let me talk to your boss and set up a credit line, set up something where I'm good for that money, like, please don't ever deny me of my funds that I want on my crypto account. I was like, guys, like, it's pretty self-explanatory. Let me prepay to you and have the funds available to where I'm never denied. If everything's all true and said and done, like, don't deny me just because the terminal or whatever didn't go through, or my bank didn't give you the proper code or whatever. It's like, no, the funds are already there. Just deduct it. Already paid ahead of time. It's not a wire transfer. It's not anything. It's just my funds, my card to the account. That's what I want to see. And we're almost there, but kind of it's a stretch, you know.
Gamma, I have this question. Gamma, J Money, are you on?
Hey, Jigs.
I wanted to ask you this. With all, I don't know if you heard what I just said, all the airdrops for all the people who don't know they're getting the airdrop, and all of those are going to the exchanges, all the airdrops going to the exchanges. How are people going to get their airdrop from the exchanges if they don't hold the keys?
From what I understand, they're going to have to get a hold of the exchanges and try and beg for their tokens.
They're going to have to find out about it. And then when they find out, they have a free airdrop in their account.
Yep.
Say a guy has an account and he has 10 hex on an exchange, and he gets 10 hex airdrop. The exchange gets the airdrop. Does that automatically go to the guy's account to show instead of 10, he has 20 hex coins now, 10 hex and 10 P hex?
No, because that exchange would have to offer the Pulsechain network to be viewed from there, and if they don't ever do that, then you're never going to see those tokens.
Where are all these? So they're going to get all these airdrops and they're going to make all the money the exchange.
I don't know what they're going to do with them, but you would not be able to access them from the exchange. I thought non-custodial wallets were the only ones that received the airdrop. Well, everything gets copied regardless of what address it's in. But if you don't hold the keys to the address that you have your tokens in, then the person who holds the keys to that wallet has the access. So if it's in an exchange, you don't hold the keys. The exchange holds the keys. They have the access to those copies. No, I understand that. That's what I'm saying. But I'm also saying whenever I send money to Coinbase or Crypto.com, it's a generic public address, I believe, tied to a private address that's mine. Right. So, are the private airdrop addresses being copied over, or only the public, or the whole thing? Nope. The entire state of Ethereum will be copied, and everything's linked to your public address. So if you have the seeds, like if you have Crypto.com or Coinbase's whoever's DeFi wallet, and you got a 12-word seed phrase for that wallet, you would be able to take those 12 words and put them in a hardware wallet, use MetaMask, and you'd be able to access them. But if you're using an exchange wallet that you don't have the keys to, then you don't have the access to the pulse chain.
Yeah, no, I
to
understand
answer your
that.
specific question, let me answer your specific question. To answer that specific question, no, even though it will be copied, you do not have access to those, so you will not get them. Coinbase will get them.
Yeah, I realize that. I'm just saying, will Coinbase even get them? I thought they would not even get an airdrop. I thought only non-custodial.
Oh yeah, Coinbase is gonna get it. Crypto.com is definitely gonna get it. Like,
because the original information said only non-custodial wallets would receive the airdrop, and it also said that you had to move the freemium within 30 days, and I know that's been changed now.
So those exchanges have non-custodial wallets. It's your account with them that's not on the blockchain. All those funds are still on the chain in a non-custodial wallet. It's just not yours.
Exactly. So you have no claim to the coins if you have your stuff at Coinbase.
Correct.
So
Coinbase does. Coinbase has them on the account.
Exactly.
Unless you're really good at sucking middleman D. Really not gonna get them.
basically what Coinbase and Crypto.com is the middleman. That's really it.
So exchanges have their own wallets, correct, with their own seed words.
Correct.
They basically, have their own wallets. You have no access to them.
Yeah, I think the confusion was that the understanding was that only non-custodial wallets will get the airdrop when that's not the wording that should be used there. That everything gets copied and gets airdropped, but only non-custodial wallets will have access to those copies is the wording that should be used there.
It helps if you think of a wallet not actually as a wallet but a key, so that whoever has those seed phrases has the key to the blockchain to go and access those tokens. So the tokens aren't actually stored in any wallet, they're always stored on the blockchain. You just have a key to go to the blockchain and open up, do what you want, and come out again.
Yeah, absolutely correct, Black Squirrel, and your mic is pretty wrecked, by the way.
Sorry, driving.
Hey, Walrus, got a good question for you. You think
what's up,
that
brother?
this delay is just a question, just in your opinion. You think this not delay, but it was May 15th was supposedly the date, and the developers were even confident on that. You think they just found some new stuff, or you think they're strategically waiting for a couple things? Because it changed from we're almost there to now we're changing the language, we're doing this, we're doing that. You think they're doing that to kind of stretch the time frame based on the way the market is, in your opinion?
I think it will simply launch when it's ready.
Okay, so you think there's no really strategy behind it? It's just they're just finding some things, and when they're ready, they're ready.
Yep.
Roger that. Okay. It's a hurry up and wait military mentality, right?
Hey, Walrus, the AMM bot, when does that run? Does that run when the Pulsechain goes live or right before price discovery?
It will run, well, okay, the language here gets weird. Once the network is live but not public, they'll run the AMM and then they'll make it public. So it will be after mainnet is technically launched, but before it is public.
Okay, and that's going to set all the ratios for all the trading up through price discovery, correct?
It will correct the ratios so that the supply difference doesn't affect the pricing between assets, and then it's done. After that, everyone trades and rocks and rolls, and the price discovery mechanic is, I don't really like using that word there because they already have prices. They're priced in each other. But the dollar valuation will come after that. But the AMM will have ran and been done and over with and not have any effect after that. It's a one-time run.
Gotcha. I'm sure you answered that earlier today. I just happened to miss it. Thank you.
Oh, no problems, brother. We all got to go over all this stuff. You know, even I have to recheck things a dozen times, make sure I've actually got it understood. And a piece misses or moves, and you know, we get new information. So it's always good to confirm that stuff. A lot of tricky stuff, especially with the vocabulary.
Hi, I want to ask if it's possible to make a stake on GoHex.com, but with the Trust wallet. It don't work with me. Does it only work with the MetaMask?
Are you using a hardware wallet?
No.
So before you go and make a stake, you might want to first get a hardware wallet. That way you're going to be protected. How many years were you planning on making the stake for?
Not for years. I was thinking half year, 6 months.
I, of course, don't know how much and don't want to know. But if it's not a large amount that you're going to stake, you may want to rethink that on the Ethereum side. That being said, I also would not stake anything until I had a hardware wallet in hand. Your Trust wallet, I do know, is not going to be working on the Pulsechain side anyway, so you're going to have to get you a hardware wallet and a dummy instance of MetaMask to be able to work on the Pulsechain.
Pulsechain.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, on this AMM rollout, don't you see devs keeping a close eye on that when it's starting to do its thing? It's going to have to have some human contact watching this thing do its thing. I'm thinking they're just not going to let it run.
No,
The
it's
port
a
button.
software code that they'll run. It'll take like 10 seconds and they'll be able to go check the ratios and verify whether they're accurate or not. It's not going to take very long.
Because he did mention he's going to do like start rolling it out, or a couple rollout tests, something like that. So,
they're doing that now. They're doing that now on V3 in their private network.
So I'm thinking the AMM, that's pretty much the hardest part of it. But we'll see.
So let me explain the launch real quick, and I think the series of events will kind of help put some context in people's heads. So let's for just a second assume, okay, everything's done, code's ready, everything's going, we're actually launching the network, right? So you bring on 3 to 5, a few of the validators, right, that they're all ready to go. You start the network on one machine. You actually take and inject the whichever block you choose for ETH. The network comes on, it's on one computer now, and it's running, producing blocks. You then connect it, bootstrap it to the other validators that are all run by the dev team, right? They're just getting it going on multiple computers. You have it up on, again, probably 5. It seems like that would be a little simpler, a little easier for certain issues than 3. Now the network is actually running. So technically the chain is launched at this point because it exists. These are actual Pulsechain blocks. It is no longer attached to Ethereum. That fork, that Y in the road has happened, right? None of us know because it's just running on these computers. They go through and they are going to dispense the Pulse and the PulseX, get that to everyone's wallets. They're going to run the AMM and they're going to harvest all this liquidity. So it's essentially minting and buying up all these other pools until those ratios are corrected, basically 1000x one side. Then it'll move all of those into PulseX. There's probably a few other housekeeping transactions that the team will make. So essentially now you've had Pulse making blocks. It's no longer attached to Ethereum. The AMM bot is ran. This liquidity is moved. The other pools are corrected. The Pulse and PulseX is distributed to everyone. Now they make it live. They put out the RPC endpoint. Everyone can get on. The other validators start to come on. They add themselves up. The network will be, relatively slow for a little bit here as the other validators come on and the blocks start to speed up. Everyone can come on and the network is just live. The PulseX runs, the PulseX burn runs, the delegation code is up. All of these things are already running now by the time it's made public to us.
Okay, geez, didn't have to yell. God, thank you. Kidding.
Oh, of course, brother.
I just don't want Richard to do a Prince on us and change his name into a symbol. Some shock value.
Look, I can't wait till the day that I hear Gary Vee speak about Pulsechain. I can't wait for the day he hops on YouTube and in this badass podcast, and they talk about Pulsechain. Like, I just can't. It's gonna happen.
No, it's
heavily into
not with this Moon Boy stuff. It's not. It's not.
Hey, I appreciate a good top indicator like anybody else.
Yeah, man.
What person? I didn't get the name of the mythical person that will shill us to his billions.
V. Gary V. He runs a $1 billion
Gary
company.
V.
Yeah.
He's not going to talk about Pulsechain for a long time.
He has been talking
He
about
only
it.
talks about his own product, and he's not going to go talk about this. This is up to us, not him or any celebrities.
If Pulsechain is as big as I think it's going to be, I'm pretty sure he's going to be one of the first top guys once this comes across his desk.
So it's just hard speculation. Do you see him talking about Polygon? If you see him talking about Ethereum, any cryptocurrency, has he ever said anything about cryptocurrency? No, he doesn't.
No, he talks about projects that doesn't necessarily pertain to him. But yeah, he'll talk about CryptoPunks. He'll talk about other NFT projects. Yes, and he has his own.
Those are NFTs. There's nothing to do with blockchains. He doesn't talk about it.
Dude.
And also
Okay,
he
hold
launched
up,
his own. He
real
launched his
quick.
own.
Hold
He
up,
launched his
hold up.
own. He launched his
We
own
need.
tokens on a different network too.
Okay, but we need a guy like him in this space to be pushing the envelope. We need a guy like this. If you don't think we need a guy like this, we're in trouble.
We don't need the VCs. If you want to play with the VCs, you can go play on their tokens. But this can be done without them. It can be.
Got one. His name's Worf.
Well, I mean, technically, it is being done without them, and then later on they show up, and then you're like, "Oh,
Oh yeah,
welcome,
they're gonna
VCs."
be late to the party. They're definitely gonna be late to the party, but you know, I really think they're gonna have really good things to say about this.
So is it just me, or is Gary V like a glorified top tier pump and dumper?
Not
What do you
necessarily.
know? He's not.
It's not
He
necessarily
owns.
at all.
No
You
community.
can look up his wallet address right now and see what he owns.
Dude, but
I don't
he just
know about him. I don't know about him, but I'll tell you, Walrus sounded an awful lot like the architect in Matrix 2, discussing how the Matrix runs, except for that one little anomaly.
If y'all don't know who Gary Vee is, he's the guy that invested into Twitter before it blew up. He's the guy that invested into Facebook before it blew up. He was friends with these guys, Mark Zuckerberg and the owner of Twitter or whatever. He was the guy that the first week YouTube popped up, he was on there. He didn't even know what the hell he was doing. He was the guy on the .com boom that decided to take his wine library store and put winelibrary.com. And everybody called him crazy. And look at him now, dude. Look at him now.
He definitely has a
He's
niche.
he's
And
very well versed in traditional VC funding. Good for him. Yeah, I know who he is.
just Andreessen, man. It's just like if you want to be in Web 2.5, you can go hang out with that camp. If you're interested in decentralization and good code, then you can play over here. There's going to be a line drawn in the sand, and like we don't need them in before a certain time if they ever come over. But it's almost like they're going to have to be forced to use the technology or not. But they have their own initiatives. They own OpenSea. They own Coinbase. They own all these projects. Like they have their own bags they're pumping. They're building their own communities. So this is up to us to really understand the technology and not just wait for VC money to come in and hope and wait on announcements and shit. It's just dumb. You need to be building products here and encouraging other devs to come in, not just these VC guys that make dumb fucking NFT projects.
What, I like your style.
Okay, so who do you see taking on that role besides who we have now? Who do you see pushing the envelope? Who do you see getting more people in on Pulsechain?
Us, the community. Like if something doesn't exist on Pulsechain, go build it or go find someone that can build it, is what he's getting at. Don't wait for VC investors to come in and just dump a bunch of money to invest in these projects. Just build them.
We need the chain to come out, or and like the same way that there were tons of people building beautiful things over on Terra, like we need to figure out how to get those devs to come over and want to participate over here. Like DeFi isn't about these VCs and like waiting for them to make this into the new Twitter. Like we don't need that shit. Then they control it. Then they have the ability to dump on us and have bigger bags and stuff. We're the VCs. We get in early. We're the ones that sacrificed.
I see what you're saying. You don't want another whale on Pulsechain. I get it. I get it.
Well, I mean, they can be there, but what's great about Pulsechain is they're gonna have to buy from us. If they buy from us, it's fine. They're gonna have to be forced to. So, like, fine, I'm with it. And a year from now, 2 years from now, Pulsechain's doing a bunch of awesome stuff. Projects gonna be built on it. People that are like more high profile, perhaps not crypto people, because I don't even consider that dude that we were just talking about to be a crypto person. He's Like he's in the NFTs because NFTs are hyped. Like he's into anything that's hyped.
Really brilliant at
Gary,
building. He's a great community builder. He just had a whole conference in Minnesota with, 10, 15,000 people that are all these new artists and people that are in the NFT space. Like people made a good amount of money, and I'm not knocking the NFT space. That's where a lot of the liquidity is, right? And what people are willing to spend to come into new projects. Problem is education. People just aren't really versed enough, so they're just chasing shiny objects, or they feel comfortable being on Twitter and shit posting behind their animal JPEG that's, worth XYZ. But all the liquidity is pretty dry across the board. All the NFT projects are down. We knew that was going to happen. All the helicopter money that came in last year has been moved around. But these VCs, the same way that Richard talks about the exchanges, how do they make their fees? They bring in these shit coins, they pump them around. These VCs all own, they already own Coinbase, they already own OpenSea, and like they're doing the same thing there, where they're making 2.5% on every transaction. Like that's what their meat grinder is. So like, we'll see if they slide over and if they add liquidity to their tokens and what they do with their stuff, and if they even sacrifice to Pulse and stuff. Even if they did sacrifice, like they're not going to talk about it. And I think that they see the line that's drawn in the sand, but it's just like they're also funneling people into their centralized projects. Like they're going to KYC you, they're putting you through that meat grinder, and then you're sitting there waiting for announcements or waiting for things to drop. So I don't know, I'm not interested in anything that they're selling. And all the celebrities are going to come. That's the one thing that they do pretty well, is they have, like Stephon Curry at his press conference yesterday was wearing one of their hoodies. It's like, Snoop Dogg's in, like these guys are in, but they're also, getting seats at the seed round tables for these products, for MoonPay, for Coinbase. Like they're getting invited by the VCs to sit there and eventually dump on their people, but they're not really adding that much value. Sure, it gets eyes on it, but like, who really gives a shit? I'd rather the code work, where if I stake for X amount of time, like the t-shirts are what's beautiful. But that's kind of boring to plebes that don't really want to do the research. They just want a celebrity to tell them what's cool. So that's going to work, but at what cost? Like they're going to dump.
I was thinking about this. Is like most of the real money is made in the boring stuff. Like I'm kind of in the boring stuff, right? That's what I'm kind of into. And like you can make money on the exciting stuff, but more people get wrecked on the exciting stuff than they make money. So it's kind of the balancing act.
People want the clout.
So people like Gary V.
Good.
So I was gonna say, like people like Gary V, they're about the exciting stuff, right? And like NFTs are hot, and so they get a lot of traction in media. And he's a marketing guy; he understands that, so he plays to what runs, which is like NFTs, and he found a foothold. Like, great, no problem.
Well, Gary, there's this video that came out. I follow a lot of Gary's stuff, and there was this quick video where he was just like, look, he's like, in the beginning when the VCs weren't taking him seriously, he went to the people. Like he does preach empathy, like he does preach compassion. Like there is something to be said on the opposite side of the coin from shit posting and talking shit and talking about your PP and like having that cringe marketing. The other side of it is actually doing the humble work and holding space and coming from a place of empathy and love. So Gary has cultivated an amazing ability to communicate with people and bring people value, right? And like then that value is gonna have ripple effect for a couple of generations. All the internet kids, all these TikTok kids, Logan Paul, like they all look up to this guy because he opened up these platforms in a way that gave rise to the new, social media influencers. Now there's becoming NFT influencers in certain projects here and there, but you know, is that where you want to spend your time in the community, like looking at floor prices? You know, it's like, I don't know. I don't know where that value really is. I don't need any hoodies. I don't need to go to these events with all these dudes. You know, it's like, I'd rather, you know, start to exit some of those positions and roll it into a position here where I can fucking unplug and just let, you know, the t-shirts do the work for me.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying, but you also neglected another market in the NFT. You talked about companies stacking up a project, and then you talked about basically, you know, conventions and, you know, all that. But what you didn't talk about
the underlying technology, dude.
You didn't talk
It's
about
not
gaming.
Yeah, I mean, again, like Richard talks about it. Personally, I'm not a gamer, not so interested. Is it going to bring people in? Sure, you know, but
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to bring people in. You got to understand the demographics. You know, the conversation this morning, you know, some guy was not understanding the demographics of it, and you got to understand when gaming becomes central on Pulsechain. Well, how do you get into that game? Well, you're gonna need to get an NFT, a certain NFT, to get into the game and start earning rewards. It's already happening on one NFT that I'm into, and you know that's essentially it's a play to earn. You know, you do certain things, and you get rewarded.
Crypto, you're talking to a guy who's been in this. I've been doing this for the past 12 months straight. So, and I've been in the biggest projects. I did 10,000 X's. Like I know everything that you're talking about. Okay. All these NFTs too, they're going to get copies on Pulsechain. So everyone's going to have their NFTs over there. Now, you know, what do people do with these second copies is up to them. And if, you know, they want to use Pulsechain as the rails for some of these games, you know, I think in the beginning it'll be beneficial. But the gaming and all these like AAA games, it's going to take, Zuckerberg even says, like this metaverse we're talking about, it's like, see you in 2030, bro. Like it's not, you know, like sure, like Bored Ape are going to come out with their game with Impossible. You know, like they're going to be able to kind of push the envelope, but it's going to take another 5 to 10 years for these things to really take. And then at that point, you know, we want to be the infrastructure, the rails, you know, like sure, make as many NFTs as you want on Pulsechain. I don't care. I'm buying Pulsechain though. I'm not buying the NFTs, and I'm not sitting there and speculating on some shit art, you know, and being like, it's about, you know, these guys. And the only NFT projects that have done well up until this point that haven't gone to zero have been either bought by VCs or are completely backed by VCs. And now everybody is just more interested in supporting VC-backed projects, where then you're just at their whim and hoping that they make you rich. You got to take that into your own hands. And at this point, I don't really see any of those communities really coming out super strong, where the mass population is like, oh yeah, I'm interested in this. Like there's way cooler communities out there already that still haven't made those projects, but you know, it's not these NFT communities and like the value behind these things. It's like, just buy the underlying token, buy, you know, Ethereum, you know, get into a one or two that you're interested in, but beyond that, like, don't think that this type of NFT production or culture is going to continue to scale, because it's not. Especially if Ethereum goes under, you know, if it goes down to $1,000, like everybody's underwater. Everyone was buying these NFTs at $4,000 Ethereum, bro. Like, wrecked.
$500 Ethereum. Let's do it. We can do this.
See, and that's where risk to reward comes into play. You know, like price point. Like I'm not gonna get into a project, even though I might be wild over. I'm not gonna get into a project if the price point is, you know, 1 Ethereum or one, you know, if it's really high starting off. You know, I'm just not gonna do it because the risk to reward, there's a lot more risk than there is reward at that price point. You know.
I don't know. I'm not an NFT person, but I mean, I'd be more apt to putting, you know, $2,000 into a token that is, say, like a blockchain token like Pulsechain, that I understand, that opposed to speculating on some NFT. Even though I could have made more money on it.
Yeah, my whole feeling on the way that the marketing's going and stuff too. It's like, all right, cool. So we're interested in the TikTok generation that's going to come put in $205. Like, why? Is that really going to move the needle? Like, I'd be more interested again in some deeper technical analysis from Richard and like trying to bring over some of the devs they're going to build. Like I don't understand why we're not going after all the Terra Luna devs and like they had hundreds of apps and dApps. Like why don't we want them over here building out and like looking at testnet and actually understanding, okay, cool, actually Richard's got something here, so that more cool shit comes out and then people want to come and actually play and use and familiarize themselves with the blockchain that way.
Didn't Richard make a post showing that more devs actually slows the process down and trying to slow up to get them trained up is deleterious to the timeline? I'm pretty sure I read that. I think that.
Well, I mean,
I'm
like,
talking
it's
about
like how many hands do you need in the pot, right? Like, it's just about like what are you talking about? If you need if you have 5 projects and you need 2 devs per project, then you need 10 devs. But do you need 10 devs on one project? I don't know. It depends on what your project is.
I'm not talking about blockchain in general. I mean, like that's done. I'm talking about people coming over and building their own, front ends, their own dApps, like building out NFT marketplaces, building out, the games and stuff like that, building out different dexes and things like that. Like those are going to come. I'm not talking about Pulsechain in general, but building on top of it to show that, there's a strong product market fit. Like Ethereum's Ethereum because of everything that's built on top of it.
Well, like it's like the thing, or like there's 10,000 Ethereum devs, but they're not 10,000 core Ethereum devs. There's like 10 core Ethereum devs, and then the rest are just Solidity developers. And
Right. Yeah, I'm talking about Solidity devs.
Yeah, upon discovering about Pulse this weekend, I have a way better understanding of altcoins and actual cryptocurrencies that are associated with blockchains. I fully understand now, like why Ethereum has ETH and why ETH is expensive and why it hasn't really fluctuated like these meme coins and because it's associated with the blockchain and it's not a freaking meme coin. You know what I mean? Just like a Solana, just like Bitcoin.
Hey Walrus, have you ever like I mean, I remember from your last stream you said you haven't really done too many, but have you guys ever considered, like from the OGs that actually are technically capable of asking tough questions, have you guys considered getting on a stream with Richard, or going through some of the, I'd even love to see just like someone that knows what they're doing, like walking through like the test net. So like I can go play by myself, but I'd be interested to like watch somebody like do some things, or even just playing with the liquidity pools.
I mean, 99% of it is just the same as ETH, right? Like the test net is just showing it works. Once you connect to it, everything interacts basically the same. As from a user standpoint, PulseX is basically just a UI on top of Uniswap v2. So there's a few things to go over, but for the most part, you just need the network to function, right? So there's some technical stuff, but as far as getting on stream with RH, not really. I've never had any personal interest in streaming with him. I don't know what he's got going on. I've never asked.
Do you think we would benefit from going into more technical stuff, or just more of the same what's happening here?
It's a bit of a dichotomy there because, like, yeah, I'm sure a handful of people in this room, would really, really enjoy it, but it's not really for us. We're already here, right? The pivot is to capture new people, and new people don't give a shit. They don't understand what we're talking about anyway. 99% of what even gets said in this room here, no one on Twitter is going to understand except for a handful of people with slanted views on it. So for the most part, as much as a lot of that stuff is obviously nothing that engages me in the slightest bit, it's not really for me, right?
Yeah, I just feel like we have to give the benefit of the doubt to the individuals, even like me, right, who like is capable of at least wrapping their mind around the concepts. Especially coming from, I hate to keep talking about the NFT space, but it's a lot of visual people. So being able to like visualize how the blockchain works, and going through those onboard processes, like I'd rather be onboarding and educating versus being like, yeah, don't worry, like just here's the shiny object, or buy this or don't buy this, because even as I've onboarded, obviously, kind of like Redneck in the last, like, however, whatever, couple of months, it's like people I've onboarded and like tried to educate them on it, they're just now underwater. So, cool. Like, yeah, everyone should be staked and whatnot, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like if those individuals had, if we can give them stronger tools, and I send people that had a pulse and whatnot, but again, like having strong UI and like having easier, digestible, even like Hex McKenzie on Twitter, like she makes amazing info, like graphics and stuff like that. That just to kind of get some of the more boring stuff jazzed up a little bit, I think people would be interested in the technical. I mean, that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm interested in blockchain. And I think that's the hedge to for people who do come in and make investments. They know what they have versus just seeing what's happening on Twitter and dumping. Like whoever just end stakes today, like early and dumps, like probably a noob that doesn't really know what they're having, or just doesn't want to deal with the toxicness. So I think if people were a little bit more educated on the tech and why this is, revolutionary, why Hex is better than Bitcoin, I think it would help us to kind of pull it back the other way. And if that means like I have to start to make content, stuff like that, I will. I'm just not like, obviously you guys can throw stronger punches as devs and as software engineers and things like that.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's really tricky in a lot of ways to make that stuff digestible. We have a lot of guys that do really, really good content. The big part is that there's just so many starting places, and it's one of those things in a lot of ways you kind of have to find things that are interesting for you, So even in here, I always sound like I have all the answers. Well, that's because we're in a pretty narrow channel and we're talking about things I personally really enjoy, spend a lot of time on. We move to other things and my knowledge quickly falls off like all of us, right? You start talking about, again, like Gamma was saying a minute ago, he's into the boring stuff. So you start getting into, some of the GraphSQL or node operations or how some of these finer points of data go back and forth. And man, he's on top of that stuff. But, you start trying to get into some of the sizzle that intrigues most of the masses and like, he just can't even hear the words coming out of your mouth. So usually I think a lot of it is there's a lot of education out there. I think where we lack in some ways is in directing people, not so much into broad strokes new information, but into just like, what are you actually into? Like what about this stuff is engaging, right? So, if you say like, why is Bitcoin better than Hex? Like first I have to know what you think is better, right? So if you're, if you have this idea that, a big thing that gets brought up with Bitcoin is like, well, proof of work is better against like a state level actor. And like, okay, maybe, but do they actually attack consensus? Not really. Like that's not really how these things attack, right? So you can sort of make that argument on the consensus layer, but the United States government owns like how much Bitcoin now, right? They just take it. Like that's not how they attack it. They don't attack consensus of a network. They blacklist, they put restrictions on exchanges. They confiscate it from individuals. They always say it's not confiscatable. Well, that's weird because they sure own a bunch of it. So a lot of it is like just trying to get some framework about people. And that's one of the things I think is tricky about the crypto spaces. It's similar to like the financial markets, right? If someone comes in and they're like, hey, this guy wants to open a bank account. Yeah, I want to understand how the financial market works. Well, that's a pretty big bite, right? You got to eat an elephant one bite at a time. So there is a lot of good content. It's just, it's really hard to sort of funnel people through something from one to the end. It's kind of like showing up to math class and being like, hey, teach me math. It's like, which part, what do you want to do?
To the guy that was asking about the earlier, there is an NFT marketplace that's coming to Pulsechain and a lot of other projects too. I'm in the altcoin, Pulsechain altcoin group, and there's a massive list of projects that are coming to Pulsechain natively, actually, including that NFT marketplace. And then also, I think we really need to onboard everybody as a new blockchain. We can't like hold up our nose at a certain crowd and say we don't want them to come in right now or something. If they come, they come. By virtue of the full copy of the system state, there'll be a lot of interest.
Yeah, there's several dev teams working on NFT marketplaces and tons of native projects. So yeah, there's a lot of development going on.
Wink, wink.
I take it, Jesse, you're involved in one of those projects.
No, the guy who was just speaking might be though. So,
wink, wink.
Okay.
So here's the deal with like all the free copies. Like, it should attract a bunch of attention, right? People like free stuff. What people typically do with free stuff is dump free stuff. You see that with just about everything people get for free. Whether it's the Bitcoin free claimers from HEX or any other token, right? So now we're looking at the biggest airdrop in the world. Everybody gets what they already have on ETH over on Pulsechain, but that doesn't mean that stuff's going to function the way that it's supposed to. So stable coins are pretty complex. There's redemption mechanisms, liquidation mechanisms, there's oracles that make the price feeds work, make these things work at different price points. Like all this stuff's broken on the Pulsechain. And then you've got anything that has staking or yield bearing, all that stuff becomes broken too. Stuff that has node services like Chainlink, Like the tokens will exist, but all of the infrastructure that makes them do the things that they do, and like it's all broken. So it's just very likely that a lot of PRC20s are just going to dump once people realize they have a free copy, and then especially when they realize like the infrastructure that makes them do stuff isn't there. Like you'll just see the stuff just get dumped for Pulse. Now the trick is, how do you keep all these people on the Pulse chain? Well, we have an advantage. This airdrop, largest airdrop in the world, is great for marketing and it's great for getting mass adoption to come look at Pulse chain. But then you got to keep them there. So what do you have to keep them there? You've got PulseX. Well, PulseX doesn't really cool. It's a trading platform and it's going to have a lot of neat features in it. But even things like PulseX you still need to have mass adoption on the chain. Single-sided stakes, for example. You have to have protocols that natively launch on the chain. They're willing to give up tokens, to give them away for free for their marketing plan or whatever. Offer them up as a Pulse reward token into those staking pools. If no protocols do that, we'll have an entire function on PulseX that does nothing, right? You just won't be able to do anything with it. So like everything on this chain, including PulseX, including HEX, it just requires stuff, right? So the third-party stuff we're not allowed to talk about is absolutely critical to having a good functioning chain and then retaining all those people that are lured over to this chain through the free airdrop.
Getting to that point, when we do finally launch, hopefully sooner than later, but when we do finally launch, do you think that maybe we could start talking about those third parties so we're better informed as a community on what's coming?
Well, you can already. There's already rooms for that sort of thing. Like all these things have their own rooms. So, I don't know that I disagree with Richard saying no third-party things. Like, imagine if Vitalik had his own Telegram room, and he just wanted to talk only about Ethereum and validator stuff, and the infrastructure of Ethereum in his Telegram room. Well, that's his right. And if people wanted to start talking about all the stuff they were launching, all the Beam coins and all the DeFi stuff and NFT stuff, it would absolutely just clog up Vitalik's Telegram room, and it would just be it would be a shit show. So I do agree with Richard. Those things have their own place to go talk about them.
I got you. Believe me, I'm involved with a few of them. I go to their chat rooms on time to time. I'm just saying that, say XYZ, I'm going to call it the Quad P comes out, and we as a community got to vote that in, is my understanding, if the Quad P was going to give tokens away for single-sided staking. In that sense, I would think it would be okay to discuss on the Pulse chain chat whether or not, that was a good idea. I guess that's where I'm coming from. Not that I want to shield some third party project. It's just if it's going to be launched and, hey, I think we should vote for this, or no, I don't think we should. That's what I'm coming from.
To Jesse's point, one of the things is when we think of third party projects, especially a lot of the people in this room that are familiar with, all kinds of stuff that sort of this core community is built. When we think hey, how many projects are on Pulse? We sort of think I don't know, maybe 6 or 7, maybe 10. When the thing is, those communities are building and doing cool stuff. But when you actually look at how many there are, there's already 100 Pulse XYZ something or another, right? And you can't really, it's hard to filter through those things. If you just pull up the PRC altcoin room, you can scroll through and you'll be like, oh yeah, those guys are cool, those guys are cool, those guys are cool. And in between those, there's a dozen things you've never heard of with teams you've never heard of, run by people you've never heard of, pumping things you can barely understand. And it gets really messy really fast, you know? So, you know, you sort of think about, you know, you think about how many projects you know on Ethereum, and you think it's, you know, a ton, right? Most of us have been in crypto a while. We have a good handle on those things. And you probably don't even know 1%. Like, so if you sort of open up the room to the other 99% of the nonsense, it gets really loud really quick. So I think what we'll see as regards to like the Pulse DAO stuff or PulseX DAO is it we'll probably see another room that's sort of like based on those proposals, or maybe the PulseX room will even kind of, you know, be situated at some point. But even for, again, those of us, you know, that are building cool stuff, I would much rather that good stuff doesn't get talked about in here if it has to compete and battle through the noise of just absolute garbage and sort of ruins the room where a lot of great discussion happens, even though sometimes it's very cumbersome to talk around an obvious thing, you know?
Very well put, good sir.
You know,
coming from that point of vote. I hope we do set something up like that, just like the DAO room to discuss those things.
I just want to make my comment on that, if that's cool. You know, at the end of the day, I mean, this is just my perspective. You know, as far as these third parties and all that, I wish them the best. If they build on the system, cool, and if they're legit, great. You know, but for me, it's like, why would I put my money or investment in anything other than Richard Hart project if all I care about is two things: price appreciation and security, you know, pound for pound. So, you know, it's like, you know, I dabbled too much already, you know, in the industry. And that's why I consolidated. I used to have 40, 50 different coins, you know, diversified. But just sticking with nothing but Richard Hart projects, you know, I turned into an all the way winner. But that's just my testimony. So, you know, good luck to all the other ones.
I will be happy to address that really quick. One, if that's your mentality, that's fine. Filipino, so do you provide liquidity for HEX?
Look, I get it. There's, of course, you know, when I go out, I'm going to delegate and I'm going to provide liquidity.
No, I'm just asking. Do you provide liquidity in HEX now?
Yes, I have stakes, and
That's not providing
HEX.
liquidity. No, do you provide liquidity in liquidity pools?
No, I don't do that right now with HEX.
Okay. But it's really nice that there is liquidity provided so that you could just go purchase it off of another protocol called Uniswap, right?
Why would I need to do that?
And well, how else did you get it? Did you go find someone in person and hand them $100 bill to buy your HEX? Or did you operate out of a liquidity pool where someone was providing liquidity with another project in another protocol on top of another network?
Okay, so I hear you. I know that makes sense on the way you're putting it. I don't know if you're trying to change my question or my point. But what was your point of bringing that up? How about that?
My point is, it's fine if you want to stay in limited things, but just to recognize that you're sitting on the shoulders of giants feeling tall. There is a lot that goes in to making HEX. HEX is fantastic. Richard Hart's the man. If that's all you invest in, by all means, all power to you. This is not to convince anyone of anything else. It's to realize what that statement means, and that statement is only possible because there's a network that got built. There's a decentralized exchange that got built because there's people providing liquidity, because there's another coin to provide liquidity in. There is a lot that goes into saying, well, I just stake HEX.
Well, you know, that sounds all good, but the price goes up to the right for one reason. When a community buy, holds, and don't sell,
go up for one
right?
reason. That is absolutely
Listen, let me just give you, let me go instead of interrupting, let me just make it politically correct. One of the main reasons why the price goes up to the right is because the community first that buy, holds, and don't sells, you know, versus the sell pressure, period, point blank. So when it comes to HEX, it's proof of, you know, weight, right? Which is, you know, store value. It's the number one, you know, use case is store value, just like Bitcoin. So the number one store value is, you know, you put $1 in today and you look at the price of Hex 2-3 years down the line, you're hoping that for a better return than any other cryptocurrency per se for that use case, right?
Can you repeat
So
what you said? Buy, hold, and what?
buy, hold, and don't sell.
And don't
Accumulate,
sell?
accumulate, and
Don't
take
sell, right?
profit. Take profits later at minimal. But you can't take profits until your bag is a good bag, and then you can take minimal profits from there while you always accumulate.
I want you to
Then
remember. I want you to remember what you just said. Buy, hold, and don't sell. I want you to remember that.
until,
So that's right.
and then take profits later when it's time, and then minimal profits at that. Then the other guys are gonna say, "Oh, you don't have to ever sell your Pulsechain and PulseX." I get it. That's why I'm gonna delegate 100% of my Pulsechain bag and earn rewards, and that's why I'm gonna single side stake 100% of my PulseX bag to gain rewards and incentives, whether they're a third party coin or not, whether it's backed by Richard Hart or not. That's the reason why you're gonna always accumulate Pulsechain and PulseX. But the whole strategy of Diamond Hands, the whole strategy of buy, hold, don't sell, accumulate, and then take profits later, when it's when your bag is actually something. That's what I'm talking about. It's the whole strategy behind of holding it. How can you be the best community member? And that's the strategy. That's why the price is going to go up to the right. All this technicality stuff, all this liquidity stuff is sounds great. I get it, but it's not going to over. We don't
What
need.
are
We don't
you
need anybody.
talking about?
Go ahead.
Man, I'm not trying to be that rude, but you literally just don't understand crypto. Like, I understand how price action works, but you're saying buy. You don't even understand what that word means. Buy it with what, on what, where, and
Oh
how.
my God.
You can only
Come
buy
on,
it
bro.
because there's liquidity. You can
You
only
you can
buy it
talk, but you're
because it's
not going to
paired with
sneak this,
something
bro.
else.
You can talk, but
Who
you're not
are
going to
you,
sneak
man?
this. It's just you can talk,
Man,
but you don't have to sneak this, bro. That's all I'm saying. Respectfully.
no, I'm not sneak dissing. I'm trying to be very clear. You are trying to say that, oh, this is technical, this
I
and that. No,
I
this
know
is
what
how
buy means.
reality works.
You can't tell me what I
You
don't know
don't
what
know.
buy means.
You
Hey,
don't
Okay,
know
go
how
Filipino, if
ahead.
buy
nobody,
works,
if
apparently.
nobody,
Tell
Filipino, if
people
nobody
what
provides,
buy means on the thread. There's
Filipino,
100
if
people on
nobody
here.
provides liquidity, if nobody provides liquidity,
Go
and
ahead.
they all do what you're talking about, then you're going to have a bunch of yield for Hex. You're gonna have a bunch of Hex, but it's gonna have no value because nobody's providing liquidity. You have no way to sell if there's no liquidity pools there, man. And that's what he's getting at. If everybody adopted that philosophy,
I didn't say that wasn't true. I didn't say that wasn't true. I didn't say that wasn't true. I didn't say that was. I didn't agree with that. But your question was what else, and other reasons why the price will go up to the right. And I was bringing up another way why the price goes up to the right, other than what you're talking about. I'm not talking about the liquidity doesn't matter.
but the
Hey,
price doesn't
Filipino,
go
I have a
up and to
question
the
for
right.
you.
The yield does.
I just have a quick question for you. And I actually mean this, right? Because you just said something a second ago that I think is really important. You said, you can't tell me what I don't know. Do you think it's possible that there are things that you don't know?
Yes, that's obvious. I don't know everything, but
You
go ahead.
to be completely honest with you, whenever you talk, you don't act like that. Because the reality is
You
in
can
this
judge my
particular
my
case,
reaction or how I do it, but my words are on point. So just
yeah,
judge my
but
Bro,
words.
just
the reality is they're not.
try
Like
to listen.
it's like we're not talking about opinions. We're talking about like facts. As in, you're saying buy, hold, and don't sell. You can't buy to begin with if there's nobody providing liquidity, right? That's the whole point that
We
Walrus
know
is
that.
saying. It's not. Yeah, I know.
I
Like
agree with that.
all of these things go into why a project is successful. You need people. You need the people who are going to provide those functions as well, right? All
I'm
he's
not
saying is
disagreeing with
that
that.
it's not. Yeah, it's that's and that's the thing. That's all he's saying. It's not one dimensional. It's not like just this one thing. No, you need to give importance to all the aspects. That's all he's saying.
Hey, can you guys hear me
Again,
okay?
I get it. Nobody disagreed with that.
Can
Howdy,
you all hear
man.
me
Your
okay?
mic is wrecked again. No, it's wrecked
Never
again, bro.
mind. I'll check in later. Never.
And you're ahead of a telecommunications company, man. I tell you, that's just sad.
Fuck you.
So yeah, good talk. You know, at the end of the day, the only ones that were really talking back to me were the people that are, shilling third parties in their, on their headline.
Wow.
So there's
Hey,
nobody else
Filipino.
rebuttaling.
Wow.
Go.
So, so
Just let him go.
Have you no sense, sir?
if we can have a
Have you
conversation,
no sense?
if somebody else,
Nah,
if
just let
somebody
him
else
go. Yeah.
rebuttals,
It's not about a rebuttal. The problem is that unfortunately you're really not wanting to listen. You know,
Yeah.
at this point, it's not even listening with a third ear. It's just actually just being humble and just take or adhere to advice or just listen to what true definitions actually mean. And people, you got some smart individuals in this room trying to break down, just basic tokenomics and exactly what liquidity is, but for some reason you want to overtalk people. And actually, what you just did was a little bit disrespectful, trying to say people are shilling third party projects, and that never came up in the last 7.5 minutes. So you know what? Just be humble in this. Take advice and listen. Just listen without interrupting, and then maybe we will all learn. Not just you, everybody.
For real. And thank you, Wallace and Jesse, for being here, because I hate popping into this chat and just hearing people moonboy and speculate. It's nice to have people that actually have been here and understand how this stuff works so that we can actually learn something. So thank you, guys.
You're welcome. Listen,
Yeah,
I'm a realist about everything. Listen, I love Hex. I have a giant bag of Hex. Richard Hart is the man. He is awesome. He created something special. He created a community. The Moonboy talk does get a little old at times. Earlier today I came in here and people were, excited about the T-share rate, which you're welcome to be excited about the T-share rate. But I always like to put things in perspective. And I don't like, sometimes it sucks the air out of the room. I get that. But you have to understand how crypto works, what makes the prices move the way they do, how liquidity pools work. And I'll give you a quick example. You're welcome to go buy some T-shirts right now. Go stake some Hex. It's a good idea to do that in a dip. A dip is always the best time to get in. Understand that a T-shirt right now will pay you 60 cents a day in Hex. So a $2,000 investment will get you 60 cents a day. Now, at first glance, or first hearing that sounds horrible. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm going to throw away $2,000 and I'm going to see 60 cents a day out of it. Okay? And that sucks the air out of the room for a second. But when you take a step back and you realize, well, wait a minute, we're in a 90% dip or whatever, or close to it. It's likely at some point to go back up to 50 cents a piece. And then you start to realize, oh, okay, so time in the market, just like Richard talks about, and that all turns around, and then it's no longer 60 cents per T-share. It becomes $5 per T-share or $10 per T-share, whatever it ends up being. But you have to be able to do the math. You have to understand how all these things work before you become a moon boy.
Yeah, we also built how to pulse, not how to third party. And right before that discussion, you literally just heard me and Jesse say that no, third parties, including stuff that we're involved in any way, shape, or form, don't belong in the room, right? That was literally the discussion we had right before that. So as I was trying to get through with the previous guy, and we don't want to roast him. He's not here now to to be able to speak back or anything. Of course, staying in RH projects is fine. RH builds great stuff. Like, why do you think that, like, I personally have dedicated so much time to the stuff he's built, right? Some of the stuff that How To Pulse is working on got pushed back because of doing extra things in the community and time we spent here. Pulse and these things come first. They always have, always have. The point is just to understand that if you are choosing that route, that's fine. Not everyone, me and Captain Mango just a second ago were talking about education. You can't learn all these things, right? So I only want you and everyone else to participate in things they understand and are safe. So if you don't understand crypto well, but you trust RH and you get Hex, then just do Hex. No one is telling you not to do that. But if you're saying that everyone else is dumb who doesn't do that, then now you're speaking illogically and you're being rude and you're not understanding how that works, right? You're not understanding that someone has to provide liquidity. What's that liquidity being provided in? What's that protocol in? What network are we on top of, right? There's a lot that goes into that system. Is Hex probably the crown jewel? Sure, but it's still a crown. There's still a crown that it's in, right? And we want to make sure that we always understand those things. And the more things that we can build that are of value, the more value there is to be stored in Hex to pump those things up. We've always talked about these things. So everything that RH is working on is great. Everyone's a little anxious with launch coming. Pulse comes first, Hex comes first, PulseX is fantastic. Everyone knows these things. We spend a lot of time in them. Has nothing to do with shilling anything else. We just want to make sure that we're a very educated community so that we can participate in all of these things in ways that are safe, that are going to make you money. And until you feel comfortable with them, just take Hex. It's fine. Hex are awesome. Yeah, the price goes down, but you're making yield. It'll bounce up eventually, right? And as you progress and learn more, you can do more and you can participate in bigger ways.
I'm sorry. I guess I was shilling third party projects, but I don't think I was.
Netflix and chill.
Pulsechain's acting badly. Good evening.
I knew you were going to come up with something there.
Naturally. Heat wave over Western Kentucky. 62 degrees and cloudy. It's a great day. Hex on sale. Hear ye. Come ye all. More than 10 for $1. These kind of prices makes me feel like I've sold my Corvette already.
Interview with Erica tomorrow. Let's go.
You know, Captain, that's something that I thought would actually be kind of fun. Sometimes I think that sparring with a hexagon might be more fun than just clubbing baby seals with laser eyes. Maybe we should get someone from the community who knows the
Whoa.
project a little more intimately to come in there and try to shoot some fire at RH, see if we can't bring out the best in them.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. And it will make for interesting content that like I'd rather send an onboard that video and make them digest it and answer those questions and walk them through that versus like I once sent somebody like the Bitcoin magazine thing, which was a mistake. It's like they can't even get through all of that. So the other thing too, it's like as we onboard into we were talking about Gary Vee before and whatnot. Like one of the first things he did was he onboarded his whole community. He decided he was going to do it on Ethereum. He told everybody about gas fees. He told everybody how to set up a MetaMask. Like we do all of those steps as well. Obviously, that's kind of like early how to get people in first steps. But then going into some of the deeper things or figuring out like what does come first, what should be explained. And actually, I think those are more like educational videos. But yeah, I think asking some of harder questions, even like the tweet that came out yesterday. It's great that we can come in here and there's individuals that are, understand software and program and how that all works. But it'd be cool to even hit him with, okay, like what is Go? Like how do these validators really work? And then hear from him. So then we can also like clip those and then regurgitate that content. Just creating more smart content, I think, will balance it out. I'm a video editor. I'm happy to, kind of push out content. I think that's probably what I need to start to do. Even splicing them up and putting those things onto, TikTok and whatnot. I know some things exist over there, but that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm like, fuck, I think I just need to actually start to make Richard Hart content.
I'm surprised with the TikTok attraction. It's pleasantly surprising.
Have you
Yeah,
guys
I know
seen
the guy that does the guy that does the TikTok what is it, Pulsechain Academy stuff. He's been pretty successful over there. So if there's anyone who wants to help, that cat is always looking for some extra help. So if there's anyone that's got some extra gas or ammo or wants to help contribute, I can put him in touch with him.
Did you guys
Ammo.
see Richard's last tweet?
Podcast.
That's what I heard. Ammo.
Ammo. I can always use ammo, Wars.
What was his last tweet, Emma?
Live debate, me versus Eric Wall tomorrow evening, Tuesday, 8 p.m. in Stockholm. Specific location announced tomorrow. Get there early as everybody won't get in.
The master debater.
You guys were just talking about it, so I guess it's on.
I'm gonna need to know. I don't know anything about it. I've been working all day.
Hey, he just tweeted about it.
Oh, he just tweeted about it. Whatever.
I think he posted on Richard's calls and X News and probably on the main chat. I would think. Yeah, it's in the main chat right now. Just
thanks, El.
Scroll up a bit.
Thank you.
Oh, that's that chick been causing all that dang drama. Okay, that's gonna be real good. Yeah.
Which drama chick? Which one?
That dang Eric Wall, whoever. It's got a girl picture. Might be a dude. Who knows? But
he's a guy. He's a guy.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna still call him a girl.
Is it? He has two accounts.
G.R. Do you have a question?
Wait, is it a guy or a girl?
It's a
He
guy.
has two accounts. It's just he's just being funny. His real name's Eric Wall, but he has an Erica Wall account as well. But
he kind of bashes the Hex community from.
Yesterday he did it with about 15 tweets in a row.
Ah, I smell fresh meat. Pardon the pun. Poet and didn't know it.
Yeah, so look, one of her just to give you an idea, Crypto Drone, one of her tweets was this, or hit I'm gonna call him or her. She I don't give a damn. She say any pulse chainer who is frustrated post launch is delayed and wants their money back. And then she goes to say, I'm willing to buy your PLS from you for 150% of what you paid, assuming you have another crypto holding of equal worth and you're willing to escrow with a third party in the meantime. That's the kind of bullshit FUD that she been doing.
Well, if she's got a PP, it's a he.
Come on, crypto. Both you cryptos, no assuming genders, okay? Got to fit in with the times.
I'm not assuming. If it's a PP, it's a he. I'm just saying.
What year is it where Redneck is the most progressive person in the group?
I know. I just like smack me full of like, what's up with that? But there's the signs of the times.
Wait now. Trust me, if you got a PP and you follow my wife or daughter in the bathroom, there's going to be a problem.
There goes some ammo switching.
That Eric Wall is like the Hex troll. He's the troll of all trolls. It's like his job. He brings a lot of attention, and it is some of the things he says is funny, and you can see right through it and all. But at the end of the day, like sometimes the things, like when you hear Richard say all attention is good attention, that's actually the case with Eric Wall's trolley posts. It all brings attention.
But actually, he knows about crypto, so I think actually it'll be a pretty decent debate. More of a game show or whatever. But he does have a good background in regards to a little bit of the crypto world. So we'll see. Come on,
probably
Richie, so bring your guns.
A little late here. Who
check this?
Eric Wall?
I gotta check this tweet out. Go check RH's tweet.
So again, as Jesse said, Erica is just an alt account for Eric Wall. He's a relatively smart guy, but sometimes that actually makes me more suspicious of the stupid things they say, and not the troll stuff. Of course, he's a troll, but some of the actual technical things that it just seems hard for someone to be as intelligent as he is, just say things that are wrong. And that doesn't mean things we disagree on, just literally incorrect. But he's a savvy person, whether we agree on those things. So it should make for some good fireworks and give somebody to point their rage at rather than community members. So hopefully it'll be a good stream.
Is your Bitcoin
I found the lady boy.
Here's something interesting he said. And by the way, RH controls 90% of all Pulsechain, which he got by sending his own HEX coins to himself in the last minutes of Pulsechain ICO.
Yeah, that's
17 hours ago.
It's a bunch of Elmer FUD.
So that's the thing that actually makes Eric, I don't know what, maybe semi-dangerous. I don't know if dangerous is the right word. Is that there's a mix of things that are actually accurate, and then they're just surrounded by fluff, right? So, there's a large controlling percentage of an OA. We all know that kind of stuff. The thing is, they usually never give the counterpoint to these design compromises. And the other thing, like he brought up Link. So Jesse, everyone in this room has discussed how Link would be broken for probably a year. So anything that has a lot of admin keys and oracles and is reliant on infrastructure won't function well. We've known that for a long time. but you can't go through and pick and choose projects, right? So we can't start a list of 10,000. So you can point out sort of the negatives of these things, but they just never lean on the positives. So yes, Link won't function well, but there's tons of things that will function well. There's tons of communities who are going to get a lot of value. There's a lot of communities who are going to build cool things, build front ends, who now no longer have to have exposure to bridge risk. There's a million other things about this airdrop that are positive besides just the marketing side. And when it comes to, you know, like RH holding a big bag, they'll just scream decentralization, decentralization. And you need enough decentralization that you don't have censorship issues, right? So as these guys scream centralization, let's take Ethereum. So one, Ethereum is actually a fork. Ethereum Classic is the real chain. They had their name jacked, and now they're having a hard time swapping to proof of stake because of miners and because of that decentralization. So maybe you don't like RH or the Oracle or whatever entity you want to call it holding a lot of coins, but the alternative was getting your chain rolled back, your brand jacked, and then being held hostage by miners. So make sure you have your own house in order before you start throwing stones.
I have a question.
Nice, thank you.
Crypto John has a question. This dude, this lady boy Eric fella, he says that anybody that's disgruntled about Pulse not launching, that he wants to buy, offer you 150% of what you paid. That sounds bullish to me. Sounds like he wants your Pulse. So that's bullish to me. He'll pay you 1.5 times what? So I think he thinks that's pretty positive.
Oh, he said that he thinks it's going to have severe price appreciation.
He's just a hex. He's just a hex smack talker.
Yeah, he thinks that eventually it'll implode, but not before it, you know, gains a whole bunch of value. What he's not taking into consideration, though, is those things that will be broken on the chain don't matter, because the community's picked up the slack and will have those things functioning with their own third-party deals. Some of these things, these third-party things, have been built out of, let's say, necessity to have a working chain. We're talking things like graph, subgraph, oracles, all like the things, stable coins, the things that any fully functioning chain has, dozens and dozens of infrastructure type items. These are things that, you know, the base chain itself, Richard hasn't built, but are still essential to have a thriving community. Just keep that in mind, everyone.
What's interesting is this dude or girl or whatever. Richard actually asked him to be on his team with some, you know, engineer, and he did some stuff for Richard. That's what's interesting. So he definitely knows Richard, and they might have something going on here with some history here.
Oh yeah, and that's what's going to make for good entertainment. And the little things that he does have that are actually factual about Richard, he's just going to spin it, you know, in regards to his followers, to where they're going to take those mainstream things that he says, and although they're not the all-out, you know, I guess, killer as far as Hex, it's still enough information to get as far as say, oh, yep, you know, Hex this, Hex that, and you know, and him not being really forthcoming in regards to what he's doing, but he's going to have just enough to strike the attention of those naysayers.
You want to know who most of his followers are? I'd almost say that most of them, well, maybe not most of them, but a ton of them are Hexicans, because he spends all day bashing Hex. So he's building his following off of Hex. Now he's using a negative light to do that, but he's still grifting off of the community, so to speak, to build his following.
Do you mind if we get Wave Rider and Viking and unmute and they got their hands up? They are good boys.
Yeah, I agree.
So this lady boy is a moocher off the hexagons. All right.
Can I ask you, who was it that said the price is going to go nuclear, and which guys are you guys? Who are you guys talking about that said the price is going to go nuclear and then implode?
That lady boy fella.
I don't know who that is.
Guys having a
Hold on.
debate with Tuesday evening, 8 p.m.
Yeah, check out Richard Hart's latest few tweets. You'll see him, her.
But I would like to
Gotcha.
call the
And he
debate
says
balls to the wall.
the price is going to go nuclear. He says
Duh.
the price is going to go nuclear and then implode.
Duh. Yes.
Actually, it's they.
Whatever pronoun.
Lol.
Hey them.
Lol.
The transformer.
Let me ask you guys a technical question.
Giggity.
Is using Ledger Nano with Bluetooth on your phone, is that safe or no?
Don't do it.
That's a
Bluetooth is unsecure. So yeah.
Yeah, Bluetooth is not very secure protocol. It's not really recommended just because.
Wave Rider, do you want
so
Popper
easy.
to wake up and have a vein coming out of his eye and all that other stuff? You mentioned
Slobber.
two things: Wi-Fi and phone. I mean, he would have a freaking massive coronary on you if he was here.
You're gonna get
Yeah, phone in general and Bluetooth are unsecure.
True.
It'd be funny if someone just said they've been designing their own ledger, they've been putting pieces together from Alibaba, and they want to pitch it at Papa.
Oh man, Papa's head would blow up.
Dude, he would rip that dude apart.
You know what's funny?
Hey,
I'll give you a free
bring this up to Papa, but as much as he complains about Chinese products, when you get a treasure in the mail, you know, a legitimate treasure, and you take it out of the box and you turn it over, there is a CE sticker on the back, a Chinese electric sticker.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe for the plastic, but not the hardware installed. For sure.
No, the hardware wallet itself, the actual hardware wallet, has a little CE sticker right on the back of it.
I will take
Go to YouTube.
I
And
will take that knowledge and replace it with my own.
Watch an unboxing video. You'll see it in those two.
That's all right. That's why I use Ledger.
Whoa.
Anyone want to get on it and say they're passing out ledgers to all you guys?
Oh my
See if
God.
it explodes.
Redneck,
On the
why didn't
back of the ledger, it's got printed with CE on it.
my treasurer yesterday? Why didn't you say anything?
Yeah, see, the ledger's same thing. They're all listen. Everything's made in China. There's no way to get away from it.
Just about.
They're the only guys that handle plastic.
You want to hear something funny? So Richard said, after I get this launch stuff done, I got so many dudes that slap around on here. Prepare your jimmies for this wrestling match, you haters.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something. The entertainment value that's gonna come out of slams back and forth is gonna be epic. I can guarantee it. I'm talking about personal slams, so it's gonna be great. And it's gonna be meme city, trust me.
Hey, Crypto, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm using that CE stamp, and I think that's an EU safety for environmental stuff, so that could constitute the plastic. Yeah, I don't think it's the Chinese electronics, whatever government stamp. I don't know. Chinese.
Goddamn Chinese.
Emotional
EU
damage.
stands for Conformite Europeum. which means it meets the standards for EU health, safety, and environmental requirements.
Okay, so it's not a Chinese product. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, from what my research is showing on the plastic
Not a,
CE stamp on the ledger,
not a Chinese
and
product.
maybe the sticker on the Trezor.
This message has been brought to you by Google Incorporated. Thank you.
Hey, don't take my line, crypto.
Yeah, I understand the concern, though. If any hardware components are made in China, then they are subject to regulation by the government and the military that they have to submit their decryption key, and anything can be decrypted by their government and their military. That's what they stand on. You don't want to get any parts out of China. I understand that, but
Look at the picture I just posted.
Do you think this is how China's going to take over the world? By deploying these
take over.
everybody in America?
Yeah. Anything they manufacture, yeah.
You see that picture I just posted?
Let me check.
Is it chat?
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead, since I work with stainless, I'm going to go ahead and take my plastic pieces from China off my ledger and build my own.
Yeah.
Any picture?
That's the logo I'm talking about. Yeah.
All the circuitry for you.
Hey man, I've been getting a lot of spam sent my way on my phone, like through text, where they like send you a message saying like, and this was just yesterday. It said Ledger had just been hacked. Go to here to whatever. I knew it was spam. I didn't click on it, but I was just wondering, have y'all been getting a lot of bullshit spam like that? And if so, if you're getting shit like that on your phone, what can I do? Like, I mean, because that's associated with my phone number, so it's like, it ain't like I can go change my phone number. So how do you stop shit like that from happening?
Block. You can block on your phone.
Yeah, but they just keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? They'll just switch to another number because that's all I'll be doing is blocking, right? But they'll still come out with another.
Yeah, it's
But I
sort of
was
like, I wanted to talk to you about your extended car warranty.
exactly.
I use an app called Robo Killer. Sorry, I just came. Oh, let me do that. You're talking about stopping spam calls to your phone?
Well, they're not calls; they're text messages trying to get you to click on a link.
Yeah, I use Robo Killer, ROBO killer.com. It's an app, and it'll block all that stuff. It costs some money, but like I just I appreciate it, and it'll just kill all those calls before they come through. That's the only thing that I've found useful, and it will stop the text messages from those users. They have in their app and algorithm they pretty much know like a large list of like where these numbers are coming from, so it works pretty good.
Okay, how much is that? I heard about Robo Killer. How much is that?
I forget. I'm looking at the site now. It's not.
What you gonna share with us? What are you eating, man? What you gonna share? What are you eating? Come on.
Man, I'm eating these damn Utz sour cream and Ripples tapes. They good as hell. I'm hungry one.
That's
Hey, boy, that is some good stuff.
Crypto
He
Tim,
just said
my son, when he was went to college or whatever, he they had a recruiter come in, and instead of putting his phone number down, he put mine. So I get text every 6 months about from some Marine somewhere asking me if I want to join the damn military still.
Tim, it's $333 a month if you get the annual plan, about $4 a month if not, but I think it's worth it.
Okay. Thanks, man.
Crypto Tim, don't you think I won't be grabbing in that bag, son?
Yeah, that little pain in the butt, I could have killed him.
I don't know. It got me a little concerned, like especially when they like I'm used to all the other ones, like they try to say Amazon or Coinbase, but this one here said Ledger. I'm like, oh shit, these motherfuckers getting close. What's up?
Well, I don't ever remember ordering from Ledger and having put my phone number down anywhere. So how would they get it?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Because they just waiting on you to click on that damn link, and then all hell gonna break loose. I don't never click on.
Dude, if you think that if you got a Gmail account that it's not being tracked, you got another thing coming.
Yeah, it's important to not have your phone number in the bottom of your email signatures, one. And then make sure on this app that you've disabled people from seeing your phone number, two. I've actually been considering getting a PO box just for when I get ledgers and things sent out.
That bad, huh?
When you need to go stop right now and go into ledger.com right now and buy it right now. That's my pop impression.
Treasure.
You got that way wrong. Get off this chat. Go to treasure.io right now and go order you one. Matter of fact, get you two, and don't come back until you've watched the video and got it all set up. Then if you got a question, I might answer it.
Calm down. Whoa, whoa,
Do it now. You forgot to do it now.
But now.
And the bad thing is, that's the ninth topic.
Oh, you got to do it now.
I don't
Get
care.
down.
Come on, what are you waiting
care.
for?
I don't care. Just do it.
You don't have a hardware
Come on,
wallet?
do it.
Talk to me when you do.
Why are you here?
You can do it.
In the background.
This hour of Acting Like Papa Boner, brought to you by the Pulsechain, where the beats are low and the X's are high.
And a group of naked ladies throwing pickles on you.
You gonna make me finish it?
Dude, you got to do the pickle thing. I love it.
All right.
Don't forget Red Bull at the end.
You guys keep throwing requests at me, and I got to remember all that. So I'll give it my best shot.
I'll text it to you. You just read it.
Give me a second. Last hour of the Quad P brought to you by the Pulsechain, where the beats are low and the X's are high. Pulsechain is not affiliated with any third-party projects. God, I messed up. Sorry.
Thoughts and views of the Marlboro man is not included. It's not representative of Pulse.
I gotta go find my list of stuff.
I love you guys, man. You guys are freaking awesome, I swear.
You're funny, redneck.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Can't wait to meet everybody a year after launch. Serious as a heart attack. Sorry, Pepe, if you're listening.
About PulseCon, man. That's sooner.
Eh.
When is
Where is
on
that?
Gotta wait for some gains, bro.
September. September in Vegas. I think 6th to the 9th at Resorts World.
Who's hosting it? Do you know?
Pulsechain community.
No, like YouTube or Instagram. Like
Freedom
who?
TV.
Freedom TV.
Freedom TV. Yeah.
Nice. I have no idea how to get to that channel.
freedomtv.info.
What's cool is that's going to be right after Burning Man gets out, and that's in Nevada too. So tons of burners all go through Vegas and Reno. That'd be kind of interesting.
Oh man, I know one of my buddies is gonna be a Burning Man. I know it already.
It's gonna be a good year out there. And those are smart fucking people that would understand a lot of this as well. Talk about decentralized communities. That's what I learned about communities.
I know a lot of them have been in crypto for a while because they get their their obscurities for the festival season from the good old dark web, and that's kind of slowed down now. But a lot of those cats are very familiar with crypto and peer to peer. So to kind of point their inflection towards something better that pays yield, that does better, and kind of get them a resurgence in crypto would be super cool for sure, because they already have a general understanding,
Yeah, and now like half of that event has turned into Silicon Valley technologists, but really smart people that can understand and grab larger perspectives and like really see the technology for what it is. And those are the types of quote unquote individuals that are wrapped up in DC or Silicon Valley land. Like those are the people that are going to understand, especially the way that Richard's laid it out with more kind of like software language and things like that. When he says, like, I think that's a great demographic that we could be going for. If I go out there, I'll gift everybody a hex necklace or something like that with the
No, I plan on there's gonna be a gathering at the hog farm here in southern Mendocino, and I plan on rolling up and just flexing hex to everybody at that festival. It's 3 days of the string cheese incident, and I definitely plan on being the front man for Hex and Pulsechain out there.
Are we still flying down on your jet, Illuminati?
Oh, dude, I wish, but Pops leaves for Europe on the 5th, so the timing doesn't really work out. He's still on the hunt for the pilot, but I don't imagine he's searching as hard as I'd want him to be. So it's looking like a hard no. He was so excited about it too, and he had me so stoked. Just like when he was quoting me prices, I was like, "Are you kidding me? That's like $500 a person. Like, dude, that's nothing. We can come up with that." And he's like, "Yeah, and I'll just plan a trip with with your stepmom for those 3 days." I'm like, "Yes." And then I gave him the dates, and he's like, "Oh, hold on a second." And I was like, "Oh no, don't." And then he did.
Oh no! Damn it, Jim. Damn it, Jim.
Hey, so I had a quick question. Somebody had asked it earlier, and I didn't really have a good answer for them. Maybe someone can help me out so I can answer it better next time they ask. But basically, this person was and is providing liquidity for Hex on Uniswap, and he's wondering what's going to happen come fork. And basically, what I told him was that like you'll get a copy of what you're providing, but you're pretty much going to get liquidated. And I don't know if I understand that correctly or if I gave him a 100% wrong answer. Maybe someone could correct me a little bit more about what exactly will go down for someone who's providing liquidity. We can talk specifically for Hex in this situation, but it would also apply to other situations.
So if you're providing, oh, okay, go ahead, Elmer, he the man.
Go ahead, Walrus. You're also going to say something.
I didn't know Walrus was here. Don't know what he was providing with. I imagine it's USDC. Actually, I think I remember him saying it was USDC.
Nothing happened. The AMM bot, nothing touches it. Since it's not paired with ETH, it'll literally just still be there in Uniswap v2. What you would want to do is probably remove it during, pre-fork if he's thinking about it, or you'd want to remove it on the other side because he likely is going to get hit with a ton of PUSDC and not the HEX. He's going to want the HEX, right? So, but the AMM bot won't affect him.
So what if it was a HEX ETH pair that he was on? Would it still be his best move to remove the liquidity he's providing? Because that's kind of what I imagine everyone's best move would be if they are providing liquidity for HEX, with the AMM bot coming to clean them all out,
It doesn't steal their liquidity, it harvests it, right? So if you're in the HEX ETH pair, then you're going to end up with like 1,000x the amount of ETH you have in there, relatively, give or take, and very little HEX. So it depends on what the real play is. And one of those things to be careful about is just what his cost base is on those things, and if he actually wants to remove it. So if he holds it in HEX ETH, or if it's in any other ERC in ETH, they're going to end up with more pulse than they do the PRC20. And then their liquidity, whatever is left, will still be left in whatever pool they held it in, and then they can remove it from V2. If it was in V3 or something else, you'd probably want to move it into V2 or remove it at the time just to make sure you can actually access it.
Okay. Word. Yeah, thank you. That gives me a little more understanding. Is there any kind of beneficial play to that, like for maybe a bigger player? Is there any sort of benefit to providing some liquidity in a certain pair to take advantage of what the AMM bot's about to do?
Really, the biggest thing that I could think where a player would want to do that is not really for crypto reasons, but if you were a large holder of ETH, then I could see you wanting to provide liquidity because you're going to end up with more pulse than you would of just holding the ETH raw in a liquid or holding it in your wallet. And the only reason you would do that is if you hold a lot of ETH and you basically don't want to take the capital gain event and you don't want to swap the ETH, then it could make more sense to, if you have enough asset somewhere else, to pair it in the liquidity pool and take the harvester ratio rather than just the 1-to-1 drop on the ETH.
Got you. And then you'd end up with more pulse, right? Am I understanding that correctly?
But it would make sense for a large holder of ETH who doesn't want to take the capital gain event. But, it's a pretty small percentage of people.
Right. Yeah, right. All right, word, man. Thank you for the explanation. I just wanted to have a better answer for next time someone asks the question, but I suppose I'll probably just tell them to wait around for one of y'all.
Richard Hart. Richard Hart tweeted, the name of the debate going to be called Balls to the Wall.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, man. So glad I don't have a desk job because I'd be sitting listening to this shit all day. I wouldn't be commenting as much, but my coworkers would just hear me like laughing my ass off out of my cubicle from some of the shit that gets said in here.
Listen, man, I just spit my water out. I was drinking through a straw, and you said that. I spit my water out all over my lap. It's crazy. Hilarious.
Surprised you didn't break out with your anthem song, Crypto Drone. To the window, to the wall.
I thought about it. I thought I didn't want to recycle, but that would have been a great time. Till sweat run down my.
So, uh, I might sound stupid here and like a complete idiot, but when does capital gains affect you? Essentially, when it hits your bank account, like when you have the dollar amount,
When you
that when capital
when
gains
you
really.
cash out and your fiat hits your bank account, you are marked to pay taxes on it.
That's not what my CPA says. My CPA says that the moment you exchange one crypto for another, whether you cash out the fiat or not, you have to pay either short-term capital gains if it's less than a year, or if it's more than a year and a day.
Oh man,
Long-term.
fuck that! I'm in the hole deep. That's
It's my world, Pepe. Let me
Yeah,
be in it, man.
Pepe, I've heard that too. I've heard traders getting on exchanges because they're not paying their taxes 35% on every trade, and they're doing these small trades daily, getting their 10-15% profits, and they're having to pay realized capital gains tax on those, and they're not, and they're getting audited left, right, and center.
Short-term capital gains is equivalent to your ordinary income tax rate.
So what you're saying is every time I swap cryptos, swap coins, I have to pay capital gains on that?
Correct. You have to track it. Coinly is the ideal application to keep track of that. You can download, like what I do is a CSV file from Coinbase Pro, suck it into Coinly, and hand it to my CPA and say, have fun, mon ami. That's why the hidden genius of the ratio swap period is it's not taxable. The second price discovery hits, you got the tax man putting his arm around you.
Yeah, I guess I got a lot more research to do. Coming from, a small man, I'm no means a whale in any crypto. But, as a working man that has worked and worked for his money, me getting my income has already been taxed. It has already been taxed by Uncle Sam.
Crypto, I get it. I get it, but it's the law, man. So, I mean, you either choose not to do it, and if you get caught, trust me, the penalties are going to be severe, including and up to an orange jumpsuit. But that's your call. I'm not taking that chance.
Oh no, I'm down.
Crypto, you're in this space right now, and I'll tell you, you're very lucky to have found this space this early, man, because you may not consider yourself a whale right now. 5 or 10 years down the line, if you make the right choices in this ecosystem, you could be looking at a whole lot more than you're looking at now. And so to learn these things and to hear about these things and listen to these things, and I'm on your exact same lane right now, I think are of huge importance to us.
Can I say something on the topic for a second?
I was going to ask a question, Pepe. So let me ask you, since you seem to know more about this subject.
Before we sorry, I have a little bit of delay. Before we move forward, let's make sure that 50 gets a chance to talk.
So one thing that I wanted to say is I would almost suggest that as soon as the chain comes up, before the bridge is active, that you possibly contemplate moving all of your assets into a different wallet so that you can definitively show the IRS, if need be, that you accessed those funds and that it was a period where they had zero value. Because per the terms of the IRS, an airdrop is not really considered, it's not really counted as an airdrop unless you have dominion and control of those funds. I mean, you can say that, like, when it's on the blockchain, yes, you get the free coins on the blockchain, but if you don't like add it to your wallet and move them to show that you have access to physically control those funds, they're not counting that as like a taxable. You know, the airdrop hasn't happened yet. So like if you wait until after the bridge is up and the coins have a value, then the airdrop and you can't show that um you did something to them before that point, the IRS might come back and say, well, yeah, we're taxing you on that as if, yeah, at the bridge value. I mean, it's a minor concern, but I don't know, I would do it.
You make a good point. That's my plan. Only because of security situation.
I don't fall under U.S. tax law, so none of this applies to me. But I don't understand. I don't understand. I got a question. I don't understand how. What do you pay tax? Say I trade one alt for another. What tax is paid on that? I mean, where's the winnings in that? I never cashed out.
Rub that in a little bit.
So you have to record the cost basis when you acquire the token. If it's the airdrop, your cost basis is zero, and you'll end up paying the maximum taxable amount based on the transaction price at the time of the swap. So that would be fully taxable.
Okay, I see. No, I mentioned that I'm not in the U.S. because I didn't want you guys to think that I was trying to, question it. I was just trying to. I'm curious because I have friends that are in the U.S. and I'll let them know about it.
And again, I am not giving tax advice. I am only letting you know that that's how my accountant and I have agreed to move forward. There are those that say, unless you cash out and go to fiat, then you didn't have any gains. I can tell you that if you were to swap your EHEX for PHEX, that's taxable. However, if you unstake an EHEX stake and then restake it, that's not taxable. So you just have to work it all out, and Coinly is an excellent tool to do that.
Yeah, it's just good to be informed.
You said Coinly or Coinly?
KOINLY.com. Coinly. And it's only, I don't know if it's for other jurisdictions. I'm obviously in the US, so I'm only referring to my jurisdiction.
The US is kind of bullshit, huh? You agree?
I think it's the greatest country in the world, but we got this minor issue with abiding by the tax laws. I'm okay with that. If that's the price of admission, I'm good.
That and not being like, since we're in the United States, we're not able to really exchange with the world. We're not.
There's Coin Tracker also if you're looking for another app.
Bottom line is you're getting ready to be wealthy if you sacked either for one or both of Pulse and PulseX. You should plan accordingly.
I did not
Hey,
get to be a part of this massacre sacrifice. I did not. I missed the boat, but somebody threw me a lifesaver, and so they're kind of pulling me ashore right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's why none of us want to use crypto as a currency. Because if I were to go to Starbucks and pay for that cup of coffee with Hex, I would have to already have recorded what my cost basis was, what the price of the cup of coffee was, and then pay taxes on that, long-term capital gains if it's more than a year. So that's why cryptocurrency is really a misnomer, in my opinion.
yeah, I
Okay,
kind of
so
disagree with
you
you
know if
there,
you
Pep.
hold on to your stuff for over a year, then capital gains doesn't affect you.
It's long-term
So,
capital
so
gains versus short-term capital gains, which
So
are
we
treated.
want
do you guys feel that in the future that big institutions now like our banks have seen that this is such a lucrative like place to make money, and they're going to bring their exchanges to the public and the masses, so then people are going to be able to trade straight out of your banking app? Because like I don't see how like the Canadian exchange where the guy ran off with 190 million. There's been multiple cases where exchanges have ran off with money, and the banks have seen that people are trusting these things so much. Why won't they just rip the top 20 coins or the top 50 coins and bring them over? Not rip them, but go up, buy up the supply on this downturn, and then eventually create a new bull run in the end. What do you guys think on that? And then all your
so
taxes are done
there's a few things. One thing
like
on the taxes, we
instantly.
want to be light on those things in here. There's a crypto gov is a really good room to get more in depth on those things. To Pepe's point earlier, one thing is if people have put in say a few grand and things like that, and they don't have a lot of highly financially literate friends or are not just used to having that kind of value around, there's a lot of accountants, tax planners, estate planners that will give consultations and meet with people, and you can talk to people far above your pay grade way earlier than you think. And you don't necessarily need to have everything mapped out as far as the specifics, but if you have a plan and can start to get some insight on the different types of trust, ways to layer those with LLCs, you can look, something as simple as just purchasing a vehicle. Like you can actually go and buy an expensive vehicle. There's ways you can actually set up an LLC very inexpensively in Montana, and you have some tax deferments on a vehicle, and you can already be money ahead and have that LLC for other future uses. These things go on and on and on. If you have an EU citizenship and you don't, but not a Swiss citizen, there's a flat tax rate that's like 100K that caps on these things. Like there is no limit to the amount of ways that you can plan and do these things effectively, and you don't necessarily have to have millions and millions of dollars up front. For example, like we were just talking about some of those rates, the short-term capital gains in the States can be like 35%. So, 6 figures may sound like a ton of money up front, but I mean, if you threw in $5,000, you catch a 20x, and I'm not trying to act like a 20x isn't a big deal. But you're talking about 100K. If you took that out inside of a year, you'd have a tax bill that's the same amount as like the median salary in the U.S., right? These things come up way quicker than people think, and there are options on options on options about ways to plan and set these things up effectively. And that's the difference in that 50-year-old guy you've seen that maybe is sitting in front of a pizza place with a blazer and he's been rich his whole life, and some first-round NBA draft pick who blew that money in his knee and is burnt out to 28, right? So there's a lot of ways that you can protect wealth and generate wealth and do a lot of very successful things and allow these things to really do what they're supposed to be, which is set you free. It's not meant to just run up the bill and then go cash it out on some pretty Italian car, right? Which, by the way, I love Italian cars. There's a lot that goes into these things, and there's a reason that rich people usually stay rich. And it's not just because they're super smart and they hit the big. It's because they know what to do with the funds once they have them in hand. And then to Travis's question, most people moved into this space because they hated custodianship and those third parties, but they're a necessary evil, and they're going to be something that's really important for moving the space forward. So we're going to keep seeing renovations and new ways of doing custodianship. And while we want to make sure that as many people who are capable and willing to learn do use self-custody and all the benefits that go along with that, we should make sure that we're careful about just hating every custodial service, because it is a lot better than just being on fiat currencies. And it's sort of a Trojan horse into getting people to doing these things smarter and allowing them to come meet some of these people and experience that worldview.
So you're talking specifically about wallets. Like right now, we're kind of going through these like wallet wars where even GameStop just came out with a wallet. Robinhood, Coinbase has theirs. Ledger's going to create their own extension and UI. So, but a lot of them are going towards non-custodial. So when you say custodial, are you talking just about centralized exchanges?
Yeah, he's speaking about centralized exchanges.
Why not use the other custodial products and educate people and allow people to be custodial and still interact with everything? Like why do you have to be on an exchange versus having your
Because a
own
lot of
keys?
people are still using exchanges. Like I've been in crypto since 2016, and a lot of people that are coming new, you try to get them onto MetaMask and stuff, and it's just a gate for them that they don't want to hop through, but they want to get into crypto because they like about the idea of governments not having control. It is banks in the end that print the money, but you're going to have an entity that has a max supply, so you're not going to have your coins devalued constantly. Where if you're sitting your money in the bank, they can just announce and print money, and next minute your value of your currency is down by 30%.
I mean, I understand that people are going to go to a Coinbase, but even the majority of people that I talk to, like they at least understand the difference between having it on the exchange and having a Coinbase wallet. And they can go download a Coinbase wallet as easy as they download an exchange. And if you're not trading, I mean, like you're at least in that ecosystem, like there's still the opportunity to slide them over and be like, okay, you want a Coinbase wallet versus just an exchange, and here's why. I mean, also like Binance just came out today and said if they ever go bankrupt, they'll pay back their people first. So there's, Coinbase has it in their, terms and conditions that all that capital goes back to them. It's not yours. So I just think that there are custodial options here that people can be using first on board versus going straight to an exchange.
I feel that big banks are going to come in though. So like whatever the biggest bank is in America, I feel that on this downturn, they're probably going to see that. Because you go look at exchanges, man, they made a lot of money. In China in 2017, people that made the most money in the top 10, 2 of them were crypto exchanges, man. So this is a lucrative business, and I feel that banks are going to want to add it in, even if they do add non-custodial wallets, so then they can actually track all the stuff for you and do your taxes. I don't know if the government will bring in less taxes, but I feel the governments later on will say to us all that if you don't bring your money from one of these non-custodial wallets, or you don't tell us what wallets you own, all the other assets are going to be identified as illegal assets that you've obtained, and they're going to tax us highly on them. I
Travis,
can see it coming.
that's a great point, because I can tell you that the super suits at banks have been watching millions, if not billions of dollars flow from their institution to centralized exchanges like Coinbase and so forth. And they want a piece of the action. Make no mistake, it's all about the fees. And a final point about taxes, just to tie out. I am aware of at least 3 loan protocols that would allow you use of the money without creating a potential taxable event. I would highly encourage everyone to investigate. I know there's 2 on one serves Hex and Pulsechain, and the other is just Pulsechain. So I would highly encourage that if you're worried about taxes.
I actually did look into that, Pep, but it can be scary because your loan can get liquidated, can't it? I thought because if you're
Yeah, that's
Ethereum that you
always
put
the
up,
risk.
yeah. So I seen that and I kind of got scared off it.
Yeah, in my country where I'm at, the banks are already. One bank just announced that they're going to start offering their customers being able to purchase XRP, Ethereum, and Bitcoin. Those are the three that they're offering. You're not going to be able to move them. You're just going to be able to buy and sell them within the banking application. And that's basically for people who want to get into it and who don't want self custody. There's a lot of customers that don't want self custody and are going to want, the banks to hold it for them. So it's going to be
Well,
a
I
market
think
for them.
that
I expect the banks in the U.S. to start doing this shortly. If I'm in South America and we're already doing it here.
Right? It'll be like
I
Robin.
think that kind of goes to say like how low we are on the adoption curve of this thing. People talk about there really only being 2 to 4% of the world's population that's ever even touched crypto, and I think that that's very, very true. And as this transgresses and goes on, and we start to see things like that, like even custodial, crypto in centralized banks, that's not going to hurt us in any way, shape, or form. I just think we're in the higher percentile of protected individuals holding on to their own keys to their own assets, and those assets can only go one way, and that's up as adoption continues and continues. And people will look and they'll see, on those centralized exchanges, on those centralized banks, if they're buying crypto in their bank, you'll see those percentages. They'll see those daily charts and say, "Holy crap! This is up 12% today. Maybe I'll sell off and buy back in on the next dip or something." And all that buy and sell pressure and activity on the market, it's going to be really good, and it's only going to increase. I remember my dad having like a brick phone in his car in the car door. The thing cost like $2,000.
Like sucks. Yeah. So I mean,
In the
listen.
world. Yeah, my mic's wrecked. I love you guys.
Yeah, I'll talk to you in a little bit. The thing about being in these banks, right? Like, okay, like, are they gonna FDIC insure that crypto then? And then, what happens if somebody you get SIM swapped, or somebody gets your password? Like, are they on the hook for that? Like, do you actually own that crypto, or is it just like Robinhood, where they hold the master bank and you're just getting an IOU for it? I really think too, like it's Goldman, it's JP, like they want you to hold, and get a small yield on like a USD or on a stable or something like that. The other thing that's pretty interesting that's happening now are a lot of luxury goods companies, especially that are inside of like LVHM and like Gucci, a big Hobalt watch company just bought all their ENS domains. So Balenciaga just said that they're going to start accepting Bitcoin. I don't know why, but the luxury goods they're signaling that they know that there's all this money has moved into the crypto space, and this is where the new demographic with disposable income is, especially in such a tight market. So these luxury goods companies are going to start to accept cryptocurrencies. And maybe there's even a marriage there between with LV and Richard. If he's got them if they're sending him Easter eggs and Christmas cakes, like maybe they'll come use Pulsechain. We can set them up first,
Of really untapped infrastructure in general in crypto, because we sort of say adoption, but no one at this point has really cared, right? So, to Mango's point, like we're just now seeing a few of these brands start to push on these things, but we don't. And I think I just saw another one where a big point of sale software is trying to integrate Bitcoin into the Lightning Network. There's a lot of sort of just infrastructure that can be built.
that would really help progress some of these ideas of adoption. Wallet tech, I think, is a big one. There's, we have Staker, and we've seen some of the neat things they can do with using a Gnosis safe on a back end and using, a smart wallet that has some of these cool feature sets on the front, like where you can, on your end, pay fees in USDC, pay them in HEX and not have to keep ETH around. That's sort of an underlooked feature because most of us are very comfortable with these things, but that's a big step in toward moving things forward and making these things easier on, Miss Betty down the street and things like that. So there's a lot of things that can be built into these smart wallets that would mirror a lot of things that people are used to in the legacy world and would remove some of the risk, of even getting drained. If you set up, and this will also help when these costs come down with things like Ethereum. Right now, a lot of things that you could build into a smart wallet would add exponential cost because of adding sort of extra transactions on the back end. So just as kind of a loose example, if you had a Gnosis safe that was attached to another wallet that you were using, you could set up a smart wallet to where you were essentially every transaction was being transferred from the Gnosis safe to another address is sort of making the transaction. And you could really limit the exposure you have to sort of the main wallet that's, holding funds or NFTs or any of these other things. But by doing that, you would have to double the transaction cost at a minimum, right? And have to build out a lot of sort of front end UI things and probably have to add a fee to make it worthwhile to yourself. But these things are coming. There's a lot of sort of low hanging fruit that we really haven't seen addressed yet. For example, some of the things that Pepe was discussing, some of the things that, Mango's talked about, a lot of that can be just designed in a smart wallet if you don't have such extreme cost on the user side, right? If you want some of that comfortability, people aren't going to, say right now, I think the last time I did a swap, it was like $20, right? So that's already expensive. But if you have to make a swap and then 2 transfers as an example, there's no one that's going to that's going to eat $50, as a convenience just to make a movement and transfer. So that is another one of these things of Pulse where sometimes we just sort of say that, low fees is important. We don't see where low fees can not just make it less expensive on us, but that changing of the barrier of entry can just completely change how many things can sort of clear that hurdle and open up a lot of really interesting possibilities. So as we expand these networks in that capacity, there is a lot of really, really cool things that you don't really necessarily have to solve a big problem for, that we already have tools for that just aren't built yet. So I think we're going to see a lot that comes in the way of improving wallet and user experience in the next couple of years.
I have a question. What do they call? I'm looking on PulseX, and they call Pulse Wrap Pulse. Why is it called Wrap Pulse?
Wrapped Pulse means that the pulse is being held in a smart contract and then issuing you a PRC20 that's wrapped pulse, right? And the reason you have that is because you have things like PulseX and a lot of these smart contracts that aren't written for the native coin, which has a different token spec or coin spec technically. They're built for ER or PRC20, and that's what Wrapped Pulse is. Wrapped Pulse is just a poker chip that says Pulse on it, and it's so that you can use the Pulse value inside of things like PulseX, where it has to be a PRC20.
So is Wrapped Pulse the gas token for the Pulse network?
Just Pulse. But Wrapped Pulse is like anywhere you see Pulse inside of a liquidity pool, that's Wrapped Pulse. The same thing's actually on Ethereum too. If you actually see ETH in a liquidity pool, it's actually wrapped ETH. Just, it doesn't matter and no one actually cares.
Oh, okay, I see. Thank you. So the Pulse on MetaMask that we'll get from Sacrifice is not Wrapped Pulse, but this is some other animal, Wrapped Pulse. Is that true?
What was the question one more time?
is the pulse we get at Sacrifice on the main net when we get our pulse, is that wrapped or not wrapped?
It's unwrapped, right? So the same
Right.
way you have ETH, if you have ETH in your wallet, and it doesn't
Right.
really matter too much, because if you actually went to use it in a contract, they really wrap it on the way. So like if you go and take Pulse and you go to like provide liquidity in PulseX and you go to pair, say, Pulse and Hex, it'll actually wrap it for you and unwrap it. There's actually a button, I just can't remember where exactly it's at in the user front end, where you can tell it you don't want it to unwrap, and it'll actually move Wrap Pulse into your wallet.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Hey, I've only got Pulse X and Hex at the moment, so I haven't got Pulsechain. So I'm gonna need to buy it on launch. Once I buy it, what's the best plan? Are you guys just staking, or will you just do liquidity pools, or what do you reckon is the best going to be the best yield short term? And then long term, I want to have probably 80% just like staked away long term, but 20% I'm going to probably go crazy with, see what I can do.
So real quick, pretty sure PLS, you're not staking it, but you'll be able to delegate it to validators and collect fees that way. And then the single-sided staking will be for PulseX, and those tokens will be voted on by the DAO. So yeah, I'm still kind of green, and I'm not involved in any type of liquidity pools, but pretty sure your options for PLS are to delegate it to validators, but somebody else could speak on it.
Hey, real quick there, Captain Mango. Hey, Walrus, sorry about that. Hey, I went ahead and pasted 2 things from Richard just now. And the dude's pretty upset at everybody that's been like complaining and doing nothing but not helping the program at all. But whenever you get a chance or opportunity, just check out them 2 Twitter posts from him recently.
Yeah, I seen him at Lee, man. People just say to chill out. Things take time, and you'd rather it come out well than come out as a shitty project. Seen it before in the crypto space. Things get rushed out, and it's not what people expect, and everyone dumps it instantly. So trust Richard, trust what he's doing. Just gotta wait it out.
I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I need a good ass kicking.
Oh yeah, I read what you wrote, Redneck. I'm gonna sit there when he gives you that gorilla slap.
No, he just
Wait,
announced on
Redneck,
Twitter he's
Redneck
debating
has the
somebody
winner?
tomorrow. Who's he debating?
Eric Wall, the guy that was talking shit.
Thanks. I'll look him up now. Thanks.
Yeah, that's probably my best option is to delegate to a validator. I'm going to do that. I'm assuming you can pull them out whenever you want, but that seems like a
Yeah,
great option.
yeah. If you start to see that they're like catching misdemeanors, you can undelegate and move on to another delegator with a bigger share of the pool, and possibly less pulls so that you get a bigger share of their pool.
Yeah, I'll be doing that. And are we going to be able to do that with Pulse and PulseX or just with our Pulse? Does anybody know that?
Just with Pulse. PulseX is going to be strictly for providing single-sided liquidity and receiving third-party tokens that get put up by those third parties. Almost like a marketing ploy, essentially. And there's a few third parties that are looking pretty interesting. The only other way to stake your PulseX would be in a liquidity pool on the deck.
Gotcha. Yeah, and in reference to when this is all going to come out again, I don't know why there's people are in such a hurry. I guess the people asking don't understand the magnitude of what's going on here and how large and how difficult it is to release all of this. I mean, it's basically it's a whole new technology. I think it's something that nobody has, and you know, it's hard.
Huge. Absolutely, like it's huge. It's monumental, man. Like we need Richard on the God, I'm such a bad American. What's that wall where like the forefathers are carved into it?
More.
Yeah, we need we need Mount Richmore.
I saw a tweet, I think it was this morning from Richard, where he was talking about or last night, it's the last one on his channel, where he was talking about changing the language on part of the some of the modules from Solidity to Ghost to make it, to increase the throughput. So I think that he's really actually trying to do everything he can, and probably in the final phase now, auditing everything to make sure that everything's okay, and that takes time. If he just said he just started auditing, like I think a few days ago, I'm thinking that we could be at least another month easily. But I'm not concerned at all. I'm not in a hurry.
As long as it comes out before ETH 2.0, I'm happy.
I keep telling people Ethereum 2.0 is not coming out in September. Everybody keeps saying that, but it's not. It's just a merge. You're just switching over from proof of work to proof of stake, and Ethereum 2.0 really doesn't even exist anymore. They're going to roll out what Ethereum 2.0 was after the merge within the next couple of years. So I think PulseX will be a lot ahead of them.
Yeah, I think getting as much traction as possible in that early stage pre ETH 2.0 will be important. I think I'm sure everyone will do what they can to spread the good word and stuff to bring on as much adoption as humanly possible in that time.
This brings me to a question that I had. So, what are some of the differences that will separate us from a merged proof of stake Ethereum? So, there's still going to be gas fees over there, but if Pulse does what it's designed to do to alleviate some of the bottlenecking on Ethereum, and granted, we haven't seen too many insane, like NFT drops really bottlenecking it, but if we do go for mass adoption on ETH, then it's safe to say that the network will continue to get clogged up. So, when he's switching over to Go, and someone was explaining, how now the validators are able to scale a lot easier, so that we can have, potentially you're saying like 5 to 10x, better kind of throughput, and our blocks are bigger. Like, what other things will separate us as a different product, so that we do still have a walled garden or more of a competitive edge to Ethereum?
Big ones are the difference in the consensus code. So what they're writing on ETH 2.0 is a new proof of stake consensus. It, in a lot of ways, requires some centralization because it requires 32 or 34 now. I can't remember how much it takes to actually establish a validator. And because many people don't have that, you're seeing people give up their keys and having some issues there. And that software is not nearly as battle tested as the forked version of Parla that we're actually running for consensus, which has proof of authority and delegation, which helps with some of that decentralization and allows many people to run validators and not have to give up their keys. And it's a more battle tested version of that consensus. So in a lot of ways, consensus, there's ways to improve it, but it's sort of a pass-fail operation. So if you can achieve better decentralization, in my opinion, probably improve performance, and you can do that with
more battle tested software. That's a pretty big difference there. That change in the merge doesn't change the S-load function, gas size limits, or essentially any of the calculations that actually form the gas fees. And they're still having a lot of problems even implementing that merge. So that is sort of one version, and it doesn't have any of the other things that Pulse has done, where it comes to the number of validators. Adding delegation is a big thing, not only for improvements in the decentralization of the consensus, but adding a yield-bearing fact to other holders. And then E2.0 doesn't, that version of E2.0, that merge, doesn't improve the gas fee structure very much. And you're still just basically sort of handicapped by trying to see how this new software plays out. So there's a lot of similarities, but the differences, while they can kind of seem minute to an
out for me there.
I've always heard that the gas prices will not reduce until sharding comes out in a couple of years.
That's correct. Cool. Well, thanks, Walrus. That actually that helps. That makes a lot of sense. I forgot about that. These are also really important talking points that I think it's great that Richard does have things that he repeats, and those are easy things to kind of carry over and steer the narrative. So the more of these bullet points that we have, this is better to help with onboards and educate on how strong of a product this really is.
I didn't hear the things that you had originally mentioned, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating you, but like another thing is of course that we have like 3-second blocks versus them not changing their block times, and a big thing is also that we're deflationary, where 25% of the fees are burned.
I think that some of the Ethereum fees are getting burnt too now. They have EIP 1559, and I don't know to what level though, but yeah, that they have 13-second blocks versus Pulse having 3-second blocks.
But I believe as of right now, they do have fee burning with EIP 1559, but that it's still net inflationary. Post merge, it should actually be deflationary. I haven't done the calculation. I still think that sort of apples for apples, Pulse will be more deflationary. And yeah, everything Spiffy said is correct. And some of those things about when you see him talking about removing some of that delegation code into gas outside of Solidity and things like that, some of these things don't really matter to a lot of us. But these doing some of the hard things now rather than just something that works is what allows that scaling in the future. So this is something you see with BSC, because there's a lot of, I don't want to sound too derogatory, but I guess I would almost say workarounds or less than perfect implementation, and them not being very updated with the rest of the guests. There's limits on how much they can scale. And you can see this with like the cost to operate nodes, which again, none of us really care about that. But why that matters is those are the things that stop you from making block times even faster, from adding gas limits, making blocks bigger. And these are the things that allow you to scale in the future. So we'll launch it around somewhere probably between like 4 and 6 times the throughput of ETH. But with almost no coding changes, we can jump to about 40 times. And then from there, because again, all these things are efficient and gas optimized, it allows it to be very easy to scale up again and even add more throughput as we need it.
Epic.
Hey, Walrus, Pulsechain's not the first, there's many blockchains that have been created for cheaper transaction fees and higher throughput. Why do you think, or why do you think Pulsechain is going to be much better than all the other cheaper ones that have been created?
There's a lot of variation, so it's hard to just set one to the other. The biggest ones to me is that Pulse is the most similar to ETH in the ways you want it to be, with changes that actually make it different, right? So we have improved tokenomics, and while tokenomics don't necessarily make the chain code better, they do bring in more people, more money. More money allows for more devs at some point, right? Like you have to make it's just almost like a business. So does making more money make the business better? Maybe not directly, but if you have more money, I can now invest it in better employees, pay higher wages, all these types of things. So improved tokenomics are going to make the chain better and projects better at some point. A lot of it is technical. Like I said, BSC is a relatively close comparison, and it's sort of hard to get into things like, again, like why they have limitations on gas limits, or why they're getting their nodes to sync is difficult, and has made the cost of running a node on that gone up like 4 or 5x, I think, since launch. So you can currently get technical, but I think sort of just like the elevator pitch is that it's the most improvement in throughput, security, reduction of resources it costs to run it, improvement in tokenomics while still being retro compatible, and bringing a system state over that allows you to minimize bridge risk and make it the easiest way to onboard and move new users. So to me, the biggest thing on all those other chains is just low fees. That was kind of it. Well, we have low fees, but we're retro compatible, and we have all these sort of tokenomics and marketing push to make it incentivize people to come over. And then because people have they have their coins here, it's easy for them to move over, and they're incentivized. So you sort of built something better and made it easy for people to come use it.
I think that's very wise words.
Have you ever used Avalanche Chain or Phantom Chain?
Yeah, I've played with most blockchains, to be honest, because I'd like to research them and see what works well, what doesn't, and I'm very much a sort of a always new chain. Let's get a wallet and have a little play around, see what's going on there. Does anybody know? Actually, Walrus, best pointed at you, I guess. Thanks for all your valuable input as well for everybody. So just wise words there. Just on the note of adoption, I think as well, I totally agree in that an angle with a big marketing push on ease of coming in, the compatibility, making it very simple to go, oh, well, if I go on Pulsechain and I hold this token, because of the way that it's designed, I'm going to make more money. Like so it's put there as a the more of an umbrella and a safety net on the way in for new adopters, like this chat, for instance. If this in some way needs to be brought into the real focal point of Pulsechain, I think, because it's invaluable. There's great people that have proven their trust, proven their input, that are obviously respected to be hosting the chats, etc. And it can expand out from there, giving people the help and advice they need to come on board. I think this is the key to adoption. I think, and obviously, by everyone getting these free tokens and free NFTs, essentially, why would you not? Obviously, that's going to bring you over. So, I mean, there's going to be a ton of people that don't even know they've got them. A ton. So, I mean, this is what I'm actually looking at the moment, trying to get some a little bit of help from the team to put together some ideas to really sort of push marketing with a very sort of shared low input. We could make a huge impact. So I've been in marketing for a long time as well. But there's a lot. I mean, Solana's a nice chain. It's very fast, but then they crush under pressure. They haven't been tested to their true speed. I think a lot of them. You made a good point with the interoperability with Ethereum. This is going to be a real plus. And I think if we can get some of these, diehard Ethereum holders to see the benefit of using Pulsechain over, this could be a real big thing for us all. You know what? I completely went off what you just asked me, didn't you? You said about Avalanche. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So what I will say is, if any of those other chains
released a statement saying, "Hey, everything you currently own over at Ethereum, we're just going to give you over here. Can't tell you what it's worth, dollar value, but it will have tradability. You'll be able to swap it out for AVAX or whatever. Like, of course, you're going to go over there and you're going to use it. I would venture to say that most people on the Ethereum chain have never ventured off of the Ethereum chain. Yeah, there's guys like you and me. We like to go dabble in other stuff and see what's going on in the crypto world. But most people, stick to their central exchanges or Ethereum chain. But this won't, you can't ignore this forever. The cat's going to be out of the bag one of these days where everyone just has free stuff. And it should be a snowball effect where more and more people hear about it.
This is what I'm looking at. Is how do we bring that to the to the people that have it? And I think I might have spotted a few really nice ways to do it, which is sort of reaching out through wallets and various communities that are huge within the sort of Twitter crypto eco space. But essentially, a lot of the hardcore NFT users, for instance, are quite diehard Ethereum, just because a lot of the big projects will come out there. But these are the guys that we want to, the big holders, the big spenders and stuff. We want to get them over, start introducing them into the ecosystem. And I think we should really, I know there's guys working on this and they're doing some good stuff, but I think the more that the community get involved together and or work on pushing this out there is only going to be a benefit to us all. But we've got the Twitter push group, haven't we? So if anyone's part of that or not part of that, it's good to join. Because it's just every effort is pumping our own bags.
Brought up a good point there is that, and that's why we, just as well as me, have said for a long time, Pulsechain is a lot more than just low fees, right? So I think some of the reason why, again, we'll use AVAX for a minute. AVAX does good stuff, right? Chain's pretty effective. It doesn't crash. It's got some low fees. So
yeah,
I'm assuming the answer that for most people, why they're not on AVAX is because there's no HEX, right? Whatever it is you're used to doing. So if I want to go to that chain, now I got to go figure out what the name of their contract is. I got to go figure out what things are similar to the things I want to use now. It's a new community. It's a new lingo in some ways. And that's not really a negative on the chain itself. So that's where I think sort of Pulse kind of fits in the middle, is that it's almost sitting on the fence where it's 1 foot on the comfortability ecosystem, projects you're used to, all the sort of things that you already wanted to do. And then now they have these improvements of proof of stake and low fees and faster blocks and more throughput, but you didn't have to kind of give up what you wanted, right? So I made that analogy when we were talking at the HEX conference, was if I was going to offer you a cell phone plan that was the cheapest thing ever, right? Like cell phones are a network, right? You just couldn't call your friends or family with it. Well, what good is that, right? Who cares, right? If I was going to offer you credit card processing on transactions and make it extremely cheap, almost free, but you just couldn't use, I just wouldn't accept Visa, MasterCard, Discover, or American Express. Well, what good does that do me, right? Those aren't the transactions I wanted to make. That's not connecting me to the network that I wanted to connect to. And that's where I think Pulse is the right thing, where it's, if you just say what's great about a lot of these blockchains, Pulse has those same things, but it doesn't mean that I have to give up the projects, the tickers, the symbols, the community, the interoperability, the things that I already wanted that were already fine, right? So that's where I think that combination makes it really valuable, is it's sort of everything we wanted without sort of throwing out the things that we wanted to keep and making it very simple.
That is a very good analogy, man. Very, very good. Well said.
Ask you a question then. So, part of what this guy Eric that Rich is going to go debate, part of what he was saying, and part of what has been discussed here is that some of these tokens just won't really work, or what needs to happen for, say, one of these third parties. They'll have the tokens there, but what's going to bring the value? Like people bridging over their actual tokens and adding liquidity to be able to creates the pairs? Like,
So there's a couple answers to your question there. Well, first off, all tokens will be paired. So just like you find, a pairing on Uniswap now on the ETH, you're gonna find those pairings on Pulsechain. It's just gonna be those tokens are instead gonna be paired to much more quantity of Pulse. So there will be tradability, at least for a period of time. If those communities that own those tokens start dumping those tokens, okay, the ratios and the value will, head towards zero on a lot of those things. Some not all tokens have to do that though, right? So let's take an example of a meme coin, for example, that has really no infrastructure behind it. It's just a token with a picture. There's no reason why those communities wouldn't come over and say, well, there's no infrastructure required to support this thing. Let's just buy this because it's cheap and we like it because it's got a picture of, some animal on it. So you will see communities that buy tokens and value those tokens on the Pulse chain equally or more so on Pulse chain because of the gas fees. But you'll also see some projects that inevitably have to go to zero. Why do some of them have to go to zero? Well, some protocols are immutable and rely on certain infrastructure things that are on Ethereum. Oracle feeds, subgraphs, all sorts of, or nodes that, reward link holders or link node operators, for example, and then there's a whole inflationary mechanism that pays out to them. If that infrastructure does not exist on the Pulse chain, and it's just a token, but the infrastructure that makes it do what it's supposed to do isn't there, it's not very probable that those communities will value that token other than dumping it for some Pulse. Okay, so you will see things like that, or even stablecoin that are likely just to go very, very close to zero value. What does it take to fix some of those things? Well, some of them you can't. Some of them it's literally impossible because of the immutability of, their code. Other things you could see, they could use their governance features and they could do a vote, and then you could see the devs go in and change some lines of code to make it function with such and such an oracle. But that doesn't mean that things haven't broken in the meantime, and it's just easier for some protocols just to natively launch on the chain, to let the thing that was copied over die, and then just natively launch on the chain. You're going to see a huge spectrum. You're going to see things die. You're also going to see things thrive.
Point. 100% agree with all that statement. The issue with a lot of times those haters is I'm gonna lean on something like Bill Belichick, the famous coach, said, like, don't tell me what something can't do, tell me what it can do, right? So yes, link at this one won't work, and something else that has admin keys and oracles won't work. Okay, so that sort of, in his terms, bloat is a small price to pay for all the communities whose things will work well, who are not going to just get forked out of existence, who can just build the front end, or are coins that have communities that are vibrant, or people who are building coins that have reasons to come over. There's a dozen other factors and other styles of coins that don't have to have all the things that Link does, or some of the things that Jesse mentioned, that are now hyper incentivized to come play, right? So again, you can always bring up the cons with any design decision, but look at we need to look at these things in totality, right? When you look at how many people are going to get airdrop free coins, even if, say, with Link, they're not valuable. If we're looking at these from a system aspect, and meaning that, hey, if for nothing else, maybe it wises up some of the Linked community to go, how come my coin doesn't work? How come I have to ask for permission? How come this thing doesn't function without oracles? Now, in some cases, there are things that do require oracles and they make sense and they need them. There are also things that are just, very lenient on other things. And if nothing else, maybe for some of those communities, they realize how much this infrastructure relies on things that aren't on chain. There's a list of 100 positive things about airdropping the entire set, giving everyone a chance to move these things around. If for no other reason than it's just said they can move them over, they give them value, bring them into the worldview. There's just, the list goes on and on and on about why that short-sighted aspect of saying, well, Link doesn't work, this whole thing doesn't make sense now. Like, it's nonsensical. Like, there's a lot of advantages. You need to talk about these things in totality.
Maybe there's a way of getting. I'm just thinking out loud. Is there a way of looking at, say, people have got their copied coin of Shiba or whatever, that rather than just going, here's a quick, quick turnaround, go jump in, swap it for something else, and see you later. Maybe there's a way that we can look at it, as you said, like making sort of incentivizing people to maybe they stake their Shiba Inu and they get X amount of pulse or something like that to keep people in the ecosystem might have value. Just talking ideas here. What do you think, Walrus?
There's a few. One of them is that you can incentivize those people to bridge over, and depending on the, I think SHIB is one that one has shown some signs that they enjoy Pulse, right? So as a way to encourage those guys to come over and make use of their tokens, if I need to double check, I don't want to overstep too much. I'm relatively sure that the platform around SHIB only needs a front end adjustment and maybe to adjust to a few different oracles, which I don't want to say is easy, but much less than what you would see with things like Link. It's very doable to get that community to come over. So if you say incentivize SHIB pairs with the incentive token in PulseX, if we, you can add value and things that sort of encourage and sort of buy that business over. If you look at it from that model, to say, okay, this community's participated. Let's throw them a bone in a few places and say, look, the network's already better. Let's buy a little business. Why don't you guys come play in a better sandbox? So there are some mechanics built in that you can do the types of things you're talking about to incentivize communities that have either brought these things up, and a lot of those communities reach out to players. I went and spoke to an ERC community that wanted to make an investment type thing with their DAO. But again, that's sort of a Trojan horse, right? They're going to do another one with PulseX. And then at some point, you build enough of a bridge, we can say, you know what, why don't you guys just move the show over to a better network, right? So there's already some of these talks going on with certain communities that make sense. And, we'll keep throwing up incentives and building bridges to, win hearts and minds.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I mean, there's like 1.2 million Shiba Inu holders. So obviously, that to get, even if they were, maybe there's something. Again, just talking ideas here. That they when they bridge, come over, bring they've got their Shiba Inu copies, for instance, that they can stake some of their Shiba Inu, and then they can maybe have a reasonably generous swap for PulseX, for example. But then give them the another incentive, which is to stake the PulseX and get this other incentive token, and then obviously they're buying into the ecosystem because they're seeing that their PulseX is going to be deflationary. They're seeing that it's it's got many benefits. Because I look at it, like 1.2 million holders on one particular coin. Targeting a few like that with something that's not hurting the ecosystem financially too much it's got to have real benefit in my eyes, because otherwise people will be looking at the cash grab with it, I think, and that's what, as much as we can avoid people to do that, the better. Like you rightfully said, like everyone comes in, they'll dump their free token. That token potentially is going to go to zero, maybe quite fast. So there is.
But ironically, even the people who dump the PRC20s are pumping the price of Pulse when they do that.
Oh no, they are.
Right,
They are.
so-
But then we don't want them to do that just for 24 hours. We want to hold them as ongoing users. Get them in the community, get them part of it. Using the DEX for the next 10 years.
Of course.
Yeah,
But you'll see some cash grabs for sure. But
Without
those cash grabs, they're going to end up pumping Pulse, and then even if they extract that value back through some exit liquidity somewhere, there's still the burn function, the buy, the portion of the fees that get burned. So it actually still has a positive net effect on the overall price of Pulse, which only further in turn pumps the price of the rest of the PRC20s that are paired to it. So you could actually see a scenario where you got some coins that go to zero and people exit out of those, and it's only helping the rest of the PRCs and those communities that decide to stick around. You could have a scenario where some of these PRC20s have better price performance on Pulsechain than they do over on ETHchain.
It's going to be so interesting. I'm almost tempted to get like a Google Glass set that I can just literally keep on with the decks in the corner, because I think there's going to be some crazy action going on. Maybe not for the faint-hearted with trading for sure, but it could have some real potential there. Does anyone know? Would a short trading be something that is being looked at? Do you know at all, Walrus, within the ecosystem?
Oh yeah, for sure. There's going to be a lot of short trading in the beginning and in the future. Yeah.
It's like a trading, like a trading platform.
Well, the exchange right now has not been named.
Yeah, there's a third-party protocol you can use on the testnet right now. How's it a short stuff?
Oh, really?
Oh, you're talking about day trading in general? Yeah, there's plenty of platforms that offer, arbitrage, and it's called perpetual or like PRP or something. I forget.
He's looking specifically at stuff on Pulse.
Oh yeah, that shit's not out yet, man. I mean, the only thing we got so far is the Pulse prediction market. That's in beta stage, man. I mean, you try to get on that somewhere. So hey guys,
there is one. There's already.
Wait. There's already one. What? Continue. Sorry.
There's a third party that's already building some of that. It's a fork copy of something that's on Ethereum. So we'll see some of those tools built soon, including things that will, allow people to do all kinds of stuff. Again, I don't want to chill too much the third party, but there's already one to build. It should be ready relatively close to launch.
Okay.
Nice.
Side note, I want to talk about what we talked about like 30 minutes ago about these capital gains, and it kind of rubs me off the wrong way. When I made a purchase on my risk on asset token, the government was not with me and assuming half the risk with me, or 30% or 10%. They were not assuming any risk at all. I risked my money on this asset, and I know that I have to pay on capital gains and what I gain on. That's all good and feasible. But if we're truly moving to a decentralized exchange system where no government party can stick their hands in the cookie jar, that just rubs me off the wrong way that Uncle Sam thinks that he could tax me again, or a lot more than he thinks, when they assumed no risk. Man, when you buy a house and you sell it, you have to pay, taxes on that, and it's an actual feasible asset. It is real. These tokens, you don't have them in your hands, flipping them around and stuff. You know what I mean? They're not. I get the terminology, but like they're not. It's not the same thing, and they can't tax us the same way that they've always been. Is my argument.
Your congressman on that, man. Like we're telling you what the rules are. You're telling what you want them to be. Like no one's disagreeing with the sentiment. We're just saying what the rules are now, and you got to play with those things.
Exactly that. I think if people rise up and they realise they lose votes, maybe they'll consider being more lenient on it.
Yeah, I know I'm preaching to the choir here. Sorry guys.
Sorry, are they making you guys pay taxes on even on losing trades? So, for instance, you've got $1,000 in your exchange. You've done some trades, you bought some NFTs, whatever, and your end game has ended up at like $50. So essentially, you're net $950 down. Are you telling me that those events within that are taxable in the US?
Me, I'm not too sure.
Yes, they are. You're taxable on every trade in and out. So if you've got a gain on that trade, that's a taxable event. If you've got a loss on the next trade, it takes from the capital gains. If you've got a gain on the next trade, it's a taxable event. So it's not you make 20 trades and when you go into fiat, then you pay on every trade. It's technically a capital gains short term on every trade.
See, that is very
US law, is that right?
If you gain 1,000 on one trade and you lose 500 on another, the net is only 500. So you only pay tax on that 500.
That seems a lot complicated. They need to implicate that with the trade initially and not have us scrambling around to make sure that we got all of our ins and outs covered, you know? Like that's what they need to work on is actually putting in that tax as we make those trades, as we opt out or opt in or whatever, you know, they need to implicate that because, you know,
Yeah, good call. Because it's a bloody minefield, isn't it? You've got millions of people that are doing trades like left, right, and centre. You know, what I mean, what an accounting nightmare that is. You're totally right. That it needs to be put into the system.
Yeah, man, I made 1,000 trades already. Just like it's like, how am I gonna go back?
Yesterday.
No, I've been making.
You just go to
but
Coinly. You just go to Coinly and you put your addresses in. It uploads everything you're doing and spits out a profit and loss statement based on your trades. And you have to
I am
close
on it. I'm
everything.
doing it as soon as I get on my desktop. Because I don't want Uncle Sam saying, "Hey, sir, you're tax evading." I'm trying not to do all that. No, sir.
I think I'm gonna consolidate, put everything into the Pulse ecosystem, and then relocate. I think move to Panama or something.
So, if you're trading everything over or transferring everything over, are you taxed on that?
Well, I don't know personally. I've not looked too deep into it from the UK perspective, because I've kind of got my own, which I won't share, but I've got my own view on it, you know, and I do think that there's just a lot of greed from governments, you know, which I'm sure a lot of people will share that sentiment. There's the same as with banks. You know, I think that the banks can come in with crypto with maybe offering like the insurance on your assets, which I think will attract a hell of a lot of people. But then you know, I guess you're then susceptible to the same problems of confiscate, you know, just having it confiscated, or government buy-ins, which people don't think are. Or sorry, you know, like when you end up getting negative interest rates to such a level because of the extended borrowing, you know, I think we've got some big turmoil to come ahead. So being in this space now, I think we're all quite lucky.
I totally agree. And I was shouting out to the guys earlier today about that same topic of the banks are too slow to communicate overseas. And as far as giving you insurance on your risk to asset, you know, to your asset, I don't think they're going to cover insurance that part. But where they could come in is instantaneous fiat to crypto. Tired of waiting around. I'm tired of waiting 30 minutes. I'm tired of waiting 2 hours. I'm tired of, you know, making transfers and they get locked up in somebody's terminal, you know, and I have to wait till Monday morning or something, or when the banks open up to kind of clear up the storm. You know, that's where I think banks need to come in, you know, and to be honest, the government coming into crypto is not a good thing. From what I've read and so far of digging and research, they might implement one or two good things into crypto, but for every one good thing the government does, there's going to be a dozen bad things that, you know, I'm not going to like and a lot of people are not going to like.
Yeah, I think the only thing we do have on our side in respects to that, from my point of view, is that a lot of the real big brains behind crypto have essentially been spurred on by the decentralized nature of it. I mean, I think if people were allowed to have their real opportunity to do this, like that money could be easily by the projects themselves put aside towards charity and infrastructure building, that could probably do more than the dollar does in tax at the moment. You know, I mean, does that dollar in tax often be repaying debts that the bankers have already created through risky trade assets and over leveraging and all these things? And the true answer is yes. You know, like all around the world, it's just it's a lot of greed there. So I think the banks can get their role by in having some sort of insurance, but again, it will be all tied in with the centralization. You know, so if you owe taxes and things, I mean, it depends whether you believe the economic forum where they want that most country leaders in the world and prominent people are looking for a future where you will own nothing and but you'll be happy. So basically, you know, shut up, put up, do as you're told, get your hand out, and if you do wrong, you know, you're going to be punished. And unfortunately, I think that there's a lot of that already showing its early signs with, you know, the downturn in the market that could go to astronomical levels. I think, you know, with the obvious blame of the older heavy flu, let's call it. Sorry, heavy flu's shut down business. Sorry, no one's can work. Sorry, this is why it's all gone wrong. It's not because we've taken the money out, and you know, me personally, I do a lot of research, and I think that my own agenda with taxes and how I'm going to deal with things with the government will be different because I believe that the people why can't we manage our own money?
I totally agree. And a huge announcement. I can't remember the SRC, SEC. I can't remember the entity behind, you know, treasurer or whatever, trying to get involved. But what I gathered from their statements, amongst other things, one of the things that I gathered is they're seeing that the United States of America does not have access to all of the money in the world, like doesn't have access to exchange money throughout the whole world. You know, we're kind of getting shut off from other currencies.
I had a thought that came to mind in regards to uh, the banks bringing in, you know, these assets. You being able to buy these assets at the banks, whether it's just a few crypto assets. Uh, how are they going to leverage a lot of money leaving other markets, especially, you know, a lot like funds and other, you know, Wall Street in general, from going into crypto? Do you think that's a concern for banks, and they're pondering that, they're being very careful as how they implement this?
No, I don't think the banks are going to offer the crypto straight at the ATM or at the teller. I mean, they could, you know, they definitely could work something where you buy it and hold it, you know. But where I think the banks are going to come into play is, you know, having a card that, you know, doesn't get locked up. You know, okay, I prepaid $1,000 to this card or $10,000 to this card. Well, this card, if I make a crypto purchase, it's going to go through instantaneously. It's going to be automatically green all the way through. There's not going to be any terminal holdup. There's not going to be any red flags. There's not going to be any fraud alerts because I have this card dedicated to any crypto out in the world. That's kind of what I want to see in the future, you know, because right now getting fiat to currency or fiat to crypto, it's sometimes there's hula hoops you have to go through to make it happen, you know.
Yeah, we already have that here where I'm at in South America. We have like some apps. I'm not going to name them here, but you can directly connect your stable coins. You can turn them into cash immediately, or other cryptocurrencies. You can turn them into cash immediately. We have that here in South America, and one bank just now released you being able to buy BTC, ETH, and XRP within the bank application. You can't do anything.
Maybe it's
but
Big Ben.
buy it and sell
Somebody's
it.
got
You
to
can't
open
remove
mic.
it. You can't withdraw it, but you can buy them, hold it, and resell it right within the application itself.
That is so dope, dude. But you can't exchange it or anything? Is that what you're saying? You can't like use it, I guess?
No, you can speculate with it. For right now, that's all you could do. You could buy it within the application of the bank, but you can't withdraw it to another wallet for now. In other words, you can buy it and sell it anytime you want to speculate. You buy low and sell high. It's that type of thing, but you can't withdraw it to use it. That's what the banks are doing. Now, we also have other services, like I said, where you can attach, you can send cryptocurrency to a certain wallet, and then you can use that money. It turns into fiat instantly, our local currency, and you can spend it. You have some stable coins you could do that with, and some of the major currencies like ETH and BTC. That's something
So
separate
you're
as well that we have.
so you're able down there, you're able to from your wallet use certain stable coins to your bank, but you're not able to do it the other way around. Am I following correctly?
No, there's a service that you can send them cryptocurrencies. They'll issue you like a debit card, and they'll credit you as you send those cryptocurrencies. They'll credit your account with our local currency, and you can spend that. That's something different than what I was telling you. Also, that's occurring here is that certain banks are offering you the ability to just buy and sell cryptocurrencies. You can't withdraw them. I'm just making a point that we're having some integration at the bank levels here in South America.
Why is the United States behind everybody in this currency war? Like, why is the United States behind? And honestly, if you're going to allow 44 out of the 50 states access to, worldly exchanges, why the hell, 6 other states can't have the same access as the other 44? Like with weed being legal here and there and not legal here and there, like I kind of understand that kind of crap, but like, god dang, dude, we are so behind everybody else. I just see the lack of transparency with the United States to everybody else. It's just it makes me want to move continents.
Well, one reason for that is I can just tell you from my country. I could just tell you from my country that we don't have anywhere near the stable currency that you guys have, the U.S. dollar. We have, I could tell you some of the worst inflation in the world, and we've been able to use people. Our society, our people, we've adopted cryptocurrencies as a hedge against inflation. I mean, so we've been able to save ourselves that way over the years with investing in crypto. So we have massive adaptation. The banks see that here. They're just starting to jump on board. So that may be a reason why the growth here, although it's still bigger in the United States than it is down here, but the growth here, I think, has been more accelerated than it has in the United States.
But again, respectfully, his question wasn't why other countries are accepting it. It was why the U.S. isn't. And it's simply because the U.S., is the global reserve currency, and they don't want to lose that status.
That is an interesting point. Makes me wonder, dude.
Make donations to your congressman in crypto, and they'll change their mind really quick.
Man, fuck Governor Abbott, dude. What? Fuck that.
Gonna have to play the game. That's how the game's played. Believe you me, it's all about the greenback.
It's gonna happen because as bank clients demand it, banks will have no choice, I think, but to comply. Just like you have J.P. Morgan and Goldman Sachs and those banks in the United States that have reluctantly allowed their customers to get some Bitcoin exposure and other cryptocurrencies. Although, not a huge percentage of their portfolio can be used for cryptocurrencies, but you still see U.S. customers being able to avoid that. Big customers with big money, but it's still started, it's still there at a certain level. And I think as more people in the United States demand it, I think banks are going to have no choice but to comply. And same with government officials as well. It just seems like the process is going to be a little bit slower up there.
It's already happening, guys. The UK government's already announced that it's working on a cryptocurrency, a programmable cryptocurrency. I mean, they're moving in that direction. Everything that's happening in society shows that. I'm pretty sure that American government's headed in the same direction. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to what's going on over there, but I know over here it was announced. It's just not publicized, but they have announced it in Parliament that they are doing it.
One thing I would recommend to the people that are in Western countries is it's very easy to sort of feel that you're, I mean, this word's been hijacked, but sort of woke from a lot of the things that go on culturally, both the way they influence actual culture, but also financial systems as a whole. The world is a really big place, and there are a lot of places that do
I
not
don't know. It
have
just worries
similar
me
rules
when
and
the
systems.
bank is about to get involved or is already involved. Then you got to consider other entities that already kind of run the world, man. I mean, when they get into this, yeah, we'll have an explosion, but they're going to find a way to control the market and dictate what the market does more. The government, the United States government that we have here now, does not really care about the working man, the everyday worker. They just don't. And like when the whole world shut down during the COVID, the banks still wanted their money. People weren't working. They weren't like trying to help out society and say, hey, you know what, don't worry about your mortgage, we'll just tax it, we'll just tag
This point, bro.
Yeah, please let Walrus finish.
When it comes to the way a lot of these things, we're someone tell HEXcrypto to join the room.
I don't hear.
Rejoin the room.
Oh.
So someone want to yell at HEXcrypto real quick, tell them to rejoin the room.
HCrypto, exit the room and come back in. You'll be able to hear people.
So the point I was getting at is a lot of the Western world is very similar, and most of the press and sort of just worldview is really shaped by just a few places that have extremely similar policies. Panama recently changed their rules on how they view Bitcoin. It has zero tax implications. There's different rules about the way these things are in Portugal. And there's a few things that I would like to just, again, just kind of general worldview. someone was talking about a few of these things, and they were like, essentially, that people only move away from their country to have, you know, lower taxes, pay less money, have more money. This sort of a cutthroat capitalist view. And one of the guys' responses really resonated. He said, one, yes, I want to go places that I pay less taxes. I also want to go somewhere where I pay less taxes, because the people who infringe on my freedoms are less well funded in that place. And that stuck out, right? Sure, governments have done a lot of great things overall in some places in the past. And if the choice is between no government and some government, I'm probably going to lean towards some government. But I think what we're seeing in a lot of these big countries, and sort of to HCrypto's point, is a lot of times you can feel dispossessed in your place, in your country, because you don't agree with not just their financial stuff. That's usually a symptom of everything else, right? If I told you that you could give up 20-30% of your wealth and that everything else was handled, most people would make that exchange. People start to complain about the bill when they're not getting what they paid for. If I go to a world-class steak spot in one of these, you know, one of the big metropolitan areas, and I got a $600 dinner bill, if I got $600 worth of food, I'm pretty happy. If I go to In-N-Out Burger and I catch a $600 bill, now we have a problem. I didn't get what I paid for. And I think that's the bigger issue with a lot of these things. You don't hear nearly the complaint in some of the areas, you know, in the Netherlands about the rates they pay, because in a lot of ways, a lot of those people do get what they paid for. And those communities are so homogenous that even when they sort of look communist or sort of socialist on the outside, really it's just because everybody agreed. And in a lot of ways, single payers do make things effective. But that's not the case in most countries, right? So I really encourage people to look around the world, find things you find valuable. Yeah, of course, it comes down to money as well. But if you're successful in a lot of these things with crypto, you're not just going to be wealthy, but you're going to be wealthy and free away from a lot of these structures to go places where you do agree with where your money is being spent, or that they're just not taking it from you, where you do resonate with more of the culture. You'll be less upset, right? You know, so if you go somewhere and you are getting, you know, it's a net, you end up paying, you know, a single or, you know, in the teens tax rate, you're not just going to be happier about that, but that's a place that's a lot less well funded to come bother you. And it's a really big world. There, you know, countries that people really have never even thought of because they've never cared. Now people are being bothered, and they're not as well equipped to go look for some of these solutions. There's, you know, Anadaro. That's a small country in between France, and I can't remember what's on the other side now off the top of my head, that has really interesting rules. You know, Montenegro, Switzerland has a lot of really interesting rules, especially if you're not actually a Swiss citizen. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. You know, if you want to be able to come back to the States, if you're a citizen of Malta, which is expensive, you can actually come back to the States visa free. You know, if you have some of these things that allow you to be in the EU, then you can live anywhere in the EU and not be a citizen of the place you're being taxed and changes rules. You know, maybe you want to, you know, Turkey has there's a lot of citizenship by investment, and you can change the team that you play for pretty quick in the world, especially as these assets grow. So as I was saying before, there's a lot of estate planning. There's a lot of tax attorneys. A lot of these people will talk to you, you know, on very, very cheap consulting or free consulting fees, and you can start to get a lot of direction in the world. And there's I just cannot explain how many options there are in the world that you can do, and just not sit somewhere where you don't like them stealing your money, where you don't like the people around you, where you don't agree with just the cultural decisions, because that's a lot of what this boils down to. If you just don't like these people, don't fight for some country that wouldn't fight for you, right? If you were stuck in another country overseas, is your country going to come get you? Well, I'm probably not going to go there and go swing for those guys either, right? So just one of those things, there really is a lot of options in the world, and a lot of them are outside of the United States, Canada, and Australia. So just one of those things, guys, is if you really are part of the fire and being disconnected, you like decentralization, you don't like people tapping your phones, you don't like people in your information, you don't like people taking your money, there is more than one solution to it. There's great ways to handle it if you do need to stay in Western states for reasons, but the world is really big, and there's a lot of items on that buffet to go and choose from.
Bravo, Walrus.
When I get there,
Bravo.
you know, that'll be my next step, you know, to
This hour of Rapping with Walrus has been brought to you by the Pulsechain, where the beats are low and the X's are high. Pulsechain is not affiliated with any third-party projects. This chat is not intended to be financial advice. Please do your own research. PulseX, and HEX. This is the way. Common side effects of this chat include, but not limited to, delayed gratification, generational wealth, and the possibility of 1,000 screaming naked women throwing little pickles at you. And if you're a woman, 1,000 screaming men with little pickles. Red Wing.
I'm gonna
Red
leave
Bull
the chat.
that gives you wings.
Clip it.
Thought that was a clever one, rapping with Walrus.
Oh, every time Redneck talks, I tune in a lot harder for some reason. I don't know.
It's because he sounds like a voice from a great movie.
Sort of the summation on my little TED talk I just got on the soapbox for is there's a lot of just like interesting, just kind of psychological or sort of sociological things you look at. And like one of them is like the scale where you look at IQ for people who like that make certain amounts of funds. And it's interesting that it basically levels off and actually gets sort of decorrelates a little bit on the end between wealth. And a lot of that is if you go talk to somebody who, if you talk to people who don't come from like really financial backgrounds, they're not dumber than most millionaires. They just learned something else, right? And typically they learn something that doesn't scale as well because they needed something immediate or didn't have the sort of, weren't able to clear a barrier of entry, right? So if you are a really savvy guy, you can probably go be an electrician and you can probably be a really good one if you're talented and go make six figures. And you'd probably be just as capable of XYZ thing in the financial world, but there's a lot higher barrier to entry. And that's on purpose. Again, that's why a lot of these families and a lot of these structures are there. They are there to keep certain people out. And in some places, in some ways, that's really positive. In some places, it's not. So that's something that this whole industry should focus on is if we talk about decentralization and people being wealthy from doing some of these things is to realize that you can quickly, this is something I've experienced myself, you can go from, sort of basic financial literacy of like, okay, my bills are 90% of what I'm bringing in. That's probably bad. I'm writing, I'm, overdrafting my account. Well, that's probably bad. But that next level of like financial literacy of dealing with, really even 30, 20, 30, 40, 50K, which, isn't necessarily this crazy amount, but it's a lot for what average people have really used. That literacy quickly changes and the options to use those things effectively quickly change. Like I said, different types of trust, different, LLCs laid in different places. A lot of LLCs are really inexpensive once you know how to set them up. You can set those things up for a few $100 in most places. And there are just so many tools that people are just not experienced in using that quickly change how you do these things. And spending the time to make sure that you know what to do with those funds when they come, rather than just, essentially being like, hey, I made $2 million, I hit the big, and then looking at your sort of your shopping list here of cool things to spend it on. If you take $2 million and a 6% return, you're talking about having, over 9K a month in yield, right? Like that's the same as having a $120,000 a year job. You don't have to go to. So yeah, you can go buy the Bugatti, or you can literally have a six-figure job sitting on the side of you, and 6% return is not very difficult. And it's just one of those things about changing some of these mind states. I don't want to get like too philosophical, but just essentially from a scarcity to abundance. And there's just options all over the place as you start to have more resources and you start to realize like where to put those things. So being smart in crypto, it scales really well. Being financially literate on a lot of these different tools and instruments scales really, really well. And that's, again, if you look historically, you go back 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, like look at what rich families did. Like they sent their people to Ivy League schools. They learned to be doctors and lawyers, right? These sort of classic trades, right? That's not what they're doing anymore. Go look at who graduates from Yale and Harvard and a lot of these places that aren't doing sort of like lib trash. Like those people are in the financial market. That's where the money is, right? Money's become a commodity. We see that in crypto and everything else. Like being literate financially is the same as almost just, it's a trade now. And those things are really important. And there's just so much on the table. And there's, again, you don't have to be a millionaire to start doing these things. Like I really genuinely encourage people to go find financial planners, to go find people that do these things, that can set up trust and start to look at what these game plans look like and how quickly they can pay off for people. Those returns start much faster than people think. Like those aren't just for, legacy people with, some sort of Berg or child at the end of their name. There are a lot of people in this room that would probably already be money ahead, speaking to some of these professionals and getting an idea on these things.
Walrus, Walrus, how accurate do you think Stake HEX today is as a tool? Do you ever use that to look at
looked at it? I really haven't. How I stake and kind of look at HEX is a little sort of contrarian in a lot of ways. I don't really care what the estimates are. I sort of look at the yield as sort of an incentive to not screw things up for myself. So I don't really try to necessarily stake in sort of spots where I see stakes, sort of not at, sort of kind of some of the general methodology, because that doesn't really matter to me. And I don't really have any problem cashing it out and then waiting a certain stretch. And similar to sort of like timing the bottom, I think for the most part, we overthink the timing when it's a smaller part of the equation to just like doing shit the right way. So I don't really look at a lot of the forecasting. They don't really affect me too much.
Hold on one second, I got silence. Doing things the right way. When do you recommend doing ladder stakes, or for me, like, all right, last year I was like, okay, let me stake for a year and see what happens. Like, I didn't really do what I wanted to do, so now I'm like, okay, bigger and longer pays better. And I've sent some longer stakes, but now I'm like, I'm still, I don't want to do anything close to a year, so I'm looking more at like 3 years. And I'm trying, like, do I do a ladder, or do you recommend ladders, or just one kind of heavier stake?
I'll tease you a little bit because I know you're savvy and that I know you've been successful in crypto. And that if you're having to ask me, you're probably underprepared, right? Like I know you're not just throwing around a couple $100. Kind of on that same sense I was talking about with legacy, spend some time with that, man. Really like look at what you're trying to achieve with those things. Are you looking at saying, okay, hey, from NFTs and everything I've done, I've got enough of a nest egg here that, conservative projections on the yield and price appreciation from HEX, I can live off this for 10 years and I'm going to do X, Y, Z in the short term and then I'm good to go. Well, yeah, you can ladder those things out and make sense. If you're thinking that, hey, I've got a good nest egg, I want to protect this, but I've got other things to go do. I've got other businesses, careers, choices, things I'm trying to accomplish. And this is just my nest egg for life. Well, then I'm going to be a little more deferring to the future because I don't want to lean on it. And I don't want to sit around. I don't want to basically plan my next 6 months, knowing that in 6 months, I'm going to get paid one way or the other. Right. There's an expression from mixed martial artists that say, you can't wake up hungry in silk sheets. So, if you're someone who's cutthroat and you have a lot going on and you want to go chase some goals, well then, man, cut the cord, defer that thing for a long time, take the most yield you can, keep it out of your hands, go build cool shit, go wreck the world, do what you're going to do. If you have if you're a little later in life and you have kids and you need to be able to have some different avenues to have wealth. Okay, well, that's a different strategy, right? But just from the little things I know about yourself, I would be heavy on putting those funds farther out because you're savvy. You make good financial decisions so far. That's why you swap from NFTs to HEX. You've been successful. You're young. I know you're talented at a lot of things. And if you don't need those funds right now, then push them out in the future, delay the gratification, take the most yield, and go make more money.
Yeah, thank you.
Inspiring words from Walt.
Again, I would strongly encourage people to heed his advice on looking into financial planners in like preserving your wealth. Like, I mean, I don't want to toot my horn too much, but I took the steps like a couple years ago to look into trusts and create a trust for myself, and the trust owns the assets of a self-directed Roth IRA. And because of that, I can now make any crypto trade I want completely tax-free, and all of the gains that I get from the profits of that are tax-free. The only disadvantage is technically I can't take those profits out until I'm 59 and a half. But for me, that was a worthwhile trade-off.
Other place that I sort of deviate from standard kind of like practices. So I think I've said this before here somewhere. I don't really diversify that much because I'm a hyper obsessive personality, as you guys I'm sure can tell. So I'm very asymmetrical, right? Like I'm one of those that like I like a handful of things. I like a lot of stuff in the world, but I'm obsessive about a few things. So I tend to be pretty heavy into things because I spend a lot of bandwidth to make sure I pick those right. But it's different for everyone, right? You know, if you don't have the same level of obsession, or you have more things that take away from your time, then you do want to diversify and sort of be safer in certain ways, right? You know, you kind of heard Spiffy kind of get his touch there that he didn't need a lot of those funds right away. He can't remove them for a certain time, but that made sense for him because he wants to be able to, you know, open up some options there. So he made that trade-off. That's not something I would do, but it makes perfect sense for what Spiffy's trying to accomplish. Whereas in myself, I'm also, I like to use the term recklessly optimistic. So I'm very centralized in things that I enjoy, but I know that risk is there. And again, I spend a lot of bandwidth to make sure I make good decisions, and I tend to be overconfident in my evaluations. But again, that's sort of my particular thing. But once I hit certain thresholds is when I start to diversify. But I tend to be pretty aggressive in specific things. And that's, you know, again, that's something that I do specifically knowing myself, but I make that decision knowing that's counterintuitive to what's normal, right? So that's one of those things too, is if you're not going to use standard practices, like you need to be aware of that, right? Realize like, okay, this is what the crowd does. There's a reason the crowd does this. Is what I'm doing meeting sort of a threshold to understand that going a different way makes sense. And again, like as Spiffy said, that's where these planning things make sense. Like we have a lot of different mentalities. You know, even things like going into the fork or staking. Like you guys kind of heard me bring up a few of the things I know about Mango. Well, if I know you have itchy fingers, like I'm going to tell you to stake those things, right? Like because I'm trying to save you from a bad personality trait. If I know that you're too risk averse, I'm going to push you a little harder into crypto than I am like, I don't know, someone I meet on 4th and 6th Street down here in Austin, and he's doing a line telling me how successful he is at VC. Well, all right, we're going to give that guy a little different advice. Tell him to slow the F down and do certain things rather than, you know, someone who has a lot different line of composure. So, you know, you want, again, you know, it really is one of those things, just kind of decide what your real goals are. And not only do your goals sort of tell you what things to go down, but they can also tell you what to research, right? So you guys hear me talk about the things that I'm very, very hyper interested in. I don't talk about charts because charts aren't that interesting to me. I talk about things that affect price because game theory around price is interesting to me. The price really isn't. As long as it eventually goes up, I'm pretty happy. You know, as we kind of see these new topics come up and around launch and things, like these are things that interest me. So I spend a lot of time and I commit a lot of resources there because I'm comfortable with those decisions. But again, you have to know where your hindrances are, right? Like I will absolutely miss things in crypto because I don't care about other stuff and because I don't have enough. There's just not enough hours in a day for me to be as obsessive about the things that I am obsessive and then obsess about other things. So you just, again, want to look at all these pros and cons. If you're hyper creative and you're really open-minded on these things, well, then you don't want to go as heavy as I do. I'm naturally very pessimistic. Like I can break things. All the Hex haters and people that hate Pulsechain, those guys don't have a tenth of the ability to tear this thing down that I do. I'm much more ruthless on these things. So that makes me confident when I do call something that I find valuable. And, again, so it's one of those things, lean on standard practices, understand why and if, and is it worth it if you deviate from those things, and just plan ahead. There's a lot of valuable things. There's a lot of space to be made and a lot of gains to be made in crypto.
That's why it beats time in the market versus timing the market.
Derail the chat.
Not at all, Walrus. We're just soaking it in.
Yeah, good stuff, Walrus. Good stuff, dude. Not trying to dick ride or anything, but this is real good stuff, buddy.
Good community that contributes in a lot of ways, including half of what I say comes from other smart people in the room,
Yeah, I know, but I mean, correct.
You just have a very balanced take on things, mate. It's always a pleasure to listen to.
Yeah, well respected. See, like, I'm not as sophisticated as some of you guys up here, and I'm trying to be very humble when I do communicate with you guys. But, like last week or the week before, I said to myself, I think I want to start day trading, and, I'm like, all right, so the markets, they close at 5 and I work till 6. And I'm thinking like, damn, like, how am I going to day trade while working a full-time job and stuff? And then discovering that crypto markets stay open 24/7. I thought that was the bomb. And then I start really analyzing the market, and I start really analyzing, my risk to reward, my entry points. And then, I start discovering the resistant levels and support levels, and I start discovering what whales really do in the market. And, because like a year ago, yeah, I think everybody was fooled with Doge, and I listened to my friends, and hey, get Doge, get this, and I was like, where is it at? Because our friend,
Crypto. Let's. I appreciate it, but let's leave the mic open for people to have some questions too. Like your story's cool and all, but we all spend a lot of time in here, so it can be a little bit exhausting at points. So if you have a question, let's ask questions.
if anybody has a question, they can interrupt me anytime and contribute to the conversation.
I have a question. I got a question. Thank you.
Real quick, if there's a mod in here, can you unmute the Jaconator, please?
I do want to know, is there anyone here that knows more about, this ProFX isn't in here, but like when we look at liquidity, we look at the liquidity on Uniswap, you know, like where we're at now versus like where the liquidity's sitting, like how do we really kind of like look at this and like discern, I guess essentially like price movement? Like as soon as this drops under 7 cents, is it just all the rest of the liquidity that's down here that just is a low kind of gap to like 6 cents? Is that just, if the line's higher, that's higher liquidity, right? But that's also where that a higher line creates what, buy and sells or more sell? Anybody know?
So
Say
it's a
again.
So when you're looking at like the pools, and you have the different sticks or candles, right? Some are long, some are short. So that's more liquidity at, say, this current price than there is past. Once it drops past 8, there's just low liquidity. So how does that help or hurt? Like you want more liquidity at certain prices because that holds the price. But if there's less liquidity and there's more sell pressure, then it will drop faster, correct?
sort of in broad strokes, thickness of liquidity works as a lever against momentum, right? So if there's a lot of low liquidity, it's going to essentially usually continue on momentum. So if you have low liquidity and you're moving up, it's just going to, as people buy, it's just going to keep pushing through those price levels. And it's obviously the opposite in the inverse. So when you see levels of liquidity, in some ways, again, they sort of nullify momentum passing through those things, but they can also be sort of areas of support. So if you see, you know, say we're sitting around like just random numbers, right? We're at 10 cents and it's bounced off 10 a few times and there's some liquidity at 10 and it gets really thin below that. You can sort of say in just very loose terms, like there's support and there's buying pressure trying to hold. There's people who think that we might float around that 10, but if you break through 10, you're going to go collapsing down in some ways till you see that next like thickness level of liquidity, right? And that's where you start to see buy and support levels or the terms like buy walls. So just as a broad strokes, liquidity will, the more liquidity, the more energy it takes to continue that momentum in whichever direction you're moving. The less there is, the more likely that that momentum continues. So if we were sitting around 10 cents and you've watched it retest and retest and retest, then you can tell that price is trying to push through that liquidity in some ways. And if you don't see anything down to like 4 cents and you still have this very bearish sentiment, you're likely to see it push through some of those levels unless something changes. So there's a ton more variables, but that's sort of the broad strokes to kind of get your head wrapped around.
Touch a little bit on like adding liquidity to pools with that being said. So say you wanted to add liquidity, you would essentially pick a spot where you think that what will happen. What's the goal of adding liquidity in terms of getting fees? That, do you want to backstop it with where there's other higher liquidity, or how does that work?
What time frame are you on? Like what time frame?
I'm not really sure what that means.
You're looking at the 1 second time, 1 minute time. What are we?
On what? On liquidity? I didn't know that that's how you looked at it.
Well, it does matter about time, you know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he's really looking at the trading. I think he's just trying to understand sort of the liquidity aspect of what he's seeing on the chart. There's sort of two aspects to liquidity.
One is, are you sort of a market, looking at it as a market maker, or are you just saying like, hey, like my name's Jeff and I've got 10 grand, I want to make money providing liquidity. If you're a random guy who's just trying to get some value with liquidity, what you're looking for is sort of stability in the price and trading volume, right? So there's other externalities with this. I'm just using this example. You really should be careful with this. But if I use two stable coins, then I'm not going to have price movement away from each other, and I'm just going to collect the fees as a liquidity provider, and that's very advantageous. So if I'm just a person looking at providing liquidity as a service and I'm trying to make money, what I'm looking for is not a lot of volatility in the price. That's what I want to happen. As an ideal move for a liquidity provider, what I'm wanting to happen is I want the two things that I'm providing liquidity in to just basically oscillate up and down in a channel, never really move price, but people keep trading back and forth and paying me for the service of doing so. Like that's optimal. So, but if you're talking about sort of like whale mechanics, some of the things they can do is like defending a position or a price is not only just buying and selling, but they can also add and remove liquidity at places to help incentivize that. So it changes a little bit with asymmetrical liquidity like Uniswap v3, but I think it's usually easier just to talk on the symmetrical side. So for example, let's just say that we'll use HEX. There's $10 million worth of liquidity in HEX and USDC, right? And so it's symmetrical, which means if I add liquidity, I have to basically add it at the ratio or the price that it's at now, right? So let's say that I moved in a bunch at, I don't know, we'll use 10 cents as a nice round number, and the price starts to go up. I might want to remove liquidity because I want the HEX price to go up because I own a bunch of HEX, right? So I might want to remove liquidity on the way up to keep that price going high. And the thinner liquidity is, the more sensitive the price or that ratio is to new money or money leaving the system. It's more sensitive. And it also de-incentivizes sellers, right? So as we've seen in HEX, when we have a really large player sell, they eat a lot of slippage. And sometimes people complain about that when I really don't think they should. They should actually tell that guy thank you. So if you want price to move, you want thin liquidity, right? So let's say maybe it's the inverse, right? If I was shorting something, I want thin liquidity because I want every time someone sells, I want that price to go down, right? I want to make money off that. So if whatever you're trying to achieve, if you want price action one way or the other, you want thin liquidity. If you want to mute that action, you add liquidity, and that makes it harder to affect that ratio and move the price one direction or the other. So again, it kind of depends on if you're looking at liquidity providing as like just a way to make fees, or if you're taking more of a whale market maker position and trying to defend prices or make things move the way you want.
Is it worrisome that there's such low liquidity under 8 cents and then it shelves and then potentially drops off at like 5 cents to like 4 cents? Does that we continue on a bearish sentiment, or if BTC implodes? I mean, there's nothing really stopping this. Like, where are the market makers? So is that indicative? Maybe the market makers want, I'm not trying to instantly fear. I'm just trying to understand. Does that mean that the whales or the market makers are kind of indicating that they want it cheaper as well?
So sometimes when you see something like what we have now, where we've moved down quite a bit, we're sort of outside of the sort of normal market mechanics, right? So if, say we were more at like 30 cents, well, then you could see people that say bought it at 50, they needed to go back up. You could see that people would still make sense taking profit. Now we sort of like pushed through a lot of resistance levels where for some of the reason that there's not a lot of liquidity this low is we're just sort of out of the band of where a lot of us thought we would be. And a lot of liquidity providers either haven't added back because they don't want to provide liquidity in this range. They think there's a fork going on. So there's always broader strokes, but some of the reason that you can have thin liquidity, say around 8 cents is right now, if you want to dump the HEX price and you want to be out of the system, as a HEX holder,
I don't really want to pay you, right? So sometimes we got to separate some of the psychology here. If you're a Hexagon, I want you to make money. I want you to sell when you're in profit. Do whatever you want. Don't read this and that. I'm talking from a selfish standpoint on making a market, right? So D01, do your thing. You know, redneck, if you need shotgun shells, cool. Sell some hex, do whatever you got to do. But from a market maker standpoint, if you sell, I want you out cheap, right? So just for an example, again, if you have a stake coming due and you're a big OG player, sure, I want you to make profit from sort of a system standpoint. But if I'm looking at the market and price, I want you to pay the taxes to leave. I want to make it cheap for my onboards, right? I want to make it cheap for me to come buy more hex. So having thin liquidity de-incentivizes sellers, and we want those people out cheap, right? That's where you hear people talk about like shaking out weak hands. Well, if you're gonna sell your hex anyway, then I don't want to pay you 30 cents for your hex. That takes a lot of value out of the system. I want you to sell your hex cheap. I'm happy to have you dump your bags at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cents because I don't want to pay you a lot for your hex. I want you, if you're going to leave the system and not hold up the price for me to sell when I want to sell, I want you out cheap. So that's some of the reasons that you'll see like thin liquidity is not necessarily people want the price to go down. They don't want to pay sellers to leave, right? So that's another way that you can sort of influence certain markets. So you can see that thickness can start to add it as people again find a level of support where they think there's some type of stability. They're going to make money on fees. Or they can say, look, you can dump if you want, but you're going to eat the slippage on the way down. We're not going to pay you the 56 cents or 54, whatever it is, all-time high. You can come in, you want to sell? Great. You sell at 8 cents. You make it cheap for my onboards. You make it cheap for me to accumulate more.
Like we saw like that big stake come out that was 850 days. And even the past couple of days, we've seen some, like 10, 15, 20. What percentage of like early stakers do you think maybe were not as educated in hex, maybe got lucky, are now seeing multi-million-dollar kind of wins and they just kind of want to cash out, maybe don't understand how it actually works, but kind of got lucky versus some of the whales that fully understand what's going on, made that decision based on good information at the beginning and understanding what hex was, and are going to continue to roll it over. Just kind of curious on like overall landscape of maybe some of the early stakers and what you kind of think about that.
So again, that's one of those things that gets into some cool nuances. So there are obviously tons of hyper intelligent OGs, right? Of course. One of the things that's interesting when people look and say that cat, the one you were referencing that jumped that big stake. The interesting thing about hex in some ways is we always say it'll outperform in a bear market. I think that's a bit of a misleading statement in some ways. Hex will absolutely outperform in a bear market if you're not the one selling, because you get to make the yield the whole way through. Your yield isn't dependent on price because you get paid in hex, right? So if you have all your stuff staked out and your stuff's not coming for a year, you could care less what the price does. All those guys can leave. Those people can unstake. You're going to get yield anyway. You outperformed in the bear market because if you had just been holding and it gets back up to the price that you bought, you haven't gained anything. But if you've been staked, you're gaining yield throughout this bear market. When it comes to the price, I actually think in some ways hex will underperform because of sort of what you brought up there. So that person who sold isn't looking at, say, what they've done over the last 6 months. That person's cost basis is wildly lower than where we are on the chart because that stake was like 800 days old, right? So while we could sort of look at a narrow band and say, oh my goodness, we're 85% down or 80%, whatever it was when he sold, down from all-time high, that guy didn't buy at the all-time high. That all-time high doesn't matter to him in a lot of ways. If you're looking at someone who threw in a couple grand, 2 years ago and is now looking at $1 million, they could care less about market floors or any of these things. That guy hit the big, right? So one, his cost basis is extraordinarily different than anything that anyone who's DCA'd in recently is looking at. And also, when you start talking about gains that are hundreds of X's, not only is that a huge return, but you probably have returns that are way outside of everything else you've done. So let's say you're the average guy, you've been in crypto for a little while, stuff's been fun. Let's say you make 40 to 80K, right? Just sort of a, upper to middle class sort of normal lifestyle. You threw in $5,000 anywhere near the kind of entrance to Hex, and you have a stake come out. So, what do people in that sort of salary range, what do most of those people have set back? Not a lot, right? A lot of times those people are in debt minus their home equity or it's different things. So if you're just sort of grinding along, making your, $1 to $2, $3,000 a week or whatever it comes out to be, and now all of a sudden you have the choice to hit a red button and become a millionaire and actually realize it, you don't give a shit what that chart looks like. You don't care at all about your pulse or any of these other things. You get to be a millionaire right now. You get to go from having a 2014 Camry to whatever it is you want. So some of the things about those OGs isn't necessarily that they're financially illiterate. It's again, it is very, very possible that a lot of those cats who, regardless of how smart or dumb they are, have, no exaggeration, 85, 90, 95, maybe if you count debt, 100% of their positive sort of net worth in a single asset. Like they may legitimately not have another way to realize anything close to what those stakes are worth in any other way of their life, right? So some of those guys are brilliant. Some of them just basically hit a lottery ticket, right? But regardless of where they fall in that spectrum, they're in a very different place than people who have DCA'd in recently. And that's one of the interesting things about the Hex sort of staking mechanic is that because it required them to hold, not only is that person probably realize more money than they have ever had in their life, but they didn't have a chance to sell it along the way. So we can sort of look and sort of say, kind of, obscured from whatever that person's life situation is, that what an idiot. He sold at 12, it's going to be 50 again. I can tell you that if you're sitting around with bills to pay or, whatever it is you have going on, and you have the choice between being smart in hex trading and waiting for a price rebound or the next bull market, or you can hit the red button, buy a new car, a house, put the diamond ring on the girl's finger, have season tickets to whatever you want, I can tell you which one of those sounds like more fun to me. So a lot of times people are short-sighted looking at those things and not realizing that that guy didn't sell 80% down. That guy just changed his life with the click of two buttons when he staked 800 days ago, and then today when he realized hundreds of X's on his money.
Well put, Mr. Walrus. You have been feeding us some straight flame emoji today, and I really appreciate it.
For sure.
Yeah, really, the insight's really good. Where could we be heading on the price? I'm holding a lot of Hex, and you know what? I didn't sell any of it. I'm actually probably want to re-enter with a higher position. I want to enter with some more, but what price point? How low can we possibly go? Are we looking at maybe possibly heading down to 5 or 6 cents? Would 5 cents be another good entry point? Because I'm thinking I want to do that.
What are you trying to accomplish?
I'm gonna hold long term. I mean, I'm probably gonna be staking. I haven't staked yet, and of course, I'm wanting to get the replicated hex on the PRC20 chain, and I'm gonna definitely stake those in a ladder. I haven't decided exactly. I don't have the scheme yet perfectly down, but that's definitely what I'm gonna do. That's why I haven't sold any of my.
Well, what you don't want to do, you don't want to stake right now, bro. I mean, and the best thing to do is wait for the Pulsechain to launch, and then stake on Pulsechain. It'd be so much more inexpensive for you. It's a smart way to go. It's an easy decision, very simple.
Right, but if Hex goes down, Hex on Ethereum goes down to say 5 cents, you don't think that would be a wise investment to buy? So I get the extra Hex on on Pulse?
Whatever you stake on the Ethereum chain gets copied on to the Pulse chain. Your stakes get copied also.
Of course, that's a no-brainer. But it, again, depends on what you're trying to accomplish. That's the main thing. I mean, you know, Hex and with everything else is very volatile right now. So what do? People that I'm onboarding, I'm not, you know, I've invested a lot into Hex. A lot of my onboards have, but there's other ways to get into Pulsechain and PulseX. Just saying.
Basically, I never staked on Ethereum. I want to stake on Pulse. So that's my ultimate goal.
For sure. Yes, sir.
Amen.
Okay.
100%, bro.
Well, let me give you. Can I give you just a little bit of argument there that, you know, if everybody leaves the Ethereum side and goes over to the Pulse side, and why it's wicked cheap right now to do a stake, I mean, you're going to get copied over and your stake's going to be there. The only benefit to staking on the Pulse side is maybe short-term stakes. But if you got plenty of Hex and you want to build you out a ladder, it's probably smart to go ahead and do it now. The T-share rate's really down cheap anyway. And if you put it out there a long time, you know, 5-10 years, preferably 10 or longer, you're definitely doing your future self a bigger favor doing it now than waiting for the Pulse to come around. Now, if you have to trade that Hex for something else, I get it. Or, you know, you want to do short-term stakes on the Pulse side, that's probably a better idea. But if you're just if your plan is to put it out there a ways, you might as well take advantage of the east side now, because as people leave and don't restake on the east side, their daily payout's going to be a hell of a lot more than it will be on the Pulse side.
You can correct me if I'm wrong here, but originally I was going to bridge all of my EHEX over and do everything there. But then I was of the thought that it's a good idea to keep it going on the East chain for the sake of the Pulse chain. I could be wrong in that, but that's kind of where my mind was going. Like, keep it strong on that side and don't just bail out.
Yeah, the analogy, right, that someone used in here before, it's like, do you want it? Ethereum's like, what, 7 years old? Pulse hasn't even come out yet. Do you want to bank with a country that's been out for 7 years, or do you want to bank with a country that's brand new? You know, I mean, Ethereum is still going to get a ton of love from financial industry, from everything that's built on top of it. Ethereum's not going anywhere. So, you know, we'll see what happens with the merge and if sharding ever comes out. But, you know, 6 years from now, like, Ethereum's going to be hella strong. So I'm happy with getting copies on both sides. So that's kind of where I'm at right now, is I'm looking at these longer stakes and really kind of trying to judge, you know, the proof of weight, and delay some of that gratification, but have it in both camps.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, but not with that long of stakes. I'm thinking maybe I want a ladder 1 to 5-year stakes on both chains, and that's basically because of my age and nothing else.
You gotta be careful, and I'll be honest, right? Like, I staked, I don't think it's been a full year. I think I probably set a stake in November, but, you know, I set a pretty good stake at like 20 cents, you know, and I'm gonna end stake it next week. If it's at 5 cents, like, granted, it wasn't a full year stake, but, you know, a full year round trip. I think for some reason I'm not really into the 1 year stakes unless you're potentially doing it now. And if we're looking at, you know, maybe a bull run, but the macro doesn't look so strong over the next 2 years. So if they're saying a recession just started, like it may last a little bit. So you got to kind of take it all into perspective.
Hey, Captain Mango, I would go to Captain Morgan, brother. Just saying.
I'll tell you what, if I'm currently shopping all of my Bored Apes and trying to sell it to Logan Paul. So if he buys them and I can get some 5-cent hex, I'll change my name to Captain Morgan. I'll go buy Captain Morgan.
Amen.
No, you definitely bring up some good points up there. It's all
Yeah, he
stuff
does.
to
Yeah, he
consider.
carves out. Yep.
Hey, Martin, if you ever see Crypto Goose on here, give him a talk to. And I know if Pepe's still on, he's, them guys can kind of explain it better than I can. But, with the Ethereum gas fee, the longer you go out, the better off you're going to be.
Yeah, definitely. I just have to consider my age and, when some of these stakes would end if I went, with such long stakes. But yeah, I get your point. And I have talked to Pepe. I've seen Crypto Goose, but I haven't asked him any questions. And I've seen his insight too. So yeah, I'll try to be on more often, and get more insight. I love it.
Well, not to put Pepe's business out in the street, but he's 60 years old and still did 15-year stakes, multiple. So, and I'm 53 and same thing. So
yeah, I'm just take care of your term myself, but just talk to Crypto Goose about what will happen if everybody goes and stakes on the Pulsechain and versus the Ethereum. It's the payout difference, and then if you want to come back and say, hey, Pulse or the Ethereum's down low, but I want to go stake over there now, and by then the T-share rates are gonna separate. They're gonna go their own way, and you might find yourself outpriced on the Ethereum side. That there's no way in hell you're going to get a T-share over there. And, plus the daily payouts, if the less people staking, the more rewards the stakers get. So it's just something to consider, the guys that already have their ladders built, they're good to go. If you're building one, you may want to just listen to that one real quick and why the price of Hex right now is wicked cheap. Now's the time to stake if you're going to stake over on this side.
Does anyone
Sure,
know?
I'm getting rid of my
Ethereum Hex, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Crypto
One more thing is
payout?
that if you think about this as well, that copy, when you have to make your own decision, just think about that copy on the Pulse side. Of course, the Ethereum price is going to be a little high in regards to gas fee, but in regards to the Pulse side, just think about price parity. And so when it goes on the Pulse side, you'll probably be quite happy, I guess, for lack of better words, in regards to the decision you made. Now, of course, the Ethereum side, we're all still waiting and seeing how bad it is, but you already know the case right now is as far as the cost. But on that Pulse side, in regards to waiting for price parity, and you got that duplicate, it's starting at ground zero. So
of course,
sky's the limit.
Of course, life is good. Did you have something you want to say, brother?
No, I'm just going to ask if anybody knew if the difference in current staking from the 9.5 billion down to the 4.9 billion that's current has made a difference in the payout, but it looks like the amount, the number of stakers stayed the same. So it looks like the big guys are getting out a little bit and the little guys are still staking, but does it change the payout at all? Do we have less money in there or no?
No, you basically, and this is just an assumption. So, I mean, maybe Boris should answer that one actually.
So what we're seeing today, in regards to the price dipping, is this people ending their stakes and selling, or is it something more related to the recent announcement from Richard.
Of course,
that, that
Martin, you know it is.
Come on, brother. Been delayed. Come on, brother. Or both.
Of course. Probably both. But of course, Richard's announcement. Come on, of course.
Is Chickenator unmuted yet?
Yes, I am. What's up, Crypto Jones?
He's been talking.
What's up, man?
I DM
I was mowing my grass while I was listening to everybody. I was out there, buttholes and elbows out here trying to mow my grass.
I DM Illuminati. He didn't get back to me for like 4 hours. Kind of pissed me off.
Oh, boo. Hey. Well, I just saw your message and I thought I'd see.
Hey, life is good. Since nobody answered that, I'll give you what I think is, they got T-shares and they got them, wicked cheap with a lot less hex. I think it's just the amount of hex that's staked. So I think the amount of, it costs just as much or many hex for a T-share. They just got them, so they got a lot more T-shares in their stakes than we can get now. But the same amount of, and actually more hex is needed in order to make that stake, or even the same amount or more is made if they want to keep the T-share rate or keep their T-shares. So, I don't know. Does that make sense?
I mean, go to HEXdailystats.com and it gives you day by day all the stats, like for Hex, and
But
you can do your own little analysis.
Let Life is Good speak so he can find out if he had his question answered, please. Emma's a lot better at, probably knows a hell of a lot more about it than I do. So I know Gamma. Are you kidding me? Me and Gamma went to different schools together. You kidding me?
I didn't hear anyone talking.
Still gathering
Go ahead and
information.
No, it's just Life is Good asked a question. I just wanted to see if he had his question answered. That's all. Of course, he's my boss, so I have a little preferential treatment, but it's all good. He got me into this chat, so.
What was that website you said? Hex.
It's HEXdailystats.com. It's just a table of data by day of all the stats you'd ever want.
Yeah, I'll be taking a look at that. I'm just learning, and so, like I said, I'll be making a decision as to exactly what I'll be doing. But I have a significant amount of Hex and haven't sold it. I've been watching it drop, and I haven't sold a drop.
As Pepe likes to say, to treat this asset the way it's supposed to be, it needs to be staked.
I mean, if you want to make the most of it, then you stake it.
Cool. That's a very interesting site. I'm going to bookmark this. Is this something similar to Hex.vision?
Well, Hex.vision has like a lot of information, has tables, and it has like graphs you can do. This one's simply like a table, right? There's no configuration required. You just go there, and every day it updates.
Yeah, it just seems more discernible compared to Hex Vision.
You guys looking at website?
HEXdailystats.com. It's just a table. You can export it to Excel if you want to. It's literally just a spreadsheet, pre-formatted spreadsheet online.
Gamma, does that take into consideration the fork yet, and how the T-share rate changes, between the two as they separate further apart?
I would imagine there would be like an Ethereum version and then a Pulsechain version, because they'll be different on both chains. Like as they fork and as they progress, the T-share rate will be different, the prices will be different, the rate of like all the metrics will change separately. I haven't gotten confirmation of this, but I would imagine there's going to be like two tabs, right? Pulsechain and Ethereum, and you could pick which one.
Gotcha. I think that was like the basis of Life is Good's question, was that, was there something, because being that change, Crypto Goose had mentioned, with Pulsechain being cheaper on fees and other things, and that when it splits, that at one point, people may say, hey, that's a better deal on Ethereum, but they go over there and the T-share price was, out of touch for everybody at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely, after the fork, I will be looking at the metrics on both and then deciding, when I buy Hex, do I buy it on Ethereum or do I buy it on Pulsechain? Like, I'll definitely be doing that.
Gotcha.
Gamma, do you use Stake HEX today at all?
I do. The math is a little moon math, though, once you go out like more than a couple of years. So just take that into consideration.
I'm debating whether to buy Hex on Ethereum, say it drops to 5 cents, versus potentially buying Hex on Pulse by bridging over some USDC and doing it, when the bridge launches. I'm trying to wonder what would be a better strategy.
Why wouldn't you buy it now if it's cheap like it is now, and then just get a copy on Pulsechain for free?
Right. I already have some, and I expect to do that. And I'm, wondering what my entry price will be. How low will this go where I can, re-enter?
You can always use more Hex.
When Charles Hoskinson had these discussions with Vitalik, I never saw Vitalik insulting, undermining, bad-mouthing. So, we knew what Charles Hoskinson was and what Vitalik is. Unfortunately, this applies also now to a closer project to me, which makes me extremely sad.
What project?
I don't know what you're talking about, but I saw that a couple tweets between Charles Hoskinson and Richard Hart the other day. So it's funny that Charles Hoskinson has his eyes on our project now.
I'm talking about class, about being a gentleman and being a thug. That's why I was comparing Charles Hoskinson with Vitalik. Vitalik is a gentleman, he's a sir. Charles Hoskinson, we know what he is. And then I said, I never saw this would also apply to something closer to me. and I'm very sad for it.
Does anyone know who the best
group? Hello?
Good, Joe. Good. Ask me a question.
Yeah, so it goes back to, again, I'm here for education. I'm pretty new, so go easy on me. I heard you talking about low liquidity pools in HEX and how the price goes up and down with large amounts of HEX being sold or purchased. My question is, and I must be missing, I think, part of the equation. If you were a large player and say, I'll use some, don't, the figures are the figures, I'll just use it for example. If the price of HEX was 10 cents and a big holder of HEX sold down $1 million worth of HEX and it dropped to 8 or 9 cents, what would stop that person from doing that all day long and selling $1 million, buying back in at 8 cents, goes up to 10 cents, sells again, goes down to 8 cents? There must be some sort of penalty built in there so people couldn't do that, or what am I missing in this scenario?
I mean, you're missing the other people that are biting off of that and making it so that every time he did that, he's getting less economic energy. It's like a ball going one way and another. Inertia slowly dampens and then goes to zero. You can't, it's not right. He's not playing in a pool by himself. He's playing with a bunch of other people. So you can't, I mean, yeah, I mean, he could do that, but he's going to lose money every time he does that. A little bit at a time.
So I don't, Jag, do you understand how slippage works?
I do not. As I said, I am extremely new and I want to learn, and I'm happy to listen to what anybody has to say.
For sure. So Gamma was right. I think explaining the mechanics. So when say the price is exactly 10 cents, right? And when X person sells big bag, it goes down to 8, right? He didn't sell everything single hex at 10 cents. And now the sort of finalized price is now 8 cents. What happens is when you see a slippage like that, that's called a market order, which means it just says sell all my hex, right? Or all the hex that I'm willing to sell, right? So that $1 million worth at 10 cents is what, 10 million? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Just doing the math in my head. So what happens is he just says sell 10 million hex at whatever price I'm willing to get. So the first ones are at 10 cents. And then when it runs out of liquidity, it goes to 9.9. He sells some more and he goes to 9.8 and 7 and goes all the way down. And he keeps selling hex until it hits whatever that finalized price is. So when he sold sort of what started as $1 million worth of hex at 10 cents, it slipped all the way down, and he doesn't actually extract $1 million worth. He sold $1 million worth of 10 cents, but that's like a 20% slippage. He's going to end up with something like, I don't know, 920K or something like that. So if he tried to buy back in again, he would face the same element the opposite direction. So he hit just buy $920,000 worth, and he's going to get it started at that price, but then he's going to end up paying higher and higher and higher prices until he gets to that final amount where the order's filled. So if he literally hit buy and then hit sell again, he would be slipping down and slipping up. That's why you see that price movement. If there was if you go to BTC and you sell $1 million worth, literally nothing happens. There's so much liquidity and so much volume there that $1 million doesn't really move that ratio or that price. And you would basically just fill it essentially whatever the price is currently. But on thin liquidity, you're going to have to keep selling at lower prices until that order's filled.
Yep, that makes perfect sense. That's the part I was missing.
Now, having said that, what you just said, is there a way to set a limit order on a DEX on the sale or the purchase of HEX? I mean, I want to sell at this price, and when I can sell at this price, let it execute. Or there's no way to do that on, say, Uniswap.
There's not on Uniswap, but that's a limit order, right? You can do it on like 1inch or matcha.xyz. You can also, it does a little trickier, but just so that people know it's an option. You could also provide liquidity on USDC or on Uniswap v3, which is asymmetrical, and it would work similar to a limit order as well. And you could actually collect the trading fees on it. So there's a few variations of ways to achieve that.
Wow. The things I got to learn.
My boy Walrus is wicked smart.
See, Walrus explains things in ways you can understand. I explain things in a way that just leave you question mark, and then Walrus has to follow up with actual information you can understand.
No, I
yeah, but when I
suppose
have
people,
questions, sorry, Martin, I was just going to say, yeah, but when I have questions, I come to Gamma.
I gotcha. I suppose people don't sell in that way because they want to sell fast. I assume a limit order would take much longer.
Well, with the limit order, you other people are selling into you, so it depends on the volume of people who are willing to sell at that particular price, which could take a while depending on the order size of 1 million.
Yeah, exactly. $1 million with a limit order on $1 million could potentially take a while. And like somebody was saying earlier, these guys see potentially millions of dollars at stake. They just hit the sell button. Screw it.
Yeah, and what we just explained is why thin liquidity is really good if you're the holder, right? And you want just enough liquidity that you're not affected when you sell, right? If you're looking at it selfishly. So if the liquidity is really thin, kind of as we described in like the scenario where, there's a lot of slippage, that's a good thing because that means when people leave, they're extracting less value from the system and they're incentivized to hold. And when they buy, they push the price up for you, right? So that's why that thin liquidity in HEX is a positive. And when everyone else knocks it, they're sort of missing sort of what is that? Missing the trees through the forest, whatever that expression is, because I only want enough liquidity that I can sell however much I want when I'm ready. I don't really, in a selfish sense, I want there to be just enough liquidity that people can move some of their position out when they're ready. But I want there to be low liquidity because I want the price to go up really, really high and be very sensitive to new money, both directions. Because if you're selling and taking money out of the system, you're deflating my price. So I don't want you to take a bunch of money out of my price. And I want you to hold because I want you to hold the price up for me to sell, right? So that's how that thin liquidity works. You want enough liquidity that you can extract your value when you're ready, but thin liquidity de-incentivizes selling and gives you, maximum sort of sensitivity to new money pushing the price up.
So Walrus, if we took that a step further, I'm not sure if it was you or someone else mentioned that Bitcoin is such a big pool that when people take out big numbers, doesn't even move that. It doesn't affect what their sell price is. If you were to hypothetically extrapolate 5 years in time and, retail took on HEX and everybody, or Pulse, and everybody loved it, would there be a time in that scenario where the liquidity would increase and everybody, because you think if Pulse does well, which we all think it will, there's going to be a time when a lot of people were going to want to take their money out 5-10 years down the track.
Yeah, there's a sort of a general rule that liquidity tends to correlate with price, right? So if we took the amount of liquidity that Bitcoin has and put it into HEX, it would be super unproductive because the price would basically never move, right? It would just literally sit here, and as everyone went and bought and as new money and cool things happened, the price would just basically be locked exactly where it is, right? That's very unproductive. And if you take the inverse and you put the amount of liquidity that HEX has into the Bitcoin market, it would be the most volatile pinball spike you have ever seen. it would look like an EKG on a meth addict. It would just be bouncing all over the place as these orders just hit and sling the price up and down. There'd be tons of slippage. It would be absolute market chaos and very inefficient. So they tend to correlate together, where if you have a lot of liquidity, you have more stability to make trades and do certain things. Bigger players can move in bigger positions and not cause that slippage. Players can move value out. So there's incentives to big liquidity too, once you're at a level that it makes sense. But at a lower level, it just basically locks the price and makes it impossible to move up in value. So they tend to sort of trail together. So now that we're in a big dip, you're seeing less liquidity. But if you look at HEX around, say, like August to probably like October, where you could kind of see it in more of a bull market, there was way more liquidity there than what you saw in HEX a year ago, right? So now it's getting a little thinner, so it's a little different scenario. But like if you had sold $1 million in like September or October, no one would even notice. It's just a blip on the market, it moves a few percentage. If you look at, say, like 2020 or even 2021, you sold $1 million worth of HEX, whack, you'd see that big slip. Because again, in a smaller system, there's less of a need to be able to pull out massive chunks, right? There is literally no player in the HEX ecosystem that needs to be able to go cash out $5 million at a time, right? But in Bitcoin, there absolutely is, right? There's all kinds of more VC and institutional money that's doing things where they might actually need to move $5 million, $10 million around and not have massive slippage. So they tend to correlate together. And again, that liquidity tends to be part of sort of making a market for wherever you're at in the process.
This is a good education for me. Thank you.
I mean, there's also the function as the price moves up, too, people sell into that, which adds liquidity in. And as the price moves up, that liquidity is there, and it just kind of like naturally grows over time as people fill the pots, and then more pots come into existence that get filled.
If I have a question. If I move my HEX to Pulsechain, does it just get added to my HEX on Pulsechain?
If you move any token from its native chain to another chain, it's actually the wrapped version, right? So if you take HEX on Ethereum and move it and bridge it over, you actually get wrapped HEX, or what would be EHEX. So it's not actually HEX now. You wouldn't be able to stake it. It's not going to like add to your native PHEX bag. It's a different coin.
Were you saying that I would have to first swap the HEX for wrapped HEX and then send it to Pulsechain, or does it automatically do that?
That's what the bridge function is actually doing, right? So like, have you seen wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum? That's
Yes,
WBTC.
yes.
Okay, so that's a good example, right? So that's wrapped Bitcoin. So it's pegged to the value of Bitcoin, right? But it's not Bitcoin, because Bitcoin only exists on the Bitcoin network, right? So if you see wrapped Bitcoin, what that is someone took Bitcoin, locked it in the bridge contract, and then it issued a wrapped Bitcoin, which is basically a poker chip that says Bitcoin on it. So it's worth whatever the current price of Bitcoin is, because I can go redeem it for the Bitcoin behind it. So it's the same thing with HEX. If I take 1,000 HEX and I send them to the bridge contract, those 1,000 HEX stay locked in the smart contract. And then I get the wrapped HEX, which is just poker chips that say HEX on them. So they have the same value as what I locked into that bridge contract, but they're not actually HEX. They're poker chips that say HEX on them. So I can swap them around for other assets, but they can't be staked. They're not PHEX. They're a different thing, right? Same way, like, a dollar bill is worth, a dollar poker chip that says $1 as long as I can redeem the poker chip. But I can't go put the poker chip in an ATM machine, right? Because it's a different thing, even though they're worth the same.
Like a postal money order.
Thank you.
Very well explained. Thank you.
Just wanted to touch on the liquidity conversation in regards to HEX. What's been the recent movements with liquidity providing and whales, people taking liquidity out of the HEX system? Obviously approaching the fork, and it's my understanding that any HEX in liquidity pools won't necessarily be copied over. Like, what's been the kind of changes recently with the liquidity pools for HEX?
So the HEX is copied over because it's not coins being copied, it's the entire Ethereum state. So coins are copied, even if they're in liquidity pools. Where you're seeing most of this thinning now is just that the price has gotten to a point that people don't really want to provide liquidity in this range, right? So like, I don't want to sell HEX at 8 cents or 7 cents or 6 cents. If you want to sell it, that's fine. Sell it and eat the slippage and everything else. So now we're just sort of getting to a point where I think most people inside of the ecosystem, I don't really like to use this term because it usually triggers like trading mechanics, but I think most people would say that this is oversold, right? This is undervalued. And if it's undervalued, there's not a lot of people who want to sell it to you at this point. So you tend to get to where it gets low that you start to see less liquidity. And you could also see some people wanting to remove liquidity before the fork for different reasons, but it's still going to be copied.
Yeah, but if you remove liquidity, then the volatility to the downside, if they sell, as well as the volatility to the upside, becomes huge. It's a clock bomb, both sides.
Correct. What's kind of interesting is a lot of times when we have like so much emotional connection to the chart. So, like when we see a big whale come in and smash the price down, most people have this instinct to be like, hey, you ruined my chart. My chart said 16 cents. Now it says 14 cents. On paper in the app of stuff I wasn't going to sell anyway, now says it's worth less money. You hurt my feelings. Why didn't you use a limit order? Well, I don't want you to use a limit order. Why would I want onboards? And if I'm going to accumulate, why would I want to pay the extra? That guy's leaving the system. Let him pay the slippage, right? So we actually, again, in bearish times, like, you really want there to be less liquidity, even though you may see terrible price action in the chart. And sometimes there is a bit of psychology, right? Like sometimes you wreck a chart, people panic. There is psychology to these things. But I'm fine with the price being low when I'm not selling, because if you want to sell, well, then I want you out of the system cheap. I don't want you taking 40 cents for every hex. If you want to sell, take 4 cents per hex. That's fine. I'm not selling for another year or two when stakes come done. So you eat the slippage. You sell out cheap. I'll wait for the price to be high again. So again, it does make for sometimes of an ugly chart. And I think that's why in some reasons, I think HEX will underperform in the bear market on the chart. But for those of us that aren't selling, we're happy to see you leave the system cheaply, sort of the shakeout weak hands mentality. And while everyone's selling at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cents, those of us that are staking and have a longer term view are collecting yield and watching everyone exit the system nice and cheap, making the next move up more dramatic and powerful for us.
But there is another thing. I understand all you said, and it's very technically. Well, I understood you very well. But for people who see the charts and see the dynamics of the charts, the volume, the TA, and all these things, for me, I never expected the price to drop below 10 cents. This is extremely surprising. I would put my hand on fire that it doesn't go below 10 cents for much longer. What I didn't expect is that there are hidden whales removing liquidity, dumping huge amounts, and this is, that the amounts they are dumping and the amounts they are removing from the liquidity pools. In contrast, the total value stored in this system, you would never see something like this in a big currency like Ethereum or Bitcoin. And so I didn't expect a whale to do this. So these players that are there in the X ecosystem, these players that you just explained very well what they do minutes before. Man, this is total chaos. How can you even predict anything with these players on the game? I mean, they can do whatever they want. They can move the price towards whatever they want. I mean, it's totally impossible to do any TA, and it's impossible to do any analysis with these people on the game. I mean, it's chaos. It can go anywhere. They can even bring the price to 1 cent if they want. So where is the assurance, the security that you can't feel any security right now? You are just scared of them.
There's one that's all very valid. And again, while I've always said I'm not really a chart guy, I don't really, you guys, I know everyone here that's heard me speak knows I don't make price predictions. And yeah, like that's what I was getting at. There is definitely psychology to the chart where you can break people's confidence in something, and that can be more impactful on future price than basically letting what I was getting at, which was like letting these people get out cheap, right? That's the other side of it, is that these things they're social systems, right? Like, why is Hex worth $1? Only because enough people say that it's worth $1, right? So to your point, that is all very valid. I think we also have to look at the opportunity cost, right? So all that is valid. What you get for paying the price of being anxious and being shook up and not being able to do TA and sort of being at the mercy of whales in some of these points is 10,000x, is a short term that could easily 10x if we go from 8 to making an all-time new high that you don't have in a large coin, right?